Only one of us matters. My sister smirked before her birthday trip. So, I removed myself from all family photos, left her to fail, and let the law handle my dad. Growing up, I learned real quick that some kids are born to be glittering trophies to be displayed on the mantle, and others are born to be the forgotten furniture you just kick your feet up on. I was the furniture. My younger sister, Chloe, was the trophy. My parents made that dynamic crystal clear from the absolute second she could walk and talk. It was a few weeks before her 16th birthday when everything finally imploded and I made the decision that altered the entire trajectory of my life. My dad dropped a massive, heavily stapled stack of papers on the kitchen counter while my mom furiously zipped up Chloe's third oversized suitcase. I stood there in the middle of the kitchen, the linoleum cold beneath my socks, standing like an absolute idiot waiting for someone to tell me where my luggage was. "You'll handle all of this while we're gone," my dad said, his tone leaving absolutely zero room for negotiation. Chloe's teachers agreed to accept all her late work since she's going to be on a family cruise. Consider doing her homework to be your birthday present to her. Let me back up a bit, because this absolute nightmare did not just start with a random vacation. The blatant favoritism wasn't a new development. It had been breathing down my neck my entire life, suffocating me slowly. It just got exponentially worse as we got older and the stakes got higher. It started with small stuff at first. She got the vastly bigger master-style bedroom with the walk-in closet, the brand new top-of-the-line laptop every 2 years, and the pristine car for her sweet 16. I got the cramped guest room, hand-me-down electronics that barely held a charge, and a rusted-out sedan with over 180,000 miles on the dashboard that shook violently when it hit 60 on the highway. Her college fund had massive, regular deposits made on the first of every single month. Mine had literal dust and cobwebs. My parents paid for her $4,500 elite cheerleading uniforms, her out-of-state competition fees, and her private tumbling coaches without even blinking an eye. My $200 wrestling gear had to come entirely out of my grueling summer job money working landscaping in the blistering heat. Dad would always justify it by saying stuff like, "Girls naturally need more support, Mark, or your sister has vital social obligations to maintain." Mom was infinitely worse. She would actively and maliciously pit us against each other, then act completely shocked and appalled when Chloe treated me like absolute garbage. The real, undeniable shift happened around Chloe's freshman year of high school when she finally figured out that weaponizing her tears got her literally anything she wanted. I watched her perfect this manipulation tactic like it was a precise science experiment. Our parents ate it up every single time without fail. The first major incident happened when she demanded to borrow my laptop for a history test. She swore up and down she would give it back by 9 p.m. I had a massive literature paper due the next morning. At 10 p.m., I knocked politely on her door. She screamed through the wood to get lost. At midnight, desperate and panicking about my grade, I knocked again, a bit harder. She burst out of the room sobbing hysterically, ran down the stairs, and told our parents I had been aggressively harassing her all night while she was just trying to study. She completely fabricated a story about me calling her stupid and threatening her. Dad looked at me like I had just committed a literal war crime. He sent me to my room screaming, without even pausing for a fraction of a second to ask for my side of the story. My laptop miraculously showed up the next morning sitting on the kitchen table with a deeply cracked screen and sticky, foul-smelling coffee stains all over the keyboard. When I furiously showed them the damage, Chloe just cried even harder and claimed I was trying to frame her because I was deeply jealous of her academic success. Mom actually forced me to look Chloe in the eyes and apologize to her for being a destructive liar. After that devastating day, I learned to just shut my mouth and stay completely invisible. Chloe would constantly create massive chaos, and I would inevitably take the fall. Any protest, any defense, just made me the ultimate villain in their twisted narrative. The pattern repeated on an endless, exhausting loop. The Grand Cruise announcement came exactly 3 weeks before her birthday. They called a mandatory family meeting in the living room. Dad sat down and proudly explained that they had planned something incredibly special for Chloe's sweet 16. A 10-day luxury Caribbean cruise, with travel making it 12 days door-to-door, featuring all the expensive bells and whistles, balcony suites, and premium excursion packages. "The whole family is going," Mom announced with this massive, beaming smile. For a brief, stupid second, I actually felt something close to genuine excitement. Maybe this was finally going to be different. Maybe I was actually part of this family. "Mark stays home, obviously," Mom casually added, her tone exactly the same as if she were mentioning a mild chance of rain. "Someone reliable needs to watch the house, feed the dog, and handle Chloe's massive backlog of schoolwork. She absolutely cannot be stressed about her grades while she's trying to celebrate her milestone birthday." The tiny spark of excitement in my chest died a violent death right then and there. Chloe's smile from across the coffee table was pure, concentrated poison. "You get it right, Mark? This is my special day. My expensive trip. Some of us actually matter in the real world." I just nodded numbly, because arguing with these people was exactly like arguing with a brick wall, pointless and painful. I quietly said I understood and retreated to the safety of my room. The next 3 weeks leading up to the trip were absolute hell on earth. Chloe's frantic, screaming excitement filled every single corner of the house. Endless shopping bags from high-end boutiques appeared on the kitchen island daily. Mom took her for extravagant spa treatments, expensive manicures, and professional hair extensions. Dad proudly bought her a $900 underwater digital camera that literally cost more than 6 months of my car insurance. Her annoying friends came over constantly to squeal at deafening volumes about how incredibly lucky she was. And Chloe always made absolutely sure I was well within earshot for every single one of these conversations. "I'm just so unbelievably blessed," she would loudly declare in that sickeningly fake, sweet voice. I spent those miserable 3 weeks intensely job hunting and planning my ultimate escape. My 18th birthday miraculously fell exactly 4 days into their luxurious 12-day trip, and I had officially had enough of this nightmare. Turning 18 meant absolute, undeniable legal freedom. It meant I could finally get a bank account without their controlling names attached to it. It meant I could sign a lease. It meant I could finally leave. I managed to secure a warehouse job across town. It was full-time, offered surprisingly decent starting pay, and provided full health benefits after a 3-month probationary period. I casually mentioned to my parents that I picked up some part-time retail work just to stay busy while they were gone. They didn't even pretend to listen or care. But I also made a crucial phone call to my grandpa Arthur. He lived about 4 hours away, 2 states over, and he was genuinely the only adult in my entire bloodline who ever treated me like a living, breathing human being. I poured my heart out. I told him about the extravagant cruise, the unbelievable homework dump, the blatant disrespect, all of it. His gruff response over the phone was just 4 simple words: "Good. Get out, boy." That absolute validation was exactly when I knew, deep in my bones, that I was making the right call. The chaotic morning they finally left, I set my alarm for 4:30 a.m. Some outdated, pathetic part of my brain still genuinely thought families were supposed to say proper goodbyes before long trips. Dad was already standing in the kitchen, aggressively scrolling through his phone and drinking black coffee when I came downstairs. I quietly said, "Good morning." He just grunted without looking up. That was the entire extent of our father-son interaction. Chloe thundered down the wooden stairs wearing a brand new designer travel outfit. She looked at me standing there, and her whole face immediately soured with disgust. That is exactly when Dad picked up the massive, heavy stack of homework and dropped it aggressively on the counter right in front of me. Chloe's teachers generously agreed to take this late since she's traveling internationally for her birthday. This needs to be completely done and turned in first thing Monday morning, or she fails 3 core classes. I stared blankly at the towering pile. There were 3 dense English literature essays on classic books she definitely hadn't even cracked open. There were dozens of advanced calculus worksheets she had completely ignored all semester. There was a massive history project on the Cold War, complete with required primary citations and a formatted bibliography. It was easily 40, maybe 50 hours of intensive academic work. "You're serious right now?" I asked, my voice completely flat. "Do I look like I'm making a joke?" Dad's voice had that sharp, dangerous edge to it. "You are currently living under our roof, eating our expensive food, and using our utilities. This is a very simple ask. Do not make this difficult, Mark. I have a new job starting Monday," I stated clearly. "Then you need to manage your time better and sleep less. This is exactly what family does for each other." Mom suddenly appeared from the hallway holding Chloe's ridiculous memory foam neck pillow and her precious monogram travel blanket. "Sweetheart, please don't fight us on this. The arrangements are already officially made with the school administration. Just sit down and do the work." Chloe casually examined her freshly painted acrylic nails. "Honestly, Mark, most normal people our age easily balance jobs and schoolwork. Stop being so incredibly dramatic. These are effectively your assignments now, your grades to maintain." She shrugged carelessly. "And you're my older brother. Brothers are supposed to help. That's just how the world works." I looked desperately at my mom, then at my dad, silently waiting for just one of them to acknowledge how mathematically insane and morally bankrupt this demand was. Neither did. They were already completely moving on, frantically checking their expensive watches and calculating the morning highway traffic to the airport. "How long will you actually be gone?" I asked softly. Chloe's resulting laugh was pure, unadulterated cruelty. "Long enough for you to finally stay home and contribute something useful to this family for once." They walked out the door exactly 20 minutes later. Mom gave me a highly distracted, dismissive wave over her shoulder. Dad didn't even bother to look back once. Chloe dramatically blew a mocking kiss from the tinted window of the Uber Black they had ordered. The large house went completely, deafeningly quiet. I stood alone in that massive, sterile kitchen, staring down at a mountain of homework that wasn't mine, feeling something heavy and permanent finally settle deep in my chest. The last lingering thread of familial obligation snapped. I calmly picked up the massive stack of papers and carried it to my desk. Then I pulled out my phone and made one single phone call. Grandpa Arthur answered on the second loud ring. "You leaving that house today?" As soon as I finished packing up my room, I replied, my voice steady. "Good man. You need any cash? I've been saving up some funds for you. I got a solid job lined up and a cheap room rented. I'm good, Grandpa." There was a long, heavy pause on the line. Then he said something that didn't make complete sense until much later. "Your parents are going to deeply regret this, Mark. More than they could possibly know right now. You just focus entirely on yourself and your future. I'll handle the rest on my end." I didn't ask what he meant, I just sincerely said thanks and hung up. That entire Saturday, I spent methodically packing clothes, my laptop, and vital documents I had been secretly collecting for weeks. My original birth certificate, my social security card, my official sealed school records. I had previously requested duplicate copies from the main office, convincingly claiming I needed them for early college applications. My grandfather's vintage watch he gave me for my 10th birthday. Every single thing that mattered to me fit perfectly into 2 battered duffel bags and 1 faded black backpack. 18 years of existence condensed into 3 small bags. Then I started the real, emotionally taxing work, the family photos. Our large house was absolutely covered in them. The hallway walls, the living room mantel, the piano, every single shelf and flat surface. I went through the entire house systematically. Any framed photo with me in it got immediately removed. Some specific ones I carefully kept because they were from way back before things went completely bad, before Chloe realized she could destroy me. Most of the photos I didn't need or want. They were just staged lies anyway. Fake, strained smiles covering up years of being completely invisible and emotionally beaten down. For every single photo I removed, I intentionally left the expensive frame completely empty and perfectly positioned exactly where it was. I desperately wanted them to see exactly how many moments I had been entirely erased from. I wanted them to excitedly walk back into their perfect home and see absolutely nothing but glaring blank spaces where their son used to be. The entire process took me over 3 hours. Then I finally dealt with Chloe's massive mountain of homework. I didn't throw it away in the trash. That would be too easy for them to spin as me being vindictive. Instead, I sat down and read through every single assignment. I saw exactly how incredibly little work she had actually done all semester. I organized it all back into a perfectly neat, straightened stack on the kitchen island. I grabbed a bright yellow sticky note, placed it dead center on top, and wrote in massive, bold letters, "Not my problem. Good luck failing." Before leaving, I grabbed the large custom family calendar off the kitchen wall. It was Mom's absolute pride and joy, obsessively color-coded and organized within an inch of its life. Chloe's endless activities were all written in bright purple ink: doctor appointments, private cheer practice, friend hangouts, expensive spa days. My few college application deadlines were written in faint pencil, incredibly easy to erase or ignore. My upcoming 18th birthday wasn't marked on the calendar at all, it was just a blank white square. I took a thick red permanent marker, circled the date 4 days from now, and wrote, "Mark turns 18 and moves out forever," in the absolute biggest letters that would physically fit inside the box. I left the calendar wide open on the granite counter where they would be forced to see it the literal second they walked in. Then I walked out the front door, locked it securely, dropped my shiny house key down the storm drain on the street corner, and drove my shaking, rattling car to my new place. I never looked back in the rearview mirror. Update 1. My 18th birthday officially arrived at 5 a.m. on a freezing Tuesday morning in a massive industrial warehouse parking lot. There was no chocolate cake, no colorful cards, no family singing terribly off-key. It was just me sitting alone in my freezing car, drinking burnt gas station coffee, and quietly watching the sun come up over the shipping containers. And honestly, I was thinking this was already infinitely better than any forced, miserable birthday they had ever given me. The warehouse job was exactly the grueling, mind-numbing labor I desperately needed. Unloading heavy trucks, moving massive pallets of inventory, aggressively scanning hundreds of cardboard boxes. My shift supervisor, a guy named Vince, was this intimidating 50-something guy with a thick gray beard and a severe limp from a workplace knee surgery gone completely wrong years ago. He took exactly one piercing look at me on my very first day and bluntly said I looked like a kid desperately running from something terrible. I looked him back in the eye and told him it was actually more like I was finally running towards something better. He barked a loud laugh, slapped my shoulder, and said that was usually the much better direction to go. Vince quickly became the first adult in a very long time who actually treated me like I had inherent value. He showed me the complex ropes of the loading dock but didn't hover over me breathing down my neck. He gave me real, tangible responsibility. By day 3, he actually had me training 2 new temp hires on the forklift protocols. By day 5, he pulled me aside, told me I had serious management potential, and asked if I was planning to stick around this place long term. I looked at the massive stacks of boxes and told him, "Yeah, I am." And I genuinely meant it too. The cheap room I had rented was located in a modest, slightly run-down house owned by this incredibly sweet woman named Eleanor. She was a late 60s retired high school literature teacher who had tragically lost her husband to cancer a few years back. She had decided to convert 2 of her upstairs bedrooms into cheap rentals to help cover the rising property taxes, and because, as she bluntly put it, the old house was just way too quiet and lonely living all by herself. My rented room was extremely small, just a twin bed, a scratched wooden desk, and a wobbly dresser, but it was paradise. Nobody was violently screaming through the thin drywall. Nobody was maliciously blaming me for broken things I didn't touch. Eleanor's house rules were incredibly simple and refreshing. Keep the shared bathroom relatively clean, absolutely no loud noise or music after 10 p.m., and pay the $400 rent on time on the first of the month. That was literally it. There was no emotional manipulation, no complex guilt trips, no screaming matches over nothing. It honestly felt like I had successfully relocated to another peaceful planet. The busy days quickly blurred together in a satisfying rhythm. Wake up for work at 4:30 a.m., clock in at 6 a.m., bust my ass until 3 p.m., come home by 4 p.m., eat a cheap, quick dinner, intensely study for the few online high school classes I was still finishing up to get my diploma, and fall into a dead sleep by 9:30 p.m. The daily routine was remarkably steady and incredibly healing. Every single day that passed without someone violently yelling at me or Chloe intentionally sabotaging my life felt like absolute, undeniable proof that I had made the single best decision of my life. I didn't attempt to contact my parents. They didn't attempt to contact me either, which honestly hurt a lot less than I originally expected. They were undoubtedly living it up, drinking cocktails on a massive luxury cruise ship in the crystal clear Bahamas, and I was sweating through my shirt moving heavy cardboard boxes in a dusty warehouse. And yet, somehow, I was infinitely happier than I had been in the last 10 years combined. The absolute silence officially broke on day 12. My prepaid cell phone had been completely turned off for days just to conserve the battery and my peace of mind. When I finally powered it on while sitting on Eleanor's front porch, my screen instantly froze, completely overwhelmed by the massive flood of incoming notifications. 47 missed calls. 14 frantic voicemails. 52 angry text messages. All of them had flooded in over the last 8 hours. They were finally home. I aggressively deleted every single voicemail without listening to a single second of them. I deleted the massive text threads without reading a single angry word. Then I permanently blocked all 3 of their phone numbers. My new, peaceful life was waiting for me. They could figure out their own miserable existence. But the desperate attempts didn't stop there. The next afternoon, while I was on my lunch break sitting on a pallet of dog food, I got an unexpected call from Mr. Davis, my old AP history teacher. He was genuinely the only adult at my high school who had ever noticed something was deeply, fundamentally off with my family dynamic. "Mark, I really need to talk to you about something serious, Mr. Davis said, his voice tight with concern. Your parents just aggressively called the school administration demanding to know your exact whereabouts. They also screamed at the principal about Chloe's missing mountain of assignments." He paused, taking a deep breath. "Do you want to tell me what exactly is going on, kid?" I turned 18, I permanently moved out. I got a full-time job and a safe place to live. "I'm completely good, Mr. Davis," I replied calmly. "And regarding the massive pile of homework they mentioned, that is not my homework, therefore it is not my problem. Chloe had the entire 16-week semester to do it. That massive failure is entirely on her." The heavy silence stretched out over the phone line for a long moment, then Mr. Davis said something that genuinely surprised me. "Good for you, Mark, you have always deserved so much better than what they gave you. But I need to warn you, your parents are absolutely unhinged right now. They are insisting on coming down to the school in person tomorrow morning, and they are loudly claiming to anyone who will listen that you are in severe danger, or kidnapped, or involved in something highly illegal and dramatic. Please just tell the administration that I am a legal adult, and I am officially requesting absolutely zero contact with them. That is literally all they need to know." "I absolutely will, Mr. Davis promised. But they are also loudly demanding that the school board legally force you to complete Chloe's missing coursework since they allegedly arranged it with her teachers before leaving. I'm just giving you a friendly heads up that this situation is about to get extremely messy." "Let it get messy," I laughed, a real, genuine laugh. "I am absolutely not doing a single page of her homework." He chuckled softly. "I honestly never thought you would. Take good care of yourself, kid. Call me if you need a character reference." That exact same evening, around 7 p.m., Eleanor knocked softly but urgently on my bedroom door. "Mark, honey, your parents are currently standing on my front porch. They look extremely agitated and highly aggressive. I thought you should definitely know before they start making a massive public scene and waking up the neighborhood." My stomach instantly dropped into my shoes. "Did you actually tell them that I live here?" "Absolutely not," Eleanor said, crossing her arms defensively. I simply told them through the screen door that I have a legal tenant named Mark, but I absolutely do not discuss my private tenants with angry strangers. They are incredibly persistent, though. They are refusing to leave the property. You should probably handle this before I have to call the authorities. I took a deep breath, steadying my racing heart, and followed her down the creaky wooden stairs. Looking through the sheer living room curtains, I could clearly see my dad pacing furiously back and forth across the front lawn like a caged, rabid animal. Mom was sitting rigidly in the passenger seat of his SUV, aggressively typing on her phone. Chloe was lounging in the back seat, casually scrolling through TikTok, looking incredibly bored. I unlocked the deadbolt, opened the heavy front door, and stepped out onto the wooden porch. Eleanor stayed inside the house but remained highly visible through the screen door, holding her cell phone, ready to provide backup if I needed it. Dad instantly spotted me, and his rigid expression morphed from brief relief to absolute, explosive rage in less than half a second. He charged toward the porch steps. What the absolute hell is the meaning of this, Mark? Dad screamed, his voice echoing loudly down the quiet suburban street. Where the hell have you been? Your bedroom is completely empty. There are no pictures of you. You're not answering any of our goddamn calls. And your sister is currently failing 3 mandatory classes because you selfishly refused to do her required work. I moved out, I said, keeping my voice completely monotone and level. We can clearly see that. His face was turning an ugly shade of purple, his voice rising even higher. Why? You are still enrolled in high school. You have serious familial responsibilities at home. You cannot just abandon us. Chloe's massive backlog of homework is absolutely not my responsibility. It never was. Mom suddenly threw open the SUV door and practically ran across the lawn, her face tight with manufactured anger and panic. Mark, stop this ridiculous nonsense right now. You are being incredibly childish and vindictive. If this little tantrum is about not going on the cruise, we can sit down and talk about it like adults. But running away from home and deliberately sabotaging your poor sister's education and future is completely unacceptable behavior. I didn't run away, I corrected her firmly. I legally moved out. There is a massive legal difference. I am fully employed at a warehouse. I pay my own rent. I buy my own food. I am managing my life perfectly fine without you. You cannot just leave. Dad roared, his jaw clenched so tight I thought his teeth might shatter. You are getting in that car and coming home with us right this exact second. I am officially 18 years old. You literally cannot make me do anything. We are your parents. Mom shrieked, clutching her designer purse like a weapon. You were my parents when you casually left me home alone from a massive luxury vacation just to do someone else's neglected homework. I fired back, the years of suppressed anger finally bleeding into my voice. You were my parents when you completely forgot my 18th birthday even existed because you were too busy at a damn spa. You were my parents when you spent 18 long years making it violently clear that I was infinitely less important than her. I pointed an accusing finger directly at the SUV where Chloe was now watching the drama unfold with wide eyes. So, no. I am completely good where I am. Chloe finally shoved the car door open and stomped over, her face flush with anger. You are being so freaking dramatic, Mark. You're just pissed off because you didn't get to go on my special birthday trip. Grow the hell up. The entire world does not revolve around you. I actually laughed out loud at the sheer, blinding hypocrisy. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want the world to revolve around me. That is exclusively your full-time job, right, Chloe? You desperately needed my help. You needed someone to do all your heavy lifting because you spent the entire semester doing absolutely nothing but taking selfies and whining. Mom stepped much closer, trying to use her soft, manipulative tone. Mark, please. We can easily work this all out. Just pack your things and come home right now so things can finally go back to normal. Back to normal? I asked incredulously. You mean back to where I am completely invisible except when you desperately need a scapegoat? Where Chloe gets absolutely everything handed to her on a silver platter and I get whatever garbage is left over? No thanks, I'm staying right here. You maliciously took down all the family photos, Mom suddenly said, her voice cracking slightly. Every single photo with you in it. You left the empty frames scattered everywhere. Why would you do something so deeply hurtful and psycho? Because, I stared directly into her eyes, if I am not deemed important enough to be taken on family vacations, then I am certainly not important enough to be displayed in your fake family photos. Dad's face went from purple to a dangerous, boiling red. He aggressively closed the distance, marching right up the wooden porch steps until he was towering over me. You are being an incredibly manipulative little punk. You are doing this just to punish us and embarrass us in front of the school. No. I didn't back down an inch. I am finally establishing basic boundaries. I am permanently removing myself from a highly toxic, abusive situation that was destroying my mental health. You can call it whatever the hell makes you sleep better at night. You ungrateful little bastard. Dad lunged forward up the final step, his massive hand aggressively reaching out to grab my upper arm. You are coming home right now, and I am not asking. I quickly stepped back, raising my hands defensively. Do not touch me. I am serious. I am your father and I am telling you. And I am a legal adult telling you no. That is exactly when he completely snapped. He lunged forward, grabbed the front of my work shirt in his massive fists, and violently yanked me forward hard enough that I completely lost my balance and stumbled. Before I could recover, his other hand came up and aggressively shoved me backward. I flew back, and my shoulder blade slammed agonizingly hard into the sharp wooden porch railing. The sheer force knocked the wind completely out of my lungs. You do not get to just walk away from this family like we are absolutely nothing, he screamed, still gripping my torn shirt, his spit hitting my face. His eyes were wide, red, and completely twisted with unhinged anger. He doesn't have to go anywhere with you, and you need to take your hands off him right this second. Eleanor's sharp, authoritative voice cut through the chaos like a knife. She had pushed the screen door open and was standing there, her phone held up high, the camera lens pointed directly at my father's face. Dad's grip on my shirt tightened instinctively. This absolutely does not concern you, lady. Get back inside your house. It highly concerns me when a deranged man violently assaults my legal tenant on my private property, Eleanor fired back without missing a beat. Let him go right now, or I swear to God I am calling the police. Mom was out of the car now, frantically rushing toward the porch steps. Richard, stop it, what the hell are you doing? People are looking. Instead of listening, he shoved me again, even harder this time. My back violently hit the wooden railing again, and a sharp, blinding pain shot down my spine and through my shoulders. You are coming home right now, or I will literally drag you to that car by your hair. I forced myself to stand tall, keeping my voice terrifyingly level even though my heart was pounding out of my chest. If you put your hands on me one more time, I will personally call the cops and press full assault charges. Try me. You'll what? He actually barked a crazy laugh, but his grip finally loosened a fraction. You're going to call the cops on your own father? I don't have to, I said smoothly, she already is. Eleanor already had her phone to her ear. Yes, 911? I need police officers dispatched immediately to my residence. A grown man is physically assaulting a young man on my front porch and refusing to leave my property. Yes, I have the entire violent altercation recorded on my phone and my doorbell camera. Mom frantically grabbed Dad's thick arm, pulling with all her body weight. Richard, please, let him go. The neighbors are coming outside. The police are coming. He held on for another agonizing 5 seconds, breathing heavily, staring deep into my eyes trying to find any trace of fear. When I didn't flinch, didn't move, and didn't break eye contact, he finally shoved me one last time in disgust and let go of my torn shirt. This is absolutely not over, Mark, he sneered, pointing a thick finger in my face. You are coming home eventually, whether you want to or not. The police are currently 3 minutes away, Eleanor announced calmly, still recording every single second. Chloe was standing frozen by the SUV, her phone halfway up, looking genuinely terrified for the first time in her pampered life. Mom was desperately pulling on Dad's arm, practically dragging him back down the driveway toward the vehicle. He slowly backed down the porch steps, keeping his angry eyes locked on me. You are making a massive, life-ruining mistake, boy. I'm pretty sure you just made the much bigger one, I replied, rubbing my throbbing shoulders. They scrambled into the SUV and violently peeled out of the neighborhood, the tires squealing loud enough to leave thick black rubber marks on Eleanor's concrete driveway. Eleanor slowly lowered her phone and ended the 911 call. She turned to me, her eyes filled with genuine maternal concern. Are you okay, sweetheart? My shoulders were throbbing with intense, radiating pain where I had violently hit the sharp edge of the wooden railing, but nothing felt permanently broken. Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you, Eleanor. Seriously. I have perfectly clear, high-definition footage of that entire assault on my phone, and the Ring doorbell camera caught the audio perfectly. It is entirely your call on what you want to do with that evidence, Mark. I stood there in the cool evening air, deeply thinking about it. A small, cowardly part of me desperately wanted to just let it go. Family drama was exhausting, and the legal system was a massive hassle. But another, much louder part of me, the part that had spent 18 years being emotionally battered, pushed around, blamed, and marginalized, knew this was fundamentally different. He had crossed a massive physical and legal line. Letting him cross it without severe, life-altering consequences just meant he would inevitably come back and do it again, probably worse next time. Can you please send me that footage right now? I asked. Already done, honey, Eleanor smiled grimly. People like that only ever stop their abuse when they are forced to face real, tangible consequences. Update 2. The local police showed up exactly 10 minutes later with their lights flashing. I invited them inside, gave them the complete, unvarnished story from start to finish, and played the crystal-clear video footage of the assault. They took several high-resolution photos of the angry, dark purple bruises and severe red marks rapidly forming on my shoulders and back where the wooden railing had violently dug into my skin. They also took Eleanor's official statement as a direct eyewitness. One officer, a stern but kind woman named Officer Morgan, sat with me at Eleanor's kitchen table while her younger partner furiously took notes on his pad. "You are legally 18 years old?" she asked, verifying my ID. "Yes, ma'am. I turned 18 exactly 4 days after they left on their vacation. I moved out legally. I have a signed, valid month-to-month lease agreement right here to prove residency." I slid the paper across the table. She nodded slowly, reviewing the document. "Your father violently put his hands on you multiple times, aggressively shoved you into a hard structure causing visible bodily injury, and verbally threatened to physically force you into his vehicle against your will. In the eyes of the law, that is clear-cut assault, battery, and attempted unlawful restraint. Do you want to officially press criminal charges tonight?" I looked over at Eleanor leaning against the counter. She gave me a firm, encouraging nod. I looked back at Officer Morgan. "Yes. I absolutely do." "Okay, we will file the official criminal report right now. You will need to come down to the main precinct station tomorrow morning to give a formal, sworn written statement and formally submit the video evidence and witness testimony files. Given the clear video evidence, this should be a very straightforward arrest. You also desperately need to think about filing for a protective restraining order, especially since he explicitly threatened to come back and force you to leave." She handed me a glossy business card with a direct phone number. "Call this specific domestic violence advocate number tomorrow. They will walk you step by step through the protective order process. Given the violent events tonight and the documented threats, you will easily qualify for an emergency temporary order immediately, with a full court hearing scheduled within a couple of weeks." After the police finally left, I sat alone on Eleanor's floral couch, feeling completely numb and exhausted. She brought me a hot mug of chamomile tea and sat down quietly across from me. "You did the absolute right thing today, Mark," she said softly. "It doesn't feel right," I admitted, staring into the dark tea. "It feels like I just completely blew up whatever tiny fragment was left of my family." Eleanor reached out and patted my knee. "Hey, your family blew themselves up years ago, sweetheart. You just finally stopped pretending the massive explosion hadn't happened." The very next morning, I drove down to the police station, gave my sworn written statement, handed over the USB drive with the video files, and immediately started the complex restraining order paperwork. The court advocate helping me was incredibly patient, walking me through every single legal requirement. The emergency temporary protective order was granted by a judge almost immediately based entirely on the brutal video evidence and the documented physical injuries. The full, permanent hearing was officially scheduled for exactly 14 days out. I found out later that afternoon from Mr. Davis that my dad had been officially served with the restraining order papers and a criminal summons directly at his corporate office by a uniformed sheriff's deputy. Mr. Davis also mentioned that my mom had aggressively called the high school again, hysterically crying to the principal, screaming that I was maliciously destroying their perfect family reputation. Mr. Davis told her very gently but firmly that criminal assault charges tend to have that exact effect on reputations. The next few days brought a massive, desperate wave of attempted contact. Dozens of voicemails from extended family members trying to play peacemaker. I didn't listen to a single one. Texts from blocked numbers using burner apps. Mr. Davis called again to inform me that my parents had actually shown up at the school a third time, aggressively demanding the administration physically force me to complete Chloe's missing coursework and legally compel the school to hand over my new home address. I firmly told them that neither of those things was ever going to happen. Mr. Davis chuckled over the phone. "I showed them the legal documentation proving you are an adult who requested zero contact. They were absolutely furious. Your dad started screaming, making empty threats about calling his expensive lawyers to sue the school." I laughed. "For what exactly? I'm 18 and I left voluntarily. There is literally no crime here except the one he committed on that porch." "That is exactly what the principal told him," Mr. Davis said. They were eventually escorted off the property by the school resource officer. "Just be careful out there, Mark." Through the high school grapevine, I quickly heard that Chloe's academic situation had rapidly devolved from bad to absolutely catastrophic. Because of her missing weeks of assignments, she had been officially placed on severe academic probation. Her teachers completely refused to accept any late work since it never materialized on Monday morning. My desperate parents tried aggressively arguing to the school board that I had verbally agreed to complete it as a binding contract, but without me there to confirm it or submit the work, there was absolutely nothing to grade. Chloe was mathematically guaranteed to fail 3 core classes. Mandatory summer school was her only viable option to stay on track for graduation, completely ruining her planned summer trip to Europe. I felt absolutely zero guilt about it. Work at the warehouse became my solid anchor in the storm. Vince noticed that I always showed up 30 minutes early, stayed late to sweep the floors, and worked significantly harder than guys twice my age. He started giving me serious logistical responsibility. I was managing inventory spreadsheets, coordinating incoming truck schedules, and running the forklift teams. One week, I noticed our morning loading schedule had massive semi-trucks waiting around idling for hours, burning fuel and wasting money, because of how poorly we had organized the dock assignments. I spent my entire unpaid lunch break mapping out a much better, mathematically efficient rotation system on a piece of cardboard. I showed it to Vince, and he boldly implemented it the very next day. It ended up cutting our entire department's overtime labor costs by 12% that exact month. Vince didn't make a massive deal about it in front of the guys, but he pulled me into his office, clapped me hard on the shoulder, and told me I was finally thinking like upper management. After my third week, he formally pulled me aside. "I'm officially putting you on as a shift lead starting Monday," he said gruffly. "Comes with a solid $4/hour raise, better medical benefits, and a dedicated parking spot. You've more than earned it, kid." The significant raise was enough that I could finally start aggressively saving real money for college tuition, for a reliable car, for a future that was entirely mine. The official restraining order court hearing finally arrived 2 weeks after the porch assault. I showed up to the courthouse wearing a cheap but clean suit, accompanied by Eleanor for moral support. I brought the official police report, the ring camera video on a tablet, and the high-resolution medical photos of the severe bruising that had formed on my back. Dad showed up wearing an expensive tailored suit, flanked by a slick, high-priced defense lawyer and my mother, who looked like she hadn't slept in weeks. The hearing took less than 30 minutes. The judge, a no-nonsense older woman, watched the video footage in total silence, thoroughly read the police report, and then demanded to hear both sides. Dad's expensive lawyer frantically tried arguing that it was merely a passionate family dispute that got slightly out of hand, that I was a troubled teenager exaggerating my injuries for attention, and that my father was just desperately trying to bring his runaway son home to safety. The judge absolutely wasn't buying a single word of it. She glared aggressively down at my father over her glasses. "Your client violently grabbed the petitioner, aggressively shoved him not once but twice into a solid wooden railing causing documented bodily injury, and explicitly threatened to forcibly remove him from the property against his will. That is clear-cut assault and battery. Add in the verbal threats to return and finish the altercation, and we have absolute, undeniable grounds for legal protection." She slammed her gavel and granted a full, comprehensive restraining order for a maximum of 24 months. Dad legally had to stay 500 feet away from me, Eleanor's property, my warehouse workplace, and my former high school at all times. He absolutely could not contact me directly, electronically, or through any third parties like my mother or sister. A single violation meant immediate, mandatory jail time. Dad's face went completely pale when the judge read the harsh terms into the official record. Mom started sobbing loudly in the gallery, but neither of them could say a single word that would change the reality of the situation. Walking out of those heavy courthouse doors into the bright sunlight felt incredibly good. 3 weeks after the dramatic court hearing, my phone unexpectedly rang from a number I hadn't blocked. It was Grandpa Arthur. "Your mother furiously called me yesterday," he said without any preamble. "She gave me a massive, screaming earful about your dramatic exit, the assault charges, the protective order, and how deeply worried they are about your mental state. But Mark, we need to talk privately. Can you drive up and visit the farm this weekend? There is something incredibly important you need to know, and it's much better said in person. I'll cover your gas money, just come." The long drive to Grandpa Arthur's massive property took almost 4 hours through winding back roads and endless green farmland. His rustic farmhouse sat on 30 sprawling acres outside a town so incredibly small it didn't even have a single stoplight. I had visited maybe 3 times in my entire childhood. Mom always had a million convenient excuses why we absolutely couldn't go more often. Too far, too busy, too dirty, too expensive. Now, looking back, I severely wondered if she had been intentionally keeping me away on purpose to isolate me. Grandpa Arthur met me on the gravel driveway. He was in his late 70s, but he still moved with the rigid discipline of a man 20 years younger. He was an ex-Marine, a retired master electrician, and genuinely the only adult in my entire bloodline who had ever treated me with basic, human respect. "You look much better, boy. Stronger," he said, pulling me into a massive, bone-crushing hug. Inside the warm house, he poured us both thick black coffee, and we sat down at his scarred wooden kitchen table. He studied my face for a long, silent moment before finally speaking. "I am going to tell you something right now that your parents absolutely do not know yet. I officially changed my last will and testament 6 months ago, right after that incident where they blamed you for your sister crashing her car." I blinked, confused. "Okay? I have been quietly watching exactly how they treat you for years, Mark. Every single time you called me, every time we talked on the phone, I heard the profound sadness in your voice. I saw the way they made you completely invisible in your own home. I saw the way they threw massive amounts of money and attention at your spoiled sister and gave you nothing but the pathetic scraps." He leaned back in his creaky wooden chair, his eyes fiercely intense. "This massive 30-acre farm, the restored house, my heavy equipment, my life savings, my retirement investments. All of it was originally supposed to be split evenly 50/50 between your mother and your uncle. But I legally changed it. Now, every single penny, every single acre, it all goes exclusively to you. I stared at him, my jaw practically hitting the floor. Grandpa, I can't accept that. That's millions of dollars. You can't just. You are not taking anything, boy. I am freely giving it. He interrupted firmly, slamming his hand on the table. When I am finally gone, you will have absolute, unbreakable financial security. Your mother, your father, your spoiled sister. They get absolutely nothing. Not a single red cent. But they are going to completely lose their minds when they find out. I stammered. Let them. His smile was sharp and incredibly dangerous. They permanently lost the right to my hard-earned money the exact second they decided to treat my only grandson like absolute garbage. I have already formally filed all the ironclad paperwork with my estate lawyer. They can try to legally contest it all they want when I die, but it won't change a damn thing. It is bulletproof. I sat there in stunned silence, desperately trying to process the magnitude of this. A massive farm, land. Real, generational security I had never even dared to imagine having. Why are you telling me this right now? Because I desperately want you to know that you have a bright future, Mark. You are currently out there busting your ass, building your own independent life, and that is incredible. I am so proud of you. But I want you to know deep down that you have a massive, unbreakable foundation waiting for you when the time finally comes. Do not ever let them try to manipulate you into coming back with fake promises of college money or inheritance. You are already set for life. They just don't know it yet. We spent the entire rest of the afternoon talking. He asked detailed questions about my warehouse job, my promotion, Eleanor's house, my long-term plans. He told me dark, revealing stories about my dad's childhood I had never heard before. How Richard had been a completely different, kinder person before he met my mother. How Helen had always been toxically obsessed with public image, wealth, and status. How they had slowly, systematically poisoned each other into the miserable, abusive mess they had become. Your sister is just a tragic product of exactly how they raised her, Grandpa Arthur said sadly, looking out the window at the fields. It absolutely does not excuse her horrific behavior, but it explains it perfectly. She never learned how to handle consequences because they aggressively shielded her from every single one. You, though, you learned the hard way early on. It made you tough, it made you a survivor. When I finally left that evening as the sun was setting, he walked me out to my rattling car. Don't be a stranger, son, you are always welcome in this house. And if your parents start making serious legal trouble for you, you call me immediately. I have expensive lawyers on retainer who will crush them. I drove the 4 hours back to Eleanor's house with my head completely spinning. A house, land, real financial security, a massive future. It was absolute proof that at least one person in my miserable family had actually seen me, really seen me, and decisively decided I was worth something great. The rest of the high school semester was its own special kind of hell. Chloe actively avoided me in the hallways like I had the plague, but her annoying friends didn't. They would intentionally whisper loud enough for me to hear as I walked by lockers. Selfish, dramatic. Ruining her entire life because he was so jealous of her cruise. I just completely ignored them. I let them think whatever stupid narrative they wanted. None of it mattered anymore. Mr. Davis pulled me aside one day after AP History. Your parents are still aggressively calling the school board, still legally demanding we forcefully intervene in your living situation. I want you to know the entire administration is backing you 100%. You are 18. You are doing excellent work in your classes, and your personal life is absolutely not our jurisdiction. But they are making serious noise about trying to sue the district for emotional distress. They can try to sue whoever they want, I shrugged. It doesn't change reality. Plus, Dad legally cannot contact me or come within 500 feet of this building because of the permanent restraining order. They are being very careful about that. Mom is making all the frantic calls now. His name isn't on any of the complaints. He handed me a thick, sealed envelope. This arrived at the front office for you this morning. I thought you might want it, but you don't have to take it. Inside was a dense, 3-page handwritten letter from my mother. I almost threw it directly into the trash unread, but morbid curiosity ultimately won. It was 3 solid pages of absolute, textbook manipulation, dressed up as deep maternal concern. She wrote about how incredibly worried they were about my safety living in a slum, how I was tragically throwing my bright life away working manual labor, how they would be completely willing to pay for my entire college tuition if I just came back home, dropped the ridiculous assault charges, canceled the restraining order, and made things right with the family. How family was supposed to stick together through hard times and forgive each other's minor mistakes. There was not one single word of genuine apology in the entire 3 pages. Not one single acknowledgement of the horrific abuse, the blatant favoritism, or the violent physical assault on the porch. I showed the letter to Vince during our lunch break at the warehouse. He laughed a deep, booming laugh. This is really something else, kid. They are desperately trying to buy you back with heavy conditions attached. It always is with toxic people like that. They genuinely think love and respect are purely transactional. You do exactly what they want, they give you exactly what you need. The massive problem for them is, what you actually need right now doesn't cost a single dime of their money. He folded the letter and handed it back. You going to respond to this garbage? No point, I said, tossing it into the break room trash can. They wouldn't hear the truth anyway. But they kept relentlessly trying. More manipulative letters sent to the school, more frantic calls to blocked numbers, more desperate attempts to reach me through extended family and mutual friends. Each one followed the exact same toxic manipulation cycle. None of it worked. I was a stonewall. Exactly 2 months after I left home, Chloe unexpectedly showed up at the warehouse. Vince came to get me during my busy afternoon shift, looking highly annoyed. He said there was a young girl aggressively asking for me in the visitor parking lot and refusing to leave. I walked out into the blazing sun, and there she was, leaning awkwardly against her pristine new car, looking completely out of place in her expensive designer clothes and heavy makeup. We were surrounded by massive semi-trucks, forklift sirens, and sweating laborers. What exactly do you want, Chloe? I asked, stopping 10 feet away. I just need to talk to you. Just for 1 minute. No parents involved, she pleaded, her voice trembling slightly. I crossed my arms over my chest. Talk then. I have a doc to run. I am currently failing my mandatory summer school classes, she admitted, looking down at her expensive shoes. If I don't pass these makeup exams next week, I absolutely won't graduate on time next year. Mom and Dad are absolutely furious with me, they are constantly screaming at me. They are blaming you for everything, but they are taking it out on me. Sounds like a massive you problem. I said coldly, Mark, please, come on. I know I totally messed up with the homework thing, but I'm desperately asking for your help. Just this once. Please help me study and pass these exams, and I swear I will never ask you for anything ever again. I laughed. A loud, genuine laugh that echoed across the concrete parking lot. You are seriously asking me to do your academic work for you again? After absolutely everything that happened? After Dad physically assaulted me? After you laughed in my face while you left for a cruise, and you genuinely think I am going to help you now? We are family, Mark, she cried, real tears finally spilling over her mascara. No, Chloe, we are just biologically related. There is a massive difference. Real family doesn't treat each other like disposable garbage. I stepped slightly closer, dropping my voice. You failed those classes because you refused to do the required work. That is entirely on you. You wanted to be treated like an adult? Figure it out yourself. Her eyes welled up with more tears. You're really going to just stand there and let me fail? I'm not letting you do anything. You are failing all on your own. But what you desperately need is to stop expecting everyone else in the world to magically fix your self-created problems. I interrupted sharply. What you need is to finally grow the hell up. I turned my back toward the massive warehouse doors. We are completely done here. Do not ever come to my workplace again. She stared at my back like I had just grown a second head. The fake tears dried up instantly, rapidly replaced by pure, venomous anger. You are such a massive jerk, Mark. Mom was completely right about you. You are incredibly selfish and cruel, and you genuinely don't care about anyone but yourself. Cool. Are you done throwing your tantrum? I didn't even turn around. She screamed in frustration, got into her expensive car, and violently peeled out of the industrial parking lot, almost clipping a massive delivery truck on her way out. 3 days later, Grandpa Arthur called me again, chuckling darkly. Your mother finally knows about the updated will, Mark. How did she find out? I asked, surprised. I personally called her and told her, he said proudly. I figured it was finally time she knew exactly where she stood in this family. She spent an hour screaming into the phone about how I was maliciously punishing her and destroying the family legacy. I thought you should know it's about to get extremely ugly on your end. Is she threatening to legally contest it? Oh, absolutely. She's screaming about getting expensive estate lawyers involved, claiming I'm mentally unfit, the whole dramatic production. Will any of that actually work? I asked, slightly worried. Not a snowball's chance in hell. He laughed. I had 3 separate independent doctors sign off on my absolute mental competency the exact day I signed the new will, and my lawyer is a literal shark. It is ironclad. But Mark, she is going to come at you incredibly hard now. Do not fall for her fake tears. I absolutely won't, Grandpa. Good man. Stand your ground. I am so damn proud of you. He was absolutely right. The very next week brought an absolute flood of insanity. Mom sent massive, unhinged messages through extended family members about how completely heartbroken and devastated she was that I had manipulated my senile grandfather into giving me the family estate. Chloe posted long, dramatic rants on her public social media accounts about ungrateful, toxic family members who maliciously abandon the people who raise them, steal inheritances, and then assault their own fathers with entirely false police charges. I completely ignored all of it. I kept working my warehouse shifts, kept saving my money, and kept building my new life. Then Mr. Davis called with news that proved exactly how desperate they had become. It was a Saturday morning in late October. "Mark, you really need to hear this. Your parents just left the school building. They aggressively demanded a meeting with the principal and the district superintendent, desperately trying to force the school to legally intervene in your living situation." "Let me guess," I sighed. "They claimed I was coerced into leaving by outside influences?" "Exactly. They are loudly claiming your grandfather aggressively manipulated you into moving out so he could isolate you and cut them out of his will. They want the school district to officially document that you are being financially and emotionally exploited by an elderly man." I couldn't help it, I laughed. "That is incredibly creative, I'll give them that." "It gets even better," Mr. Davis chuckled. "The superintendent flatly told them the school has absolutely zero jurisdiction over your personal life, and that all official documentation clearly shows you left voluntarily after turning 18. Your mom actually threatened to go to the local news media about the school failing to protect innocent students from predatory family members. She is really going all in on this delusion," I said, shaking my head. "She is absolutely desperate, Mark, just keep your head down." After we hung up, I sat on the porch thinking about exactly how far they were genuinely willing to go to maintain their twisted version of reality. It was never actually about me. It had never been about me. It was entirely about their loss of control and their public image. Monday evening, Eleanor asked if I wanted to join her for dinner. We had slowly fallen into a comfortable routine where once or twice a week she would cook a massive meal, and we would eat together at the table, just talking about our days, the weather, or books. That night, she made an incredible pot roast with potatoes and carrots. "You have officially been living here for 6 months now, Mark," she said, pouring gravy over her plate. "It honestly feels much longer, but in a very good way, like you've just always been here. Thank you for taking a massive chance on me, Eleanor." "Seriously. It absolutely wasn't a chance," she smiled warmly. "You showed up on my porch with first month's rent in cash, a polite attitude, and a desperate work ethic. I knew immediately you'd be perfectly fine." She paused, taking a sip of water. "Do you ever hear from your toxic family anymore? They're currently making a lot of legal noise about my grandfather's will. Won't work though, it's ironclad." "Good," she said firmly. "Let them finally face the severe consequences of their own actions." Summer rapidly turned into a crisp fall. I officially enrolled in night classes at the local community college, strategically using my flexible warehouse management schedule to build required credits toward a degree in supply chain business management. I figured if I was going to eventually work my way up to regional director, I might as well get the formal education to back up my practical experience. Chloe officially failed her summer school exams. She had to completely repeat her sophomore year of high school while all her friends moved on to junior year. I heard through the relentless grapevine that she was loudly blaming me for entirely ruining her life, telling anyone who would listen that I had maliciously sabotaged her grades on purpose out of pure spite. The criminal assault charges against my dad slowly moved their way through the clogged legal system. His expensive defense lawyer eventually got the severe charges reduced to simple assault and a quiet plea deal to avoid a messy public trial, but he still had to complete 100 hours of grueling community service picking up highway trash, attend 6 months of mandatory anger management classes, and the strict 2-4-month restraining order stayed fully in place. I heard through my aunt that he was absolutely furious about the humiliating community service, and that mom was frantically trying to smooth everything over with our relatives by spinning wild, fabricated stories about how I had violently provoked him with a weapon. It didn't matter in the slightest. The court had the crystal clear video evidence. The undeniable truth was permanently on the legal record. December finally arrived, bringing heavy snow and freezing temperatures. Grandpa Arthur called me on Christmas Eve while I was decorating Eleanor's small tree. "Merry Christmas, Mark. A large package is coming your way via overnight delivery. Should arrive tomorrow morning." "Grandpa, you really didn't have to get me anything. You've already given me everything." "I absolutely had to." His voice cracked slightly with emotion. "You are genuinely the only family member I have left who is actually worth celebrating." The heavy package arrived on Christmas morning. Inside the box was a brand new, incredibly warm Carhartt winter coat for my warehouse shifts, a $500 gift card to the local grocery store, and a handwritten letter on thick paper. "Mark, I am prouder of the man you are becoming than I have ever been of anyone in my entire life. You are going to do incredibly great things in this world. The massive estate and the money are legally yours when I am gone, but you have already proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that you don't even need it to succeed. You are going to be incredibly successful with or without my help, and ironically, that is exactly what makes you the only one worthy of inheriting it. Love always, Grandpa Arthur." I smiled, a real tear slipping down my face, and carefully put the letter on my desk right next to a framed photo Eleanor had taken of us laughing together at Thanksgiving dinner. The busy spring semester started at the community college. I officially declared my major in business management and mapped out a solid 3-year plan for transferring to a major 4-year university. I started thinking long-term about my career, my finances, and my future. My life was absolutely not perfect. Some days at the warehouse were brutally exhausting. Some late nights studying I wondered if the intense stress was worth it. But then I would wake up in my quiet room at Eleanor's house, drive to a job where my boss and my crew deeply respected my work ethic, come home to absolute peace and quiet, and remember that this was infinitely better than the alternative. This life was entirely mine. I built it with my own 2 hands. Mom sent one final, desperate letter in late April. Inside the envelope was a glossy photo of me as a little kid, maybe 6 years old, smiling widely at my very first youth wrestling match. On the back of the photo, she had written in shaky handwriting, "We are so incredibly sorry for everything. We will always love you, and we pray that one day you can find it in your heart to forgive us and come home." I stared at the picture for a long time, looking at the genuinely happy kid who had absolutely no idea how much pain was coming his way. I didn't feel anger anymore. I didn't feel crushing sadness. I just felt a profound, overwhelming sense of total indifference. I carefully placed the childhood photo in the bottom drawer of my desk, closed it firmly, and went downstairs to help Eleanor cook dinner. Maybe someday in the distant future I would find a way to forgive them for stealing my childhood. Maybe I absolutely wouldn't. Either way, it didn't matter anymore. They were just ghosts in my rearview mirror, and I had a massive, beautiful life waiting for me ahead. After 3 years, fiancé dumped me for being too poor. Then I found her laughing in parents' living room with brother. So I let them sink in debt. My mother said the family party had been canceled, but when I arrived, they were celebrating without me. So I surprised them with something they would never forget. Logan, 29, works as an EMT in Minnesota. I don't have the most glamorous work, but it pays the bills and saves lives. I am not trying to sound like a hero. I am simply presenting facts. For 3 years, I was with Samantha. This marketing executive I believed was the one. We were engaged, and everything was fine until it wasn't. Samantha dropped this bomb on me around 8 months ago. I don't think this is working anymore. When I asked her to explain why, she evaded the topic for about an hour until we had a few shots in us. At last, she told the truth. I just don't see myself with someone who's, an EMT forever. I thought you'd go to med school eventually. My friends are all with doctors and lawyers, and I'm with, well, you. I'm not going to lie. That hurt. I mean, I was thinking about paramedic school, which would increase my compensation, but medical school was never an option. I told her this from the beginning. But, whatever. People want everything they desire, correct? Here's when things get tangled. My family, including my older brother Brandon, the golden child and investment banker, my younger sister Tessa, Daddy's beautiful princess, and my parents were all quite supportive. She wasn't good enough for you anyway, Logan. You're better off without her, son. Now you can find someone who appreciates you. They even urged me to break up with her before she could end things. Dad gave me a long speech about being a man and ending things on my terms. So I did. I officially ended things and moved out of our apartment. Moving back to my old room at my friend's house sucked, but at least I kept my dignity, right? That's what I thought anyway. However, in the weeks following the separation, small details began to feel odd. I'd mentioned Samantha in passing, like how I still needed to remove her name off the apartment lease, and my mother's voice would sound strange, strained, as if she didn't know what to say. Tessa once joked, "Well, Liv's always been good at landing on her feet." But when I inquired what she meant, she quickly changed the subject. I did not give it much thought. And for months afterward, I continued to pay my parents $500 every month to help with my father's medical expenditures. He has diabetes but refuses to treat it correctly, always eating whatever he wants, skipping appointments, and working. I'd care Tessa's child, Riley, twice a week so she could maintain a social life as a single mother. The kid is 4 and really cool. It's not his fault that his mother is a piece of work. I even helped Brandon move into his swanky new downtown condo, taking 2 days off work to pack and lug his belongings while he was too busy closing deals. My back was sore for a week after that. But the relocation day resulted in more than just sore muscles. When we finished, Brandon ordered takeaway for everyone as a reward, or so I thought. Brandon, Tessa, and a handful of his co-workers sat around his beautiful kitchen island. One of his buddies joked, "Hey Logan, do you get a discount on an ambulance ride if we pass out from all these drinks?" I laughed it off, but Brandon did not. He leaned back in his ridiculous fancy chair and said, "Nah, Logan's just the guy who drives the truck. You need a real doctor for discounts. Maybe in his next life, right bro?" It was a joke, but not really. Everyone laughed but me. Tessa laughed the hardest, as if it was funny that her brother saves lives yet isn't successful enough. I wanted to say something, but what was the purpose? It would merely make me appear sensitive. So I swallowed it, smiled, and released it. But I did not forget. Brandon had made me feel like the family charity case before, but it was the first time it felt like I wasn't just the EMT brother, but the inferior brother. The person who drives the truck. But I continued to be a decent son. The reliable brother. The helpful uncle. Just like I had been since I was a child. And this is how it has always been, right? When we were younger, Brandon got new clothes and I got his hand-me-downs. Tessa received dance and gymnastics lessons, while I was advised that sports were too expensive after Brandon's baseball equipment depleted the funds. My parents skipped the high school science project award event because Brandon had a college interview. They have framed photos of Brandon in his suit at his finance job and Tessa at her graduation, but the only one of me in the house is from a family vacation when I was about 12. There was one incident that always stuck with me. Senior year, I was nominated for a statewide EMT scholarship. It was a significant deal that only 5 applicants from Minnesota were chosen for final interviews. My parents promised to come with me and show their support. But the night before, Brandon called. His employer was hosting a networking event, and he needed mom and dad to attend. I ended up attending that interview alone. I didn't even receive a good luck text from them. Later, I discovered that they had spent the night rubbing shoulders and fawning over Brandon's promotion to junior analyst. When I brought it up, Dad simply replied, "We have to prioritize, Logan." I suppose their priorities never included me, but I kept telling myself that this is how family is. Not everyone gets equal time in the spotlight. And to be honest, I was fine with being the steady, reliable one. The one people could rely on. I assumed that counted for something. Last Christmas, my mom sent me a message. "Logan, honey, we're canceling Christmas dinner this year. Your father's medical bills have piled up, and we just can't swing it. We'll do something small in January to make up for it. Love you." I instantly felt guilty. The holidays are Mom's favorite time. She goes all out with the decorations and cuisine, as if there are full-fledged Christmas explosions in that house every year. Trees, lights, and small village houses. Full mode. I called her back and offered to pay for the entire thing. Even host it at my home. It isn't big, but we can make it work. No, it's fine. We'll just have a quiet Christmas this year," the woman replied. She sounded strange on the phone. Distracted. A few weeks before Christmas, Tessa texted me, "We're still good for Thursday night, right? Bring the snacks." That was it. When I confronted her about it, she dismissed it and stated it was intended for a friend. Strange, but I didn't think much of it. Later, however, I continued to wonder. Thursday night, for what? And why ask me to bring refreshments when we weren't planning any gatherings? I brushed it off, but it stuck in my mind. A slightly odd note in an otherwise predictable tune. On Christmas Eve, I planned to stop by with some gifts and possibly takeout. I felt I could at least drop off gifts and maybe bring them some Chinese food or something. My parents reside in a small house in the suburbs, and I've been helping them maintain it since my father became ill. I mow their grass in the summer, shovel snow in the winter, and repaired their damaged roof last year. As I parked onto their street, I noticed something strange. Automobiles queued up along the curb, and not just any automobiles. Brandon's Tesla, for which he is underwater on payments but refuses to admit it. Tessa's Range Rover, which her ex purchased her, is another story for another day. My aunt and uncle's Audi. What the heck? I parked and cautiously walked up to the house, a sense of dread developing in my stomach, as if I knew I was going to see something I couldn't unsee. Through the large front window, I could see the dining room table set with beautiful china that they only use on holidays, the Christmas tree completely decorated, and people mixing with glasses in their hands. But that wasn't what made me stop dead. Samantha, my ex-fiancée, was there in our living room, laughing and stroking my brother's arm. And my sister was right next to her, showing her something on her phone, and they were both giggling like best friends. For a brief moment, I felt I was hallucinating, as if I were experiencing some sort of stress-induced breakdown. But no, it was real. My ex, who dumped me for not being successful enough, appeared at my family's Christmas dinner, which was allegedly canceled due to financial difficulties. I must have waited there for at least a minute, trying to digest this treachery before ultimately ringing the doorbell. My mother responded, and her countenance changed from joyful cheer to, "Oh no," in just a second. "Logan, what are you doing here?" "I thought Christmas was canceled," I remarked, my voice strangely strained. Money problems, right? Over her shoulder, the gathering became quiet. I could see my father looking uncomfortable, Tessa and Samantha whispering, and Brandon, the arrogant jerk, smirking at me without even trying to hide it. "Oh," my mom said. "We managed to pull something small together last minute. Just family and a few friends." "Friends?" I asked, looking straight at Samantha, who had the grace to appear ashamed. "That's what we're calling her. Now?" I could see my mother trying to figure out how to spin things. She's usually brilliant at rewriting reality to make the family appear good, such as when she told everyone Brandon received a scholarship to his private high school when it was actually paid for by my grandparents, or how she tells people I haven't found my career yet, despite the fact that I've been an EMT for 7 years and genuinely enjoy my work. "Logan, honey, why don't you join us?" "There's plenty of food," she replied, attempting to make things seem like a little mistake rather than a full betrayal. I looked past her to the table full of individuals who claimed they couldn't afford Christmas dinner this year. The table I was not invited to. I could hear everyone chatting quietly, my aunt asking my uncle what was going on, my cousin already texting someone about the drama, and Tessa leaning closer to Samantha as if she was sheltering her from me or something. Brandon stood there with that silly smirk, as if he had won some sort of reward. I've never felt so surprised in my life. I knew my family didn't regard me as much as Brandon or Tessa, but this was the next step. They basically omitted me from Christmas dinner in order to arrange a meeting between my ex and my brother. Who does this? My mother was still standing there with a phony smile, holding the door open as if I could still enter and participate in their little act. We could all pretend that this wasn't terribly messed up. "Logan, come in, it's freezing out," she pleaded, as if the temperature was the most serious issue here. I noticed she was wearing the earrings I purchased her for her birthday, which I had saved for 2 months. And my father was wearing the watch that I repaired for him after he dropped and damaged it last year. I spent hours watching YouTube tutorials to learn how to repair it myself because I knew he cherished that watch. All these subtle reminders of how much I had done for them, how much I cared, all while they were preparing to stab me in the back. Part of me wanted to turn around and walk away, retaining whatever dignity I had left. But another part of me, tired of being trod over, pushed forward. I needed answers. I needed them to admit what they had done. So I stepped inside, surrounded by the family that evidently did not believe I deserved to be part in their vacation. "Actually, I think I will come in," I responded, watching my mother's fake smile fade as she realized this wasn't going to go as planned. As I went in, I was overwhelmed by the fragrance of turkey and pie, all of which Mom prepares every year. Food she allegedly couldn't afford to prepare this year. I could feel everyone's gaze on me as I entered the dining room. Some appeared guilty. Some people appeared annoyed. But nobody seemed surprised. They all knew. Every one of them was aware that I had been purposefully omitted. That's when I understood that was probably not the first time. How many additional family reunions had occurred that I was unaware of? How many times had they gotten together without me, convincing themselves that it was fine because Logan wouldn't mind or Logan was too busy? The concept made me feel ill. All these years, I'd been adjusting my schedule and working extra shifts to aid them financially, but they'd been excluding me from their lives whenever it was convenient. And now they've invited my ex, the lady who had broken my heart, to Christmas dinner. I didn't just invite her. I also hooked her up with my brother. My own blood. The room was completely silent now. You know the awkward silence in movies when someone interrupts a party? It was just like that, but this was my family's home. That I helped pay for. "Someone wants to explain what the hell is going on?" I asked them. My father attempted to take control of the situation. "Now Logan, don't make a scene. We were going to tell you about this after the holidays." "Tell me what exactly? That you're hosting a Christmas dinner for everyone but me? That my ex-fiancé is apparently family now?" My aunt appeared uncomfortable. At least my uncle became really interested in his mashed potatoes. My cousin was obviously recording everything on her phone. Brandon stepped forward, one arm wrapped around Samantha's waist. "Look bro, Liv and I connected at the gym a few weeks ago. It just happened. You guys were over anyway." "A few weeks ago? We broke up 8 months ago." Samantha gazed down at her shoes. "Well, actually." And that's when it clicked. Brandon was continuously asking about my relationship troubles, how he unexpectedly began going to the same gym as Samantha around March, how my family pressured me to end my relationship with her. I inquired, my voice dangerously soft. "How long?" No one responded. My mother was looking at my father. My father was looking at the floor. Tessa rolled her eyes. How long? I exclaimed. I never yell. So when I do, everyone pays attention. Tessa rolled her eyes again. God, you're being so dramatic. They've been talking since last summer before you guys even broke up. But it's not like they did anything physical until after. Last summer. Samantha kept hinting that the engagement ring I got her wasn't dazzling enough, so I worked double shifts to save up for a larger one. While I was busy helping accident victims and heart attack patients, she was texting my brother. My family knew. I looked at my parents. And you knew about this? My mother had the guts to say, honey, we thought it would be better this way. Brandon and Samantha have so much more in common. They're both ambitious. And you know how you've always struggled with, well, finding your path. I've been an EMT for 7 years. I save lives every damn day. I've helped deliver babies, kept car crash victims alive until we reached the hospital, performed CPR on drowning kids and brought them back. But because I don't wear a suit or make 6 figures, I'm struggling to find my path. So you excluded me from Christmas to set them up. To protect me from finding out. We were going to have a small dinner with you tomorrow, my dad told me. Just us. The leftovers. The afterthought. The consolation prize. Story of my life. My aunt attempted to alleviate the issue. Logan, honey, why don't you grab a plate? There's plenty of food. Are you serious right now? You think I want to sit and eat with these people? My backstabbing brother? My ex who's apparently been cheating on me with him? And my family who lied to my face about all of it? Don't be so sensitive, Brandon advised. It's not like you and Samantha were going to work out anyway. She needs someone who can provide the life she wants. And that's you? I asked, laughing. Mr. Up to his eyeballs in debt? The guy who's one bad quarter away from losing his condo? Yeah, real provider material there, bro. Brandon's cheeks turned red. He despises it when people point out that his financial status isn't as stable as he claims. That's enough, my father said. But I was only getting started. Number I want to know. I want to know why my family decided I wasn't good enough to be included in Christmas, but my cheating ex-fiancé was. I want to know why you all lied to me. I want to know why, after everything I've done for this family, I'm still the one who gets kicked to the curb. I can't recall what I said next, but I know I let loose. Years of bitterness about Brandon getting a car for his 16th birthday while I received a second-hand bike. They attended all of Tessa's dancing recitals but missed my EMT graduation because Brandon needed to attend a networking event. How I've been paying their bills, babysitting, and helping out while they planned behind my back with the woman who dumped me because I wasn't successful enough. It all came gushing out like I had unlocked a fire hydrant. Years of feeling neglected. The afterthought. The backup plan. The person they only contact when they need something fixed or paid for. Do you know how many holidays and family gatherings I've attended after working a 12-hour shift? How many times have I driven straight from dealing with actual life or death situations to be here for you? I skipped my closest friend's wedding to attend Brandon's business school graduation, used my vacation days to assist Tessa with her relocation after her ex kicked her out, and refinanced my car to help with Dad's medical payments. So this is how you repay me. My mother began crying, which is her go-to response when she loses an argument. We never meant to hurt you, Logan. We just thought. You just thought I wouldn't find out? Or that I'd forgive you anyway because I always do. Because good old reliable Logan never holds a grudge, right? Logan's too nice to cut off his family no matter what they do? Brandon, the pompous twit, stepped up, his sneer still visible. Dude, chill. It's not our fault Samantha realized she could do better. Some people are meant to be workers and some are meant to be leaders. You've always been a worker. Nothing wrong with that. Something within me cracked. I lunged at him, grabbed his pretentious cashmere sweater, which I'm quite sure is phony, and pushed him against the wall. You entitled piece of, he tried to shove me away, but those investment banking arms weren't much use against someone who carried unconscious people out of burning buildings for a career. I wasn't actually going to hurt him. I just wanted to wipe the smug expression off his face. Get off me, you psycho, he exclaimed. My father attempted to separate us and received an elbow to the face for his efforts, not from me, but from golden boy Brandon, who was writhing around like a kid having a tantrum. That's when things truly got crazy. My father, clutching his bloodied nose, turned on Brandon. What the hell is wrong with you? You hit me over this? Brandon, Daddy's favorite, looked stunned. It was an accident. Logan attacked me. But my father wasn't having it. For the first time in my life, He looked at the problem with clarity. You've been seeing your brother's fiancée behind his back after all Logan's done for this family? I was just as startled as everyone else. My father never sides with me. Like, never. When we were kids and Brandon wrecked my things, it was always, Logan, don't leave your things where they can get broken. When Brandon got the automobile and I received nothing, it was, Logan, your brother needs reliable transportation for his internship. You can take the bus. My mother leaped in, always prepared to defend her darling firstborn. Don't act like you didn't know, Robert. We all agreed this was for the best. Brandon and Samantha are perfect for each other. And just like that, 30 years of marriage ended there in front of the Christmas tree. My parents began screaming at each other. Apparently my father had only grudgingly agreed to this entire arrangement, and now he was furious that my mother had organized it all and made him complicit. I never wanted to lie to Logan. This was your idea, Margaret. Oh, now it's all my fault? You were fine with it last week when I suggested it. I was not fine with it. I said we should be honest with him. I backed away from the turmoil, and everything became crystal clear. The yelling continued, with my aunt trying to mediate, and my uncle looking like he wanted to be anywhere else. My cousin was still recording everything on her phone, perhaps thinking about how many likes she'd get on social media. Samantha stood awkwardly to the side, as if she were regretting all of her life decisions. Good. She should. Tessa was, of course, making it all about herself. Great. Now Christmas is ruined. Thanks a lot, Logan. Typical. I didn't lie, cheat, or exclude anyone from Christmas dinner. But somehow reacting to it makes me the bad guy. I just stood there, watching everything unfold, feeling strangely disconnected from the situation. As if I were watching a film about someone else's chaotic family. My aunt attempted to salvage the situation. Maybe we should all just sit down and have dinner. Everything seems worse on an empty stomach. Aunt Linda believed that eating could solve any problem. This was not something that mashed potatoes and turkey could solve. My father grabbed his coat from the hook by the door. I'm not staying here. This whole thing was a mistake from the start. My mother looked stunned. Where do you think you're going? Out. I need some air. It's Christmas Eve. I'm well aware of what day it is, Margaret. I'm also aware that we just destroyed any relationship we had with our son, and you don't even seem to care. He stared at me then. For what seemed like the first time in years, he looked at me intently. Logan, I'm sorry. I should have put a stop to this from the beginning. Too little, too late. But at least it was something. He walked out and slammed the door behind him. My mother stood there, startled, as if she couldn't believe he had truly left. Now look at what you've done, she told me. Because obviously this was all my fault. Brandon, always the opportunist, saw an opportunity to be the hero. I'll go after Dad. Make sure he's okay. Tessa joined in. I'll help you clean up, Mom. Logan clearly isn't going to stick around to help. They were immediately altering the narrative. They were acting like good, helpful youngsters, while I was the troublemaker who destroyed Christmas. It was so predictable that I nearly laughed. You're right, Tessa, I'm not sticking around. I looked at my mother. And I'm not coming back. Don't be ridiculous, she remarked. You're upset, I understand, but we're still family. No, we're not, I replied gently. Families don't do this to each other. I walked away, ignoring my mother's calls. Ignore Samantha's pathetic apologetic effort, ignoring everything. Outside, I spotted my father sitting in his car, staring straight ahead. For a split second I considered approaching him, but what could I say? He may have eventually stood up for me, but he had gone along with the whole thing until it blew up in his face. So I got in my car and drove away, leaving behind the debris of what I had thought was my family. When I came home, I turned on my phone just long enough to send a text to my supervisor requesting some extra shifts for the holidays. Then I blocked everyone's numbers save my father's. I wasn't ready to talk to him, but I also didn't want to cut him off totally. I spent Christmas working a double shift at the hospital, helped save a child who choked on a new toy. I held an elderly woman's hand as she took her final breath. I cleaned up vomit, blood, and other bodily fluids. And you know what? It was still preferable than spending another minute with individuals who claimed to love me but treated me as if I were nothing. That night, I returned home to my dingy flat and ordered Chinese food. I ate it on my couch while watching Die Hard, which is a Christmas movie. And for the first time in years, I wasn't under constant pressure to be available, to aid, to improve things for everyone else. It was just myself, some lo mein, and Bruce Willis. And it was the nicest Christmas I had in a long time, The texts and calls continued for the next few days. I did not read or listen to any of them. I was not prepared to deal with the inevitable gaslighting and guilt trips. My father did send one SMS, which I read. I moved out. Staying at the Marriott downtown for now. I'm sorry, son. Truly. I did not respond. But I did not block him either. The following few weeks were a storm. My parents parted, and Mom blamed me fully. If you hadn't shown up unannounced, everything would be fine. Brandon and Samantha were officially dating now. Tessa propagated reports that I had rage issues, which was why Samantha left in the first place. The calls and texts began to come in steadily. I did not respond to any of them. Instead, I made some of my own calls. To the mortgage firm, cancel the automatic payment from my account. To my credit card company, deleting my parents as authorized users. To my lawyer, ensuring that my name was removed from any loans I had assisted them in repaying. Then I sent a group message. You can now kiss your personal ATM goodbye. Figure your own stuff out from now on. The reaction was nuclear. My phone blew up with calls and messages. You can't just abandon your family after everything we've done for you. I need that money for Riley's preschool. Your father's medical bills won't pay themselves. I must have received 50 messages inside the first hour. I've read them all. Then blocked them all. Every single one. It was honestly rather liberating. The flying monkeys began to emerge from the woodwork. My aunt called to tell me how upset she was with my actions. My uncle texted that I needed to be the bigger man. My cousin posted a vague Facebook status about family is everything that was definitely intended for me. I also blocked them. 2 days later, Tessa and Riley arrived at my flat, evidently expecting me to accept my nephew. Even she thought using a 4-year-old as a shield was a little low. She explained that she needed me to watch Riley that weekend because she had a date with a guy who could be the one. I crouched down, handed Riley my phone to keep him happy, and then turned to Tessa. I reminded her that when I worked night shifts and requested for help relocating, she said she was too tired from being a mother but then posted club images the same night. She rolled her eyes, dismissing it as just one time. I brought up how she ignored my concerns about Samantha, told me I was being paranoid, and then helped Samantha and Brandon hook up without my knowledge. She snapped that it wasn't fair to claim they had a genuine connection. I kicked her out and warned her not to use Riley as a prop again. It was horrible. On her way out, she took one final shot at me, calling me mentally unstable and stating she was worried about me. Tessa's style is classic. She'd been gaslighting me since we were youngsters, damaging my Xbox controller and blaming me for leaving it out, using my credit card without permission because I owed her, and telling Samantha about my insecurities as just girl talk. The next day my father called. I almost didn't answer, but I did anyway. He seemed exhausted, stating he wanted to apologize for Christmas and everything. He acknowledged that he and my mother had split, and were filing for divorce. I was aware of this before to his statement, yet it threw me off guard. 30 years together. I never imagined he would truly depart. He claimed Christmas made him understand what he had been ignoring for years, how my mother treated me, how she favored Brandon and Tessa, and how he had tolerated it for far too long because it was easier than battling. He was not asking for forgiveness. He just wanted me to know that he was trying to improve his therapy and figure out how he got here. At least he was truthful. He said my mother was telling everyone that I abandoned the family and cut her off financially out of malice. He corrected her, saying it wasn't out of spite, but rather my setting boundaries. It astonished me. Dad sticking up for me was not something I was accustomed to. He apologized again, claiming he had not been the parent I deserved. I wasn't sure how to answer. Part of me wanted to forgive him, but another part remained too raw. I informed him that I needed time, and he understood. He asked if we could have coffee when I was ready. Maybe, I said. But no promises. After we hung up, I sat on my couch, thinking about everything. I wasn't ready to accept any of them back into my life, but I chose not to block my father's phone number. It was not much, but it was something. A month after Christmas, I received a registered letter from a lawyer. I had a brief moment of terror, thinking my family was going to sue me or something. But it was really about my grandmother's estate. She died 5 years ago, and left me a tiny bequest, which I had no idea about. Apparently my mother had been handling things for me. My father had engaged a lawyer as part of the divorce proceedings. He discovered that my mother had used my inheritance to pay for things like Tessa's automobile and Brandon's business school. I was enraged yet again. It wasn't a large sum, perhaps $155,000, but it was the idea of the thing. My grandma intended me to have the money, but my mother stole it to give to my siblings. I called the lawyer and gave him permission to retrieve what he could. Then I called my father. Did you know about grandma's money? No, he replied. And I believed him. I only found out when we started splitting up the finances. Your mother had an account I didn't know about. When I pressured her, she admitted what it was. She stole from me, Dad. From her own son. I know. I'm so sorry, Logan. I've told her she needs to pay you back, but she doesn't think she did anything wrong, I said for him. Because it's always been like this. What's mine is theirs. But what's theirs is theirs. I'm afraid so, he said. But I'm going to make sure you get what's owed to you even if it has to come out of my half of the divorce settlement. That made me weep up a little. For the first time in my life, my father prioritized my needs over those of my brothers. Thanks, Dad, I replied. Maybe something good could come out of this whole mess after all. It had been 4 months after the Christmas catastrophe. I moved to Colorado in search of a better paying job with a mountain rescue squad. I purchased a modest cabin that needs work, but it is mine. I'm dating a veterinarian called Rachel, who thinks what I do is awesome and proudly introduces me to her friends. My family's financial position appears to have collapsed in the absence of my help. My aunt called the only family member I hadn't blocked to inform me that my mother needed to downsize to an apartment. Brandon was irritated that he had to loan her money. Tessa had to find a full-time job rather than the part-time job she'd been doing while I offered free childcare. Oh, and Samantha dumped Brandon after 3 months when she discovered that his investment banking career was not as prominent or lucrative as he had led her to believe. It turns out he's merely a glorified account manager who lied about his salary and position to impress. The karma is real. But Samantha popped up on my porch in Colorado last month. I have no idea how she discovered my address. It was most likely through a mutual friend. She was in tears, mascara running down her cheeks, and looked nothing like the polished marketing executive who dumped me for not being successful enough. Logan, I need to talk to you, she said, sniffling. It's important. I was going to close the door in her face when she blurted it out. I'm pregnant, and I think it might be yours. I laughed in her face. We broke up almost a year ago. Try again. No, you don't understand, she exclaimed, desperate now. I'm about 3 months along. I was going to tell Brandon it was his, but we only slept together twice and I used protection both times. But you and that last night before we broke up. Let me get this straight, I responded, crossing my arms. You cheated on me with my brother, dumped me because I wasn't successful enough, dated my brother, and now you're pregnant and want me to believe it's mine after 9 months? I know how it sounds. She started crying harder. But I did the math and did you also do the math on how many guys you've slept with since me? Like your boss, maybe? Her face turned white. How did you? Brandon called me last week, drunk off his ass. Seems he found some interesting texts between you and your boss. Quite detailed from what he said. Something about a weekend in the Poconos 3 months ago, right around the time you'd have gotten pregnant, by my math. She switched strategies quickly. Logan, please. Brandon broke up with me. My boss won't acknowledge the baby. I need help with child support at least. Not my circus, not my monkeys, I replied, borrowing one of Rachel's favorite lines. Good luck with the paternity test. I closed the door and returned inside, where Rachel waited with 2 drinks and a sympathetic smile. She'd overheard everything. You okay? She inquired. Never better, I declared, and meant it. Rachel is the complete opposite of Samantha. She's down to earth, laughs at foolish jokes, and believes that saving lives is more important than having a fancy job title. We met during my second week in Colorado, when I brought in a dog that I had found hit by a car on my way home from work. She saved the puppy, I got a date, and the dog we called Lucky is now living with us. We moved in together last month. It turns out that when you don't have to support your entire family financially, you can afford to treat yourself. My crummy studio flat and her 1-bedroom made little sense when we could pool our resources and purchase the cabin we both desired. Brandon texted me the next day, following Samantha's unexpected visit. Thanks for the heads up about Samantha. Dodged a bullet there. I did not respond. He might have been appreciative for this one gesture, but it didn't erase years of him treating me poorly. My father is the only person I still periodically speak with. He truly apologized for how things went down. He stated that he had always preferred Brandon because he reminded him of himself, and he had taken me for granted because I never caused problems. He's currently trying to rebuild his life by better managing his diabetes and improving his relationship with me. It's a start. My aunt keeps me informed, even when I don't want her to. Apparently, my mother had to work as a receptionist at a dentist's office. Brandon returned back home when he was unable to make his condo payments after losing his job. Tessa is having to manage full-time job and being a single mother without a free babysitter. A part of me feels horrible for them. They are still my family, and I do not wish them harm. But another part understands that this is exactly what they needed. They needed to learn to rely on themselves rather than on me. The inheritance situation was also settled. My father ensured that I received the whole $115,000 plus interest as part of the divorce settlement. I used it to purchase a better truck for the mountain roads around here. Every time I drive it, I think of my grandmother and how happy she would be that I finally have what she wanted. Looking back, my entire youth was spent preparing to be used and abandoned. The middle child was supposed to help with everything, but never complain, demand attention, or ask for anything in return. And now? I'm happy. I'm actually happy. And if you're reading this and seeing your own life reflected back at you, and you're the dependable one, the forgotten one, the one who provides and gives while receiving nothing in return, know that you deserve better. Sometimes the family you were born into is not the one you require. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for yourself is to walk away. I'm Logan, the forgotten son, the reliable brother, the helpful uncle. And for the first time in my life, I am putting myself first. Rachel and I are now engaged, and she helped me choose the ring because she is great like that. Still no word from Mom, Brandon or Tessa, but Dad is coming to visit next month. Oh, Samantha's baby daddy turned out to be her boss. The paternity test was confirmed. Her job is in ruins, so she's moved back in with her folks. Living is the most effective kind of vengeance. I paid $4,375 for our family Christmas. They left without me, and called me, controlling when I canceled the entire trip on Christmas Eve. I paid for 80% of our family's Christmas trip and performed all of the planning, yet everyone made their own travel plans and began their holiday without me. So I canceled all of my plans. I am 28, and I have always been the family planner and the one with the most consistent income among my siblings. My folks are retired and living on a fixed income. My older brother Jason, 31, works in construction. But his work is seasonal, so money is difficult during the winter. My younger sister Erin, 25, recently graduated from graduate school, so she is currently paying off loans and works part-time while looking for jobs. I work in technology and make a good living, so I've developed a habit of organizing family excursions and paying more than my fair share of expenses, because I want us all to spend time together, and I know money is tight for everyone else. This began about 6 months ago, when my mother commented how much she missed the huge family Christmases we used to have as children, and how it would be good to do something special now that Erin had graduated and Jason's fiancée Lena might be joining our family soon. I became enthusiastic about the concept and began researching choices for a family Christmas vacation. After looking into numerous options, I discovered this incredible mountain home that could comfortably sleep 8 people, had a large kitchen for cooking together, a fireplace, and a hot tub, the works. It was in Colorado, and the photos looked fantastic. The overall cost of a week-long stay during Christmas was $5,500, which made me choke somewhat. But I thought about how much joy it would bring everyone, and how we hadn't been together for a holiday in nearly 3 years. When I mentioned the idea over our family group chat, everyone was really excited. Mom began talking about all the cookies she planned to bake. Jason stated that he and Lena were certainly in. Erin was overjoyed to have a white Christmas, and Dad was already planning which movies we would watch by the fire. Here's where I made what I considered a generous offer. I told everyone I truly wanted to make this happen for our family, and because I knew everyone's budget was tight, I offered to cover the most of the expense myself. I proposed that I pay $4,000 of the $5,500, with the remaining $1,500 divided among my parents, Jason and Lena, Erin and myself. That meant everyone else would only have to donate $375 each, which appeared much more feasible for their budgets. So my total would be $4,375 out of $5,500, or almost 80% of the cost. Everyone expressed their gratitude and stated it was really generous of me. Jason stated he and Lena couldn't have financed the trip otherwise. Erin burst into tears as she said how much it meant to her to have a family Christmas after such a tough year of graduate school. And my parents continued thanking me for making it possible for the entire family to get together. I felt great about being able to share this event with my family. I charged the entire $5,500 to my credit card and received confirmation for the cabin, with the idea that everyone would pay me their $375 parts before the vacation. Over the next 2 months, I was in charge of all the planning. I looked into local activities, discovered decent restaurants, planned meals we could prepare together, and scheduled everyone's time off from work. Everyone looked to be really interested and thrilled, sharing ideas and discussing how much fun it would be. About 2 months before the trip, I mentioned collecting everyone's $375 payments so that I could pay off my credit card. Everyone agreed and thanked me again for funding such a significant percentage of the bill. As we came closer to the trip, I began to see some worrying signals, but I tried to dismiss them since I didn't want to appear anxious or controlling. About 3 weeks before we were supposed to leave, I asked everyone for $375. Jason explained that he and Lena were still putting the money together and asked if they could repay me after Christmas, when he got his next major construction job. Erin explained that she had some unforeseen expenses and needed to pay me in installments over the next few months. My parents agreed to pay their half but asked if they could wait until after the trip because they had some medical issues that month. I was furious, but I didn't want to be the horrible guy who destroys Christmas for money, so I said fine. Everyone could repay me after the trip. Even though it was just $375 per person, I believed they'd be fine eventually, and I didn't want to stress everyone out right before what was supposed to be a joyful family trip, for which I was already paying the majority of the expenses. Then, about a week before the trip, the preparations began to take an unusual turn. I had planned a detailed itinerary that included varied activities for each day, restaurant reservations, and grocery lists for our cooking nights. Everything was coordinated and shared with everyone. But the main difficulty began approximately 4 days before we were meant to go. I texted the group chat, asking everyone to confirm their flight details so we could plan airport pickup timings, and then everything fell wrong. Jason replied back, stating that he and Lena had decided to drive instead of flying because it was less expensive, and that they planned to leave a day early to make a road trip out of it. Erin explained that she had really booked a trip that arrived 2 days before everyone else because her pal could only hang out on certain days. My parents indicated they were still planned to fly on the original day, but they had booked a different flight that was $100 less per person. I was truly astonished and hurt. I pointed out that we had deliberately planned this as a family trip, where we'd all go together and spend the entire week together, but suddenly everyone was making individual plans that didn't include me. I stated that it appeared that they were treating this as individual vacations where they simply happened to be staying in the same spot, rather than the family holiday I had envisioned and was paying 80% of the money for. That's when things became pretty tense. Jason accused me of being controlling and stated that it didn't matter when everyone arrived as long as we were all there for Christmas. Erin asked why I was so concerned about travel plans when the most important thing was to spend time together. My parents said they were just trying to save money and didn't believe it was important. I tried to explain that I had worked hard to prepare this trip as a family event, and that I was contributing over $4,000 of my own money, particularly to ensure that we had a unique family vacation together. I stated that it appeared like everyone was treating the trip as separate vacation accommodations that I was supporting, rather than the family experience I had planned and was mostly paying for. Jason became defensive, claiming that I was being theatrical, that they were all still planning to attend the vacation, and that I was acting as if they had canceled. Erin said I was being unfair and that everyone was still thrilled about the vacation, but their reactions indicated that they didn't understand why I was upset, which made me feel even worse. The next day, I decided to attempt to salvage things and wrote a message asking if we could at least plan such that everyone was at the cabin by a particular time on Christmas Eve, so we could have a real family meal and gift exchange. I stated that I would change my own travel plans to ensure that I arrived on time, regardless of when everyone else arrived. I didn't hear back from anyone for about 12 hours, until Jason texted back, stating he and Lena had already made dinner reservations at a local restaurant for Christmas Eve and couldn't change them. Erin mentioned that she might be spending Christmas Eve with a friend and would try to get to the cabin by Christmas morning. My folks said they'd be there on Christmas Eve, but then booked an early ticket home the next day since they found a fantastic bargain and didn't want to stay the entire week. At this point, I was quite irritated because I felt like everyone was treating this trip as if it were just a convenient place to stay while they went on their own separate holiday activities, despite my significant financial contribution to making this family event possible. I phoned my mother immediately since I suspected there was some miscommunication in the group conversation. When we spoke, she seemed shocked that I was so unhappy, and she said she assumed I'd be glad that everyone was still going to the trip, even if the schedule was little different than planned. I tried to explain that I had planned and paid for 80% of this trip particularly to allow our family to spend quality time together, but it felt like everyone was treating it like a subsidized vacation rental while they pursued their own vacation plans. She said she understood my displeasure, but I had expected too much coordination from everyone, and the most important thing was that we were all in the same spot. Following that call, I became even more furious since it appeared that no one in my family understood why I was upset, and I began to wonder whether I was being unreasonable. But then I remembered that I had spent months planning this trip, put over $4,000 of my own money into it, arranged my own work schedule around the family's plans, and now everyone was treating it as if it were individual vacation accommodations that I was providing for free. I awoke 2 days before the intended departure date to a group message from Jason informing me that he and Lena were departing that morning for their road trip and would see everyone at the cabin. A few hours later, Erin texted that she was at the airport, about to catch her early flight. That afternoon, my parents texted me that they had decided to alter their flight to leave that evening rather than the next day, because they were excited to begin their vacation. I was at work when I received all of these messages, and I had this terrible sinking sensation in my stomach. I noticed that everyone in my family had started their trip without me, despite the fact that I had planned and paid for 80% of everything. I texted the group to see if anyone wanted to meet up when I arrived the next day, as scheduled, but no one replied for hours. Finally, Jason texted back that they were driving and had horrible mobile coverage, but that they would see me when I arrived. Erin quickly messaged me, saying she was busy but looking forward to seeing me soon. My parents did not respond at all. That evening, I was sitting at home packing for a trip that suddenly felt very different from what I had planned and paid for. I kept thinking about how I was going to arrive at this cabin after everyone had already gone on their own separate vacations for a day or two, and how the family holiday I had planned and donated almost $4,000 to would never happen. I couldn't sleep that night because I was torn between being hurt and angry, and I wondered if I was overreacting to what could have been simply bad communication and different travel preferences. I was scheduled to fly out in the afternoon the following morning. I was anxious and upset, but I kept telling myself that maybe things would improve once we were all together. Around noon, I texted the group to see how everyone was doing, and if there was anything I should pick up on the way from the airport. Jason responded back, stating he and Lena were having a great day and had discovered a great hiking track. They planned to spend the day exploring the region. Erin texted a selfie with her pal, saying they were having a great day catching up and planned to go skiing that afternoon. My parents sent a message saying they had checked into the cabin, it was gorgeous, and they were going to drive into town to explore. Reading those texts, I had a flash of clarity and recognized that everyone was already on their own holidays, utilizing the property I had paid $4,375 for as their base. Despite my significant financial commitment to making this family event possible, I would arrive at a place where everyone had already established their own routines and schedules that did not include me. I sat there, staring at my packed bag and printed flight card, and made a decision that I'm still not convinced was correct or wrong. I texted the group that I wasn't feeling well and couldn't make the trip. I told everyone I hoped they had a good time and that we could arrange something new when they returned. My phone suddenly began ringing. Jason called first and was genuinely worried, asking if I was all right and if I needed anything. I told him I was feeling pretty bad and didn't want to travel. He suggested that was probably a good idea and that I should rest. Erin called next, saying she was sorry I wasn't feeling well and asking if she could help. I stated I needed to sleep it off. My parents contacted that evening, and my mother was concerned about me being unwell alone. I felt bad lying to them, but I also thought that explaining the true reason I wasn't coming would only cause drama and ruin everyone else's trip, which I had largely paid for. For the next 2 days, I received intermittent texts from everyone wishing I was feeling better and sending photos from their activities. Jason and Lena shared images of their hiking trips. Erin sent photos of herself snowboarding with her companion. My parents sent images of the cabin and the local Christmas market they went to. Everyone appeared to be having a good time, enjoying the vacation I had made possible. But then, on Christmas Eve, I started receiving various types of messages. Erin texted, wondering when I thought I'd be feeling well enough to join them, as she hoped we could conduct our present exchange soon. My parents called to see if I was feeling better, and if I wanted them to set aside some of the Christmas supper they had planned. Jason texted to see if I was still going to come for the second half of the week. I realized that everyone was expecting me to show up at some time, even though they had all started the journey without me and had been doing their own things. It appeared that they wanted me to come finish paying for and organizing the family vacation they had already been enjoying on their own terms. I decided to be honest and wrote a message to the group chat saying that I wasn't actually unwell, but that I felt hurt and excluded when everyone made separate travel plans and began the trip without including me in the coordination. I stated that it appeared that everyone was treating the trip I had planned and paid for mostly as individual vacation accommodations rather than a family event. The reaction did not meet my expectations. Jason called me right away and was furious, accusing me of lying to everyone and making them worried about me for no apparent reason. He said I was being deceptive, and that everyone had still planned to spend time with me once I arrived. Erin texted, stating she was sad because I hadn't been honest about my sentiments and that she believed I was punishing everyone for not following my exact intentions. My parents called, and my father was really unhappy. He claimed I had been dishonest and was spoiling Christmas for everyone. He stated they had been looking forward to seeing me and couldn't understand why I was causing issues with travel itineraries. In all of these conversations, I tried to explain that I felt like everyone had prioritized their own individual vacation plans over the family trip we had supposedly planned together, and that it hurt to realize I was apparently the only one who cared about us actually spending the trip together. I reminded out that I had contributed over $4,000 specifically to make this family adventure possible, but no one seemed to get it, and everyone was fixated on the fact that I had lied about being unwell. Then my mother called me back and said something that truly hurt. She said that I had offered to pay for the most of the trip and everyone had been thankful, but that didn't give me control over how everyone else spent their holiday. She accused me of being selfish and attempting to manipulate everyone into following my exact plans simply because I had paid for the majority of the trip. That conversation hurt because it made me realize that my family perceived my financial contribution as just paying for something, rather than making a significant sacrifice so that we could all have a family event. It appeared that they thought I had paid for the trip as a present with no expectations, rather than realizing that I had donated more than $4,000 because I wanted us to have a specific type of experience together. After that call, I was angry and wounded, and I took a decision that I knew would most likely make things worse, but I felt like my kindness was being utterly ignored. I had invested over $4,000 of my own money to create a family event, yet everyone treated it as if it were a subsidized individual vacation rental. I went into the Airbnb website and canceled our reservation. Because it was Christmas Eve and we were well within the stringent cancellation time, I lost the entire $5,500, which included the $4,375 I had paid as a gift and the $1,125 in donations I would never get. But I was so upset and felt misled that I no longer cared about the money. I just wanted everyone to understand that if they didn't want to participate in the family trip I had planned and mainly paid for, it wouldn't happen at all. I did not immediately tell anyone what I had done. I simply switched off my phone and attempted to have a quiet Christmas alone, which was dismal but preferable to continuing to quarrel with my family. When I turned on my phone the day after Christmas, there were roughly 30 missed calls and several text messages. Apparently, everyone was shut out of the cabin on Christmas morning and discovered that the reservation had been canceled. The Airbnb owner apologized, but stated that the booking had been canceled by the person who made it, and there was nothing they could do because it was a vacation and the cabin was already reserved by other visitors. My family had to scurry for hotel rooms on Christmas Day, which were both expensive and limited in availability. Jason and Lena decided to go home that day because they couldn't afford hotel rooms for the rest of the week. Erin had to cancel her plans with her friend and go home early. My parents were able to obtain a hotel room, but the cost was nearly equal to their original $375 payment. The messages I received were not pleasant. Jason sent me a long text calling me selfish and vengeful, claiming that I had ruined Christmas for everyone and cost them money they couldn't afford to lose. Erin labeled me manipulative and couldn't believe I would punish everyone for not meeting my exact requests. My parents were horrified and disappointed. My father claimed he never imagined I would be so harsh to my own family. But what really irritated me was that no one mentioned that I had lost over $4,000 of my own money, or that I had spent months arranging a trip that everyone had virtually abandoned while still expecting me to pay for. Everyone was focused on how my cancellation had inconvenienced them, but no one seemed to acknowledge that their actions had also hurt and inconvenienced me, especially given my significant financial contribution. So, am I an asshole for doing this? Update: it's been almost a week since my last post, and I wanted to give everyone an update on what's been going on because the situation has become more confusing, and I'm still processing everything. First, I'd like to respond to some of the comments on my initial post. Many people questioned why I didn't just talk to my family directly before canceling the trip, and in retrospect, I believe I should have been more vocal about my worries earlier in the process. I tend to avoid confrontation, so I was probably hoping that things would work out without me being the bad one who puts their foot down on plans. Several individuals also pointed out that I should have been more clear about my expectations when I first offered to pay for such a major amount of the vacation, which I believe is also valid criticism. I was attempting to be kind and allow everyone to participate, but I didn't adequately express that my generosity was linked to particular expectations about how the trip would proceed. Anyway, here's what has happened since I last updated. My mom contacted me the day after Christmas. I was expecting another heated conversation, but she was much calmer than usual. She stated that once they had all returned home and had time to reflect on what had occurred, she was beginning to comprehend my point of view more clearly. She added that as they were all racing to locate places to stay on Christmas morning, Jason made a remark about how they didn't have to follow my itinerary anymore. And that's when she realized something. Perhaps they were treating the trip differently than I had anticipated. She stated that, from my perspective, it appeared like everyone had taken advantage of my planning and big financial commitment while ignoring the family experience I was attempting to create. My mother also stated that she thought they had all gotten a little carried away with their individual ideas, losing sight of the reality that this was supposed to be a family trip, which I was partly supporting. She understood how upsetting it would be for me to see everyone make their own plans while expecting me to handle all of the planning and cover 80% of the costs. She asked if I would be willing to speak with my father because he was still unhappy about the money they had lost on the hotel, but she felt he needed to hear my side of the story. I agreed to talk with him, and the conversation was difficult but eventually beneficial. My father was still concerned about the financial impact, especially since they are on a fixed income, and the unexpected hotel bill was a major hardship for them. However, when I explained how I felt watching everyone make separate plans for the trip I had planned and donated over $4,000 to, he began to understand why I was so upset. He said he had no idea that their decision to take a different flight was part of a pattern that made me feel excluded from my own family holiday, which I had primarily paid for. He also stated that he had mistakenly thought of my financial contribution as just being generous, not realizing that I was making such a large amount specifically because I wanted us to have a certain type of experience together. When he thought about it that way, he understood why it felt like everyone was taking advantage of my kindness. We discussed the cancellation, and I admitted that it was most likely an excessive reaction that I had when I was deeply wounded and upset. My father stated he wished I had discussed my worries with them before it got to that stage, but he understood why I felt severe action was the only way to attract everyone's attention after contributing so much money. By the end of that conversation, my father admitted that he wasn't pleased with the way things had turned out, but he recognized that everyone had contributed to the problem, and that I hadn't just been trying to destroy everyone's Christmas for no reason. My interactions with Erin and Jason have become more difficult. Erin contacted me a few days after Christmas. She was still furious, but she was wounded rather than angry. She claimed she thought I had punished her for something she didn't realize she was doing wrong, and that if I had been more explicit about my expectations, she would have tried to meet them. I told Erin that I tried to express my concerns when everyone started making separate travel plans, but I felt that no one was listening or taking my concerns seriously, especially given how much I contributed monetarily. She remembered my being furious about the travel arrangements, but she didn't realize it was part of a larger problem with how everyone was handling the vacation. Erin also stated that she had been looking forward to meeting her buddy, and had not considered how it might influence the trip's family dynamics. She stated she could understand how it would appear that she was favoring her friend over our family time, especially because I had put in so much effort to arrange and pay for the majority of the vacation. We ended the chat on a positive tone, with Erin apologizing for not being more attentive of my sentiments and expressing a desire to rebuild our friendship. She also offered to pay me the $375 she had initially committed to contribute, even if the trip did not take place, which I appreciated given that I had lost more than $4,000. Jason has been the most difficult to deal with. When he finally called, he remained angry and defensive. He maintained that he believed I had overreacted and that canceling the trip was vengeful and manipulative. He said that he and Lena had been looking forward to the trip for months, and that I had spoiled it due to what he considered minor coordination concerns. I attempted to convey to Jason that it wasn't just about coordination, but also feeling like everyone had put their individual tastes over the family adventure we had planned together, which I was primarily supporting. I stated that when he and Lena decided to drive instead of fly, extend their trip into a road trip, make separate dinner reservations, and spend the majority of their time hiking together rather than with the family, it appeared that they were using the cabin I had paid $4,375 for as a base for their own romantic getaway, rather than participating in a family trip. Jason became defensive. claiming that he had not known I expected him and Lena to spend every minute of the trip doing family activities, and that he assumed there would be time for both family and couple activities. He stated that he felt I was trying to control every element of everyone's trip. I told Jason that I wasn't attempting to micromanage everything, but that I had planned and paid for 80% of a family trip, and when everyone began making plans that excluded the rest of the family, it no longer seemed like a family trip. I told him that if he and Lena wanted to go on a romantic retreat, they should have planned and paid for it themselves, rather than expecting me to finance their vacation while they ignored the family element. That conversation became heated, and Jason made some hurtful remarks about my controlling and manipulative behavior. He also stated that just because I made more money did not give me the right to control how others spend their time, which I believe missed the point of what I was trying to express. We concluded the call without resolving anything, and Jason hasn't contacted me since then. He also hasn't offered to pay anything towards the money I lost, after agreeing to donate $375. Lena texted me an apology for her role in the matter and expressed hope that we could work things out, but she also stated that she felt I had put Jason in an impossible position by asking him to pick between family time and relationship time. The financial position has also been a cause of stress. Since I canceled the vacation, I lost the entire $5,500, my $4,375 commitment plus the $1,125 in donations I would never get. Erin has volunteered to give me the $375 she had committed to contribute, even though the vacation did not happen, which I greatly appreciate. My parents have also offered to pay their $375 amount, while I understand it is a financial concern for them. Jason hasn't offered to pay anything, and when I mentioned it during our phone call, he argued that because I canceled the vacation, I should bear the financial penalties. He stated that he and Lena were willing to pay their half of the trip as scheduled, but they should not be required to pay for a vacation that I canceled in what he described as a tantrum. Erin pointed out that because no one has paid me yet, it's as if I paid over $4,000 to teach everyone a lesson about communication and expectations. A quite pricey lesson. She is not mistaken about that. My mother has advised that we try to plan another family trip for spring break, with greater communication and expectations from the start. She stated that everyone gained something from this experience and that we may do better next time. I'm open to the notion, but I'm also concerned about falling into the same pattern, where I wind up doing all of the preparation and paying for the most of the trip, while everyone else makes individual decisions that ignore the group. Erin has proposed that if we do organize another trip, we should have everyone pay their amounts in advance before making any bookings, and that we should have a clear understanding of what kind of vacation we're doing, and what everyone's expectations are. That sounds like a fantastic plan to me, especially considering how much money I lost this time. I'm still unsure whether I was the asshole in this case. I believe I could have dealt with my displeasure better and been more clear about my expectations earlier in the process. But I also believe my family took advantage of my generosity and failed to examine how their individual choices influenced the experience I was attempting to build and mostly fund for all of us. What I do know is that this entire experience has taught me that I need to be more specific about my expectations when planning events for my family, especially when I'm donating a significant amount of money. I can't assume that everyone shares my vision for how things should go, simply because they appear enthusiastic about the overall concept and grateful for my financial contribution. Sister stole boyfriend. After 2 years, I caught them kissing. Mom said, "It's for your good." 3 years later, I exposed them at a family reunion. This all happened around 10 years ago, when I was 19. Back then, life seemed to be going quite well, or so I thought. It was nearing the holidays, which typically meant I'd get to visit all of my family, but this Christmas, everything just fell apart. Consider this. I was dating a guy named Liam. He was my first genuine boyfriend, and I felt we had a good relationship. You know how it goes with your first love. You imagine it will last forever. We'd been together for about 2 years, and I was wild about him. I was the girl who assumed, oh, we're going to get married, have kids, and live happily ever after. I had no reason to suspect him because he always appeared so committed to me. Then there's my older sister Emily. She's 2 years older than me and served as my role model growing up. I looked up to her for pretty much everything. She was clever, popular, and seemed to have it all together, or so I thought. We used to spend a lot of time together, so when Liam and I started dating, I introduced him to her right away because I wanted them to like each other. A big mistake. But I will get to that in a minute. Fast forward to Christmas. My family had planned a big get-together, but the vibe was off from the outset. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something seemed odd, especially with Emily. She was behaving distant, while Liam was, I don't know, he seemed dodgy, like he wasn't himself. My instinct told me something was wrong, but I didn't want to believe it. You wouldn't expect your own sister to be dodgy. Anyway, a few days after Christmas, I discovered exactly what had been going on. And I mean literally walked in on them. Yeah. I strolled into Emily's room to borrow her hair straightener or something, and there they were, Liam and my sister, kissing like two adolescents at prom. My heart has just stopped. It was one of those moments when time seemed to freeze, you know? Like you can't believe what you're witnessing. I did not say anything at first. I just stood there staring at them, trying to understand what was going on. What do you say in a case like that? They didn't notice me for a few seconds, until Liam looked up and froze. Emily did too, and the expression on her face? She resembled a deer in headlights. There was no denying what was happening. It was right in front of me. My boyfriend and sister. I only remember feeling a rush of rage, despair and shock all at once. My chest felt tight, and I thought I was going to vomit. I managed to sputter out something like, "Are you serious?" before bolting out of the house. I had no idea where I was headed. I simply needed to get out of there. My thoughts were racing, and my heart was devastated. The two individuals I trusted the most had stabbed me in the back, and I wasn't sure how to deal with it. Later that night, my parents discovered me. I'd been sitting in my car for what seemed like hours, crying and trying to make sense of things. When they knocked on my window, I thought, finally, they're here to comfort me. But they didn't. Instead, they instructed me to calm down and think rationally. Rationally? Seriously? They attempted to persuade me that these things happen, and it's just a guy. But it wasn't only Liam, it was also about Emily. My sister. You're betraying me in the worst conceivable way. They were repeating stuff like, family is family. You have to forgive her. Like, what the hell? How am I expected to forgive her for this? I was infuriated. I felt like I'd been pushed away. Like if my feelings didn't count. It became worse when Emily had the audacity to approach me and say, "I'm sorry, but we didn't mean to hurt you. Liam and I just have feelings for each other." Feelings for each other? Are you kidding me? They had been sneaking around behind my back, and now they are in love. I could not even look at her. I told her she was dead to me and I never wanted to see her again, and I meant it. Of course my folks were not having it. They kept pushing the family forgiveness angle, claiming I was being theatrical. My father truly told me to grow up. My own father. It felt like I was losing my whole family at once. I couldn't believe they agreed with her. It was as if I did not matter at all. I'd lost my boyfriend, sister, and now my parents. I was alone. For months. I didn't know how to deal. I was depressed and completely numb. I stopped speaking to everyone. I'd go to work, come home, and just lie in bed. I would cry until I couldn't anymore. During that period, the only person I had was my best friend, Jade. She made sure I ate and got out of bed. But that wasn't enough. I couldn't shake the idea that I was worthless, as if they were right and I was simply being dramatic. Eventually, it became too much for me. One night I simply broke. I couldn't see a way out of the pain, and I believed that the only way to make it stop was to end it. So I composed a long letter describing everything, about Emily, Liam, and how betrayed I felt by everyone, and scheduled it to be posted on Tumblr after I left. Then I took a number of medicines, lay down, and waited for it to be over. But Jade, being the fantastic person she is, discovered me. She called 911, and I believe they arrived barely in time, because I awoke in the hospital the next morning. I was sleepy and bewildered, but I was still alive. They put me on suicide watch after that, which was actually the best thing for me at the time. I needed aid. I needed to go away from everything and everyone who had damaged me. My grandparents were the only ones who came to see me while I was there, not my parents or Emily. They did not try to push me to forgive anyone. They simply sat with me, let me speak, and truly listened. They rescued me in more ways than one. They picked me up after I was discharged and took me to live with them. I disconnected from everyone else, and for the first time in months, I felt like I could begin to heal. As I already stated, my grandparents took me in once I was discharged from the hospital. I can't express how grateful I am for them. They didn't try to force me to talk about something I wasn't ready for. They were simply there for me. I was still struggling mentally, but for the first time, I felt like I had a support network. But, even though I was safe and in a better environment, the aftermath of everything was just beginning. See, I had entirely cut off my parents and Emily. I blocked them on everything, including Facebook, Instagram, and my phone. I didn't want to hear one word from them. I was finished. They weren't concerned about me when I needed them, so why should I bother? But as I was attempting to heal and move on, my best friend Jade was out there, angry on my behalf. She was furious about what had transpired and was not going to let them off the hook so easily. I didn't realize it at the time, but Jade was plotting her own small retribution. One day, out of nowhere, she texted me. "I did something, but I think you'll like it." I was like, what did you do? She says, "Don't be mad, but I shared your note. The one you posted on Tumblr. I made sure everyone saw it." I was stunned at first. I didn't want to expose my dirty laundry to the world, you know? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized, screw it. Whether they didn't care how I felt, why should I care whether others know what they did? And by shared, I mean that Jade tagged my parents Emily and Liam in the post and called them out. She went full savage. The post went viral in our small circle. Jade had over 1,000 Facebook friends, and they started sharing it like crazy. I had no idea how many people were aware of what had happened until I began receiving texts from random high school classmates, former co-workers, and even individuals I barely knew. Everyone was coming out of the woodwork to tell me how messed up my family was, how much they cared about me, and how they couldn't believe Emily and Liam did what they did. But that wasn't the weirdest thing. People I knew weren't the only ones who were upset. They also knew others. My mother had a reputation in her church as a perfect, wholesome person, and when members of her congregation saw what happened, they were outraged. They really booted her out of the church, telling her she was no longer welcome due to how she treated me. Imagine being excommunicated from your own church for anything like that. I heard she attempted to apologize or explain herself, but no one wanted to hear it. She was considered a hypocrite, and it ended her social life. My father? He also lost a significant number of pals. They were disgusted by how he supported Emily and encouraged me to just get over it. Some of his closest pals abruptly cut him off. People perceived him as a cold, cruel person, and they no longer wanted to be affiliated with him. And Emily? Oh my, Emily had it the worst. I'm not sure how she managed to leave the house after what Jade posted. People dubbed her a homewrecker, a backstabber, you name it. Some of her closest friends abandoned her, claiming they didn't want anything to do with someone who would betray their own sister in that way. I've heard she got into conflicts with people in public, such as at the grocery store, because they recognized her and called her out. I'm not going to lie, part of me was relieved to hear she was receiving what she deserved. It was as if the universe was finally showing her the consequences of what she had done to me. Liam was also held accountable. His family is really religious, as in they attend church every Sunday. And when they discovered what he'd been doing with Emily behind my back, they freaked out. His parents sent him away on a retreat or something to find God again. He was away for months, and when he returned, he and Emily had split up. I don't know the specifics, but I can infer that he couldn't manage the criticism, which put a gap between them. Good riddance. Throughout it all, I was simply trying to concentrate on myself. My grandparents had put me into treatment, and I was beginning to make some improvement. I was making progress, even though it was sluggish. I didn't care what was going on with my family or how unhappy they were. At least that's what I told myself. But hearing about their lives falling apart felt like justice. As if they finally knew what they had put me through. It was messed up, but I wouldn't say it didn't feel wonderful. My grandmother, on the other hand, sat me down one day and said, "Your mom tried to call, she wants to talk." I just rolled my eyes. Why would I want to speak with her now? She didn't care before. Why should she care now? My grandmother simply nodded and said, "I know, honey. But I wanted you to know." I considered it for a second. Was I curious? Yes, a little. Did I care enough to reach out? Absolutely not. My mother had created her bed, and she now had to lie in it. I wasn't about to give her the satisfaction of believing she could simply return to my life after everything she'd done. It wasn't only my mother attempting to reach out. Emily had messaged me on Instagram, and yes, I forgot to block her there. She was attempting to apologize, stating she was sorry and never intended to hurt me. I didn't read the entire message. I simply removed it and blocked her. I had nothing to say to her. To me, she was still dead. Following that, everything began to calm down. The hysteria around Jade's message soon subsided and people stopped discussing it. But the harm had been done. My parents were essentially social outcasts. Emily had to go to another location since she couldn't bear the continual reminders of her actions. Liam was gone, out of my life for good. And I was perfectly okay with it. Living with my grandparents was the greatest thing that could have happened to me. They provided me space to heal without pressuring me to forgive anyone. I began to feel like myself again, as if I could finally move on from everything. But I was not naive. I understood that the agony of what my family had done would always be present, lurking in the background. It resembled a scar. It would fade with time, but it would never completely disappear. I didn't need them, however. I had grandparents. I had Jade. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I was creating a life that was truly mine. Update 1. So, after everything was down and the dust had settled, you'd expect life to return to normal, right? But it didn't. Not even close. I was living with my grandparents, which was the absolute nicest thing that could have happened. However, the whole situation with my family and Emily continued to weigh on me. I guess you don't get over that kind of betrayal easily. My therapist was quite helpful during this time. She wasn't a miracle worker, but she did help me figure out how to deal with my anger and despair without allowing it to consume me. It's strange because despite the fact that I'd cut off all contact with my parents and Emily, they nevertheless managed to creep back into my mind. I would suddenly think, how could they do this to me? How could my own family choose her over me? Even when I didn't want to care, it was always there. It's difficult to describe. I attempted to focus on reconstructing my life. I obtained a new job, made some new acquaintances, and even started attending school part-time. For a while, I did whatever I could to distract myself. I wasn't trying to cope with any of my feelings for my family. I reasoned that if I kept myself occupied, I might be able to forget about everything. But that is not the way things work. So one night I was scrolling through Instagram, idly as you do, and came on a post from one of my cousins. I hadn't really communicated with that side of the family since everything went down. But curiosity got the best of me. I clicked on the picture, and there it was. A family reunion. Everyone was smiling and having a fantastic time. Everyone but me. Now don't get me wrong, it wasn't like I wanted to attend that reunion. I would not have gone, even if they had begged me. But seeing that image made me realize how much I'd been excluded from their lives. It was as if I did not exist anymore. My family had moved on without me, and they didn't seem to care. It felt like I had been erased. It impacted me harder than I expected. I ended up venting to Jade about it the next day, and she said, "Screw them. You're better off without people like that. You've got your own life now." She was correct. I knew that. It still ached. I had no idea how much I still cared until I saw that idiotic Instagram post. It wasn't that I wanted to be around them again. It was more that I couldn't believe how quickly they went on, as if nothing had happened. But things grew weirder from there. About a week later, my father called. Yeah, my father. The same one who advised me to grow up and reclaim Emily after everything she'd done. Clearly I did not pick up. I left it on voicemail, and when I listened to it later, he was basically begging me to talk. He went on to say, "We've been thinking about you, and we miss you, and want to make things right." For a second, I considered calling him back. But then I remembered what happened the last time I attempted to talk to them. The gaslighting, the guilt trips, the way they made me feel like I was to blame for not forgiving Emily. I could not go through it again. So I blocked his number. My mother then tried to reach out as well. She sent me a long email in which she apologized for everything and expressed her desire to repair our friendship. The weird thing is that she never apologized for anything particular. It was all nebulous statements like, "I'm sorry you're hurt," and "We're family, and we need to come together." It didn't feel real at all, like she was just trying to smooth things over without accepting any responsibility. I did not respond. To be honest, I didn't bother reading it all. I forwarded it to my therapist and then erased it. I knew if I allowed myself to interact with them again, I'd slip back into the same toxic dynamic, and I was finally beginning to put my life together. I wasn't going to let them pull me back down. It's incredible how much cutting off toxic people can improve your life. Things began to improve after I let go of the assumption that my family would always be there for me. I mean, it wasn't ideal. I still had awful days. But I was free. No more worrying about what others thought of me. No more leaning over backward to make them pleased. It was just me, living my life and doing my own thing. But then something happened that really messed with my mind. One day I was at the grocery store minding my own business when I ran into someone. Emily. Yes, Emily. I hadn't seen her in over a year, and I hadn't planned on it. But there she was, standing in the vegetable department, looking as stunned as I was. We just stood there and stared at one another for a minute. I was going to turn around and leave, But then she approached me. She began talking extremely quickly, as if she was frantic to get everything out before I could go. She was crying, telling me how much she regretted everything, how much she missed me, and how her life had crumbled since I had cut her off. Honestly, I had no idea what to say. I was outraged, but I also felt a strange sense of sympathy for her. She looked terrible, as if life had truly crushed her down. She continued saying, I'm sorry, repeatedly. But it didn't matter. It was too late. There was nothing she could say to put matters right. I just stood there, letting her babble, until I finally said, I don't hate you, but I also don't want you in my life. And then I walked away. She did not try to stop me. She just stood there crying, as I left. It was strange since I expected seeing her to make me angry, but it did not. If anything, it reminded me of how far I had come. I was no longer that sad, damaged person. Emily and my parents had no power over me anymore. I was finished with them. For good this time. After that, I stopped thinking about Emily or my parents so much. That last encounter seemed to provide me with the closure I didn't realize I needed. I continued on with my life. And yes, it is still not perfect, but it is mine now. I am in control. I have my grandparents and my pals, which is all I need. If my family wishes to correct things, that is up to them. However, they are no longer a part of my life, and honestly, I'm fine with that. Update 2. So, after running into Emily at the grocery store and walking away, I felt I had finally put an end to all of the family turmoil. I was moving on, focusing on my own life and simply trying to live without all of that drama hanging over me. I mean, I wasn't thinking about them much anymore, which felt like a victory in itself. But then something happened that threw everything back at me. It was a normal Friday night. I was simply hanging out at home with Jade, watching an odd Netflix show and eating takeout, when I received this strange call from an unknown number. Normally I wouldn't bother answering unfamiliar calls, but something inside me urged, pick it up. So I did. On the other end, there stood this guy. He seemed unstable and didn't introduce himself right away, so I assumed it was a scam, or a telemarketing scam. But then he says, hey, it's Liam. Liam is my ex. I hadn't heard from him in years, not since his family sent him out to find Jesus or whatever after the entire Emily situation. I did not know what to say. Part of me wanted to hang up, but curiosity got the best of me, so I'm like, what the hell do you want? He pauses for a moment before saying, I need to talk to you. It's important. Important? After all this time? I was not buying it. But before I could tell him to screw off, he starts talking about how his life has been a shambles since everything happened, how he regrets what he did, and how he wants to fully apologize. I could sense the despair in his voice, and for a little moment, I felt sorry for him. But then I remembered how much he had wounded me, how much they had both harmed me, and I was in no condition to reopen that pain. I advised him, look Liam, I've moved on. I don't care about your apology. Whatever happened between you and Emily or whatever regrets you have, that's on you. I don't want anything to do with it. I was about to hang up when he said something that made me freeze. He responded, it's not just about me and Emily. There's something you don't know. I responded, what do you mean? He continues, I'm not the only one who betrayed you. Your family. There's more to the story. Now, I didn't want to believe him. I assumed he was just attempting to bring me back into the turmoil. But something about his voice, the way he stated it, did not feel like a lie. Against my better judgment, I agreed to meet with him the next day. I'm not sure why. Perhaps a part of me wanted to hear whatever he had to say in order to gain complete closure. Or maybe I was simply intrigued. In any case, I was about to encounter an unexpected situation. The following day, we met at a coffee shop. I hadn't seen Liam in a long time, and when I did, he looked different, as if life had ripped him up and spit him out. He was leaner, had bags under his eyes, and appeared worn out. Part of me wanted to feel sorry for him, but the other part remembered how he betrayed me, so I remained vigilant. We sat down, and there was a really awkward stillness for a minute. I could tell he didn't know where to begin. Finally I said, you said there's something I don't know, so just say it. He took a big breath and began speaking. And what he told me really surprised me. Apparently my parents knew about Liam and Emily long before I did. They'd known for months, perhaps even longer. They not only knew, but also approved of it. My mother had urged Emily to pursue Liam because she believed we were incompatible or whatever. She thought Emily would be a better fit for him, and that I was overly attached to Liam. My mother had been playing matchmaker behind my back, attempting to set up my lover with my sister. I couldn't believe what I heard. I felt as if the room was spinning. I interrupted him with, "Wait, are you saying my mom was okay with you cheating on me with my sister?" He nodded, looking down at his hands, and replied, "Yeah." I didn't want to go along with it at first, but Emily kept pushing, and your mom kept saying it was for the best. I know that doesn't excuse anything, but I didn't think you knew. I just sat there, staring at him, my thoughts racing. All this time I assumed the betrayal was limited to Liam and Emily. I had no notion my mother was directing everything behind the scenes. I felt like an idiot. How could I have missed it? How could I have assumed my parents were passive in all of this? Liam kept telling about how he regretted it and wished he hadn't gone along with it. But I stopped listening. I was too busy trying to process what he had just said. My own mother had damaged my relationship because she believed Emily was better for Liam than I was. Finally, I cut him off. I didn't need to hear any more. I thanked him for telling me and left the coffee shop. My mind was racing, and I felt like I was about to explode. I couldn't believe how profound the betrayal was. It was no longer just Liam and Emily. My entire family was involved, watching me fall apart and doing nothing to stop it. Actually encouraging it. When I came home, I sat in my car for a while, simply thinking. I wanted to yell, strike something, or do anything to release my rage. But instead I sat there, numb. I wasn't sure what to do. A part of me wanted to confront my parents, blow up at them, and demand explanations. But another part of me knew it would make no difference. They'd just gaslight me again, telling me I was overreacting, as they always did. I wasn't sure what my next step would be. All I knew was that the betrayal went far deeper than I had thought. And the individuals I thought I'd never trust again have managed to wound me even more. Update 3. So when I discovered my own mother was behind the whole affair with Emily and Liam, I felt like I was living in a horrible movie. I could not sleep that night. I kept repeating everything in my head. Betrayal, deceit, and manipulation. I mean, who does that to their own child? It wasn't just about the guy anymore. This was about my entire family, including my own mother, who actively tried to screw me over and thought it was okay. I awoke the next morning feeling like I was about to burst. I didn't care about moving on or remaining calm anymore. I was furious, and I needed answers. So I did something I knew I shouldn't. I drove over to my folks' place. I hadn't gone there since I cut them off, but I couldn't sit around any longer. I needed to understand why. When I arrived, I didn't bother knocking. I had a key, so I simply let myself in. My parents were in the kitchen preparing breakfast as if nothing had happened, utterly unaware of the impending bombing. They looked surprised to see me, especially my mother. My father gave me an uneasy smile, as if he wasn't sure whether he should be glad I was there or terrified. I did not spend time with trivial conversations. I blurted it out. "Did you know about Emily and Liam? Have you set them up?" My mother's face grew pale. She did not respond immediately away, and I could see the gears spinning in her head as she tried to find out how to spin this. My father looked puzzled, as if he had no idea what I was talking about. But my mother knew. "Why does that matter now?" she finally asked, trying to dismiss it as if it were no great issue. I lost it. I slapped my hand down on the table and exclaimed, "Why does it matter? Are you serious? You ruined my life. You stood by and watched while I was falling apart, and you did nothing. You let Emily and Liam hurt me because you thought it was for the best." My father's expression changed as I stated that. He glanced at my mother as if he was piecing everything together, as if he too did not know the whole story. "What is she talking about?" he questioned her. My mother tried to calm me down. She began speaking in the condescending tone she always used when she believed I was being dramatic. She responded, "You were too attached to Liam. It wasn't healthy. I thought if Emily was with him you'd finally see that he wasn't right for you. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was doing what was best for you." That's when something clicked for me. She didn't believe she had done anything wrong. In her perspective, she was assisting me by severing my bond and pushing Liam towards Emily. She didn't apologize. She wasn't apologizing. She was explaining it as if she were a hero in the twisted fiction she had crafted. I questioned my father. "Did you know?" He looked at me, then at her and replied, "No, I didn't. I had no idea she was involved." He appeared to be going to vomit, as if I had punched him in the stomach. At this time, I didn't care anymore. There was no excuse to make any of this acceptable. I had had enough of trying to comprehend. My mother kept talking, trying to explain that she was only looking out for me and doing what she believed was best, but I wasn't listening. All I could think of was how I'd spent months loathing Emily and Liam, despite the fact that the true genius behind everything had been sitting there in front of me the entire time. "I can't believe you," I interrupted her in mid-sentence. "You didn't care about what was best for me. You just wanted control. You've always wanted control. And now, because of you, I lost everything." I could see my father becoming angry as well. He stepped up and asked, "Why didn't you tell me any of this? Why would you go behind my back like that?" But my mother was still locked in her own little universe, defending herself. "I didn't think it mattered," she replied. "Emily was better for Liam, and I was trying to protect our family. I could not handle it anymore." I told her straight up, "You did not protect anything. You destroyed it, and I will never forgive you for this. Ever." And with that, I left the house. As I walked away, I could hear my father yelling at her, but I didn't stay to hear what further was said. I was finished. I'm done with everything. On the way back, I felt unusually peaceful. I believe I anticipated feeling more, I'm not sure, relieved. Confronting her would provide me with some sort of closure, but it did not. If anything, it merely confirmed what I already knew. I couldn't trust my family, not my mother, not even my father is present at this point. They were not the people I assumed they were, and they never would be. When I returned to my grandparents' home, I told them everything. They were stunned but not surprised, if that makes sense. They'd always had doubts about my mother, but they didn't want to intervene. Nonetheless, they were supportive. My grandfather hugged me and said, "You did the right thing by confronting her. But you don't owe them anything. You've got your own life to live now." And he was correct. I had my own life to live. I'd been furious and wounded for so long, but at the end of the day, all I could do was move on. I couldn't influence what my family did, but I could control how much space they took up in my thoughts. I haven't spoken to my parents since that day. My father sent me a number of texts apologizing, but I never replied. I haven't seen or heard from Emily since that day at the grocery store. And Liam? He's merely a ghost from my past. Someone I no longer think about. What I've learned from all of this is that even the ones who are meant to love you the most can hurt you in unexpected ways. But that doesn't mean you have to let them continue to hurt you. I've created my own life now, surrounded by people who genuinely care about me, my grandparents, my friends, and Jade. They are my genuine family. They were the ones who stood by me when everything came apart. And now I am completely at ease. It took a long time and was not easy. But I'm fine with where I am. My family may still be living their lives, but I am also living mine. And for the first time in years, it seems like it belongs to me. My parents said I was too stressful for Christmas, let my sister call the shots. Now they're homeless while I'm spending the holidays in peace. I, a 31-year-old man, was sitting on my beat-up leather couch last December, surfing around Reddit on my phone while watching ESPN in the background. It was one of those dreary Sunday afternoons when you don't really care about the game but need anything to fill the emptiness of your lonely flat. Outside it was beginning to snow, one of those heavy silent snowfalls that makes the world seem quieter, the kind that accumulates up on windowsills and transforms streetlights into fuzzy halos. My apartment isn't particularly appealing. It's a one-bedroom in the less desirable section of town, but the rent is low enough that I can save a little money each month. The walls are too thin, the neighbors are excessively noisy, and the heater never works properly. But it is mine. I pay for it through my construction job, which is not glamorous by any means, but pays the bills. I've been with the same employer for 5 years, working my way up from basic laborer to crew supervisor. My hands are constantly rough, and my back is always sore, but there's something rewarding about making something with your own 2 hands that office workers will never comprehend. At the very least, it pays my bills, and it appears to do the same for others. When my phone rang with Dad's name, I nearly didn't answer. The last 3 times he called, it was to borrow money for a household emergency. First there was the water heater, then the property taxes, and then a plumbing disaster. But family remains family, right? That's what I kept telling myself anyway. That's what kept me sending money month after month, even though I should have been saving for my future. "Hey, what's up?" I asked, muting the television. "Jake," my father remarked. His voice seems casual, as if we just spoke yesterday, despite the fact that I hadn't heard from any of them in 3 weeks. Listen, about Christmas this year, we think it's better if you don't come. I sat up straight and nearly dropped my phone. The game on the TV continued, but all I could hear was the blood rushing through my ears. What? I managed to ask, thinking that I had misheard him. He let out the frustrated sigh he'd mastered over the years, the one that makes you feel like you're still a 10-year-old questioning why the sky is blue. Sierra's having a rough time lately. You know how sensitive she gets. All that tension between you two. It's just easier for everyone if you sit this one out. My sister Sierra, of course. The golden child. The one who could do no wrong, even when she completely fouled everything up. 2 years older than me, yet still handled as if she were made of glass. Let me get this straight, I started slowly, trying to maintain my conversational tone. You're uninviting me from Christmas, family Christmas, because Sierra is having a rough time? Don't make this a big deal, Jake, Dad said impatiently. I could almost picture him waving his hand dismissively, like he often did when I brought up something important to me. It's just one day. You'll survive. That's when I felt something crack within me, like a wire that had been pulled too tightly for too long. All of my animosity, aggravation, and instances when I'd bitten my tongue for the sake of family harmony rose to the surface at once. One day, I said, my voice rising despite my efforts to keep it under control. And what about the $7,000 I've paid toward your mortgage this year? Does that mean nothing? Am I just good enough to pay your bills but not good enough to sit at your table? There was a long, uneasy hush on the other end of the telephone. I could hear him breathing, probably trying to figure out how to coax me into backing down, like he always did. Eventually, he cleared his throat. That's different. You offered to help out. Don't throw that in our faces now. I stood up and paced my modest living room, the floor cracking beneath my feet. 3 steps forward, then 3 steps back. The space felt suddenly too small and restricting, like if the walls were closing in. I've been paying your mortgage for 2 years, $7,000 just this year alone, ever since Sierra's stupid tech startup crashed and burned, and you guys bailed her out instead of making her face consequences like an actual adult. But sure, I offered to do it. We appreciate it, Jake, he replied in that arrogant tone that made me want to smash a wall, the same tone he used when I informed him I was going to trade school instead of college. But this isn't about money, it's about family. Sierra needs a stress-free environment right now. She's in a very vulnerable place. I stepped to my window and watched the snow build up on the street below. My reflection began, back at me. Tired eyes, 3-day stubble, the appearance of a man who has been taken advantage of for far too long. Behind me, on my coffee table stood a stack of bills that I had been putting off paying, because as usual, I had sent my parents' mortgage money first. Family. I laughed, and the sound was terrible even to my own ears. It's funny how I'm family when you need my money but not when it's time to gather around the Christmas tree. It's funny how Sierra's vulnerable place is more important than the fact that I've been working tirelessly to keep a roof over all of your heads. You're being dramatic, he began, but I'd had enough of being stopped, dismissed, and serving as the family's ATM. No, Dad. You made your choice. Enjoy your Sierra-friendly Christmas but don't expect another dime from me. Not tomorrow, not next month, not ever again. I hung up before he could react, throwing my phone onto the couch as if it were burning my hand. My heart was beating, and my hands were trembling with wrath and possibly relief. For once, I stood up for myself rather than simply accepting it. I grabbed my laptop from the side table and sat back down, launching my banking app. It was time to make a life-changing decision. Let me tell you about my ideal sister, Sierra, a 29-year-old woman. I need you to comprehend what I've been going through all these years. Honor roll student, college volleyball star, homecoming queen, mom's darling angel and dad's clever girl, the kind of sister who borrowed your belongings without asking and then behaved like you were the jerk when you demanded them back. She got a car for her 16th birthday, whilst I got a watch for mine. She never had to have a summer job since she needed to focus on her studies, yet I've been mowing lawns since I was 14. Our childhood bedroom doors reveal the entire story. Hers was decorated with ribbons, medals, and prizes. Mine received only one participation award from Little League, which Dad described as a good start, with a disappointed expression in his eye. She resigned her solid marketing job 2 years ago to start this innovative fitness software called Fit Focus, or something like that, with the firm belief that it would make millions. Mom and Dad devoured it like it was gospel truth. She's so entrepreneurial, Mom would exclaim during our occasional phone calls. That's my girl, taking risks, Dad would say at family dinners where I was still invited back then. They didn't only offer her emotional support. They went all in, remortgaging their nearly paid-off property to provide her with $80,000 in launch funds. They did not even hesitate. When did I decide that I wanted to go trade school rather than college? That was short-sighted, Jake. You're wasting your potential. When did I need $2,000 for my certification courses? We're not made of money. What about Sierra's half-baked app idea? Here's our life savings and the deed to our house. The application launched, crashed, and burnt. The entire project failed within 3 months due to server difficulties, design defects, and a lack of a marketing strategy. My sister's amazing notion turned out to be little more than an Instagram filter plus a calorie tracker packed in a clunky interface that crashed all the time. She hadn't even bothered to test it thoroughly before launching. Why should she? Nothing had ever been difficult for her before. Mom and Dad were suddenly on the hook for a hefty mortgage that they couldn't afford, despite Dad's postal worker's salary and Mom's part-time receptionist job. They were going to lose their house. I grew up in this house. Despite everything, the house held some pleasant memories for me. And guess who stepped forward? Me. Jake. The disappointment. The one who squandered his potential with construction work. I was not living up to the family name by working with my hands. I began covering their mortgage payments. $583 each month, $7,000 this year alone. Money came directly out of my account while Sierra was uploading pictures of her healing retreats and her new MacBook Pro, which she allegedly needed for her job search. I've never complained. I just gritted my teeth and sent the money each month. I picked up extra shifts, worked on weekends. I skipped vacations. I drove my 10-year-old automobile with 170,000 miles on it, hoping it wouldn't break down. I lived in my terrible apartment, with noisy neighbors and erratic heating, because that was all I could afford while supporting 2 households. Sierra was living rent-free in their basement, raiding their fridge, watching Netflix, and discussing her next big idea, which was, definitely going to work out this time, guys. For real. Do you know what the worst part was? She never said, thank you. Never acknowledged that her failure had consequences, and that I bore the brunt of them. At Thanksgiving, which I was still welcome to at the time, she had the audacity to ask why I didn't have a real job with my full potential, so I could afford a better automobile. I almost choked on my turkey. And now I was not invited for Christmas, the one day of the year when even the most dysfunctional families pretend to enjoy one another for a few hours. The day I'd been secretly looking forward to, because it meant a great lunch that I didn't have to cook myself, and the sense of belonging somewhere, even if just for a couple hours. I grabbed my laptop and logged into the bank account I had set up particularly for their mortgage payments. My name was on it since Dad couldn't figure out internet banking, and Mom simply laughed and said, "You're so good with money, Jake." There it was. $7,000 gone this year. Every dollar gained through backbreaking effort, lugging supplies in freezing temperatures and scorching heat. Each payment reminded me of the family who only wanted my pocketbook. I went to the automatic payment options and chose to cancel all scheduled payments. My finger briefly hovered over the confirm button before hitting it firmly. A message appeared, stating that all scheduled payments had been canceled. I went a step further and moved the funds I'd set aside for their January payment back into my own account before closing the laptop with a satisfying snap. For the first time in 2 years, I felt able to breathe again. I felt like I was regaining control of my own life. Let's see how exposed Sierra feels once the bank begins sending foreclosure notices. The next few weeks went by as usual, except that I was suddenly $583 richer every month. It's amazing how much breathing room this gives a guy. I even bought myself a new pair of work boots with extra arch support, which helps when you're on your feet for 10 hours a day. A modest luxury, but it felt enormous. Snow continued to accumulate outdoors. December in Michigan is no joke. The temperatures plunged into the teens, and the wind chill made them feel like negative figures. I kept showing up at job sites, swinging hammers and running saws, returning home with sawdust in my boots and concrete dust in my lungs. Everything became more difficult as the temperature dropped. Materials refused to cooperate, equipment took longer to warm up, and my fingers remained numb despite wearing heavy gloves. But you know what? I didn't mind it as much because every dime I earned was finally mine. There have been no calls from the family yet. For once, I just wanted to maintain the steady pace of my own existence. Friday night, I met up with my friend Chris at a pizza joint near his apartment. We've been pals since we were kids, sneaking cigarettes under the high school gym. He's now a plumber, earning decent money when people's pipes burst in the winter, which is pretty much a guaranteed income stream in Michigan from December to March. The place was full with Friday revelers, couples on dates, families with boisterous children, and groups of friends beginning their weekend. Classic rock playing over the speakers, the scent of pepperoni and cheese in the air, and the continual talk of people having a good time. Chris passed a soda over the table to me, giving me a skeptical look. "You look different," he commented. "Less, I don't know," stretched out. "Like you're not carrying a piano on your back anymore." I took a long sip and let it all out. Dad's call, Sierra's turmoil, being barred from Christmas after covering their mortgage for 2 years in a row. Chris's jaw dropped, a half-eaten slice of pizza frozen halfway into his lips. "You're kidding me. They actually uninvited you after you've been paying their mortgage?" I nodded and grabbed a chunk of the pie between us. "Yep. So I canceled all the payments. They don't know yet." He threw his head back and laughed so loudly that the table next to us looked up. "Holy man, that's cold as ice. When will they find out?" "End of the month, when the payment doesn't go through. Right after Christmas." I couldn't stop the grin from creeping across my face. First, they have the perfect family Christmas without me. Then they get a call from the bank regarding their missed payment. Chris lifted a glass. "Don't be a doormat anymore." We clinked our drinks. For the first time in years, I felt in charge of my own life. "You know they're going to freak out, right?" Chris asked, wiping the pizza grease from his beard. "Like a nuclear meltdown level freak out." I shrugged. "Let them. I'm done caring." "Good for you, man," he said, nodding. "About damn time. I've been watching you kill yourself for them for 2 years while they treat you like garbage. Should have cut them off a long time ago." He was correct, of course. I should have. But there's something about family, some foolish, ingrained loyalty, that makes you keep trying even when it's evident you're the only one making an attempt. The days went by. For Christmas I purchased myself a 55-inch smart TV that works. Why not? It was my money. I even got one of those fake trees from Walmart and placed it in the corner of my living room. I put a couple of wrapped presents under it, just things I bought for myself, but it made the room look festive. If I didn't go to their Christmas party, I'd make my own. Meanwhile, neither of them had called. Not Mom, to make sure I was okay. Not Dad, to apologize. Sierra would never thank me for providing a roof over her ungrateful head for the past 2 years. Just silence. And for once, the silence felt lovely. I went grocery shopping and splurged on ingredients for a proper Christmas dinner. Not the dried-out turkey and lumpy mashed potatoes Mom used to make, but a lovely steak, some roasted potatoes, and fresh green beans. The type of meal I never bothered to prepare for myself, since it seemed like too much work. As I was packing my cart, I ran across Mrs. Peterson, an old neighbor from when I was growing up. She seemed surprised to see me. "Jake. How are you, dear? Getting ready for Christmas with your parents? I just saw your mother yesterday at the store. She was buying so much food. As usual, that woman always cooks enough for the army." I forced a smile. "Actually, I'm not going this year. Just having a quiet one at my place." Her face fell. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine," I lied. "Just a change of plans this year." As I went away, I imagined them putting up their normal holiday decorations. Mom hung the stockings, one for each of them, but none for me this year. Dad battled with the tree lights, while Sierra sat on the couch, most likely reading through Instagram rather than helping. I put a container of ice cream in my trolley and smiled. They didn't know what I was on my way. The first communication arrived 3 days before Christmas. I was at Home Depot, getting materials for a side job I'd picked up to fill the idle week between Christmas and New Year's, when my phone buzzed with a text from Mom. "Jake, honey, the bank called about the mortgage payment. They said it didn't go through. Is everything okay with the account?" I slid the phone back into my pocket without answering. Allow them to sweat. 2 hours later, Dad called. I immediately sent it to voicemail. His message was less appealing. "Jake, what's going on with the mortgage payment? Call me back right away." I did not. Then followed Sierra's text, usually the last to notice a problem, but the first to make demands. "Jake, Mom and Dad are freaking out about the mortgage. Fix it now." I was sitting on my new couch, watching TV, and eating pizza as a treat when I decided to answer. Not to her, but to Mom. "Sorry, can't help with the mortgage anymore. Tight budget. Christmas is expensive, you understand. Short. Director." They gave me a casual dismissal, Her response arrived nearly immediately. What? But we're counting on that money, Jake. We can't make the payment without you. I took another mouthful of pizza, allowing the cheese to stretch and eventually snap. That's tough. Maybe Sierra can help out. She lives there rent-free anyway. Then I silenced my phone and returned to the nature documentary I was watching, which was about penguins. Interesting stuff. The following morning, I had 8 missed calls and 3 voicemails from Dad, each one angrier than the last. The final one was an actual explosion. Jake, you can't just stop paying with no warning. The bank says we're already late. Call me back now. Sierra sent a series of progressively frantic texts. WTF Jake. Answer your phone. You're ruining everything on purpose. Mom is crying because of you. Good. Let her cry. Allow them to experience what it's like to be the people no one cares about. I texted Mom once again. Sorry. Already spent the money on Christmas gifts for myself. Good luck with the payment. I then blocked all 3 of them. Christmas was just 2 days away, and for the first time, I was looking forward to spending it alone. That afternoon, I saw my neighbor Tom in the parking lot. He's a nice guy who works nights as a security guard and always brings in my things while they're waiting outside my door. Hey man, you're looking cheerful, he commented as he assisted me in transporting my new TV box from the car. Hot date for Christmas? I laughed. Nah, just treating myself this year, family-free holiday. Lucky you, he grumbled, guiding the box through my tight threshold. I've got the in-laws coming. 3 days of my father-in-law telling me I mounted the TV wrong, and my mother-in-law rearranging my kitchen cabinets. We brought the TV inside, and I offered him a couple of Pepsi from my fridge in appreciation. As he left, he turned back. Hey, if you're on your own for Christmas, why don't you come over for dinner? Rachel always makes too much food anyway. No pressure, just if you want to. The offer astonished me. It was the first genuine invitation I had received in a long time. Thanks, man. I'll think about it. I thought about it. It was great to know that someone wanted me around for Christmas, and not just my money. Christmas morning brought another heavy snowstorm. I slept in until 10 o'clock, which is something I never get to do because of my job schedule. There is no alarm, no need to rush to the employment location, and no family duties. Simply peace and quiet. I cooked myself a full breakfast, bacon, eggs, the works. Poured some fine coffee I had purchased, and put on the Christmas music channel just because I could. Around noon, someone began hammering on my door, the type of pounding that indicates business. Not Tom's friendly knock or the delivery man's fast rap. Through the peephole I saw Dad standing there in his winter coat, his face flushed with either cold or fury, most likely both, and his breath creating small clouds in the icy corridor air. I opened the door while keeping the chain on. Merry Christmas, I replied, relishing the way his eyes furrowed. What the hell do you think you're doing? He exclaimed, his voice echoing down the hallway. The bank called again yesterday. We're late on the payment. I leaned against the doorframe. Yeah, that happens when you don't pay your bills. You know we can't afford it without you, he said, peering through the crack in the door at my apartment. I could see him noticing the Christmas tree, wrapped presents, and the new television in the background. Funny how that works, I said quietly. I can't afford to help people who don't consider me family enough to spend Christmas with. His face became an even deeper shade of red. This is childish, Jake. This is about our house. Your mother is beside herself. Should have thought about that before you kicked me out of Christmas. I shrugged. How's Sierra handling the stress? Still feeling vulnerable. This isn't about Sierra. It's always about Sierra, I interrupted him. Even now you're standing at my door on Christmas Day, not to invite me over, or apologize, but to demand money. That's all I am to you guys. An ATM. He changed tactics, his voice suddenly pleading. Jake, please. We'll lose the house. We're already behind. Not my problem anymore, I answered, shutting the door. He kept hammering and cursing before giving up and leaving. I heard his car start, the engine straining in the cold before eventually turning over. I returned to my Christmas brunch, turned up the music, and made another cup of coffee. For the first time in years, I felt able to breathe. My phone flared up with a text from an unfamiliar number. Mom was using Sierra's phone to bypass my block. Jake, please, we need you, we're family. I wrote back, families don't uninvite members from Christmas to keep the golden child comfortable. Families don't take $7,000 from someone and then throw them away. Merry Christmas. Then I blocked Sierra's phone number and spent the rest of the day in glorious tranquil solitude. I cooked my steak properly, medium rare, just like I like it. The potatoes were crunchy on the exterior and fluffy inside. I ate at my small table with genuine napkins and a real plate, rather than the paper ones I usually use. I even got myself a tiny apple pie for dessert. After dinner, I opened the gifts I'd wrapped for myself, which included new headphones, a couple of video games I'd been wanting, and a decent watch to replace the cheap one that had finally died after 5 years. Small things, but things I denied myself because the $583 had to go to them first. As I was trying out the headphones, there was another faint knock on the door. Mom. I ignored it, cranked up the level on my headphones, and pretended I could not hear. She knocked for a while before giving up. Later I discovered a card she had slid under the door. Inside came the standard generic Christmas message, signed Love, Mom and Dad. It wasn't even written personally for me, it was a store-bought card that they presumably had plenty of. There was no indication of expressing sorry for not inviting me. There was no acknowledgement of anything I had done for them. Simply a card that might have been handed to anyone. I threw it in the garbage and returned to my tranquil evening. Around 8 p.m., Tom texted to ask if I wanted to come over for dessert and games. I took him up on it and spent the evening with his family, playing board games and eating handmade cookies. His kids were actually rather cool. We discussed construction because the 10-year-old was quite interested in it. His wife, Rachel, was friendly and accommodating, never making me feel like a charity case. I walked back to my place at around midnight. The snowfall had finally ceased. The world is silent and still. For a family-free Christmas, it hadn't been too horrible. The week between Christmas and New Year's was when things truly became bad for them. On the 26th, I got up early to go to my side job, which was to hang drywall in a basement remodeling for 6 hours. The work was difficult, but the compensation was decent, and it kept my mind occupied. When I arrived home, sweating and covered in drywall dust despite my mask, Chris was waiting in his truck in the parking lot. "Dude," he began when I arrived. "You've got to hear this. My cousin Tommy lives down the street from your parents, remember?" I nodded, opened my door and beckoned for him to enter. "They're in full panic mode," he said, following me inside and settling on my couch. "Your dad's going around to everyone in the family asking for loans. Your mom was crying at your aunt's house yesterday, and apparently, Sierra's throwing absolute fits." I opened the fridge and grabbed 2 Pepsi, giving one to Chris. "How bad is it?" "Bad," Chris said, grinning. "They missed the payment completely. Bank sent some kind of notice. And get this, your dad had to cancel the cable and internet to try to scrape together some cash. That meant Sierra couldn't even binge Netflix in the basement anymore." That concept made me grin. "Did your cousin say anything else?" I inquired, relaxing into my new chair, another Christmas present for myself. "Yeah, actually, the best part, your sister finally got a job." I almost choked on my drink. "You're kidding me. Doing what?" "Cashier at Kroger," he said, laughing. "Apparently she cried the whole first day because someone yelled at her about coupons." I leaned back, an odd combination of delight and something resembling sadness sweeping over me. Sierra had never had to deal with the real world before. She had never been shouted at by a client, had her feet ache after an 8-hour workday, or been concerned about whether her income would support her expenditures. "Welcome to the working world, sis," I mumbled. "It's not all Instagram filters and startup dreams out here." That night another SMS came in from an unknown number, my aunt this time. "Jake, honey. Your parents are in real trouble. They might lose the house. Can't you help them? Whatever happened between you, they're still your family." I texted back, "Ask Sierra to help. She's lived there rent-free for 2 years while I paid $7,000 toward their mortgage. They uninvited me from Christmas because I made Sierra uncomfortable. They made their choice." I haven't heard back from her. The next day, I was at the gym when my phone rang again, this time from an unknown number. This time, I responded. "Hello," I said between sets of the bench press. "Jake," said my mother, her voice weak and wavering. "The bank, they're threatening foreclosure if we don't catch up on payments. We don't have the money." I sat up, wiping the sweat from my forehead with a towel. "That sounds like a problem for you, Sierra, and Dad to figure out." "Please," she implored, and I could hear her cry. "We'll lose the house. We have nowhere to go." "Should have thought about that before you chose Sierra over me," I told you. "Jake, it wasn't like that." "It was exactly like that," I interrupted her. 2 years I've been paying your mortgage. 2 years of extra shifts and weekend work. And the one time I want to be included in a family holiday, I'm told I'm not welcome because precious Sierra needs a stress-free environment? Well, now you can all be stressed together. There was a long pause, broken only by her muffled sobbing. Jake. She finally whispered. We're sorry. We made a mistake. Please help us. Too late, I answered before hanging up. New Year's Eve arrived, and Tom invited me over again for a small group. Him, Rachel, another couple from the building, and I. We played cards, ate way too many snacks, and watched the ball drop on television. At midnight, my phone lit up with another text from my aunt. Your parents got an eviction warning. 30 days to pay or get out. Please, Jake. They have nowhere to go. I showed it to Tom, who shook his head in shock. Man, that's rough. Family drama at its finest, huh? Yeah, I said, putting away my phone without responding. But not my circus, not my monkeys anymore. Rachel, who had clearly been filled in by Tom, offered me a compassionate look. Family can be the worst sometimes. But also the best. It's complicated. I nodded without saying anything. I was not prepared to forgive them. Perhaps I never would be. Later that night, as I walked back to my apartment, I realized I had spent more time with Tom's family in the previous week than I had with my own in months. These folks, who barely knew me, treated me with more warmth and real concern than those who were meant to love me unconditionally. Perhaps family was not about blood after all. Perhaps it was about who truly cared about you as a person, rather than what you could do for them. January dragged by, chilly and unforgiving. I kept busy at work, saved the money that would have gone toward their mortgage, and even began attending a weekly poker night with some of the construction crew members. My life was settling into a new rhythm that was not centered on my family's needs. For the first time in years, I met Lena, a girl who worked at a coffee shop near my flat. Nothing serious yet, just casual conversation every time I stopped in. But she had scribbled her phone number on my cup last week, and I was gathering up the nerve to call it. Then, one freezing Sunday morning, there was another knock on my door. This time, all three of them, Mom, Dad, and Sierra, stood in the hallway, looking as if they hadn't slept in days. Mom's eyes were red from crying. Dad looked 10 years older than the last time I saw him. Sierra, gorgeous, precious Sierra, had black circles under her eyes and was dressed in a Kroger uniform underneath her coat. Can we come in? Dad inquired, his voice losing the power it previously had. I pondered for a moment before stepping aside. They walked in quietly, taking in my new TV, the fresh paint on the walls. Another weekend project I had time for now that I wasn't working additional jobs to finance their mortgage. And the general sensation that I was doing just fine without them. Sierra mumbled, "Nice place." And I noticed a flash of hatred in her eyes. "What do you want?" I inquired, not offering them chairs. Dad cleared his throat. "The bank. They're foreclosing. We have 2 weeks to get out of the house." I folded my arms. And we have nowhere to go, Mom explained, her voice shaking. We can't afford an apartment. With the credit hit we're taking, no one will rent to us. I glanced at each one in turn. Sounds like a real problem. What does it have to do with me? Sierra burst into tears, not the charming, delicate crying she typically used to get her way, but ugly, desperate cries. We up, okay? Is that what you want to hear? We up. I be up. I'm sorry. Mom looked surprised by her language. Dad only stared at the floor. We were wrong, Dad said gently. About Christmas. About everything. We took you for granted. I laughed, but there was nothing funny about it. Did you take me for granted? You treated me like an ATM for 2 years, and then threw me away because I was no longer convenient. That's not taking me for granted. It's exploitation. We know, Mom whispered. We were terrible to you. I turned to Sierra. And you, the queen of the castle. Nothing to say? She wiped her nose on her sleeve and appeared smaller than I had ever seen her. I've been working at Kroger, she said, as if that clarified everything. People are so mean. My feet hurt all the time, and I only make $400 a week. Welcome to the real world, I responded. The one I've been living in while you played entrepreneur with Mom and Dad's money, then sat on your ass while I paid the price for your failure. I know, she said, new tears flowing down her cheeks. I was spoiled, and entitled, and selfish. I never thanked you. I never even thought about what you were doing for us. Dad stepped forward. We're not here to ask for money, Jake. It astonished me. Then what do you want? Forgiveness, Mom replied. And a place to stay. Just until we can get back on our feet. I looked at them in bewilderment. You want to live here? With me? In my one-bedroom apartment? Dad nodded. We have nowhere else to go. I began laughing. I couldn't help it. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. Let me get this straight, I remarked when I could talk again. You uninvite me from Christmas because I make Sierra uncomfortable. You took my money for 2 years without a single thank you. And now that I've cut you off and you're facing the consequences of your actions, you want to move in with me. They looked at each other and then back at me. We have nowhere else to go, Mom insisted, as if it altered anything. I stepped to the window and looked down at the snow-covered parking lot. For 2 years, I had been at their mercy, straining myself to exhaustion for people who didn't even want me at Christmas dinner. Now they were at my mercy, desperate, destitute, and seeing me as their only alternative. I turned around to face them. No. No? Dad reiterated. No, I confirmed. You can't stay here. Not now. Not ever. But where will we go? Mom questioned, her eyes welling up. I shrugged. That's not my problem anymore. You made your choices. Now you live with them. Please, Jake, Sierra begged. I'll sleep on the floor. I'll pay rent. I'll do anything. Like you should have been doing for the past 2 years, I responded with. Too late now. Dad's expression tightened. So that's it? You're just going to throw your family out on the street? Family? I repeated. You stopped being my family the moment you decided I wasn't good enough to sit at your Christmas table. The only thing you wanted from me was my money. Well, the ATM is closed. I went to the door and opened it. I think we're done here. They remained still at first, as if they could not believe what was occurring. Jake, Mom tried once more. Please reconsider, we're begging you. It feels terrible, doesn't it? I grumbled, to beg someone for help and be refused. To be thrown away when you're no longer useful. Maybe now you understand how I felt. They filed out one by one. Sierra persevered, her Kroger name badge glinting in the hallway light. Where will you go? I inquired, not because I cared, but because I needed to understand the extent of their despair. Mom's coworker said we could use her garage for a few days, he remarked. After that, I don't know. I nodded. Good luck with that. As I closed the door, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. For 2 years, I'd carried them, paid their bills, handled their difficulties, and played the responsible role while they coddled Sierra and took advantage of my kindness. They are now gone. They had their own concerns. And I was free. I grabbed my phone and scrolled to the number Lena had scrawled on my coffee cup last week. Perhaps it was time to experience what else life has to offer aside from family strife. The next day at work, one of my co-workers inquired if I had a good weekend. I grinned and mentioned that it had been productive. I did not reveal my family's visit or their dire position. These were no longer my worries. For the first time in years, I was providing for myself. They might lose everything. My sister framed me as a thief and turned our family against me. Now they're begging for forgiveness while facing IRS investigations. My sister teasingly said, "Don't show your face at Dad's 50th. You bring shame," after I had paid $9,700 in expenditures. She hissed, "You earn $18 an hour and believe you are important?" I grinned and canceled the venue, catering, decor, and all credit lines. No face, no party, I said. I received 101 missed calls from nearly every guest in a few hours. "Don't you dare show your face at Dad's 50th, Michael," Vanessa's voice sliced like a razor into my quiet. When I picked up, she didn't even wait for me to greet her. It didn't surprise me. Most of our chats these days, if you could call them conversations at all, went like this. She went on to say, "You bring shame to this family," in a disgusted tone. "You make $18 an hour and you actually think you deserve to be there? Pathetic." My jaw tensed, but I remained silent. Words are weapons in my family, and Vanessa was always armed to the teeth, as I discovered long ago. "Michael," she continued, "you don't belong at the country club. You'll embarrass Dad. All his friends will be there. People with real careers, real money. Not some low-level IT nobody who lives paycheck to paycheck." For a minute, I closed my eyes, allowing her words to envelop me like they always had. The subtle embarrassment, the old hurt, and the reminder that my efforts were never sufficient. However, something was different this time. I finally said, "Vanessa," in a firm voice. "I paid for this entire party. The venue, the catering, the decorations. Almost 10 grand out of my own pocket." She chuckled. To be honest, I laughed. I had heard that condescending, mocking chuckle since we were young. "Oh please, you should be grateful we even let you pay," she grumbled. "You think that buys you a seat at the table? No, Michael. You're the help. That's all you've ever been. No face, no party." Her words kept repeating in my mind. They're all slapping each other. I had already experienced this kind of treatment. I had been the one keeping everything together for years, picking up the pieces, paying the bills, and making the sacrifices. And each time I kept telling myself that perhaps, just possibly, this would be the day that they would finally accept me as a member of the family. However, they never did. I forced myself to remain calm as I gently breathed. Something was shattering inside though. Or perhaps, at last, it was being reconstructed. I grinned because the choice had been made, not because I thought it was humorous. "No face, no party," I said quietly again. "Got it." I hung up after saying that. What none of them knew, and what Vanessa didn't know, was that I wasn't going to accept it this time. I had finished their game this time. They were going to find out just how much power I actually have this time. I believed I was helping for years. I see now that I was feeding a monster. It began modestly, it always does. The golden kid had always been Vanessa. The ideal daughter. The bright spot. And me? I was just Michael. The one in charge. The person who wired the money, cleaned up the mess, and never inquired. However, Vanessa. She was skilled at playing everyone. Following her third failed relationship and another job that she somehow lost unfairly, she experienced financial difficulties once more last year. She sobbed as she called and said she was unable to pay her credit cards. "Michael, you know I'd never ask if it wasn't serious. I'm trying, but life's been so unfair lately." I made the payment. I always did. But she was telling another story behind my back. My Aunt Diane stopped returning my calls, which is when I realized the transition had occurred. Then Uncle Frank began responding to me in the family group chat with icy one-word responses. Even Mom's texts eventually become more aloof. I initially believed that I was dreaming, and that perhaps they were simply preoccupied. However, when my cousin Matthew unintentionally sent me a screenshot from another group chat, the reality hit me like a ton of bricks. Vanessa wrote, "Michael's not well. He's been stealing from Vanessa for months. We're worried about him. He's so resentful of our success. He's trying to turn the family against me." There. It was as simple as day. She was causing them poisoning. For a minute I was unable to breathe. Is it theft? Her debts were paid by me. She wasn't done though. It intensified a few weeks later. Suddenly my dad called me. His voice was icy. Not the same. "Son, we need to talk. Your sister told us everything. If you're struggling, just admit it. But dragging Vanessa down, that's unacceptable." I made an effort to clarify. I made an effort to be honest with them, that I had spent years helping her. However, they refused to listen. Mom interrupted. "Why would Vanessa lie? She's your sister. Family doesn't lie." That's what they always say. Family is honest. But they were constantly lying. Then the phony evidence surfaced. How she did it is beyond me. Perhaps a tech-savvy friend or a cheap app. However, Vanessa managed to produce screenshots of text messages that appeared to show me threatening her, demanding money back, and even using derogatory language I never used. She even had audio recordings. Voice recordings that have been edited. Spliced and altered, my voice was pieced together from previous voicemails. In one I almost yelled, "You owe me, you're worthless." Those were phrases I had never spoken. Never. However, the tone and timestamps were all meticulously crafted to appear authentic. And it was sufficient for my parents. Dad stated, "You need help, Michael," during one of our final phone conversations. "We won't let you ruin Vanessa's life any further." I ended the call. They didn't want the truth, I recognized then. They desired a villain. Vanessa also gave them one. Meanwhile, the planning of the celebration went on without me. Vanessa assumed complete command. Every day she shared updates on Facebook, including images of the location, the custom cake taste, and floral arrangements. Each post concluded in the same manner. "All for Dad. I spared no expense because family means everything." The comments came flooding in. "You're amazing, Jess. Your brother could learn a thing or two. As if I didn't exist, I silently observed my own family members cheering her on with love reactions and emoticons. As if I hadn't spent almost $10,000 on this party that they acted like hers. However, Vanessa committed a single error. Her digital fingerprints are all over the place. The payment receipts were still with me. All in my name. The wire moves. Everything connected to my accounts, including the bills from the caterer, florist and event coordinator. I kept everything. Each and every screenshot. Every message. Each transfer. All lies. The last public humiliation followed. My Uncle Henry made the following message in the family chat 2 days before to the celebration. It's a shame Michael won't be at the party. Maybe it's for the best. He's been unstable lately. Aunt Diane then added, Vanessa worked so hard for this, Michael would have just made it uncomfortable. They weren't only leaving me out. I was being erased. Vanessa had prevailed. Or so she believed. The intended purpose was a laid-back coffee cafe. Neutral territory. However, I went with the Glass House, a tiny, peaceful botanical cafe hidden behind a downtown antique bookshop. Soft instrumental music is playing over the mutter of distant voices, and there are bright glass walls with lush green plants hanging from every corner. It appeared to be innocuous. Calm. Peace was going to die here today, which is why I chose it. Together they arrived. As usual, Dad took the lead. Tense shoulders, piercing gaze, chilly, clipped voice. Despite the fact that we were indoors, Vanessa followed him while wearing sunglasses. As usual, Mom lingered in between, trying to read the air with anxiously darting eyes. They took a seat on the other side of me. Dad fired the first shot before anyone else spoke. Michael, let's not waste everyone's time. You've caused enough damage. Your sister has been through hell because of your accusations. This ends today. His voice was sharp but low as he leaned forward. You're our son, but you need to take responsibility for what you've done. You've embarrassed this family. Like the queen she believed herself to be, Vanessa grinned and crossed her arms. Mom just said in a whisper, Please, let's have a calm conversation. I didn't wince. I spent months getting ready for this. I put a heavy folder on the table and pushed it carefully toward the center without saying anything. Before we pretend who the victim is, let's look at the facts. Dad laughed. What is this, Michael? Calmly. Receipts, I said. I opened the folder. A timeline is inside. Transactions were printed neatly, bank records, the venue, catering and decoration invoices. I paid for the party, I stated bluntly. My name is on everyone. Every dime. Vanessa hasn't spent a penny. Vanessa's mouth tensed. I continued. Here are the credit card payments I made to cover her debt last year. Here are the bank transfers I sent every month when Dad's investments collapsed. Here are the text messages where Vanessa asked for help, not the ones she fabricated. I tapped the page that followed. She produced color prints of the altered screenshots. I brought the originals and the fake ones, side by side. It's impressive how far you went to create your little story, Vanessa. Vanessa's expression wavered. She moved in her seat but said nothing. Dad's voice lifted. Enough of this crap, Michael. You're twisting everything. These are misunderstandings. Old issues, you're making it worse. Are they? I inquired, remaining composed. I reached into my pocket and took out a USB stick. This is a recovery from Vanessa's own hard drive. She never deletes anything, including her audio montages. I hit the play button on my laptop. Broken, badly edited voice clips abound in the cafe. Spliced, chopped, my voice. Choppy changes. Then I said, You're worthless. You ruin everything. The next one. It was obvious to anyone listening that it was phony. A poor word collage. Vanessa's expression went white. Mom finally said something at that point, forceful but quiet. Vanessa? Is this true? Vanessa stopped. She parted her lips, then shut them again. Her lip quivered. She stammered. I didn't mean for it to get this far. He was trying to turn you against me. I had to protect myself. By inventing threats? I responded. Dad attempted to intervene. Michael's always been unstable. You know how sensitive he gets. Mom interrupted him though. She was steady, but her voice cracked. No, Mark. No more. I can't keep pretending. I've seen enough. She turned to face Vanessa. I defended you because you're my daughter, but this is sick. Panic flooded Vanessa's gaze. Mom, don't do this. You used him, you lied. You twisted everything, she said in a broken voice. And we let you. It was ruthless silence. Vanessa sprang to her feet, snatched up her handbag, and rushed out of the cafe, pushing past a waiter. A number of patrons turned to observe. Dad's fists clenched. He gave me a growl and asked, "Are you happy now?" "Not happy," was my response. "Done." Anger filled his face. But before he could speak another word, Mom took hold of his arm. She was so tired, not angry, that tears streamed down her cheeks as she gazed at me. "I'm sorry, Michael." I got to my feet. "It's too late, sorry." I then departed. Behind me, in the hushed remains of their shattered falsehoods, stood the ideal little glass cafe. I would never be under their power again. The encounter at the glass house was just the start. I knew one thing when I left that cafe. They would reassemble if I left them standing. They did it every time. For them, lies were like oxygen. They would suffocate if the supply were cut off. I had no intention of leaving any air. I had a meeting with my lawyer 2 days later. Claire was her name. Brilliant, cold, and just the type of person you want to hire after you've had enough of being nice. I put everything on the table as we sat in her downtown office, including fraud documents, audio files, fake texts, and financial information. The entire collection of years they believed I would not discuss. Claire did not blink as she flipped through the folders. She stated bluntly, "They're going to regret underestimating you." The first round of lawsuits was filed the following morning. Deception, theft of identity, slander, financial abuse, fraud via wire. A full-scale, lawful artillery attack. The first person served was Vanessa. When she opened the envelope, how did she look? Priceless. Within 48 hours she stopped posting on social media. Then Dad arrived. Everything was uncovered by Claire's team, including the business loans co-signed with fake signatures, the unpaid taxes, and the retirement money he embezzled under my name. Within a week the IRS launched a parallel probe. He made an effort to defend himself, sent irate SMS and threatening voicemails. "You want to destroy your own family? You'll regret this, Michael." I didn't answer. My lawyer did. All further communication must go through legal counsel. Mom was the first to break. After 3 weeks, she wrote me a lengthy, heartfelt email. "Michael, I know things got out of hand. We're still your parents. We can fix this. You don't have to go this far. Family should forgive, not punish. Please talk to me." I didn't directly respond. Claire returned a single sentence. "All negotiations will be handled through our office." The walls were closing in on them all by the second month. Vanessa was charged with identity theft and evidence falsification. While the investigation was ongoing, the judge put a halt to her statements. Overnight, her life as an influencer disappeared. She put a desperate GoFundMe link before removing it, and that was the last thing I saw. No one made a donation. The blow to Dad was even more severe. Fines were imposed by the IRS. His business license was revoked by the state. Loans went into default once the banks called. Like a sandcastle in the tide, his real estate business, which he had founded on conceit and deceit, fell apart. An old family friend told me that in order to pay for the escalating legal bills, he sold his property in a matter of weeks. They tugged threads behind closed doors for years, always believing I was too helpless to resist. Once they were correct. No more. My lawyer gave me the last update over the phone at the conclusion of the 3rd month. "We're finished." Vanessa narrowly escaped going to jail by accepting a plea deal that included steep fines and long-term financial limitations after entering her pleas to multiple offenses. Dad consented to a large settlement, which included payment for the years of deception that were carried out in your name. My hands briefly trembled when I noticed the balance of the entire compensation that had been deposited into my account. The money wasn't even the main factor. It was the quiet that followed. Not a single call, message, or drama for the first time in years. They had vanished. I had freedom. I made an appointment with the courthouse a month later. It was silent and swift. When I signed the documents, the clerk hardly raised her head. I altered my last name with a single signature. I abandoned the moniker they had used to manipulate me and tarnish me with their falsehoods. It was now solely theirs, and their failure. I felt a weight finally leave my chest as I walked out of that courthouse into the brilliant morning light. I was out of hiding. I wasn't erased by them. I was formed by them. I imagined that liberation would feel like anger, triumph, or retribution. However, it seemed to be quiet. Silence was lovely too. I never woke up to texts requesting money for the first time in my life. No voicemails that make you feel guilty. No signals of concern that are actually passive-aggressive. Simply be silent. As well as her. 3 months after the legal dust cleared, I got to meet Emily. I wasn't even searching for anything at first. I was still reconstructing myself, not just my life. Without the incessant din of my family's expectations, I hardly knew who I was. However, she noticed me. Not me in my damaged state. Not the antagonist that my sister depicted. Not the failure my dad made fun of. Me. After I eventually moved into a place that was all mine, we sat together one evening in my apartment. Only my name appears on the documents. As she silently leafed through the folder I'd shown no one else, the warm city light flooded through the windows. The whole history. The falsehoods. The legal actions. Devastation. The resurrection. I kept a close eye on her face while she read. When she did look up, her eyes were filled with admiration, rather than fear or sympathy. She said, "No one ever realized how strong you are. And stronger than you think." I didn't believe it until then. The months went by like chapters that I never imagined I would be able to write. Together, we constructed something. Easy. Sincerely, actual. Coffee runs in the morning, walks late at night, and lengthy conversations about everything and nothing. She never made any requests. She never gave me the impression that I owed her anything in return for her devotion. However, the past always wants to reappear, much like decay. It began modestly. An email from an unidentified sender. Then I received an SMS from an unfamiliar number. Then another. And yet another. Mom. My dad. Vanessa too. Their voices sounded like a frantic chorus. "We've made mistakes. Let's move forward. Family is forever. You've proven your point. Can we start fresh? Don't let outsiders poison your blood." Outsiders. It was a word that told it all. Because Emily was not under their control, they continued to view her as a threat, since she didn't participate in their game. One evening, I warned her. "They'll keep trying." She grinned and said, "Then we'll keep ignoring them." And we did. We strolled through the downtown streets hand in hand one evening as summer finally gave way to fall. The walkways were adorned with dazzling reds and golds from the leaves. Her palm felt warm to me despite the frigid weather. I used to avoid the Riverwalk since it was full of memories of what I felt I had lost, but we stopped close to it. It was just another lovely vista now. She leaned close to me. She whispered, "Do you ever regret cutting them off?" I paused to reflect. "No," I replied. "Because I never really cut them off. They cut themselves off the moment they chose to break me." She gave my hand a squeeze. "And they failed." I grinned. Not resentful. Not upset. Simply free. That night the phone buzzed again. One more email. One more appeal. I didn't even crack it open. Rather, I pulled out my camera, raised it, and snapped a photo of us. Just standing there. Grinning. Alive. Everything my family never understood was represented in the picture. You don't get peace by default. You have to battle for it. I whispered, partly to myself but loud enough for her to hear, as we made our way back home under the city lights. They tried to bury me. Instead, I bloomed. I meant it too. Every single syllable. My parents cut me off on Thanksgiving, then bought my brother a lake house with my money. Now they're behind bars, seeking second chance. My name is Ethan. My age is 32, and my own father told me he didn't have a son on Thanksgiving Day, staring me in the face. Tell me where you're watching from in the comments section before I explain how that one heartbreaking moment prompted the FBI to search their $1 million lake house and discover a felony that landed them all in jail. Every trip down memory lane was the drive to my parents' house. It was a treasured tradition to travel 2 hours from the concrete canyons of Manhattan to the peaceful, tree-lined lanes of my hometown in suburban New Jersey. With each mile marker, I would feel the constant tightness in my shoulders release as I rolled down the windows of my BMW and let the cool November air replace the city haze. I worked at Morgan Stanley as a senior investment banker. My life was filled with high-stakes meetings, billion-dollar deals, and the kind of strain that wears people down. However, this drive served as my escape. It was my way of returning to being just Ethan. The brother. The son. I was very drawn to home this year. I recently finished a contract that I had been working on for 6 exhausting months. Although it was a huge success for the company, I was left feeling exhausted and unable to function. With an unexpected sense of urgency, all I wanted was the smell of my dad's wood-burning fireplace, my mom's cooked turkey, and the comfortable, if occasionally obnoxious, banter with my younger brother Ryan. My mind visualized the scene. No amount of money could replace the warmth, the laughing, and the sense of community. The actual bonus I was anticipating was that I parked into the driveway of my childhood home, a traditional 2-story colonial with a warm red front door. It had an autumn leaf wreath hanging on it, which I knew belonged to my mother. Everything appeared just right, a picture-perfect example of suburban tranquility. My heart felt lighter than it had in months as I climbed up the well-known stone path, grabbing the pricey bottle of wine I had brought from the passenger seat and my briefcase, which included a Thanksgiving bonus check for them. I was already grinning when I rang the doorbell. The door opened wide. It was Thomas, my father. The entrance was totally blocked by a human wall as he stood there, broad-shouldered and motionless. His face was a mask of cold stone, usually prepared to meet with a rough but friendly demeanor. I said, "Hey Dad," with a shaky smile. The frigid draft from the entryway sucked away the warmth I had envisioned. "Happy Thanksgiving." He remained still. His eyes were like ice chips when he gazed at me. "We don't have a son," he stated in a flat, emotionless voice. For a moment, my brain refused to process the words because they were so strange and ridiculous. It must have been a strange, unfunny joke. I made an effort to laugh. "What? Dad, what are you talking about? It's me, Ethan." I could see movement behind him. With a deliberate casualness, my brother Ryan emerged from the corridor, resting against the wall. He had a smug, victorious look on his lips, but he wasn't smiling. He held a set of keys in his hand, jingling them repeatedly and softly. My former bedroom's keys. My father said, "Please leave," in a voice that was almost a whisper but had a sharp edge that pierced me more deeply than a shout could. I glanced from my brother's derisive grin to my father's vacant gaze. Just a few feet away, in a world I was abruptly and cruelly shut out of, I could smell the smell of roasting turkey and feel the warmth of the corridor. I refrained from arguing. I didn't beg. Something just snapped inside of me. Or perhaps it just fell into place. I nodded slightly and tightly, the motion being rigid and artificial. I walked back down the stone path, turned around, and closed the door of my car. There was silence in the world outside the windows. I gazed at the house that had all of my childhood memories, the crimson door, and the autumn wreath. I no longer called it home. When I took out my phone, a picture of my dad, Ryan, and I grinning from a previous family vacation appeared on the screen. A lovely, flawless falsehood. I drew my finger over my banking app. In the ashes of my heart, a clear, icy resolution started to take shape. They didn't only shut a door. They were unaware that they were going to lose the war they had just begun. It was physically difficult for me to breathe because of the silence in my automobile, which felt like a thick blanket weighing me down. I'm not sure how long I sat there, maybe a few minutes or an hour. Shock and pain had turned time into a dense, sticky blur. A frenzied parade of memories raced through my head as I looked for the first crack, the first indication that my life was based on sand. Last Christmas, I recalled. My yearly bonus, which has enough zeros to change most people's lives, had just arrived. My mother, Margaret, was the first person I called. There was a pattern. Their success was my success. A month earlier, I had overheard her discussing her knee discomfort with my aunt over the phone. The doctor had advised a complete replacement, but the insurance company would not pay for the state's top surgeon. She had stated it in her usual way, a martyred, sighing tone that was just right to be overheard and make people feel guilty. She had moaned, "I just don't know what we'll do. Your father's so worried. I suppose I'll just have to live with the pain." I deposited $45,000 into her account 2 days later. I didn't give it any second thought. "Get the best surgeon, Mom," I said to her over the phone. "Don't worry about the cost. Your health is everything." Her voice was so full of emotions of appreciation that I could practically hear them. "Oh, Ethan, you're our angel, our savior. What would we ever do without you? You work so hard, and you're so generous to your old parents." I recalled the rush of comfort I experienced at the time, the strong, alluring sensation of being the provider, the virtuous son, and the person who could find solutions to all of their issues. The long hours and restless nights were worthwhile because of it. A week later, I was looking through social media when I came upon a photo that Ryan had shared. In the California sun where he lived, he stood beside a brand new Mustang GT that was shining cherry red. The headline said, "Early Christmas from the best parents in the world. Time to hit the road. We're blessed." My mother's tone had immediately become defensive when I had gently questioned her about it. "Oh honey, you know Ryan. He works so hard at that car dealership of his. He deserved a little treat. It wasn't that expensive. Your father and I just wanted to see him happy. Don't be jealous, Ethan. Your time for nice things will come." My time. All of it was paid for by myself. I didn't say that though. I simply gulped down the harsh taste and declared, "I'm happy for him." My accomplishment, I reminded myself, was supposed to encourage them all. I was happy if they were happy. I told myself, nonetheless. The memory felt different now, sitting in the refrigerated car. It was rancid and polluted. Then another recollection, from my early years, came flooding back, crisper this time. Ryan was 8 and I was 12. Ryan, who usually wants to be the center of attention, was showing off by swinging the bat furiously while we were playing baseball in the backyard. He merely grinned at me when I told him to use caution. "Don't worry, I'm a pro," he had promised. He swung hard on the next pitch, sending the ball soaring through the large plate glass window in the living room. I paused as I saw the spider web of fissures and heard the horrible crash. Ryan, who was already an Oscar-winning actor, started crying right away and pointed a quivering finger at me. He cried out, "Ethan did it! He threw it too hard." As my father angrily bounded out of the house, I made an effort to clarify. "Dad, it was him. He hit it with the bat." However, it was pointless. My dad's gaze was fixed on me. The older one was me. I ought to have exercised greater responsibility. My objections were written off as weak justifications. I had to use the money from my summer job to help pay for the new window while I was grounded for a month. Ryan's bravery earned him ice cream. Later that evening, I caught a glimpse of him playing with his toys through his slightly ajar bedroom door, wearing a cunning little smirk. I had never experienced the chilly, lonely, and enraged sense of being the chosen scapegoat before. I was struck like a brick by a third memory from my time in college. My desired school, NYU, had accepted me, but it was pricey. Determined not to be a financial burden, I worked 2 part-time jobs to pay my bills, one at the library and one at a waiting table. I survived on cheap coffee and ramen. My parents sent me a card containing a $100 on my 21st birthday. A week later, Ryan, who was still in high school and had just turned 18, shared a photo of the brand new SUV that his amazing parents had purchased for him as an early graduation gift. "Ready for college road trips," was the caption. I recall feeling a deep, visceral sense of injustice as I stared at that photo in my small dorm room, while the smell of burnt coffee filled the air. A gentle rap on my window broke the trance. With my heart racing, I leaped. Mrs. Whitaker, who lived next door, was there. Her eyes were gentle and wrinkled, and she was in her late 70s. Her hugs had never been as warm as those of my own mother. All my life she had been my neighbor. She had always inquired about my job in the city with sincere concern, and had handed me cookies after school. With tears in her eyes, she had informed me how proud my grandmother Eleanor would have been of me. While attempting to make my face look natural, I rolled down the window. She gripped her cardigan and murmured, "Ethan dear, I saw you pull in. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I was unable to form the words. What could I say? My father just disowned me. My family is a lie. She seems to comprehend. Gently. "Never mind," she said. "It's cold out here. I just wanted to say Happy Thanksgiving. I was a little surprised to see you though. Your mother told me the whole family was heading up to Ryan's new lake house for the holiday." Everything shook on its axis. "Lake house?" I said again, the words jarring and unfamiliar. "Ryan has a lake house?" Mrs. Whitaker's expression became confused. "Oh yes, Margaret was going on and on about it last week at the grocery store. A beautiful place on Lake Hopatcong apparently. She said Ryan's dealership was doing so well, he decided to treat the whole family to a new getaway home. She showed me pictures on her phone. It looked awfully expensive with a big boat dock and everything." She gave me a pat on the arm, bringing a tiny bit of warmth into my otherwise cold world. "Well, perhaps I misunderstood. You have a good holiday, dear, and remember what your grandmother Eleanor used to say. A good heart is the only treasure that can't be stolen." I was left in a more profound and icy quiet than before she left. I kept thinking about what she had said about my grandmother. An irreplaceable gem. What is the property value of a lake house? $1 million? $2 million? In a faltering economy, on my brother's pay from a mid-size auto dealership? There was no way. At that point, the parts began to fit together to create a picture so hideous and grotesque that I couldn't bear to look at it, but I couldn't take my eyes off it. The transfers, each month. I provided them $2,000 for utilities and costs, $3,000 for the mortgage on this house, $1,500 for Ryan's auto payments, the very Mustang they bought him, $45,000 for the knee surgery, and countless more unforeseen bills and minor catastrophes. My mother had said in a voice full of lovely reason that I had opened a joint account for them years ago to help them control their spending. The only depositor was myself. They were the only ones who withdrew. I had complete faith in them. Their angel was me. Their source of income. My hands were shaking, yet all of a sudden my mind was clear and crisp. A cold, hard rage had joined the grief, which was still there, a raw, open wound. There was no miscommunication here. This deceit was lengthy, well thought out and incredibly nasty. This didn't require me to be at home. I traveled to a Marriott nearby, finding the impersonal, sterile room to be rather comforting. Comfort wasn't what I wanted. A battle room is what I desired. With a renewed sense of purpose, I opened my laptop and slid my fingers across the keyboard. It was there when I went into my bank account, which I had given them access to. The little frequent withdrawals I was accustomed to witnessing weren't the only ones. I found it by scrolling back 3 months. A transfer via wire. A single, enormous $750,000 wire transfer to a title company. The date was exactly the same as my mother's initial statement that Ryan was considering real estate. My breath caught. My vision became hazy. I had the money. To purchase a lake house for my brother, they had stolen $750,000 from me, money I had bled for in late nights and stressful meetings. Then they threw me aside like a piece of trash after giving me a glare. I took the phone. I spoke steadily and uncannily quietly. When my firm's private client banker responded, "David, it's Ethan. I need you to do something for me immediately. The joint account ending in 4758, I need you to revoke all access for Margaret and Thomas Callahan, and cancel all scheduled future transfers from my primary account, effective immediately." David answered, "Of course, Ethan," in a tone that exemplified professional prudence. "Consider it done. Is everything okay?" After saying, "Everything is crystal clear," I hung up. It was a defensive self-preservation action. I convinced myself that it was only about halting the damage and safeguarding the remnants of my devastated finances. I still hadn't made up my mind to attack at that point. I had no idea that the lake cottage was only the first step in a larger rabbit hole. Unaware of the creatures that hid in the shadows below, I stood on the brink of an abyss. My first 24 hours in that hotel room were a haze of coffee, room service and the glaring blue screen of my laptop. There was no sound on my phone. My family has not called or texted me. It was as though I had just vanished, and they were totally okay with it. That silence validated everything and was more damning than any claim. I wasn't related. I served as a resource. Additionally, I was disposable now that the resource was secured in the form of $1 million lake property. On the second day, I didn't recognize the number that called, breaking the silence. My heart pounded against my ribs as I gazed at it. I let the voicemail go. A message appeared a minute later. My mother gave it to me. My hand shook a little as I hit play. Her voice filled the room, laden with rehearsed fear and fake tears. "Ethan, honey, it's Mom. I don't know what happened. We were at the grocery store buying some things for the lake house, and my card was declined. It was so embarrassing, Ethan, right in front of everyone, and the bank sent an alert that the mortgage payment wasn't scheduled. Did you do something? Is something wrong with your accounts? Please call me, baby. I'm so worried about you, baby." The term made my stomach turn. The acting, the phony worry, was brilliant. The smooth transition to me as the possible issue and her as the victim. She had spent decades honing the script. I didn't respond. Couldn't. How would I respond? "Yes, Mom, I cut you off because you stole nearly $1 million from me and then had Dad disown me." I was left speechless by the bald-faced madness of her call. I knew I was in over my head at that point. I had to deal with more than simply family strife. I couldn't even begin to speculate about the possible legal repercussions of this momentous financial occurrence. I knew that charging in blindly would only burn me, but my wrath was a raging fire. I required a strategy. I required experts. I had to change my perspective from that of a hurt son to that of an investment banker. The hostile takeover of my own story was suddenly the most significant transaction of my life. I called a man by the name of Daniel Park first. As a forensic accountant who could locate a single missing dollar in a pile of documents, he was a legend in the financial community. He was credited with making spreadsheets sing. I knew he was the greatest, but he was pricey. I located the number for his company and called. "Mr. Park," I replied when his assistant interviewed me. "My name is Ethan Callahan. I'm a senior VP at Morgan Stanley. I have a sensitive personal financial situation that requires absolute discretion and the highest level of expertise." I gave him a concise, business-like explanation of the circumstances, including the joint account, the illegal wire transfer, and the acquisition of a significant asset. I didn't mention Thanksgiving. Sharing it with a stranger felt too intimate and unfiltered. That was a vulnerability I couldn't afford to display. Daniel remarked, "I see," when I was done. His calm, analytical voice was a comforting salve for my jangled nerves. "This is more common than you'd think, Mr. Callahan. Greed makes people do ugly things, especially within families. My goal here is simple: to trace every dollar, document every transaction, and give you a complete, undeniable picture of where your money has gone. I will be your financial bloodhound." I said, "What do you need from me?" "Complete, unfettered access to all of your personal and joint account statements for the previous 5 years. And a retainer?" I answered, "You have it, without hesitation. Whatever you need." I felt as though a burden had been lifted when I hired him. I had never taken any proactive action before. I was now a client, rather than merely a victim. This wasn't just me. My phone buzzed with a text the following day as I was returning to my deserted apartment in Manhattan. Ryan sent it. My blood froze. With my hands on the steering wheel, I pulled over to the side of the road. The message said, "Heard you stopped by. Too bad you couldn't stay for dinner at the new lake house. It's amazing, you should see it sometime." The winking symbol. It was a match put on a gallon of gasoline, that small pixelated face. It was a psychological warfare masterclass. It wasn't merely arrogance. It was a victory lap. A taunt. In the mansion he had purchased with my money, he was rubbing my face in the dirt, completely knowing that I now knew about it. He wasn't merely taking pleasure in his gains, he was taking pleasure in my suffering. In a burst of white-hot wrath, the last remnant of uncertainty and misdirected familial allegiance vanished. Getting my money back wasn't the only goal here. Justice was at issue here. Daniel gave me a call the following morning. There was part of the detached serenity gone from his voice. A keen edge of professional interest took its place. "Ethan, I've got the initial analysis done," he said. "The $750,000 transfer for the house is clear as day. The documentation is sloppy. They were overconfident. But there's something else, something much more concerning. I'm seeing a pattern of smaller regular transfers from your joint account to a corporate account for a business called Nate's Premier Auto. That's your brother's dealership, correct?" "Yes," I replied, feeling my gut clench. "Well," Daniel went on, and I could hear him tapping on the keyboard, "these transfers don't look like normal business investments. They're structured in a very particular way. We're talking multiple transfers a week, almost always between $9,000 and $9,900. They're deliberately staying just under the $10,000 federal reporting threshold." A shiver ran down my back. That was referred to as smurfing or structuring. It was a tried-and-true method of evading financial regulator inspection. Daniel remarked, "And it gets worse. I've pulled his business's financial statements. I'm seeing corresponding international wire transfers going out from his business account to shell corporations with accounts in the Cayman Islands and Cyprus. These are not payments for auto parts, Ethan. This is a washing machine." I muttered, "Money laundering," my words tasting like ash. Daniel said, "It has all the hallmarks of it. This is bigger than a family dispute, Ethan. The lake house might just be the tip of the iceberg. The funds from your account were likely used as seed money and to maintain cash flow for a much larger operation. My professional opinion is that you're looking at a potentially serious criminal enterprise." The expansive vista of Central Park from my 50th floor window seemed far away and surreal as I reclined in my office chair. An illegal business. My brother was the ideal youngster, incapable of wrongdoing. And my parents, the devoted martyred people I grew up with. Did their love for their favorite kid cause them to be uninformed or complicit? I nearly burst out laughing at that thought's naivete. This was no coincidence, either in terms of the structure or the sheer size of it. They were aware. They knew, of course. They were the ones who had brought him up, helped him along the way, and profited from him at every turn. A rush of nausea swept over me. This was becoming unmanageable. A stolen nest egg was no longer the only issue. The account that had been utilized to finance this had my name on it. I, Morgan Stanley's Ethan Callahan, might be involved. All of a sudden, my future, my license, my career, was on the precipice. My thoughts were racing. I still held on to the desperate, stupid hope that this was all some huge, horrible error. That Ryan was simply making stupid, but not malevolent choices, and was in over his head. That he was being blindly enabled by my parents. With a thin, aloof voice, I heard myself say, "Daniel, hold on. Let's not jump to conclusions. For now, let's just focus on the personal funds. Let's just track what they spent on themselves. The vacations, the shopping. I need to think." "Ignoring this won't make it go away, Ethan," Daniel replied in a stern but sympathetic voice. "You need to decide how you want to proceed." With my heart beating frantically against my ribs, I hung up the phone. The earth beneath my feet was collapsing, and I was standing on the precipice. I was forced to choose between risking my own career collapse and letting them get away with it in order to preserve some warped, shattered notion of family. Or should I jump to see what was waiting in the abyss below, even if it means taking them all down with me? I still lacked the guts to take that risk. I continued to pray and hope for an excuse not to. An explanation that would never materialize. I spent a week living in suspended animation. I left for work. I chaired meetings. I looked at market patterns. I've put on my professional mask. However, it was all a charade. Daniel was sending me encrypted emails that contained details of my true existence, each one a new spreadsheet and a new entry in the lengthy, vile ledger of my family's treachery. He complied with my requests and solely considered his own expenses. It was a horror show, though. A $5,000 Gucci buying spree for my mom. A pair of Rolex watches worth $15,000 for both parties. My parents and Ryan received a $30,000 first-class vacation to Italy, complete with social media pictures of them toasting champagne glasses. Posted only a few days after I gave money for a plumbing emergency repair. My money, paying for a life I wasn't even asked to see, much less live. However, everything was clouded by the bigger subject of the dubious corporate moves. Daniel's caution about a criminal operation encircled my thoughts like a thorny vine, smothering any chance of a straightforward solution. Was I shielding criminals? Was I culpable since I did nothing and wanted to keep this a family matter? An unexpected source provided the tipping point, the instant that propelled me from indecision to definitive action. Daniel was meticulously attempting to build a comprehensive financial picture of the family, in order to comprehend the entire extent of my losses. During one of our calls, he stated in a strictly academic tone, "Ethan, do you know of any other significant family assets, inheritances, trusts, anything like that from the past decade? I need to understand what they legitimately had in order to understand what they've taken." Deep within me, the question rang a harsh, resonant chord. "My maternal grandmother," I uttered softly, my mouth feeling heavy. "She passed away about 10 years ago. Her name was Eleanor. She and I were very close. In a home where I always felt like I had to prove myself, my grandma Eleanor was my haven. It was she who freely offered love. The only person who actually saw me was her. She would spend hours listening to my stories as a child, including those concerning school and my aspirations to move to New York. I got my first proper suit for a high school debate tournament thanks to her. She had exclaimed, "You look like a captain of industry, Ethan," with pride glimmering in her eyes. "Don't you ever let anyone make you feel small." Her late husband's prudent investments mostly contributed to her modest but comfortable estate. In the solemn days following her funeral, I recalled my parents informing me that she had bequeathed the majority of her wealth, almost $2 million, to Ryan. My mother had squeezed my hand and murmured, "It's what she wanted, honey," her eyes brimming with crocodile tears. "She knew you were going to be so successful on your own. She always said you had the Midas touch. She wanted to give Ryan a little head start in life." It had hurt at the moment, a sharp, deep agony of being passed over for the final time. I'd accepted it, though. It matched the family story. Ryan was the one in need of assistance, while Ethan was the independent one. Daniel drew me out of my trance and asked, "And this inheritance? Did you ever see the official will?" "No," I said, feeling a weird chill creep up my back. "My parents handled everything. They were the executors." The person on the other end of the line paused. "I think you need to see the will. Not a copy from your parents. An official court-certified copy from the county surrogate's court where your grandmother passed away. Daniel remarked to Ethan in a kind but stern tone, akin to a surgeon delivering bad news. The chilling sensation became a surge of ice fear. I took a personal day the following day. I was aware of the terrible irony when I informed my office that I had a family emergency. In the little town where my grandmother had spent her last years, I made the 2-hour drive to the county courthouse. I completed the request form with clammy hands, and my signature resembled a stranger's handwriting. The clerk, a woman who appeared bored, accepted the form silently and vanished into a back room. I waited for what seemed like an eternity. She brought back a thin, beige file with yellowed pages. "Callahan Estate," she murmured, thudding it loudly. The scent of dust and old paper filled the air as I carried it to a peaceful nook of the records room. I could feel the hammering of my heart in my ears. I got the file open. I looked for it among the whereas and hereby that make up the thick legalese. The last proclamation, how her assets were distributed. I give, devise and bequeath the entirety of my residuary estate, without encumbrance or condition, to my beloved grandson, Ethan Martin Callahan. To Ethan, to me. With a gentle rustle, the file dropped from my numb fingers and onto the floor. The world fell silent. The $750,000 for the lake house wasn't the only amount. It wasn't the incessant lies or the wasteful spending. This was it. They had stood with me at the funeral of my grandma, whom I loved above all others, and they had lied while looking me in the eye. They had stolen my entire past, created a phony will and falsified documents. My final relationship with the only member of my family who had ever shown me genuine affection. While I was feeding them thousands each month to keep their heads above water, they had stolen $2 million that was legally mine and used it as the seed money for Ryan's illegal business. The sorrow was so great and so deep that it went beyond tears. The air in the room was sucked out of my chest like a black hole. This was not an act of treachery on Thanksgiving. My entire life had been a betrayal like this. I was a different man when I left the courthouse. The dreadful enlightening fire of the truth had wiped out the injured son who had suffered over reporting his family. And tool of cold, unadulterated justice took his place. Just like clockwork, my phone buzzed. I didn't identify the number that sent me the video message. As stated in the text above it, from your neighbor Mrs. Whitaker. She said, "You should see this. Please be careful, son." I hit the play button. The video was time-stamped on Thanksgiving Day, minutes after I had drove away, and it was blurry. Obviously from a security camera. It was aimed at the front yard of my parents. After watching my dad shut the red door, I turned to face my mom and Ryan, who had come out onto the porch. They were all giddy with uncontrollable laughter. I was shocked the first time I saw it. My blood froze as I saw it a second time. As my spirit turned to stone, I watched it a third time. Margaret, the martyr who was my mother, wiped a fictitious tear of laughter from her eye. "Oh, the look on his face," she said with a crisp, clear laugh that was captured on tape. "You were perfect, Thomas. So cold." With a vicious smirk on his face, my father growled. "He's served his purpose. He won't be a problem anymore." Then my brother Ryan, the king of his dilapidated little castle, threw an arm around them both. He uttered the words, "Don't worry," in a condescending tone. The cash cow might be gone, but he left us a mansion full of milk. With their laughing resonating in the chilly November air, they headed back inside after clinking imaginary glasses. I didn't think twice. I dialed the phone for my lawyer, Julia, with very steady hands. It was time to let her hunt since she was a shark and the best litigator in New York. "Change of plans," I stated in an emotionless voice. "Julia. We're no longer on the defensive." I inhaled deeply to regain my equilibrium. "They didn't just steal my money, Julia. They stole my entire life. And I want it back. Everything." The following 48 hours passed with the swiftness and accuracy of a military mission. My lawyer, Julia, was amazing. With a grim, focused attention that was both frightening and reassuring, she took in the fresh information. The stolen $2 million, the forged will, the security camera footage. High above the city, in her sterile contemporary conference room, we met. She touched the certified copy of the actual will and stated, "This changes everything, Ethan," in a steely voice. "This is the linchpin. This isn't just a financial dispute anymore. This is felony grand larceny, forgery, and conspiracy. This is a slam dunk, not simply a case, especially when combined with what your accountant has discovered." Her piercing eyes met mine as she halted. "This is a racketeering case." The phrase lingered in the air, menacing and heavy. Racketeering. It's the kind of term you hear in mafia films, not in relation to your annual Christmas card sending family from suburban New Jersey. With coffee in hand and a chilly sense of purpose, we worked into the night. We put everything together in one scathing dossier. Clear charts that trace the flow of my inheritance money through Nate's Premier Auto and offshore are part of Daniel Chen's forensic investigation, which has now been extended to include money laundering. The highlighted and annotated side-by-side comparison of the faked will and the authentic one. An affidavit from me, notarized and sworn, that details every dollar stolen and every lie I've spoken. The video file from Mrs. Whitaker, a digital record of their evil intent, is the crown prize. Agent Torres, who works in the FBI's white-collar crime section, was the man we met. He was a towering, commanding guy with weary eyes that had witnessed every conceivable form of human avarice. The place we sat in was sterile, government issue, and had a stale coffee odor. With an inscrutable mask of professional cynicism covering his face, Torres listened to our presentation in silence. He had witnessed family conflicts in the past, with sons and daughters leveling irrational charges. Julia made her point as precisely as a surgeon would. Daniel used his laser pointer to guide him through the financial maze, emphasizing the offshore accounts and structured deposits. Julia then flipped her laptop over. "And finally, Agent Torres," she stated, "the defendants, in their own words." She hit the play button. The calm room was filled with the faint sound of my family laughing. Torres narrowed his eyes at the television and leaned forward. He saw my brother's cocky declaration about the cash cow, my father's ruthless smile, and my mother's exuberant joy. He saw it all. He then gestured for Julia to play it once more. He leaned back in his chair and gave me a look when it was done the second time. I noticed a glimmer of something in his weary eyes for the first time. It wasn't sympathy. It was a tired sort of acknowledgement. For the first time he realized I wasn't just another unhappy heir. I fell prey to a long-term, well-planned scheme. "Mr. Callahan," he said in a gravelly voice, "we've had Nate's Premier Auto on our radar for a few months. Suspected vehicle export fraud, shipping stolen luxury cars overseas with false VINs, big money. Very messy. But we were missing the funding source. We couldn't figure out how he was bankrolling the operation." He drummed his finger across the thick dossier. "You just handed it to us on a silver platter." He got to his feet and held out a hand. "Thank you for coming forward. Take courage to do what you just did. We'll take it from here." The next days were the quietest and most painful of my life. I had no idea when or how the storm would break, but I knew it was coming. I was living in a condition of suspended dread while going about my daily activities. I cringed every time my phone rang, thinking it was one of them, somehow conscious of what I had done. A week later, on a Tuesday morning, the call came in. Agent Torres was the one. "Ethan," he stated in a serious tone, "just wanted to let you know. Warrants have been served this morning, multiple locations." After hanging up, I switched on the television. And there it was. A squadron of black SUVs was seen swarming the lake house, which I inherited, according to live aerial footage. The scene was clear despite the camera's shakiness. Tactical-clad FBI agents were pouring onto the site. As Ryan was carried out in handcuffs, the camera focused on his face, which was a mask of unfathomable hatred. Without his trademark smile, he appeared pitiful and little. After that, the feed shifted to my childhood home. The hospitable red door stood fractured close to the lock, wide open. Thomas, my father, stood on the porch, his face slack and pale with shock, his shoulders drooping in defeat. On either side of him stood an agent. Margaret, my mother, was led out a moment later. This time, her face wasn't acting. The delicate patient matriarch's meticulously crafted facade had been destroyed. Raw, nasty dread was all that remained. Using terms like multi-million-dollar vehicle export and money laundering ring, raids in 3 counties, seizure of assets, and multiple arrests, the news anchor's voice continued to ramble. No one ever mentioned my name. I was an unnamed source, a ghost in the justice system I had started. With a glass of water trembling in my palm, I saw it all from the sterile silence of my apartment. There was no happiness. No victory was achieved. Just a huge empty space where a family once existed. Then came the most bizarre part of all. With startled eyes, my father looked up as the agents were loading him into a car and noticed the TV helicopter hanging overhead. He was aware that everyone was observing. A sudden desperate rage twisted his expression. With a harsh voice he yelled, "It was him!" and gestured back to the residence where Ryan had been taken into custody. "It was all him. He was going to run with all the money and leave us with nothing. He told us. He's the monster." His face was captured on video for an excessive amount of time. The last piece of the puzzle came together in that instant. It was more than just a criminal family. Each viper in the nest was prepared to turn on the others in order to protect themselves. My father wasn't only a complicit party. An idiot. He had been on the point of betrayal himself. They were all being buried in the debris as the lies upon which they had based their lives finally collapsed. I turned the TV off. There was complete silence in my apartment. It was the sound of both the beginning and the end. I observed the aftermath from a distance, but it was a storm all its own. Although my name was not included in the first reports, I had to provide formal testimony as part of the judicial process. In the world of financial news, the tale generated a minor sensation. The family of a well-known banker is connected to a large fraud ring. The rumors were wild, and the headlines were graphic. Morgan Stanley, my company, was really helpful. Their top legal counsel summoned me in for a meeting. With the support of Julia's painstaking documentation, I presented the complete story. Within a week, their internal inquiry exonerated me of any misconduct, acknowledging that I was both the main victim and the informant who had exposed the entire scam. They provided me with all the resources I required, including paid leave, and protected me from the media. My managing director had told me, "Take care of yourself, Ethan," with sincere concern in his eyes. Family is complicated. The actual fallout, however, wasn't professional. It was intimate. Calls from a blocked number were the source of it. "Answer the county jail's calls." Ryan's was the first. I agreed to it because I was morbidly curious and needed to hear it for myself. His voice had lost all of its natural sweetness and was now a poisonous hiss. He spat out, "You son of a," crackling over the line. "You did this, you ruined us. You were always jealous, weren't you? You couldn't stand that they loved me more, that I was the one who got the breaks." "The breaks?" I inquired in a low voice. "You mean the $2 million you stole from my grandmother's estate?" On his end, there was a sputtering sound. He growled, "You'll pay for this, Ethan," as he recovered. "I don't know how, but when I get out, you're a dead man. I swear to God." With composure, I hit the end call button. Nothing could be said. All he knew to do as a cornered animal was to bite. His character was as hollow as his threats. My father called me a day later for the second time. He didn't sound angry. It was terrible. It was confusing, horrible. His voice was weak and aged, and all he murmured was, "Ethan. Why? She was your mother. I'm your father. We're your family. You don't do this to your family." I flatly retorted, "You told me you didn't have a son, Dad," putting a mirror up to his own statement. The static and commotion of the jail filled the extended pause on the other end of the line. At last he said, "It was for your own good." A lie so flimsy that it was obvious. "Ryan. He was into some bad things. We were trying to protect you from it all." With a laugh devoid of humor, I said, "Protect me? By stealing my inheritance? By letting him use our joint account to launder money? By throwing me out of my own home?" I left the questions open-ended. "You weren't protecting me, Dad. You were protecting your investment. Your golden boy. Turns out he was about to cash you out too. Goodbye, Dad." I interrupted his pitiful poison by hanging up before he could respond. That night came the last call. The one I had been anticipating and dreading. My mom was the one. With my heart a cold, heavy stone in my chest, I allowed the phone to ring 4 times. It was a lifetime for each ring. Then I responded. She had perfected her performance over the course of 32 years, and her voice was a flood of frantic tears. "Ethan, oh Ethan, thank God. Baby, you have to help us. This is all a terrible, terrible mistake." My face remained fixed as I listened to her spin a desperate, frenetic story. Ryan was solely to blame. They were poor, plain old people, and he had deceived them. What he was doing with the dealership was not clear to them. He had forced them into everything, including the lake house. Like me, they were victims. She simply loved her son too much as a mother. Was I unable to comprehend? A ghost of the young child who merely desired his mother's praise was practically palpable to me. I recalled being ill with the flu one day when I was 7 years old. She had spent the entire afternoon sitting beside my bed, applying cool cloths to my forehead and reading stories to me. Was that also a lie? I hesitated for a split second at the remembrance. Her voice shifted as she hesitated, feeling a fracture. "Please, baby," she pleaded, lowering her voice to a whispery plot. "You have the money. You can hire the best lawyers. You can make this go away. Just tell them you made a mistake. Tell them you were confused. We can fix this. We can be a family again." That was it. A chilling clarity took the place of the hesitation. Her initial reaction, even now, was to ask me to tell lies for them, to compromise my morals for their convenience. I gave her space to finish. Let the final cry reverberate through the quiet. After that, I inhaled, saying, "I saw the video, Mom." The crying abruptly stopped. There was a dead gap of stillness on her end. I went on, "I saw you laughing, in a voice as steady and serene as a frozen lake. I heard you call me your cash cow. I heard you say how perfect Dad was when he threw me out." The phone rang with a stifled gasp that sounded like a fish being dragged out of water. My final blow was, "And I saw Grandma Eleanor's will," I said. "The real one. The one that left everything to me. The $2 million you stole from me the week after her funeral, while telling me how much she loved Ryan." Now there was such a deep silence that I could hear the prison phone system humming. She couldn't speak. There was nothing more the master manipulator could say. The victim's supply of lies had run out. "On Thanksgiving Day," I continued quietly, "you made your choice. However, every word was a nail in our relationship's coffin. You told me who you were. And I finally believe you. This is me making my choice." Her voice was a pitiful murmur, the final sigh of a dying force. "Ethan, please." After saying goodbye, Mom, I hung up the phone. I placed the phone on the countertop. The city lights outside my window were glimmering like a million cold, distant stars as I stood there in my quiet kitchen. Anger was gone. Don't worry. A vast, silent, complete emptiness. After 32 years, the bonds that had shackled, suffocated, and defined me were finally broken. I was totally by myself. And I was free for the first time in my life. The ensuing year was spent in silent, methodical reconstruction. I was no longer in charge of the faraway engine of justice that was the judicial case against my family. I testified in a number of depositions, narrating the facts in a cool, collected voice that seemed to belong to someone else. I had the impression that I was discussing a fictional character rather than my own life. The world had a particular expectation of me. Either a broken man, lamenting his family, or a vindictive son, reveling in his triumph. I wasn't either. I was just starting over from scratch. I listed my penthouse in Manhattan for sale as one of my first actions. Once upon a time, the expansive flat with its expansive views served as a tribute to my accomplishments and a sign of my success. It felt like a golden cage now. A monument to a lifetime of attempting to win the respect of undeserving people. The sale went through fast. I didn't turn around. I relocated to Brooklyn to live in a family-friendly neighborhood with parks and a smaller, cozier apartment. It featured a tiny balcony overlooking the bridge and space for plants. Compared to the penthouse, it seemed more like home. Additionally, I began visiting Dr. Evans, a compassionate and perceptive therapist. I initially refused, convincing myself that I was capable of handling it alone. I had always lived by the same old script. However, I broke down during our first session. I finally gave myself permission to release the 32 years of emotional baggage I had been carrying in her peaceful office, which was filled with books and soothing lighting. I discussed the ongoing pressure to be flawless, the isolation that comes with being the one with the ability, and the ingrained worry that has plagued me my whole life. The feeling that I am somehow essentially unlovable. During one session she informed me, "You weren't their scapegoat because you were flawed, Ethan," and her words struck me like a physical blow. "You were their scapegoat because you were strong. They needed someone to carry the weight of their own inadequacies, their own failures and deceits. And you were the only one in the family capable of doing it." Her remarks were enlightening. My entire past was reframed by them. Because I was weak, I wasn't a victim. It was my resilience that made me a target. It was not my responsibility to bear the burden on my shoulders. It had never been. A few months later, my lawyer Julia called to inform me of the final ruling. Ryan was found guilty of fraud, money laundering, and racketeering and given a 15-year sentence in federal prison. Thomas and Margaret, my parents, were both sentenced to 8 years in prison for conspiracy and grand larceny. In his sentencing remarks, the court had been especially severe on them, pointing to their own son's deep and deliberate financial and emotional betrayal, despite the fact that he had been nothing but giving. Thank you for the update, Julia. I did not get a sense of triumph after hanging up. Just the calm turning of a heavy page, the ultimate, definitive conclusion to a difficult chapter, gave me a sense of closure. The inheritance, not the jail terms, was the most significant aspect of the deal. The $2 million, along with 10 years of interest, was given back to me following a protracted civil lawsuit that ran concurrently with the criminal prosecution. The funds remained undisturbed in a different account for some time. Because of the long history of dishonesty around it, it felt like blood money. It wasn't what I wanted. Then, while I was seeing Dr. Evans, I had an idea. I refused to allow them to taint my grandmother's heritage. I was going to take it back. Julia and I collaborated to create a non-profit organization. In memory of my grandma, we named it the Eleanor Foundation. Its goal was clear and straightforward: to offer pro bono financial and legal assistance to senior citizens who had fallen victim to financial fraud, especially by family members. I established the first endowment with the $2 million that was retrieved. It was a means of turning the most repulsive aspect of my tale into a source of inspiration. By defending those like her, I was able to pay tribute to the only member of my family who had ever genuinely loved me. My managing director at Morgan Stanley summoned me into his office a few months after the foundation's creation. "Ethan," he said, "we've been impressed with how you've handled everything, with your integrity and resilience. We have an opening in our London office. Executive Director. It's a big step up. A chance for a fresh start. A new city, a new continent, a clean slate." I didn't even need to consider it. The cosmos seemed to be finally coming into harmony with the new course I was attempting to take. I answered, "I'll take it," and for the first time in what seemed like forever, a sincere smile appeared on my face. I felt lighter than I have in years as I packed up my Brooklyn flat. I wasn't escaping my history. I had confronted it, broken it down, and grabbed what was mine. I was now moving in the direction of my future, which I was creating on my own terms, based on honesty and morality. I was standing in the bright, warm kitchen of my Kensington, London apartment 1 year to the day after I had stood on that chilly doorstep, alone and rejected. The aroma of my mother's turkey and the underlying stress of a family get-together were not present in the air. It was filled with the sound of easy, sincere laughter and the beautiful scents of the food my friends had prepared. I was celebrating Thanksgiving. Over the past year, a lot has changed. My life's greatest choice had been to relocate to London. I cherished the city, its history, and the cadence of my own unique way of living. Even while my work was gratifying and difficult, it no longer defined who I was. I no longer felt that I had to put on bulky armor to prove my value because of my achievement. I was only doing my job. I surveyed the table I had prepared. No blood relations were present. This was a distinct kind of family, one that was created voluntarily, rather than by birth. There stood Mrs. Whitaker, her gentle eyes glimmering with a youthful joy. She was my honored visitor, and I had flown her out first class. When I offered her, she said, "I've never been on an airplane before," and her unabashed happiness was contagious. Even I had forgotten the story she was telling about my early years while she held court. My forensic accountant, Daniel Park, and his spouse were present. Spreadsheets and depositions had brought us together, and a true relationship had grown between us. I appreciated his passionate sense of justice and sharp wit. With a knowing smile, he lifted his glass across the table to me. My lawyer, Julia, was also present. In a battle I never intended to fight, she had been my general and my pillar of support. She was simply my friend tonight, and she was sobbing from laughter at one of Daniel's jokes. Along with a straightforward note, my therapist, Dr. Evans, had given a lovely arrangement of fall flowers. To fresh starts and new customs. You have my admiration. I scooped up my drink as we all sat down, the laughing fading into a friendly buzz of discussion. Everyone fell silent and turned to face me with smiles. "I don't have a big speech," I said in a clear, steady voice. "I just want to express my gratitude to everyone." I felt like I had lost everything as I was standing outside a house I believed to be my home a year ago. I believed that my entire life had been based on falsehoods. I looked directly at these individuals who had been kind, loyal, and honest to me in my hour of need. The therapist who helped me recover, the professionals who spoke up for me, and the neighbor who looked out for me. But I was wrong, I added, my lips forming a genuine smile. I didn't lose a family that day. I escaped a prison. And in the years since, I've learned that real family isn't about the blood you share. It's about the respect you give, the trust you earn, and the truth you choose to live by. I used to think my value was something I had to prove, something that was measured by the numbers in my bank account or by the approval of others. Now, I know my value is measured by the peace in my own soul and by the people I'm lucky enough to share my table with. And that's something no one can ever steal. I lifted my glass. I said, "To the chosen table. To new beginnings." We clinked our glasses together, the sound of crystal echoing in the warm air, and a chorus of "To the chosen table" reverberated around the room. I felt entirely, wholeheartedly, and genuinely at home for the first time in my life. My brother destroyed my scholarship dreams and called it motivation. Now he's facing 8 years in prison and wants my help. Alright, Reddit, here's a 13-year journey through family dysfunction and abuse. It's about how my psychopath elder brother ruined my adolescent years, how my parents supported him, and how they revealed their true colors when my uncle became ill. Then, karma gave the perfect return when they least expected it. I'll describe what it was like to grow up in my house. Ryan, my 27-year-old older brother, was a 6'3" sociopath with a football scholarship and no conscience. He was 3 years older, built like he could deadlift a Honda Civic, and had a dead-eyed predator stare that made prison guards nervous. He was legitimately insane, but everyone thought he was the next Aaron Rodgers. Ryan had turned torturing me into an art form. Take, for example, Jessica Martinez, a girl I'd been crushing on since middle school. I'd spent months working up the courage to ask her to homecoming, but Ryan found out and decided this was prime entertainment. He waited until lunchtime, when the cafeteria was packed, and then walked up to Jessica's table. "Hey Jessica," he yelled, loud enough for half the school to hear. "My little brother has been chasing you for months, but he's too cowardly to ask you out himself. What about going with a genuine man instead?" Jessica said yes right away. Who wouldn't want to go with the star quarterback? Ryan made sure I was watching when he asked her, maintaining eye contact like he was marking territory. Then he dumped her 2 days before the dance, telling everyone she was practicing for his little brother's leftovers. The rumor grew around school about Ryan having to ask people out for his miserable little brother who couldn't handle rejection. For example, when I was a sophomore in junior varsity basketball, I had been practicing shots in our driveway for 2 years, and coach thought I had potential. I made the team on a Tuesday, but on Thursday morning, coach pulled me aside and said there had been complications. Ryan had convinced him that having both brothers on teams would create favoritism issues, so I was cut before playing a single game, while Ryan played varsity. When I trained for this local 5K race for months, running every morning before school and charting my times, Ryan came up on race day dressed in running gear and ran beside me for the entire 3.1 miles, delivering commentary. "Do you always breathe like that while running? Dad will be embarrassed if you collapse." Ryan races past me like I'm standing still on the last stretch, arms raised in victory, and spends the next month telling everyone how he had to slow down to avoid embarrassing his younger brother. The worst part was what Ryan did to my confidence with girls. Amy Chen, a girl in my AP physics class who seemed to like talking to me about robotics, and I had been study partners for weeks when Ryan showed up to our session uninvited. Ryan spent the entire time telling embarrassing stories about me, like how I used to wet the bed until I was 12, and how I'd never kissed a girl. Amy went from interested to completely uncomfortable, and she never spoke to me again outside of class. Ryan had studied exactly how to inflict maximum pain without leaving evidence that would get him in trouble with coaches or college scouts. Gut punches that left me dry heaving but no visible bruising. Joint locks that made me see stars but didn't damage anything permanently. Wrestling moves that were just excuses to grind my face into carpet or slam me against walls. His favorite was what he dubbed motivation sessions in the basement during his training routine. He'd corner me while lifting, use me as a practice dummy, and inflict psychological beatdowns. "Do you understand why Dad introduces me as his son, but you as Ryan's little brother?" he'd say, while pounding my face into the training mat. "Because you're not worth claiming." My parents observed all of this, and interpreted it as natural selection in operation. "Ryan's toughening you up," Mom would remark when I grumbled about my lunch money being taken every day. "Boys need to learn hierarchy early, or they'll never succeed." Dad was much worse, openly promoting Ryan's actions as part of his leadership development. "Good job keeping him motivated," he'd tell Ryan after particularly difficult sessions. "Real leaders know how to push their teams to be better." Ryan got a brand new truck at 16. I got told to earn what you want. When I asked for $5 for the bus, Ryan could throw parties that destroyed half the house and get thanked for being social and building networks, and I got grounded for leaving a glass in the sink. It felt like living in a parallel universe. When Ryan's grades began to slide in his junior year, They hired private tutors and criticized his professors for not understanding athlete schedules. When I maintained a 3.88 GPA while working weekends, they stated it could have been higher and that I should focus more on school rather than computer interests. The double standard was absurd. Ryan was suspended for putting a kid in the hospital during football practice, which was really Ryan losing his cool and going nuts, and they hired attorneys and threatened to sue everyone involved. When I was jumped by 3 seniors for being Ryan's odd little brother and returned home with a black eye and split lip, they spent 20 minutes questioning what I had done to deserve it. The message was clear. Ryan was the investment, and I was the mistake they had to live with until I turned 18 and became somebody else's burden. Uncle Victor, my father's younger brother, was the only person in my extended family who treated me like I mattered. He was everything my father wasn't: successful without stepping on people, confident without being cruel, and actually interested in what I had to say, rather than constantly comparing me to Ryan. Victor had a construction company that he'd built from the ground up after leaving the army. He specialized in custom homes, had a crew of guys who'd been with him for years, and lived in this incredible house he'd designed himself. Victor started having me over every other weekend, teaching me construction and mechanics in his workshop, which had every tool you could imagine. Victor treated me as a junior partner, explaining why we did things the way we did, and allowing me to make mistakes without yelling at me. My parents had tried to make these visits about both boys, but Victor shut that down right away. That's also where I met Eli, Victor's business partner's son, who was dealing with his own family pressure. Eli's father was a successful surgeon who expected his son to follow in his footsteps, but Eli wanted to be an engineer and design things rather than cut people open. We instantly bonded over being the disappointing sons who didn't fit our family's predetermined molds. Eli was a tiny child with thick glasses who could rebuild a carburetor while blindfolded and explain how computer processors worked, but his father considered him as a failure because he didn't want to spend his life in operating rooms. "My old man thinks engineering is just applied mediocrity," Eli told me one weekend as we were putting a new sound system in Victor's truck. "Says anyone who's smart enough to be an engineer should be a doctor instead." Eli became the brother I should have had. We'd collaborate on projects, cover for one another during family drama, and most crucially, he regarded me as an equal rather than Ryan's faulty younger model. "Your brother's a piece of shit," Eli informed me one day as we were debugging a computer. "But you're going to be something amazing. You have that ability to see how things work." Victor's workshop became my haven. Every other weekend, I could truly unwind and concentrate on constructing things rather than continuously looking out for Ryan's next attack. "You've got inherent mechanical intelligence," Victor informed me when I found out why his table saw was vibrating and rectified it by adjusting the belt tension. "That's something you're born with and cannot be taught. Ryan will never have it. Know of how many touchdowns he scores." Victor's crews respected him because he was skilled and fair, not because he scared them. His business grew because he produced quality work, not because he cut corners or screwed over competitors. More importantly, Victor taught me that success did not necessitate the destruction of others. Those weekends at Victor's house were the only times I felt like myself rather than Ryan's strange younger brother. During the spring of my junior year, I was working on a robotics project for the state competition, building an autonomous navigation robot from scratch with parts I bought with money from working weekends with Victor. This wasn't some LEGO Mindstorms kit robot, but a serious piece of engineering, complete with a custom Arduino control system, ultrasonic sensors, and GPS navigation. I spent months designing the chassis, programming the navigation algorithms, and fine-tuning the sensor array. It was legitimately impressive work that had actual scholarship potential. The robot could navigate complex obstacle courses, map unknown environments, and execute precise movement patterns. Victor was really proud of the work I had completed. "This is professional grade stuff," he'd tell his contractor friends who dropped by to look at it. "Kids have engineering talent that most college graduates lack." Ryan discovered it in my room on a Friday night when his girlfriend Brittany and 2 of his meathead teammates came over for one of their study sessions, which was really just an excuse to drink my parents' beer and make noise. I was upstairs working on the final programming when I heard Ryan's voice grow louder. "Yo, come check this out," Ryan told his mates. "Little bro's been creating robots in his spare time. Pretty nerdy, but kinda cool." I came downstairs to find everyone gathered around my workbench, Ryan holding my robot as if he had just discovered it. The casual way he handled months of careful labor made my stomach plummet. "Be careful with that," I cautioned, attempting to maintain a calm voice. "It's for state competition next week." "Relax, little bro," Ryan said with a predatory grin. I am not going to smash your toy. Just showing my friends what you've been working on. But something had changed in his countenance. I could see the wheels moving, that familiar look he gets when he is going to destroy something I care about. Actually, this is quite excellent work, Ryan added, his voice taking on that phony enthusiasm that always signaled problems. Brittany, you are good on Instagram, right? This would be a sick post. Look at this robot I built for the state competition. Ryan, no, I exclaimed, dread rising in my voice. That is not yours. You can't just do what? Ryan's voice went cold, that dead-eyed psycho look taking over. Can't I be proud of my family's accomplishments? Can't I share cool things with my friends? Brittany had her phone out already, video Ryan posing with my robot like he was some kind of computer genius, and his teammates were snickering as they noticed the shift in energy. This is months of effort, I continued, my voice cracking with urgency. And it's my only chance at a solid scholarship. Please just put it down. Do you know what? You're completely correct, Ryan said. This is your work, months of labor. You should certainly get it back. Ryan spiked my robot on the hardwood floor like he was celebrating the winning touchdown of his career. Months of precision engineering exploding into dozens of pieces, circuit boards cracking, sensors scattering across the floor. The moment hung in the air like a held breath. I knew what was coming but couldn't stop it. But he wasn't finished. Ryan began stomping on the debris with his boots, grinding delicate components into the floor while keeping eye contact with me. His pals were photographing the whole thing, laughing and cheering like they were watching prime time. Oops, Ryan replied with feigned concern. I guess your little toy wasn't as tough as you expected. Maybe next time, design something that can withstand the actual world. Something in my head suddenly broke, and all those years of tolerating his abuse, all those times I'd back down and let him win, all of the humiliation and psychological agony came out of me at once, and I charged at him without thinking. Precisely what Ryan intended. He caught me mid-tackle like I was a practice dummy, and slammed my face against the wall hard enough to fracture the drywall, then grabbed me by the throat and began systematically working me over while his audience roared and recorded. This is what happens when you forget your place, he said between smacks. This is what you get for thinking you matter in my house. When the beating was ended, I was curled up on the floor, my own blood covering my nose, and Ryan stood over me. Clean this mess up, he instructed me, nodding toward the robot wreckage. And next time remember who's in charge around here. His pals were high-fiving him like he had just won the Super Bowl. When my parents arrived after hearing the noise, they found me bleeding on the floor, surrounded by smashed devices, and their first thought was to repair Ryan's reputation. How did you embarrass your brother in front of his friends? Mom demanded, not even checking to see if I needed medical attention. Why can't you simply leave him alone when he has guests over? Dad was much worse. He began apologizing to Ryan's teammates for my inappropriate behavior and lack of respect, even though I was still spitting blood on their valuable hardwood flooring. Sorry, boys. Little brother doesn't understand boundaries yet. Ryan's friends were gushing about how nice my parents were and how lucky Ryan was to have a family who understood him. My mother was nodding along, thanking Ryan for keeping me in line, and apologizing to Brittany for having to watch my outburst. They made me clean up the robot bits while I was still bleeding, then sent me to my room to reflect on what I'd done. Ryan and his buddies got to stay downstairs and were treated to pizza and compliments for handling the situation maturely. That night, laying in bed with fractured ribs and a face that looked like abstract art, I could hear them laughing downstairs, my parents joking with Ryan's buddies about how I'd learned my lesson and wouldn't act up again anytime soon. They were pleased with what had happened and considered it good parenting. That is when I called Uncle Victor. Pack everything important, Victor responded without hesitation. I'll be there in 30 minutes. Don't let them talk you out of this. Victor arrived in his pickup truck, took one glance at my face, and his attitude changed from concerned to murderous. He led me to his truck without saying anything to my parents, who were watching from the window but lacked the guts to confront him outdoors. Jesus Christ, Victor exclaimed as we drove away. How long has this been going on? I told him everything, including the robot incident, years of systematic abuse, psychological agony, and parental enabling. Victor listened silently, his knuckles white on the driving wheel. You're staying with me permanently, Victor replied after I finished. I'll handle the legal stuff. Your parents obviously can't be trusted to keep you safe. Eli was waiting at Victor's house with ice packs and genuine concern instead of lectures about what I'd done wrong. Victor got emergency custody without much of a fight from my parents, and they were actually relieved to have me off their hands so they could focus completely on Ryan's football career without being distracted by their problem child. I moved into Victor's home and started at a new school, where I could go down the halls without having to worry about what Ryan was going to trash next. Eli transferred to my school, and we began planning our future together. Summers were spent learning real building and business skills from Victor, and I started a small computer repair operation that really paid well. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary, but it was honest work that I was competent at. For 2 years, life was truly good. I had a family that supported me, friends who appreciated me, and a future that was free of daily fear and shame. Then Victor received the news that altered everything. When Victor's fatigue became so severe that he was falling asleep during meetings, Eli persuaded him to see a doctor. Victor had always been a high-energy individual, but he was now struggling to keep up with job demands. Pancreatic cancer in stage 3. Doctors gave him around 18 months of vigorous treatment, probably less. "Well, that's not ideal," Victor replied when the oncologist broke the news. Despite facing death, the man was cracking jokes to keep everyone else from falling apart. You'd think that hearing such sad news would bring the family together, that losing a loved one would cause individuals to set aside their disagreements and focus on what truly matters. You would be wrong. My parents' reaction to Victor's diagnosis exemplified narcissistic selfishness. Their primary concern was not Victor's health or how to support him during treatment, but how his illness would damage their social standing and financial situation. "This is very terrible for us," Mom grumbled during their one visit to Victor's residence following the diagnosis. "Having to deal with cancer in the family while we're already anxious over Ryan's college recruitment. It's just one more thing to worry about." Dad was more open about his genuine concerns. "What's going to happen to the business when," he paused, not wanting to say "when you die" out loud. "I mean, Victor's got a lot of assets wrapped up in that business. Someone should think about what happens to all that." Victor was facing his own mortality, and they were already calculating how his death may profit them. Nevertheless, Ryan was in a league of his own when it came to cruelty. When news spread around school that my uncle was sick, Ryan really told people that Victor probably deserved it because he chose a lifestyle that led to cancer. When I confronted him about it during one of his rare visits home from college prep camp, Ryan merely shrugged as if we were talking about the weather. "Look, I'm not saying I'm thrilled about it," Ryan continued, still dead-eyed. "But maybe this will teach him not to interfere with family business. He should never have gotten involved in your drama." This was the man who had saved my life and taught me what genuine family was like, and Ryan was basically saying he deserved to die because he cared about me. I moved back in with Victor full-time to assist him with his treatment. Eli and I took turns taking him to chemotherapy sessions, managing his business when he was too unwell to work, and ensuring he had all he needed to keep comfortable. Meanwhile, my parents paid maybe 2 visits and complained about how difficult everything was becoming for them, how they couldn't focus on Ryan's career with all of this medical drama going on, and how they didn't have time to deal with family obligations when they were already overburdened. Victor endured it all with remarkable grace, never whining about his own brother's lack of support, never expressing animosity over their selfishness. Instead, he concentrated on how much time he had left and ensuring that Eli and I were ready for whatever came next. "Family isn't about blood," Victor told me one night after a particularly difficult treatment session. "It's about who shows up when you need them. You two have been more like family to me than I could have expected." During Victor's final weeks in the hospital, he was barely conscious most of the time, and my parents arrived for what they thought would be their last visit. Instead of offering consolation or support, my father walked into Victor's room and said, "You know, Victor, perhaps this is God's way of teaching you that family comes first. You should never have interfered with how we reared our sons." Victor was too weak to speak, but I saw the sorrow in his eyes, and I realized my father wasn't just an enabler or a lousy dad. He was actually cruel. Here was his brother dying, and Dad's goal was to make Victor know he'd been wrong to aid me. I asked them to leave that day and instructed them not to return because Victor deserved to spend his dying days surrounded by people who truly loved him, not selfish parasites searching for ways to make his death about themselves. Victor died on a Tuesday morning in March, with me holding his hand. Eli was also present, as were Martinez and a few other members of his crew who had become father figures to me over the years. My parents attended the funeral, of course, and spent the majority of the service conversing with Victor's contractor friends and business companions about how devastating this loss was for them, and how much they will miss their dear brother. Ryan returned home from college for the funeral and spent the whole service texting on his phone. When people offered condolences, he'd give them a forced, sad expression and tell about how Victor had finally found peace. A week later, Victor's lawyer called to schedule a reading of the will, which was scheduled for a Saturday morning at the lawyer's office. My parents arrived in their best outfits, clearly expecting this to be a significant financial event for them, and Ryan drove down from college, probably expecting to inherit enough to cover his remaining tuition. The lawyer, Morrison, who had known Victor for 20 years, got right down to business. Victor was very specific about his wishes, Morrison explained, handing out a hefty document. He updated this 6 months ago when his diagnosis became terminal. He began with a few little bequests, such as tools and equipment for his staff and donations to local charity, before dropping the bomb. To my nephew, who showed me what family actually means, I leave my house, my business, all associated assets and equipment, and the remainder of my estate including all savings and investment accounts. The stillness in that room was terrible, and my parents went through about 6 different emotions in 10 seconds. Astonishment, denial, wrath, and finally hatred. "That can't be right," my father exclaimed, his voice quivering. "Victor wouldn't leave everything to a teenager. There must be an error." Morrison gave me a sealed envelope. "Victor also left you this letter." My parents were stunned as I opened it with quivering hands. Victor's handwriting was unsteady, but clear. "To my true son, you exemplified what it means to be a member of a family. When my own family abandoned me, you were there for me when I needed you the most. The people who shared my blood treated me as if I were a burden, but you earned every bit of it by being the man they couldn't be. Build something amazing with this inheritance, and remember that you didn't just inherit money and property, but also the responsibility to be better than they were. The business is now yours, but Martinez and the crew have contracts that guarantee their jobs for life. Treat them like they treated me. P.S. Your folks are going to freak out about this. Let them. You owe them nothing." The letter was like Victor speaking from beyond the grave, validating every decision and sacrifice I'd made. My parents completely lost their heads. "This is scam," Dad yelled, his face turning purple. Victor was tricked. He was not in his right mind. "We will challenge this." Mom was yelling about how unfair it was and how they deserved anything after going through so much with Victor's illness. Ryan was the worst, insisting that I share what Uncle Victor stole from the family, since we were brothers and family should stick together. These people who had discarded Victor as rubbish while he was dying, now felt entitled to his life's work because they shared his DNA. "You were supposed to be the family failure," Ryan continued, his mask finally falling off. "You were supposed to amount to nothing, so the rest of us could feel good about our choices. This is not how it is meant to function." Morrison emphasized that the will was bulletproof. Victor had drafted it with sound mind, including explicit provisions to prevent challenges, and chronicled years of evidence concerning my parents' negligence and Ryan's abuse. "Victor was very thorough," he said. "He anticipated this reaction and prepared accordingly." I went out of that office with Victor's house keys, business documents, and more money than I could have dreamed. More significantly, I went away knowing that the man I respected the most in the world thought I deserved it. My parents spent months threatening to sue, paying attorneys, and seeking for a method to breach Victor's will, but they never found one. Victor was too brilliant and thorough. With Victor's legacy, I had alternatives I could never have imagined. I could pay for college without taking out loans, keep Victor's construction firm going smoothly, and most significantly, have the financial security to live the life I wanted rather than simply existing day to day. Martinez stepped up as foreman and basically ran day-to-day operations while I was in classes. The crew was extremely loyal to Victor's memory and worked their asses off to ensure that his company continued to thrive. I extended the computer repair service I'd started with Eli into a real tech support firm, serving Victor's construction clients. I began offering services such as network setup for job sites, digital project management systems, and security camera installation. Eli remained my business partner and best friend throughout everything. We commuted to college together, studied together, and spent our summers expanding both enterprises. Having someone who had been through the familial dysfunction with me made everything simpler. Jenna, a brilliant programmer who double majored in computer science and mathematics and could debug code that had me stumped for hours, was unlike any other girl I'd ever met. She was genuinely interested in how things worked, not just what they could do for her. When I told her about Victor's construction company, she was eager to tour job sites and learn how we handled complex projects. When I showed her the tech support tools I'd created, she quickly saw ways to improve them. "You've built something really impressive here," she told me after helping improve our project management software over the weekend. Most people our age are just trying to figure out what they want to do with their lives. You are already doing it. When I finally told Jenna the whole story of my home situation, she didn't pity me or treat me like I was broken goods. Instead, she was really pleased that I'd survived all that abuse and still managed to become a nice person. We graduated together, Eli with his engineering degree, myself with my computer science degree, and Jenna with both her majors and job offers from 3 different tech companies. She picked the local offer especially because she wanted to stay and help expand what we had made together. Eli became my official business partner in both the construction and tech support organizations. We legally incorporated everything, added Martinez as a minority owner in the construction business, and began planning for genuine growth. Jenna and I moved in together after graduation and obtained a wonderful apartment near both our businesses. For my 24th birthday, Jenna surprised me with a golden retriever puppy from the local shelter, named Rex after the T-Rex in Toy Story, which seemed to suit. Rex became the family mascot for both firms. Construction teams adored him on project sites, and he had an incredible capacity to calm down concerned clients when their networks failed. 2 years later, I proposed to Jenna on the terrace of the house Victor had constructed, using my grandmother's ring, which Victor had persuaded my parents to give him before they realized how valuable the inheritance was. The wedding was small, but perfect for Jenna's family, Eli and his fiancée, Martinez, and some of the crew, as well as a few close friends from college. 3 months after the wedding, I was working late at my workplace when my phone rang. It was an unknown number, but something compelled me to answer it. "Son, we saw the photos from your wedding," my father said, his voice unsteady, as if he had been drinking or sobbing. "We can't believe you didn't invite your own family to such an important day." The guilt trip was instant and shameless. I'd broken Mom's heart by excluding them from my wedding. Ryan was distraught to miss his little brother's special day, and they deserved to be there despite everything that had transpired years before. "We realized there were some challenges when you were younger," Dad explained. "But we're still your parents. Family should mean something, especially during significant life events." I let him talk, curious to see where this was headed. It didn't take long to figure out. "The truth is, we need your help," he finally admitted, his voice breaking. "Ryan is in big trouble. He was arrested for providing steroids to high school students through his coaching profession. He's facing serious prison time, and we can't afford professional lawyers." There it was. After 7 years of no contact, missing my wedding, and treating Victor like garbage while he was dying, they wanted me to bail out the golden child who had made my adolescence a nightmare. "We heard about Victor's bequest," Mom said, her voice full with sorrow. "And we know you got large riches. Ryan is your brother, and you need to help him." "Why would I do that?" I inquired, keeping my tone calm. "Because we're family," Mom sobbed. "Despite everything, we're still your parents. We gave you life, we raised you, and now when we need it the most, you're the only one who can save us." I responded gently. "You did not raise me, Victor did." "Please," Dad begged, all semblance of control gone. "Ryan has learned his lesson. He realizes he made mistakes. He has changed. You are the only one who can afford good legal representation." "Let me ask you something," I murmured, surprisingly calm. "When Ryan beat me senseless, did you consider saving me? Did you worry about my future while he ruined every attempt at friendship I made? When Victor was dying and you told him he deserved it because he helped me, did family mean anything?" The silence lasted until it felt uncomfortable. "We made mistakes," Mom muttered, "and we realize it now. Ryan, however, faces a 10-year prison sentence. His entire life will be ruined. You're successful now, you have money, and you should be able to forgive." "I already did forgive," I answered. "I forgave you years ago because holding on to that anger was poisoning my life. But forgiveness doesn't compel me to protect you from the consequences of your actions." "You cannot simply abandon family," Dad yelled, his despair turning to rage. "You allowed years of systematic abuse because it was easier than admitting you had created a monster. You treated the one individual who truly cared about me like garbage because he threatened your narrative about Ryan's uniqueness." "That's not fair," Mom began. "You had a son who would have done anything for his family," I said, interrupting her. "Someone who worked hard, remained out of trouble, and truly cared about other people. Instead, you chose the sociopath who is currently facing federal narcotics charges. You threw away the wrong child." "We're sorry," Mom sobbed. "We know we made terrible mistakes. But Ryan is also our son. He needs assistance. Please, Dad sobbed now, this broken father who had previously stood by while his precious kid abused me. He's your brother. Blood must symbolize something. I could hear both of them crying on the other end of the phone. Do not call again. Don't come near me, and don't contact my wife or business. Ryan dug his own grave. Let him sleep in it. Then I hung up. Ryan contacted me personally 2 days later from county jail, crying and begging like a kid, telling me how sorry he was, how he'd learned his lesson, and how he'd found God there. Do you remember what you used to tell me? I asked him. Do I need to learn my place? I've learned it. My place is owning 2 successful enterprises, living in the house Victor created, and being surrounded by people who genuinely care about me. Your place is exactly where you belong, behind bars, forgotten, and entirely unimportant to everyone who counts. Please, Ryan wailed. I know I was horrible to you. I understand that I don't deserve your aid, but I am terrified. I'm not sure what will happen to me in prison. You should have thought about that before you decided to offer drugs to high school kids, I remarked. Your actions have repercussions, Ryan. You're finally learning the lesson. I'll do anything, he begged. I'll apologize in public. I will admit all I did to you. I'll make things right somehow. There is no making things right, I murmured quietly. You can't fix what you've broken. You cannot restore my confidence, projects, adolescent years, or relationship with my parents. The damage is permanent. But we're brothers. No, I replied firmly. We are not. You were my biggest bully, and we happen to live in the same house. I hung up and blocked all of their numbers. 6 months later I learned from Eli's father, who still had connections in their social circle, that Ryan had accepted a plea deal for 8 years in federal prison. My parents lost their apartment and moved in with my mother's sister in another state. Dad's attempts to restart his construction business failed because word had spread about how he had treated Victor. Meanwhile, Jenna and I just closed on a bigger house in the neighborhood where Victor used to live. Martinez is retiring next year, and we're throwing him a legendary party. Eli and his wife are having their first child and have asked us to be godparents. I created the life Victor always claimed I deserved. My sister ghosted my engagement, got pregnant by a mystery man. Then my parents said, "She's carrying our first grandchild. You can wait." I'm getting married in a week to my fantastic boyfriend Liam, and I couldn't be happier. When Liam and I got engaged, we planned on having a conventional court wedding. We both felt it made the greatest financial and emotional sense. We saw no reason to spend thousands of dollars on a single day, even if it was so important to us. What actually mattered was our commitment to each other, not a costly wedding with all the usual bells and whistles. It felt wasteful to spend so much money hosting and feeding so many people only to meet cultural expectations. We both felt it was a waste of resources that could have been better spent on creating our life together, whether for a future home, travel, or savings. However, things changed after our family learned about our engagement. They were pleased for us, of course, but they didn't like the concept of a small, private court wedding. In fact, they demanded that we have a lavish wedding. My parents were quite loud about it. They said that because I was the first of their children to marry, it was necessary for them to mark the occasion properly. They had been dreaming about it for years, and they didn't want to miss out on the celebration they thought it merited. You see, my older sister Sophie is still unmarried. As the younger sibling, I never intended to be the first to marry, but that's how things turned out. I suppose this fueled my parents' desire to go all out for my wedding. They undoubtedly saw it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, at least until Sophie had her chance. While it wasn't what Liam and I had planned, witnessing how important this wedding was to our loved ones convinced us otherwise. In the end, we modified our beliefs only to please them. Both of our parents sat down with us and contributed to the celebration, with Liam and I covering the rest of the costs. Over the last few months, I've dedicated many hours and a tremendous lot of energy to arranging this wedding. Each detail has been a labor of love. One of the delights of this process was collaborating with my future mother-in-law. She and I spent weeks exploring different settings and visited multiple venues until we discovered the right one. It's a lovely location that seems perfect for our big day, and completing it was a source of pride for both of us. We've also booked a fantastic caterer and finalized many other important things, like the flowers and decor. Every step moved us closer to realizing our vision. Just last week, I went wedding dress shopping. My mother and mother-in-law joined me for this. It seemed odd trying on gowns and imaging myself walking down the aisle in front of our loved ones. Throughout all, my sister Sophie was unable to join us. I had hoped she'd be there to share the occasion with me, but she said she had other arrangements. I was dissatisfied, but I did not press her for an explanation at the moment. I assumed she had her own obligations or simply didn't feel up to going, so I didn't give it much attention. That is, until today. This morning I received a call from my parents requesting me to come over to their house immediately. They sounded abnormally upbeat and informed me they had something important to say. Curious, I approached. When I arrived, I could tell there was a problem. Both of them were nearly beaming with delight. Sophie is pregnant, and my mother did not waste any time in telling me. To say I was shocked is an understatement. Sophie hadn't mentioned dating anyone seriously before, so this came as a great surprise to me. Mom was overjoyed as she announced my sister's pregnancy, calling it a miracle and a blessing for our family. She said that Sophie hadn't even tried to conceive, which made the pregnancy all the more surprising and unique in her eyes. While my mother raved about how wonderful this surprise was, my thoughts couldn't stop racing. I couldn't help but ask the obvious question. Who is Sophie even dating? I had no idea who she was reportedly seeing. For reference, my older sister Sophie and I were never especially close. Growing up, we always felt far from one another. She rarely shows interest in my life or calls me, which can be upsetting at times. I've long suspected that it's because she's academically talented. She believes herself superior to me, as evidenced by her statements. I recall her teasing me with that exact term a few years ago, implying that she despised me as a person. Unlike her, I've always been a dreamer, thriving in creative, artistic environments. My head was often in the clouds, she said. I didn't go to a major university or pursue a high-profile career like her. And, I'm comfortable with my decisions. I've always been satisfied with what I have and what I've created for myself, even if it doesn't meet her idea of success. Sophie, on the other hand, appeared to find it difficult to look down on me. Sophie was never supportive of my relationship with Liam. She would always warn me that if I devoted too much of myself to Liam, he would break my heart, and she would always encourage me to focus on my job rather than falling in love. Her words were condescending and damaged my enjoyment, as if my connection was not worth investing in. Even when Liam and I got engaged, Mother didn't show any joy. I only received a basic congrats text, no phone contact, no flowers, no meaningful chat, nothing. Despite her lack of warmth and support throughout my life, I wanted to include her in my wedding since she is special to me. I hoped that my wedding would provide an opportunity to bridge some of our distance. I had even invited her to be one of my bridesmaids. To my sorrow, she had declined, stating that she did not want to play a significant role in the wedding and would be content as a guest. Even though her remarks hurt, I didn't press her on it. Throughout the wedding preparation process, her lack of interest was clear. Whenever I asked for her opinion on something, she either dismissed me or disregarded me completely. She hasn't turned up when I've tried to include her in key occasions, such as inviting her to go wedding dress shopping with me. And now my parents were telling me that my sister had unexpectedly become pregnant. My parents went on to tell me how Sophie had met someone a few months ago and how happy she seemed with him. Despite my conflicted sentiments for Sophie, I was really delighted for her. A baby is a blessing, and if she had found someone who made her happy, it was something to celebrate. I assured my mom that I'd call Sophie later to congratulate her on her pregnancy. It seemed like the appropriate thing to do, and I wanted to offer her my support in this important moment. But then my parents informed me that they had not completed. My father informed me that there was something else they needed to talk with me. He paused for a bit, which made me anxious, and then said Sophie intended to marry the father of her child. It made sense. Of course, she wants to marry and have children with the person she loves. But then my father explained that they wanted me to give up my wedding to Sophie. I glanced at him, completely perplexed. "What do you mean, give up my wedding?" I inquired, sensing the answer hanging in the air. My father went on to explain that because they had already paid to my wedding arrangements, they could not afford to pay for Sophie's as well. As a result, his answer was for me to transform my own wedding into Sophie's wedding and let my sister take charge. My mother interjected, suggesting that I should do this for my sister as a wedding gift, and that I could always have another wedding later. Mom even suggested that, since Liam and I had originally planned a court ceremony, I could go back to that and marry quietly now. Sophie could have the lavish celebration my parents thought she deserved, especially given her pregnancy and new man. Hearing their recommendations, I opened my mouth wide. As I sat there contemplating this knowledge, I gazed at both of them for about a minute. Were my parents really asking me to give up my wedding to my sister? What in the world was happening? All the hours I had spent organizing, The enthusiasm I had built up for this day, and the compromises Liam and I had made to satisfy everyone's demands seemed to be in vain. When I finally found my voice, I exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind?" and reminded them that my wedding was just a week away. This was not a casual scheme that could be easily abandoned. I spent months methodically organizing every detail of my wedding. I had poured my time, energy, and emotions into making this day memorable not only for Liam and me, but also for them and our families. I responded, "How can you even ask me such a thing? Do you have any idea about all the money, time, and effort I've put into this? The invitations have been sent out already. The caterers have been hired, the venue is booked, my dress is bought. What am I supposed to do now to throw all of that away for my sister?" My remarks came out sharper than I intended, but I didn't mind. Their bravado astounded me. My mother, undeterred by my anger, instantly responded with her logic. "Sophie is pregnant. She needs to get married first. Your wedding can wait." My father joined in to back her up, claiming they would never have made such a request unless it was truly necessary. He even tried to soothe me, claiming it wouldn't take long to resend my wedding invitations and make all of the wedding plans for Sophie. To make matters worse, my mother then remarked, "Sweetheart, your wedding dress will not go to waste. You can simply give it to Sophie instead." It was as if Mom believed that handing over the dress I had picked for one of the most important days of my life to my sister would miraculously make me even more comfortable with this absurd plan. My parents' sheer lack of comprehension or want to understand was maddening. I took a long breath, tried to maintain my cool, and told them unequivocally that I would not cancel my wedding. My wedding venue, my dress, the months of planning, and the countless hours I had put into making this day unique were all staying exactly the same. My wedding was going as planned. Hearing this, my father's expression darkened with rage. He stepped up and virtually yelled, "It's our money that you used for this wedding. You have no right to go against us. If we're paying, we get to decide how it's spent." His voice rang throughout the room. My dad went on, "Sophie getting married is more important than you getting married. She's giving us our first grandchild, and that baby deserves to have a happy and stable family. This is bigger than you." My mother swiftly stepped in, her tone more stern than begging. "You're not even pregnant, and you've always claimed you didn't want a big wedding in the first place. You thought it was a waste of money, right? So now you can just let Sophie have it." My chest tightened as their words sank in. My marriage, happiness, and hard work were all irrelevant to them because I wasn't giving them a grandchild. My parents, the people who were supposed to unconditionally support me, were making it clear that Sophie and her unborn baby came first. I reminded them that they were the ones who insisted on a large party in the first place, and now, only a week before my wedding, they were asking that I give everything up for my sister as if I were nothing. "And another thing," I said, looking at both of them, "you keep mentioning how you paid for the wedding. Yes, you handed me money, but let's clarify one thing. You plainly stated that it was a wedding gift, not a loan or a means of exerting control over me. You were not the only one who contributed. Liam and I paid for this wedding, as did his parents. Do you think they'll just sit back and let you hijack the entire event?" My mother opened her mouth to reply, but I stopped her off. "Let me be very clear," I said, my voice firm. "This wedding is taking place, my wedding. If you can't support that, please don't come. But don't think for a second that I'll cancel my wedding to appease you or Sophie. I will not let you take this away from me." Hearing this, my parents yelled at me for being selfish and greedy for rejecting them their request. My father, still attempting to make his point, continued, "Even if the money we gave you was a gift, we have every right to ask you this. Your sister should be married before you. We wouldn't ask unless it was important." His tone was condescending, as if he were teaching something to a recalcitrant child rather than speaking to me as an adult. My mother spoke next, her voice honey-sweet but full of guilt-tripping undertones. "You might simply talk to Liam and your in-laws about paying them back. I'm sure they'd understand, and they'd be willing to wait for you to save up and pay them back later." They had the audacity to suggest that I should bear the financial and emotional burden of canceling the wedding for something that was not even my responsibility, which was mind-boggling. Did they honestly not understand how outrageous they were, or did they simply not care? Then my mother delivered the ultimate guilt line. "Anyone in your position would agree to this, because Sophie is your family and she comes first." At this point, I was so enraged that I couldn't see straight. I rose up, gathered my belongings, and stared at them both. The anger, hurt, and utter astonishment at how irrational they were was overwhelming. "Listen," I replied, my voice quivering with repressed wrath. My wedding is in a week. Nothing you say or do will change that. I am sincerely delighted for Sophie, but I am not going to give up my wedding for anyone. Since then, my parents have been hounding me with messages and calls, calling me names and attempting to coerce me into giving in to their demands. I'm honestly at a loss for words. So, Reddit, am I the asshole for not canceling my wedding for my pregnant sister? Update 1. My parents have always shown favoritism towards my sister Sophie, and while I've noticed it over the years, I never thought it would reach this level. Sure, there were moments in our childhood when it was clear she was their favorite, such as the extra praise for her accomplishments, the way they dismissed my interests as less important. But this? Asking me to give up my wedding so she could have it instead? It's absolutely ridiculous. I didn't think they were. They gave me money for my wedding, but they presented it as a gift, something freely given out of love and support. Now just because they gave me that money, they think they have the right to dictate what I do with it, even if it means canceling Sophie's wedding. How is it even remotely fair? How did they not realize how insulting and ridiculous they were? I called Sophie after my parents' conversation, hoping to congratulate her on her pregnancy and talk to her about what's been going on. But she hasn't returned my calls yet. I'm not sure if she's avoiding me, if she's overwhelmed with her own life right now, or if she even knows what our parents have asked of me. I'm left in the dark, which only adds to my frustration and confusion. When I got home from that awful conversation with my parents, I sat down with Liam and told him everything. He listened as I poured out the entire story, every word, every emotion. By the time I finished, he was furious. He couldn't believe my parents would even think to ask me something like that. He's seen how much effort I put into planning this wedding, and he knows how much it means to me. The fact that they would try to take all of that away and give it to Sophie Lee. I asked Liam not to confront my parents, to tell them how wrong they were, and to stand up for me because I didn't want this already painful situation to turn into a full-fledged family feud. Liam adores me, and seeing me so shaken up after the way my parents treated me broke his heart. Instead, Liam and I discussed the situation and came to a decision. Even though the money my parents gave us was a wedding gift, something they gave willingly and without any conditions attached, we've decided to return it to them. Legally, we have no obligation to do this. A gift is a gift. But morally, we don't want their money hanging over us like this. We don't want to feel indebted to them or give them any leverage to try to manipulate us in the future. Returning the money feels like the only way to reclaim our autonomy and put some distance between us and their unreasonable demands. The decision wasn't easy, and we'll have to dip into our savings to cover the amount, which will mean tightening our budget for a while, but Liam and I agree that it's still worth it. We want to start our married life without this toxic cloud hanging over us. My parents' actions have been extremely hurtful, but Liam's unwavering support reminds me that I have someone who truly values and respects me. At the end of the day, that's what matters the most. We'll be returning their money as soon as possible, and once that's done, I'll feel relieved knowing that my wedding will be entirely funded by us and Liam's parents. It may not erase the hurt my parents have caused, but it will give us a clean slate and allow us to. Update 2. My sister, who has always seemed uninterested in my life and plans, was the one who urged my parents to make me give up my wedding for her. After speaking with Sophie, I realized that the entire affair was orchestrated by her. Sophie was unapologetic when she told me that, as the oldest child, she didn't think it was unreasonable for our parents to ask me for such a huge favor for her. She even seemed to think I should be honored by the request, as if it was some great act of generosity on her part that I should feel privileged to accommodate. When I pressed her further, she explained the reasoning behind her request. When she learned that our parents had given me wedding money, and then when she became pregnant and wanted to marry, she had an idea. Since I already had the money and wedding plans in place, it wouldn't hurt me to let her use everything I had set up. She saw it as the most logical and convenient solution to her situation. Her argument was that it would take her too much time to plan everything herself, finding a new venue, booking a caterer, organizing the details. Meanwhile, my wedding plans were already set in motion, and if I just stepped aside, she could take advantage of the hard work I'd already put into everything. The venue, the caterers, the dress, the flowers, all of it could be hers, saving her so much effort and stress. I was stunned at first, trying to make sense of her comments. What struck me the most was her feeling of entitlement. She believed that because she was the oldest, I would simply submit to her whim, as if her demands were automatically more important than mine. Sophie argued that, unlike me, she has a proper career and thus is too busy in her life to worry about a silly wedding. She went on to explain that if she hadn't gotten pregnant, she wouldn't be getting married in the first place. I told her how selfish and rude it was for her to just assume that I would give up my wedding for her without even having the decency to discuss it with me first. I told her that Liam and I were already planning to return the wedding money to our parents, and that she could probably ask them for the money instead, which she could use for her own wedding if she wanted. In my opinion, this was the most reasonable suggestion, because it was their money, and if they were willing to support her, that was the best way to go about it. Sophie then had the guts to ask if I would help her arrange her wedding. She reasoned that since I was not allowing her to have my wedding, I should at least help her out by arranging one for her. Apparently, in her opinion, I was more into such things, so I would be ideal for the task. I informed her that if she wanted help organizing her wedding, she should ask our parents. I had had enough of her drama, and I wasn't going to be dragged into it any further. At that moment, I also rejected Sophie from my wedding. I didn't want her there, especially after everything she'd said and done. My sister didn't care about my decision to uninvite her. She had already decided not to go. Update 3. Okay, so Liam and I have returned my parents' money by now, and we knew it was the right thing to do, especially after the way my parents had acted. To make things work, we had to take a small loan from Liam's parents, who were more than happy to help us out, and we are incredibly grateful to them. We've agreed to repay them monthly, and it's a relief to know that we have their support during this difficult time. When we returned my parents' money, they were furious. This time, Liam was with me, and he took charge of the conversation. He began by chastising my parents for attempting to pressure me into canceling our wedding, telling them how wrong it was for them to manipulate me and make me feel as if I should sacrifice my own happiness for my sisters. After making it clear how hurtful and unfair their behavior was, Liam told them that he too did not want them at our wedding. Until this point, my parents had hoped that my earlier decision to uninvite them was a joke, but when we returned their money and Liam told them the truth, they were shocked. My parents tried to argue and defend themselves, but Liam stayed firm, telling them that they had already caused enough drama and stress. We didn't want that kind of negativity on what was supposed to be the happiest day of our lives. He made it clear that since we had returned their money, they had no reason to continue attempting to control us or manipulate the situation. My mother threatened that if we did not invite them to our wedding, they would cut me off from their lives. She accused Liam and me of intentionally humiliating them by not inviting them. In response, I informed my mother that she was correct. I wanted to humiliate her and Dad and show them how ridiculous it was for them to insist that I give up my own wedding. But I also said that if they felt the need to cut me off because of this, I would accept their choice. Then, in a moment of strength and clarity, Liam said something that really struck me. He told my parents that one day we would have our own children, but we would make sure that our future children were never introduced to them. He explained that our children did not deserve to have such selfish, manipulative grandparents in their lives. My parents were outraged and ashamed, but there was nothing they could do. It's difficult to put into words how grateful I am to having Liam by my side. I don't know how I would have handled my parents' drama without him. With his unfailing support, I couldn't have wished for a finer companion. Update 4. This week, Liam and I got married, and thankfully, everything went smoothly. Despite all of the drama and tension leading up to the big day, the wedding itself was everything we had hoped for. We had the day to ourselves, surrounded by people who truly cared about us and supported us, without the toxic cloud that my parents and Sophie would have undoubtedly brought. My parents and Sophie did not attend the wedding, despite the fact that I had uninvited them, and as difficult as it was to make that decision, I believe it was the right one. There was a lot of emotional weight behind that decision, but on the wedding day, it was clear to me that it was the best decision for us. I'll admit, there were times when I missed them or wished things had been different, but not having them there allowed us to fully enjoy the day without fear of any potential drama or hurtful comments. It was a day about Liam and me, and the love and commitment we share. My friends, Liam's family and our loved ones made the day flawless, which was ultimately what meant the most. My brother stole my inheritance, gaslit me into therapy, and tried to lock me away. But I turned the tables before my 18th birthday. My brother Ryan was supposed to have it all figured out. So when our parents' bus collided with a pole and contacted them, I trusted him to take me in. Fortunately, he did. But something was off. He was absolutely dispassionate, viewing the funeral plans as errands rather than trauma. But at the time, it didn't seem unusual because Ryan was the sort that always had his feces together. While I was struggling to learn algebra, he was in his senior year, preparing to graduate as valedictorian. While I fought to keep my grades up, he was already making six figures every year. So I let Ryan handle everything. "Don't worry about any of this, Emma," he murmured. Going through files in Dad's office the day after the burial. Just focus on finishing junior year. Moving inside his apartment felt weird. He had this sterile downtown space that was all glass and chrome, unlike our parents' house, which was filled with Mom's quilts and Dad's baseball memorabilia. We were sitting around eating kebabs one day when he announced that he was going to sell our parents' property. My fork clattered on my plate. It appears that neither of us could pay the mortgage, property taxes, or maintenance. My rage was immediately replaced by compassionate understanding. After all, Ryan was in finance, so I felt he knew what he was saying. I'll handle it. His tone silenced any argument. That's why I'm your guardian, to make these decisions. The house was sold within a month. Ryan stated that the market was hot and he couldn't pass up the opportunity. I was not permitted to attend the closing. School became my only escape. My grades actually improved, possibly because I immersed myself in homework to avoid thinking. Ryan appeared pleased. He would examine my progress online and nod in approval of my test scores. He established a rigid routine: school, homework, and bedtime by 10 o'clock. No parties and no dating. You need stability right now, he said. It seemed like I was living with a warden, yet everyone told me how fortunate I was that Ryan had taken me in. One night, I found him talking on the phone with someone. His voice was different, animated and almost joyous. No, it's perfect timing. The trust matures when she's 18, but as guardian, I have full discretion over distributions. He saw me and suddenly ended the call. Private conversation, Emma. Learn to have boundaries. For a while, we lived as roommates. He'd feed me, but that was it. We never communicated, and I sometimes felt ignored. Until one day, when it actually happened. Senior year approached, and college acceptance letters began to arrive, including from Northwestern, my ideal school. I rushed to show Ryan. He scarcely glanced at it. Too expensive. But with financial aid and the college fund. There is no college fund. The words struck me like freezing water. What? Your parents didn't plan well. The house sale barely covered their debts. That's not true. Dad showed me the statements. Something was not right. Dad had been quite conscientious about money. He had shown me the college savings account just months before the accident, proud of how much they had accumulated. I began paying attention. Ryan received correspondence from investment firms and hastily tucked it away. He would promptly trash the bank statements. Once, I noticed a tax paperwork on his desk. Something regarding trust distribution. My heart sank. Ryan had treated our parents' deaths as an ATM. I needed proof. That night, after Ryan had left for his evening gym practice, I slipped into his home office. The door was locked, but I'd learned how to open it with a bobby pin from YouTube tutorials during my solitude. My hands shook as I turned the handle. His desk was nicely arranged. Files are tagged by year. I began with the folder labeled Estate Documents. My breath caught. There it was. A trust fund statement for $450,000, due to mature on my 18th birthday. Another document revealed life insurance benefits of $300,000. My folks weren't in debt. They had left us everything. I could hear the front door. Ryan was back early. I pushed the papers back, my heart pounding as I slid out and along the corridor. I just made it to my room before his footsteps entered the office. Ryan kept an eye on me throughout breakfast the following morning. You look tired. Just stressed about college applications. His eyes narrowed slightly. I told you. Community college is your best option. I nodded and played along as my mind raced. I needed to document everything, but how? Ryan monitored my phone, reviewed my laptop's web history, and even approved my school email. At school, I began using the library computers during lunchtime. I set up a new email account and began investigating guardianship legislation. What I discovered made my stomach flip. Ryan, my guardian, had broad control over my fortune until I reached 18. However, there were meant to be oversights and reporting to the court. I printed the articles and hid them. In my old algebra textbook. Nobody would look there, especially Ryan, who took pleasure in never failing with math. Days turned into weeks of thorough inquiry. I'd wait until Ryan was in the shower to check his mail so he could grab it. Bank statements for accounts I did not recognize. Investment portfolios indicate consistent withdrawals, all in his name, not mine. One evening when Ryan was on a work call, I discovered his laptop open. My fingers trembled as I scrolled through his emails. A financial advisor received messages about dispersing assets and increasing guardian privileges. Screenshots were not available, so I remembered essential phrases, account numbers, and dates. Ryan ended his call prematurely. I saw him approaching and hastily went to a homework page, but his expression indicated he had observed something. "What are you doing on my computer?" "Mine died. I needed to finish an essay." He gave me a long look. "Use the desktop in the living room next time." That night, I overheard him on the phone again. "No, she's getting suspicious. We need to accelerate the timeline." I pushed my ear against the bedroom door. Who was he speaking to? What's the timeline? The next day at school, I discovered something strange. My admission letter to Northwestern was missing from my backpack. When I arrived home, Ryan was waiting for me. "The school called," he explained, his voice unnaturally calm. "They're concerned about your mental state. Apparently you've been acting erratically." "What? No, they haven't. Emma, losing your parents is traumatic. It's normal to struggle." He took out his business card. "Dr. Adams specializes in grief counseling for teens." I stared at the card. This was a trap, but I couldn't see the details yet. The therapy session began the following week. Dr. Adams appeared pleasant enough, asking about my feelings and dreams. However, her questions had a leading tone. "Do you ever feel like you can't trust your own judgment? Like maybe others know what's best for you?" I responded vaguely, fearing danger. Whatever Ryan had planned, this therapist was a part of it. Meanwhile, I continued digging. During a school computer lab session, I discovered our parents' obituaries online. It addressed surviving family, including Mom's sister, Claire, Aunt Claire, who had offered to take me in. However, Ryan had stated that she was unstable and lived abroad. I looked her up on social media and discovered that she lives in Chicago, is married, and has children, definitely not foreign or unstable. Her last post was about missing her sister and wishes she could meet her niece. My hands shook as I typed a message from my private email. "Aunt Claire, this is Emma. I need help." Her response arrived within hours. She had been attempting to contact me since the burial. Ryan had banned her calls and returned her letters. She drove to his place once, but he threatened to call the cops if she didn't leave. We planned to converse on a friend's phone during lunch. Hearing her voice, so similar to Mom's, made me cry. "Sweetie, I've been so worried. Ryan won't let any family contact you." I told her everything. The disappearing money, the claims about debt, and the treatment sessions. She listened, her respiration quickening with each revelation. "Emma, you need to get out of there." "I can't. He's my legal guardian." "Not if we can prove he's stealing from you. I'm calling my lawyer." But Ryan must have been watching something because he confronted me that night. "Who have you been talking to?" "No one." He took out printed emails from my private account. Lying to me now. My blood became chilly. How did you find them?" "I'm trying to protect you," he replied, his voice deeper and more frightening than I had ever heard. "But if you keep fighting me, I'll have to take stronger measures." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Dr. Adams thinks you might benefit from a more structured environment. There's a residential program for troubled teens." "You can't send me away." "I can, if it's in your best interest." He leaned forward. "Or you can stop this nonsense, finish school quietly, and we'll revisit college options later." I was imprisoned. But Aunt Claire gave me hope. I simply needed to be smarter. I played the compliant niece, attending therapy, refraining from asking questions, and expressing gratitude for Ryan's care. Meanwhile, I recorded everything. I found an old voice recorder in Dad's belongings and began recording Ryan's calls when he assumed I was sleeping. "The trust distributions are on schedule," he told me one night. "By her birthday, it'll all be transferred to the offshore accounts. She'll never know what hit her." I also began snapping images with a disposable camera I purchased with lunch money, bank statements left on his desk, legal documents he assumed I would not understand, and the Guardian report he was meant to file with the court but never did. Weeks have passed. My 18th birthday was approaching, and with it, my sole chance for freedom. However, Ryan's confidence was growing. He began talking about gap years, how I wasn't prepared for college, and how I could require long-term care for my trauma-induced paranoia. Then came the day when he brought home fresh documents. "Just some paperwork for your therapy," he explained nonchalantly. "But I've read everything now." This was not therapy paperwork, but a plea for extended guardianship owing to mental incapacity. That night, I called Aunt Claire from a payphone near the school. "He's trying to keep control past my birthday." "Pack a bag," she instructed. "Hide it. Be ready." My lawyer says we need one more piece of evidence, something that shows clear financial fraud. Can you get bank records? I'll try. The next morning, Ryan left for an early meeting. Here was my chance. I picked the office lock again and walked directly to his filing cabinet. There, in a folder labeled Personal, I discovered everything. Bank transfers from my trust to accounts in the Cayman Islands, fraudulent signatures on withdrawal forms, and a paper trail of systematic theft dating back months. I was snapping pictures of everything when I heard the front door. But it was too early for Ryan to return. I looked out the window. His automobile was in the driveway. He had never left. I knew you'd try again, he remarked through the doorway. He spoke calmly, but his eyes were cold. Dr. Adams warned me about escalating paranoid behavior. It's not paranoia if it's true. I held up the papers. You stole everything. I invested money for your future. You are too young to understand. Stop lying. The words flew out of me. I know about offshore accounts. I have recordings. His expression altered. The concerned brother's mask dropped, revealing something calculating and ruthless. You've got nothing. A troubled youngster is making outlandish charges against the brother who took her in. Who'll believe you? Aunt Claire will. Claire? He chuckled. I have documents proving she's been harassing us, stalking and attempting to manipulate a grieving child for her own gain. My phone vibrated. A text from an unknown number. Get out quickly, he knows. It came from Aunt Claire's lawyer. Ryan approached me. Give me the camera. I backed backward and clutched it. No. Emma, don't make this harder than it needs to be. He took out his phone. Just phone Dr. Adams, and you'll be in residential treatment by tonight. Is this what you want? I dashed past him down the hall, grabbed the hidden suitcase from my closet. He followed, no longer pretending to be calm. You cannot leave. I'm your guardian. I got to the front door, but he grabbed my arm firmly. You're making a mistake. The only mistake was trusting you. I ripped free and raced, not stopping until I arrived at the school. The security guy let me in, and I walked straight to my counselor's office. Mrs. Patel took one look at my face and closed the door behind me. What happened, Emma? I showed her everything. The images, the recordings, the mark on my arm, and she phoned the police, while I called Aunt Claire. The cops arrived in 20 minutes, but Ryan had already called them. He stood in the school parking lot, playing the concerned guardian brilliantly, and his voice, full of contrived fear, rang through Mrs. Patel's window. She has been spinning since her parents died. The therapist warned me that this might happen. Officer Catherine Grant calmly listened as Ryan told his story. I observed from behind the blinds as he showed her documents, most likely the same fabricated reports he'd been creating. Mrs. Patel squeezed my shoulder. We'll sort this out, she said quietly. When the officers finally entered, Ryan followed, his eyes meeting me immediately, cold and calculating behind his brotherly concern. Officer Grant introduced herself, and her partner, a young man named Daniel Lee, took notes. Your brother says you've been struggling, Officer Grant began gently. He's worried about you. I took out the disposable camera. He is plundering my inheritance. I have proof. Ryan's laugh sounded so sincere that I doubted myself for a moment. She has been captivated with this notion. Dr. Adams describes it as a coping mechanism, creating villains to blame for her loss. These aren't delusions, I argued, pointing to the images I'd taken. Look at these. Bank statements, transfers to offshore accounts. Officer Lee inspected the photos and Ryan shook his head sadly. Those are investment accounts I opened for her future. Everything is properly documented and legal. So why hide them? Why lie about my parents' debt? I never lie. I simplified things to keep you from experiencing financial hardship during your loss. Mrs. Patel came forward. Officers, I have known Emma for 3 years. She has never showed evidence of instability. These concerns appear to be very sudden. Ryan took out a folder. I have documentation from her therapist, outlining her deteriorating mental state. Paranoid delusions, breaking into my office, stealing documents. My hands trembled as I took out the voice recorder. Listen to this. He discusses relocating everything before my birthday. But when I hit play, just static came out. The tape had been wiped. Ryan must have discovered it and replaced it with a blank one. My proof was vanishing in front of my eyes. She's been recording me without my consent, Ryan remarked, his voice heavy with sorrow. Another sign of her paranoia. Officer Grant looked at us, apparently hesitant. Miss, Do you have any additional evidence? My Aunt Claire. She knows everything. The aunt who has been pursuing us? Ryan produced a restraining order request. I haven't filed it yet, hoping she will stop, but she has been fueling Emma's fantasies. Everything he said sounded so sensible that I began to rethink everything I thought to be true. Mrs. Patel spoke out again. Maybe we should call this aunt personally. Allow her to speak for herself. Ryan's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. She's manipulating a grieving child for financial gain. Then she won't mind explaining herself to the officers, Mrs. Patel responded. Ryan stepped closer to me when Officer Lee phoned Aunt Claire, his voice dropping low enough to be heard only by me. You are making a big mistake. I'm the only family member you have left that truly cares. You care about my money. I care about your future. But if you continue on this path, I will have no choice but to defend you from yourself. Aunt Claire instantly answered, her voice crackling through Officer Lee's phone speaker. She detailed her attempts to contact me, the blocked calls, the returned letters, and referenced the will identifying her as co-guardian, which I was unaware of. Ryan's cool demeanor shattered somewhat. She is lying. There was no such provision. Then you won't mind providing the original will, Officer Grant said. Of course. It is in my safe at home. But I remembered the snapshot I'd taken that morning, the will naming both guardians. If only the camera hadn't been blank when processed. Wait. I still had the camera. I need to use the restroom, I said. Ryan stood. I'll escort her. She's capable of going alone, Mrs. Patel stated firmly. In the bathroom, I carefully opened the camera. The film was still inside, undeveloped, and Ryan must have replaced the developed photos with blanks. My hands shook as I rewound the film slightly and then advanced it again, taking new shots of the bathroom tiles. If the previous images remained, they'd be double exposed, but maybe discernible. When I returned, Aunt Claire was discussing the family dynamics to the authorities, and Ryan had isolated me from anybody who may have helped. She specified precise days and times she attempted to visit, information that would be difficult to falsify. She's clearly rehearsed this story, Ryan continued, but his confidence waned. We'll need to investigate further, Officer Grant said. In the meantime, Emma should remain somewhere neutral. She is my legal ward. She arrives home with... Actually, Mrs. Patel added, the school can provide emergency placement for students in crisis. Emma can stay with our guidance counselor, Mrs. Catherine Morrison, who is licensed to provide temporary foster care. Ryan's face clouded. That is unneeded. I am her guardian. It's only for a few days while we figure this out, Officer Lee reassured him. Ryan's eyes were full of calculating. Fighting too hard would appear suspicious, and he nodded stiffly. If that's what's best for Emma. Ms. Taylor arrived within an hour, a soft-spoken woman who'd guided countless students through difficult situations. As we prepared to go, Ryan hugged me, which appeared to everyone else to be brotherly, but his hold was too tight, his voice piercing. It's not over. You need me more than you realize. I finally felt comfortable enough to breathe at Ms. Taylor's house, which was cozy and lived in, with portraits of former pupils covering one wall. She brought me to a small guest room and offered me the solitude to call Aunt Claire. Are you all right? Aunt Claire's voice was filled with worry. I am afraid. He's destroyed the majority of my evidence. We will figure it out. My lawyer will file emergency motions tomorrow. Just stay safe. That night, I couldn't sleep because every passing automobile made me believe Ryan had come for me. Around 3 a.m., my borrowed phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. You think you're safe? I have documents that will undermine your aunt's credibility. Come home immediately or I'll use them. I showed Ms. Taylor in the morning, and she immediately phoned the authorities, but the number was untraceable. When questioned, Ryan denied sending anything. Aunt Claire's lawyer, Mr. Daniel Williams, tried to expedite a hearing, but Ryan's lawyer contested every move. The following few days blurred together, with legal meetings in which Ryan portrayed himself as the ideal guardian. Meanwhile, Dr. Adams filed reports portraying me as increasingly unstable. She's created an elaborate conspiracy to avoid processing her grief, Dr. Adams told the family court judge at a preliminary hearing. Her brother has been nothing but supportive. I wanted to shout. Ryan had carefully prepared every word she spoke, and my outburst would only support her argument, so I sat calmly, allowing Mr. Bennett to speak for me. The judge, an elderly woman named Catherine Whitman, appeared distrustful of everyone. I'll need to see financial records from both parties. Ryan quickly consented, secure in his fabrications. However, that night, something unexpected happened. His financial advisor, Noah Lynn, called Aunt Claire's lawyer, who had been growing concerned about Ryan's requests and wanted to speak up. "He'll destroy me," Noah said at a covert meeting in Mr. Bennett's office. "But I can't be a part of this anymore. That girl deserves her inheritance." Noah revealed how Ryan had deliberately shifted money through intricate transactions, making it appear legal while depleting the trust. He had maintained records of everything as insurance against Ryan turning on him. "This is exactly what we need," Mr. Bennett stated. "Will you testify?" Noah nodded grudgingly. "He's going to come after me." The following day, Noah's employer received anonymous allegations regarding financial impropriety, and his professional licenses were called into question. However, Noah had anticipated this, having documented Ryan's threats and manipulation. Meanwhile, I remembered something. Ryan had sold all of Dad's baseball stuff, claiming we needed the money. But I'd kept one piece, a signed baseball from Dad's favorite player, in my old room. If the property sale records revealed no debt, it would prove Ryan had lied about needing money. Ms. Taylor took me to our former house, where the new owners, a young couple, let us in after I explained. The baseball was still in my former closet, beneath a loose board I'd never informed anyone about, but I also discovered Dad's backup drives, which were stashed with the baseball. "He always kept copies of everything," I said, clutching the drives like gold. Back at Mr. Bennett's office, we discovered the discs included years of financial records, every account, transaction and document Ryan claimed didn't exist, including the college fund, life insurance, and trust details, all of which proved Ryan's claims. Ryan wasn't done yet. While we were eating dinner, Ms. Taylor's house was broken into. Nothing valuable was taken, but my room was ransacked, and the discs were stolen. "He knew," I admitted, feeling deflated. "He always knows." "We made copies," Mr. Bennett reminded me. "He can't destroy evidence that's already filed with the court." As the last hearing approached, Ryan became increasingly frantic, filing reports saying Aunt Claire had a drinking problem, that I had been violent at school, and that Ms. Taylor was coaching me. Each falsehood was more detailed than the one before it. Then Dr. Adams made a mistake. In her most recent report, she highlighted information concerning my parents' deaths that I had never told her, things only Ryan knew. Mr. Bennett saw the mismatch instantly. "How did you learn about the bus hitting a pole?" he inquired during her deposition. "Emma never revealed that detail in your sessions." Dr. Adams faltered. Ryan must have told me. As her guardian, he supplied background information. But you testified that you maintained absolute patient confidentiality. Why would Ryan know what Emma revealed in therapy? Dr. Adams had been providing Ryan material from our sessions, which was against ethical norms, and she had been submitting reports he had written, signing her name to his words. Her license was immediately revoked, awaiting an inquiry. On the morning of the last hearing, Ryan made one last play. He appeared with a new paper, saying I had signed over my rights to the trust in exchange for him financing my tuition expenses. The signature looked great, but I had learned something from Dad. "Check the date," I informed Mr. Bennett. "I was at school that day, taking the SATs. There are records." Ryan's desperation had gotten the best of him, and the fake document disintegrated under inspection. Judge Whitman had seen enough. "Mr. Ryan," she replied, her voice severe, "the evidence clearly reveals systematic financial abuse and exploitation of a youngster under your care." Ryan attempted one final deception. "Your Honor, I've only ever wanted the best for my sister. If I made any mistakes, it was because I was trying too hard to protect her." "Protect her from her own inheritance?" Judge Whitman's tone was icy. "From her family. What is the truth regarding her parents' provisions for her?" Guardianship was promptly transferred to Aunt Claire, and all financial accounts were stopped for a comprehensive forensic accounting. Criminal charges for fraud, forgery, and fiduciary breach were proposed. Ryan glanced at me one final time as court security carried him away. The mask had been removed, revealing the stranger who had supposed to be my brother. "You'll regret this," he said. But I didn't. For the first time since my parents' deaths, I felt free. The aftermath was tricky, and it required months of legal proceedings to recover the money. Some had been spent, and some had been hidden so cleverly that forensic accountants had to trace it. However, the majority of the money was recovered, plus fines and interest. I moved in with Aunt Claire and her family in Chicago, and her children, my cousins I'd never met, welcomed me enthusiastically. The house was chaotic compared to Ryan's immaculate apartment, but it felt lively and like home. Northwestern accepted my deferred enrollment, and with my fortune restored, I could finance it without taking out loans. But first, I took a year off to grieve, testify in Ryan's criminal trial, and reconnect with his estranged family. Ryan had been planning this since before our parents' deaths, researching guardianship rules and trust fund loopholes. There was no evidence that he caused the tragedy, but he was obviously prepared to profit from it. His financial advisor license was permanently revoked, and he was sentenced to 5 years in prison with the possibility of parole in 3 years if he behaved well. He had lost everything while attempting to steal my. I began treatment with a genuine counselor who helped me process not only my parents' deaths, but also Ryan's betrayal. Some days were more difficult than others, and I realized that the brother I thought I knew didn't really exist. On my 18th birthday, Aunt Claire organized a little celebration, and as I blew out the candles, I thought of my parents. They tried to protect me, to provide for my future, and Ryan nearly ruined their plans, but love and truth prevailed in the end. When the trust fund was fully restored, it was far greater than the initial documentation indicated, thanks to Dad's cautious investing. I had enough money for college, graduate school, and a good start in life. But it wasn't the money that counted most. It was the family I'd rediscovered, the power I'd discovered, and the certainty that I could defend myself when necessary. Ryan had tried to convince me that I was weak, unstable, and unable. But he had been wrong about everything. I founded a scholarship foundation in my parents' memory, primarily for students who had lost their parents and experienced financial abuse. The first beneficiary was a girl whose uncle had emptied her college money. Hearing her story, which was so similar to mine, reaffirmed why speaking up was so important. Ryan sent letters from prison with apologies, explanations, and prayers for forgiveness, which I returned unopened. Some bridges, once burned, were not intended to be rebuilt. He'd made his decisions, and now had to live with the consequences. Life passed on. College, new friends, internships, graduations. And the pain receded but never completely disappeared. Trust became more difficult, so I double-checked everything, kept copies, and set boundaries. Ryan had given me vital lessons, but not the ones he had planned. Years later, after he was freed, he attempted to contact me via social media. The message was long, full of regret and promises of reform, and I read it once before blocking him. My life no longer allowed for his manipulation. I became a financial consultant myself, focusing in preserving kids' inheritances. Every customer I helped was a small win against what Ryan had attempted to accomplish, and their gratitude reminded me that simply living wasn't enough. Using that survival to serve others gave it meaning. The girl I'd been, who had entirely trusted her elder brother, was no longer there. In her place stood someone stronger, wiser, more careful, but also more compassionate. Ryan tried to break me, but instead he fashioned me into something indestructible. My parents would have been proud, not of what I'd gone through, but of who I'd become as a result. Their love had protected me even in death. The trust fund had been their final gift, but the real inheritance was the strength to fight for it. In the end, that's what mattered. Not the money Ryan stole, but the truth he couldn't hide. Not the family he tried to separate me from, but the bonds he couldn't break. And not the future he'd tried to control, but the one I'd claimed. Justice had been served, the protagonist had won, and my parents were finally at peace. I sat in Mr. Bennett's office, watching the forensic accountants uncover transfer after transfer. Ryan had set up shell companies with names like Future Education Holdings and Guardian Trust Services to divert funds from my inheritance. He was thorough, the lead accountant mumbled, pointing out another dubious withdrawal. But he got greedy near the end. I observed a trend in the dates. Every large transfer occurred shortly after Ryan had attended parent-teacher conferences or school functions, which he had used as cover, knowing I'd be busy. Aunt Claire arrived with coffee and sandwiches. Her husband Daniel had taken time off work to help coordinate things, and their teenage daughter Natalie offered to permanently share her room with me, thrilled to have a cousin around. "We're converting the basement into a proper bedroom for you," Aunt Claire continued, giving me photographs from her phone. "Daniel's already started painting." Ryan's lawyer filed motion after motion to delay the asset freeze, claiming the transfers were legitimate investments for my benefit. When that failed, he claimed Aunt Claire had unduly influenced me. The warmth of having a real family again tightened my chest, but I couldn't relax yet. Then Noah Lynn revealed something crucial. Ryan had been speaking with a real estate developer about buying property in Costa Rica, a non-extradition country, and had planned to flee. He had booked flights for next month, and Noah gave us the email confirmations, one-way tickets. Mr. Bennett immediately alerted the prosecutor, and Ryan's passport was confiscated that afternoon. I watched from the courthouse steps as officials handed him the papers, and his face turned pale, then crimson with rage. That night, Ms. Taylor's neighbor reported seeing someone in a hoodie near her house. The surveillance tape was too blurry to identify them, but we all knew Ryan was acting recklessly. The criminal trial date was set 3 months away, but Ryan remained free on bail with tight conditions: no contact with me, forfeiture of his passport, weekly check-ins. I knew him, and rules had never stopped him before. I focused on practical concerns, such as opening my own bank accounts and retrieving my social security card and birth certificate from Ryan's apartment, with Officer Lee accompanying me. The apartment felt much colder than before. In my room I discovered things I hadn't noticed missing: photos of our parents, jewelry Mom had left me, and even my childhood diary, all concealed in Ryan's closet. He'd been collecting pieces of my life like trophies, Officer Lee said, as he helped me pack. Your brother has serious control issues. Northwestern's admissions office sent me a personal letter, stating that they had learned about my predicament through Mrs. Patel's recommendation, and that my position would be reserved for me when I was ready. The kindness of strangers continued to surprise me, but Ryan's new strategy involved discrediting everyone who'd helped me. He filed complaints against Ms. Taylor with the school board, claimed Mr. Bennett had a conflict of interest, and even suggested Officer Lee had acted inappropriately. Each accusation required an investigation, which took time and energy. Ms. Taylor's parents testified on her behalf, and the Bar Association backed Mr. Bennett. Officer Lee's body camera evidence immediately vindicated him. "He's trying to isolate you again," Aunt Claire remarked at one of our planning meetings. "Make you feel like everyone who helps you gets hurt." Natalie, my cousin, grabbed my hand, and I began to withdraw, fearful of causing further disturbance. "We're family," she firmly stated. "We don't abandon each other." During the preliminary criminal hearing, Prosecutor Elena Rivera painstakingly brought out the evidence, which included fraud, forgery, theft, and false imprisonment. Ryan's defense attorney attempted to portray him as a bereaved brother who had made poor financial decisions, but the evidence was overwhelming, and the falsified signatures alone carried significant jail time. Ryan arrived during a recess, disregarding the restraining order. Court security retreated quickly, but not before he hissed, "You destroyed our family." "No," I answered, regaining my voice. "You did that yourself." Ryan's carefully crafted existence was crumbling as the judge upped his bail and imposed home arrest with an ankle monitor. In the meantime, the money recovery accelerated. Cayman Islands accounts were blocked through international collaboration, shell businesses were dissolved, and my fortune gradually returned. The house sale couldn't be reversed. Dad's baseball memorabilia was distributed to collectors across the country, and some of my parents' belongings were lost forever. I began making lists of what was most important. Fortunately, Mom's quilts were still in storage, and Dad's watch was in Ryan's safe deposit box, which had been recovered by court order. The paperwork for the scholarship fund was completed, and the first candidates began to arrive, their stories both tragic and inspiring. I named it after both of my parents, not just in memory, but also in honor of their beliefs. Ryan's sentencing day came sooner than planned. He'd pleaded guilty in order to avoid a lengthy trial and hoped for leniency. The courtroom was packed with witnesses, including Aunt Claire's relatives, Ms. Taylor, Mrs. Patel, and even Noah Lynn. I delivered my victim impact statement, in which I discussed shattered trust, stolen childhoods, damaged family relationships, but also resilience, truth triumphing, and the strength of true family. Ryan also spoke, and his comments seemed planned and hollow. He recalled our parents and how he wanted to honor their memories. The prosecutor reminded the court that he had been investigating guardianship fraud before they died. 5 years. Ryan's banking licenses were permanently revoked, and restitution for the full sum stolen, plus damages, was ordered. The judge's gavel fell with finality, and Ryan was sentenced to at least 3 years in prison with good conduct. As they carried him away in handcuffs, our eyes met for the last time. No mask remained, only the stranger who had supposed to be my brother. Aunt Claire drove us home to Chicago, away from the cameras and questioning, after I gave a brief statement about the significance of oversight in guardianship arrangements. The house she had prepared was ideal. It was not as fancy as Ryan's flat, but it was warm and real. Natalie had put up string lights in my new room, Daniel had made special shelving for my books, and their golden dog appeared delighted to have me there. That first night at dinner, we spoke about everyday stuff like school, movies, and weekend plans. There were no lawyers, court dates, or financial records, just family being family. Northwestern began in the autumn, and I chose finance as my major, with a minor in social work. The irony was not lost on me. Understanding money meant defending others from predators like Ryan. My roommate, a joyful girl from Minnesota who'd never heard my background, saw me just as Emma, a freshman with a complicated family situation, and the anonymity seemed like liberation. I joined a student advocacy group and helped build better resources for orphan students. The administration listened and made changes, small efforts toward preventing others' victimization. Ryan's letters began arriving in my second semester, and I recognized his handwriting and returned them unopened. He tried lawyers and jail counselors, but the answer remained no. Graduation came, with Aunt Claire's entire family roaring from the audience. I'd made the dean's list every semester, gotten internships at firms specialized in fiduciary law, and my thesis on guardian financial abuse received the department award. After receiving numerous employment offers, I decided to work for a nonprofit organization that protects minor inheritances. Although the pay was lower than that of a corporation, the objective was more important to me. My first case involved brothers arguing over their deceased parents' estate, and I guided them through mediation, helping them look beyond the money to what truly important. They left my office holding hands. Years passed, I developed a purposeful life. Ryan completed his full sentence, no early release, and his attempts to contact me eventually stopped. I learned through legal channels that he had moved to a distant state and started over. The scholarship fund grew, hundreds of kids benefited from my parents' legacy, and every graduation announcement seemed like a victory over what Ryan had attempted to steal. At a legal conference, I met another attorney who understood my commitment to justice. We took our time and trust was difficult to acquire, but love found a way. On my wedding day, Aunt Claire escorted me down the aisle. Dad should have been there, but his sister's presence honored his memory. The reception contained Mom's favorite songs and Dad's favorite dishes. They were both present in spirit. My practice grew. I spoke before Congress on guardianship abuse. Laws changed, slowly but steadily. Protections increased, and oversight improved. Ryan never appeared again. I wondered if he was watching my triumph from a distance, if he regretted everything. But those thoughts faded fast. He'd made his decisions. I preserved one childhood photo, Ryan and me at Christmas, before everything changed. Not for nostalgia, but as a reminder that evil can take on familiar faces, that trust must be earned, and that family is defined by actions rather than blood. The girl who had blindly trusted was no longer there. Instead, there was a woman who had turned tragedy into purpose and was protecting others. My parents' love had ultimately protected me, through the family they trusted and the principles they instilled. Every case I won, every student who graduated debt-free, every legislation that was altered. Everything came back to that moment when I resolved to fight. Ryan had attempted to steal my future. Instead, he had constructed my purpose. The money was recovered, justice was done, and the family was reunited. The greatest victory, however, was much simpler. I had survived. I had prospered. And I'd made certain that others would. My wife mocked my flowers, laughed at my 3% raise, called me cheap. So I vanished with the bank accounts. Now, she desperately wants me back. I'm a 34-year-old male who previously worked as a senior IT project manager at one of those corporate IT organizations that overwork you, but pay just enough to keep you from quitting. I'd been there for nearly a decade. Not what I imagined doing when I was younger. I intended to create my own gaming firm, but it earned $110,000 per year plus bonuses, which my now ex-wife Vanessa, a 32-year-old woman, ensured disappeared practically instantly every month. We met at my friend Jordan's wedding 7 years ago. She was the maid of honor. Gorgeous, confident, and sharp-witted in a way that made you want to impress her. She used to work as a marketing consultant, largely posting on Instagram for local boutiques, which barely covered her bills. I was making around $85,000 at the time and had recently purchased my first condominium. In retrospect, that was perhaps the most appealing aspect to her. The first 2 years were respectable, if not flawless. She'd whine about her employment, how her feminist studies degree was not acknowledged in the corporate sector, and how patriarchy was preventing her from pursuing her dream job. Meanwhile, I was working 60 to 70 hours a week, taking on extra projects and working weekends to save for the house she felt we required in the correct neighborhood. She had a knack of making me feel like I wasn't doing enough. If I received a 5% raise, she would question why it wasn't 8%. If I brought home flowers, she would mention her friend's husband, who surprised his wife with weekend getaways. Constantly comparing. Always craving more. We got married after 18 months of dating. Her parents paid for a little wedding, but I later discovered that my $15,000 gift covered the majority of the cost, and her parents simply took credit. She insisted on a prenup. Ironically, her parents had given her a $30,000 trust fund that would mature when she was 35, which she wished to protect. As a stupid idiot, I consented, and even paid the lawyer to draft it. You understand where this is headed. The troubles began when I added her name to the mortgage for our $575,000 suburban home. I put down $110,000 from my condo sale and savings. She contributed exactly $0 but insisted on having both of our names on everything. That's what marriage is, she explained. What's yours is mine. What's mine is mine, she joked with her buddies. I should have noticed the red flags. Our house, like hers, was high maintenance and required continuous attention. Within months of moving in, she realized the perfectly working kitchen needed to be renovated. $40,000. 6 months later, it was the master bathroom that was embarrassing. I worked extra hours, took on side consulting jobs, and rescheduled holidays just to keep up with her concept of how we should live. My parents had observed the changes in me. My father approached me on a rare visit. Vanessa often had scheduling difficulties when I wanted to meet my family and inquired whether I was satisfied. I dismissed it, telling him I was just weary from work. But the reality was, I was fatigued from walking on eggshells in my own house. Everything had to be her way, including the furniture, vacations, and which people we could see. My college friends were immature, my co-workers were boring corporate drones, my family resided too far away for regular visits. Meanwhile, her buddies were great, inspiring boss chicks who deserved monthly dinners at high-end restaurants. Her family required regular visits and gifts. Her aspirations demanded complete financial and emotional support. By year 3, she had left her marketing position to find herself, which entailed a series of pricey hobbies and potential career choices that changed every few months. There was the pottery phase, which included $2,500 in equipment. The amateur photography firm charges $4,200 for a camera and lenses. The interior design course costs $3,800 in tuition. Finally, she established her identity as a wellness influencer. Fast forward to last June, and I'd been promoted to senior project manager, in charge of a team of 12 people and a portfolio worth approximately $25 million to the company. This meant greater stress, more hours, and a good raise to $128,000, plus quarterly performance bonuses. Vanessa had already worked 4 different jobs, none of which lasted longer than 8 months. She was currently between opportunities, having been unemployed for the 3rd time in our marriage, but had launched a health lifestyle brand on Instagram, with approximately 1,200 followers and earning around $200 per month in affiliate commissions. Every morning, I'd get up at 5:30 to do a fast workout before starting work at 7. She'd sleep until 9 or 10, then spend hours on her phone interacting with her network or creating content, which largely consisted of selfies with the things she'd persuaded me to buy. While I ate sad desk lunches during back-to-back meetings, she would post sumptuous meals with messages about nourishing her body and resisting the harmful hustle culture. My employer, Brandon, asked the management team and spouses to spend the weekend at his lake property, which is roughly 2 hours outside the city. I had been working 80-hour weeks on a large project for over 3 months, and this was supposed to be a celebration. Vanessa whined during the entire trip up. The car was too little. It was a BMW 5 Series. The weather was really hot. The playlist I chose was basic. I kept reminding myself that this weekend was critical to my career. Be nice, make a good impression, and don't let her destroy it. She brightened up when we arrived. Brandon's house was a stunning lakefront property with a dock, 5 bedrooms, and high-end finishes. Vanessa was immediately drawn to Brandon's wife, Natalie, and their mutual acquaintance Chloe, a 29-year-old woman who is the wife of another manager. Within an hour they were conversing like old friends, with Vanessa casually mentioning premium goods and wellness resorts as if they were common themes in our household. I was getting drinks for Vanessa and Chloe when I overheard them conversing on the terrace. God. I don't know how you do it, Chloe replied. Eric seems so intense about work. Vanessa laughed a condescending laugh. I had grown to despise this. Sometimes marriage feels like a jail. I swear I can't breathe because he is always checking our bank accounts and analyzing every transaction. Chloe dropped her voice. But he makes good money, right? Yeah, but what's the point? He's so damn cheap. Do you know he actually suggested I get a real job last month instead of supporting my brand? Like, sorry, I'm not selling my soul to some corporate master like you did, Eric. She mockingly increased her voice at the conclusion, unaware that I was immediately behind her. He's so basic. My ex, Derek, would have supported my dreams, but he's in San Francisco now, killing it at his startup. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd moved with him instead. I stood there stunned, 2 sodas in my hands, while my wife of 5 years reduced our entire relationship to the prison sentence she was serving for financial security. 5 years of sacrificing everything, including my leisure time, health. I'd gained 30 pounds from stress eating, friendships, and dreams, all so she could joke about it with someone she'd only known for 3 months. What is the worst part? It wasn't even the first time. 3 months prior, she had made a similar remark while eating brunch with her cousin. Marriage is like voluntarily putting yourself under house arrest, but with better food, she'd joked as I sat there. 6 months before, when I discussed starting a family, she had clearly shuddered and replied, "Let's not add more bars to the cage." Babe, I can't remember much after that. I managed to get through the weekend by smiling and pretending everything was fine, but something inside had fundamentally shattered. At that moment, standing on that luxury terrace with nice imported sodas warming in my palms, I decided that if this marriage was her jail, I would free her. But she'd discover that independence comes at a cost. Vanessa complained about everything on the way home, including Brandon's wife, Natalie, flaunting her newly renovated kitchen, the bed sheets at the lake house not having a high enough thread count, and how embarrassing it was that I only received a 3% raise when Brandon had mentioned others receiving 5%. "We really need to talk about your career trajectory," she added, swiping through her phone. "Brandon mentioned that director position opening up next year. That should be at least $170,000, right? We could finally renovate the backyard. I've been thinking about one of those natural swimming pools." I nodded and made the appropriate noises as my mind raced. The prenup she insisted on secured not only her future trust money, but also my retirement accounts and any assets I brought into the marriage. What it did not cover was everything else, which, because we live in a community property state, meant she would be entitled to half of our combined assets. What if there were no joint assets? Monday morning, I called in sick for the first time in 3 years. While Vanessa was having a business brunch with her Instagram buddies and charging $120 on our joint credit card, I made 2 critical calls. First, I contacted Mark, an old college classmate who happens to be a divorce attorney. Then to my bank. "Eric, buddy, long time no talk." Mark's familiar voice provided some consolation. We had fallen away following my marriage. Vanessa considered him a harmful influence because he was single and valued his independence. "I need your help, Ty. Professionally." I stated the situation. There was a prolonged pause. "Man. I'm sorry, but you came to the right guy. Her prenup actually works in your favor. She can't touch your 401k or the down payment you made on the house, but we need to document everything else carefully." Mark encouraged me to continue acting normally while gathering evidence. "Don't confront her, don't change your behavior, and most importantly, don't move money around suspiciously. Courts hate that." That afternoon I opened a new account with a different bank. I began keeping track of every contribution I'd made to our shared costs, every large purchase, and most importantly, every negative comment Vanessa had made about our marriage on social media. Screenshots of her flirtatious discussions with her ex, Derek, who appears to have been more involved in her internet life than I knew. Evidence of the 4 fancy purses she purchased last month while telling me we needed to cut back on spending. For the next 6 weeks, I led a double life. On the surface, nothing has changed. I continued to work long hours, patiently listened to her concerns, and sponsored her brand collaborations, which necessitated new clothing and salon sessions. But, behind the scenes, I carried out my departure strategy with the same precision that I used for my project management work. Phase 1 involves financial separation. I redirected my next paycheck to my own account, keeping just enough in our joint account to escape suspicion. I estimated how much I contributed to the mortgage and household expenditures each month, which was $4,650 on average, and continued to deposit exactly that amount. Phase 2 involves documenting her conduct. I set up a modest recording device in our living room, which is legal in my state as long as one party is aware of the recording. It included gems like her 1-hour phone talk with Chloe about how settling for stability over passion was slowly eating her soul, as well as Eric's inability to understand a real woman's needs. Phase 3 involves securing allies. I reconnected with friends she had pushed away, such as Jordan, whose wedding we had met at, and his wife Rachel. Vanessa had tried to convince Rachel that Jordan was cheating on her last year, a bizarre power move that backfired when Jordan discovered the truth. They'd been waiting for me to wake up and see Vanessa for who she really was. "She told me you guys were having problems," Jordan acknowledged at our first lunch in over a year. Said you were controlling and jealous. But it never matched what I knew about you, man. Rachel nodded. She tried to show me evidence that Jordan was cheating. A receipt from a jewelry retailer that was not intended for me turned out to be for his mother's birthday. Vanessa appeared disappointed when I informed her, as if she wanted our marriage to fail too. The most damaging proof was provided unexpectedly by Natalie, Brandon's wife. She emailed me an email Vanessa had unintentionally sent to her instead of Chloe, outlining her escape strategy. Wait until I get the director promotion I was hoping for next year, then divorce me after my salary reaches $175,000. The email included information regarding a side business account that I was unaware of, as well as her discussions with a divorce attorney who specialized in maximizing payments for women trapped in financial abuse. I sent everything to Mark. His response was quick. Holy dude, this is better than anything we could have hoped for. During those weeks of accumulating evidence, I realized Vanessa had been lying about her activities practically every day. Her networking lunches were shopping sprees. Her business convention in San Diego had miraculously taken place at the same hotel as her ex Derek was presenting. She even borrowed $3,000 from our emergency fund for what turned out to be cosmetic fillers and Botox. The final straw was seeing credit card bills indicating she had been making monthly payments on a different card. I had no idea I had accumulated almost $12,000 in debt in just 8 months, primarily from shopping, spa treatments, and weekend getaways I had not been asked on. I felt as if I had been living with a stranger, a parasite with my wife's features. Vanessa's golden opportunity came when she announced she'd been invited to an exclusive influencer retreat in Sedona, with all expenses covered if she promoted the resort. All I had to do was pay her $1,500 for incidentals. I agreed right away, shocking her with my excitement for her career opportunity. Really? You're not going to give me a hard time about this? She inquired skeptically. Not at all, I said, smiling. Your brand is growing. This could be a great opportunity. She narrowed her gaze briefly before breaking into a big smile. Well, finally you're starting to understand how this influencer thing works. Investments now lead to big returns later. The irony was almost too much to handle. When her plane took off, the hard labor began. I took a week off work, my first real vacation in 3 years. Within 48 hours, with the assistance of Jordan, Mark, and 2 movers I paid cash for, I moved all of my personal possessions into a storage unit. Cataloged and photographed everything in the house, including receipts. Cameras with clear notification stickers were installed at the entrances, which are all lawful. We changed the passwords for all of our shared credit cards. I met with Brandon to explain my position and get his support for what was to come. I had a feeling something wasn't right, Brandon admitted after I showed him some of the proof. Natalie mentioned Vanessa had been asking weird questions about our finances and my compensation package. Now I understand why. Most significantly, I had proof from our bank proving Vanessa had been transferring $750 to $1,200 per month to a private account for the previous 18 months, using funds from my deposits. According to my calculations, she had siphoned off more than $19,000 while saying she needed more for home costs. Mark filed for divorce the day before Vanessa was due to return. We also filed an emergency petition alleging financial wrongdoing, requesting that all joint assets be frozen pending an inquiry. The judge, a no-nonsense woman in her 60s, approved the petition within hours. I did not go home. Instead, I got into a motel and waited. Mark had encouraged me to stay away from the house when she returned, for both legal and personal reasons. People go crazy when cornered, he warned. For the first time in years, I slept through the night without having anxiety dreams or waking up in a cold sweat over money. It felt like I was putting down a 100-pound backpack that I hadn't even noticed I was carrying. Vanessa's first call arrived at 8:47 p.m., just after her flight landed. Eric, why is there a notice on our door and why isn't my key working? Check your email, I replied quietly. What? I just got off a plane. What the hell is going on? Check your email. I hung up. 10 minutes later, my phone was inundated with calls, texts, and voicemails, each more hilarious than the previous. I let them all go to voicemail. Mark had been quite clear. No direct communication, save in writing through solicitors. I figured out what happened based on her increasingly erratic messages. She returned home to discover the locks legally changed, as I had filed an emergency order and taped a formal notification of divorce proceedings to the door. When she checked her email, she discovered not only the divorce petition but also a temporary hold on all of our joint accounts, including the credit cards she intended to use for Lyft and a hotel. Some interesting snippets from her messages. You can't just lock me out of my own house. This is illegal. Answer your phone, you coward. Where am I supposed to go? All my things are in there. You're going to regret this. I've got friends who are lawyers too. This is financial abuse. I'm calling the police. At 11:23 p.m., she sent a text that simply read, "You psychopath. You won't get away with this." I forwarded it to Mark, captioned, "Exhibit A of threatening behavior." The next morning, Jordan called. "Dude, Vanessa's on a rampage. She's calling everyone, telling them you had a mental breakdown, cleaned out the accounts and abandoned her. She even called Brandon, claiming you've been embezzling from the company to fund a gambling addiction." I laughed for what seemed like the first time in years. Brandon already knows everything. He's the one who helped me document her side account. "She arrived at our place at midnight," Jordan added. "Rachel didn't want to let her in, but she was crying in our driveway loud enough to wake the neighbors. She spent 2 hours talking about you, then asked to borrow $2,000 for a lawyer." "Did you give it to her?" "Hell no. We offered her the couch for the night, but that's it. She left this morning pissed that we wouldn't take her side." Other friends and colleagues reported similar experiences. Vanessa was working overtime to portray herself as the victim of an unexpected betrayal. She even called my parents, telling them about how I'd recently changed, gotten bossy and paranoid, and that I could require mental help. Fortunately, I had already informed my parents of what was happening. My father's response had been classic. "About damn time, son. That woman's been bleeding you dry for years." The genuine nuclear explosion occurred 3 days later, during the emergency hearing. Vanessa arrived with a tiger of a divorce attorney, a woman infamous for draining husbands dry. They arrived prepared for war, with accusations of my controlling behavior, financial abuse, and abandonment. Vanessa had obviously been coached. Designer clothes and heavy cosmetics were no more. Instead, she wore a modest dress, minimal makeup, and her hair tied back in a basic ponytail, creating the ideal image of a wronged wife. They were unprepared for Mark's systematic presentation. Bank documents reveal her secret account. Time-stamped recordings of her criticizing our marriage. Screenshots from her provocative conversations with her ex. The email to Chloe stating her intentions to divorce me following my promotion. Affidavits from Brandon, Natalie, Jordan and Rachel regarding her behavior. Credit card statements suggest that she spent lavishly while unemployed. Evidence that she met with 3 divorce attorneys while I was working late. The judge, who had appeared indifferent at first, took off her spectacles halfway through Mark's presentation. "Mrs. Reynolds," she replied, staring directly at Vanessa. "Are you familiar with the term, divorce planning? It's when someone secretly prepares to leave their spouse while continuing to benefit from the marriage and deliberately increasing their spouse's financial obligations." Vanessa's attorney attempted to intervene, but the judge shut her down. "The court takes a very dim view of such behavior. Very dim indeed." Vanessa attempted to counter with tears and uncertainty. "I was just scared and exploring my options. I never actually intended to go through with any of it. Eric has always been controlling with money, and I needed to protect myself." The judge cited specific exhibits. "Your text messages to your friend Chloe state, and I quote, 'Just 2 more years until his director promotion. Then I can file and take half of everything plus monthly maintenance. His income should be close to $180,000 by then.' That doesn't sound like someone who never intended to go through with it." At the conclusion of the hearing, the judge had retained the freeze on all joint accounts. Ordered Vanessa to produce a complete accounting for her separate account. Allow me exclusive use of the residence until the next hearing. Directed Vanessa to pay her own legal bills from her private funds. As we exited the courthouse, I finally glanced straight at Vanessa. Her flawless makeup could not conceal her disbelief and rage. She attempted to approach me, but Mark stood between us. "Save it for your affidavit," he stated. She caught up to me in the corridor outside, as Mark was speaking with the court clerk. "Eric, this is insane," she murmured, glancing around to see if anyone was watching. "You know most of that was taken out of context. We can still fix this if you call off the dogs now." "The time for fixing things was before you started planning to drain me financially," I said with humor. "Everything's in writing, Vanessa, your own words." Her expression changed. The mask of injured innocence slipped away, revealing the calculating lady I had been living with. "You think you've won, but you have no idea what I'm capable of. I made you. I can destroy you just as easily." I just smiled. "You might want to be careful with the threats. This is still a courthouse." Her attorney then drew her away, whispering furiously into her ear. Vanessa flashed me a look of loathing before they went. I should have been afraid, but instead I felt relieved. The prison's doors were finally opening. News spreads quickly in social groups. Within days, two distinct stories emerged. Vanessa said I had a breakdown, probably due to job stress or narcotics, and had vindictively locked her out during a business trip. My evidence-based claim that she was planning to leverage me for a larger divorce settlement while secretly communicating with an ex gathered traction as more information emerged. Chloe proved to be the most surprising ally, as she appeared to have her own misgivings over supporting Vanessa. She shared thousands of messages demonstrating how Vanessa boasted about influencing me, including gems like, "Eric thinks that the new Peloton was for both of us." As if I'd let him sweat all over my bike. LOL. Just told Eric my car broke down and needed $900 for repairs. Hello, new Botox appointment. The secret is to make them think your spending benefits them somehow. I told Eric these $300 sheets would improve our sex life. Guess which part of that sentence was a lie? Chloe's guilt obviously got the best of her when she discovered Vanessa's true colors. I recently got married, she explained when we met for coffee. The way she talked about marriage in general started to really bother me. What if my husband had someone like Vanessa whispering poison in his ear about me? Her messages and emails revealed that Vanessa had been misleading me for years, not only about money, but about everything, including repeated girls' weekends that were actually met with her ex Derek. Vanessa's counsel filed a settlement request 2 weeks after the original hearing. Conference. Her steely exterior had crumbled when she discovered 3 important things. 1. The prenuptial agreement she insisted on safeguarded my retirement assets and the original down payment on the house, plus appreciation. 2. Her established financial deception and divorce planning had eliminated any possibility of alimony. 3. The majority of our combined assets were subject to division. But given her behavior, the judge was unlikely to distribute them evenly. The settlement amount was almost insultingly low. She would keep her separate account, which now included approximately $23,000, her car, which I had totally paid off, and personal belongings. There will be no alimony, a share of the house, or any other ongoing assistance. Mark informed me that it was fairly generous considering the circumstances. The judge could order her to repay the money she diverted plus your attorney's fees. This lets her walk away with something. I agreed to the terms with one condition. Vanessa had to sign an NDA that prohibited her from trashing me publicly, even on social media. Her brand would have to look for material elsewhere. The divorce was completed in record time. I sold the property for $110,000 profit, moved to a smaller location closer to work, and took a month off to finally heal from years of stress. The transformation was astounding. Without Vanessa's incessant criticism and rising expectations, I began to remember who I was before we married. I resumed old activities, reconnected with old friends, and even began casual dating with the goal of regaining confidence in myself. I shed 35 pounds in 6 months by exercising regularly and not emotionally eating my way through Vanessa's most recent crises. I started therapy to figure out why I had allowed myself to be used for so long. Most critically, I repaired my relationship with my family by visiting them without Vanessa's staged emergencies, which always seemed to occur just before planned travels. "You look like yourself again," my mother commented during my first visit home after the divorce. "We've missed this version of you." Fast forward 14 months. I had been promoted to Director of Special Projects, with a base salary of $172,000 and up to a 30% bonus. I lost the stress weight plus an additional 15 pounds. Started casually dating successful professional ladies with their own money and ambitions. My firm had sent me to our London office on a 6-month leadership exchange, which included a hefty living allowance and travel budget. Vanessa's health brand appears to have failed after numerous companies broke connections with her during a drunken Instagram live in which she complained about women settling for subpar men. According to common friends, she had returned to her parents' home in Ohio and was working as an assistant manager at a small boutique. I had almost forgotten about her when the SMS arrived. "Eric, I know it's been a while. I've been doing a lot of thinking and growing. I realize now how much I took for granted. Can we talk, just for closure?" I ignored it. 3 days later, another communication arrived. "I heard about your promotion in London. I'm really happy for you. You always were destined for big things." Then, 1 week later. "My mom's been diagnosed with breast cancer. I'm really struggling right now and could use a friendly voice. Please." Despite my better judgment, I responded, "Sorry to hear about your mom. I hope she gets good treatment." That small answer sparked a deluge of information. Vanessa called within minutes. Against Mark's specific advice, I responded. Eric, thank you for picking up. God. It's good to hear your voice. She exuded the same breathless eagerness that had previously made me feel unique, but now only triggered red flags. What do you need, Vanessa? Need? Can't I just want to catch up with my ex-husband? She laughed uncomfortably. But since you asked, I am in a bit of a situation. Of course she was. Her parents had allegedly lost a lot of money on a terrible investment. Her mother's cancer treatment was not completely covered by insurance. The trust fund she had hoped to preserve in our prenuptial agreement had been mostly depleted, having been spent to satisfy her parents' debts. She earned $16.50 per hour in the boutique, with no benefits. Her car required substantial repairs. I know we didn't end on good terms, she added, changing her tone to that of begging for expensive gifts. But I always knew you were a good man, Eric. The best man I've ever known. Honestly, what exactly are you asking for, Vanessa? She paused. Then, I need about $35,000. For my mom's treatments and to get back on my feet. I could pay you back once I get a better job. Or, we could discuss other arrangements. The audacity was nearly astounding. Other arrangements. Her voice lowered to a seductive whisper. I'm still technically in my prime, and I know you always said I was the most beautiful woman you'd ever been with. We could reconnect. I could even move to London for a while to help you settle in. Like old times. I began laughing. I couldn't help it. The woman who had termed our marriage a jail, planned to divorce me for maximum profit, insulted me in front of her friends and defrauded us financially was now wanting to become my hired companion. Vanessa, let me be clear. There will be no money, reconnecting, or making arrangements. The only reason I answered your call is that I'm in a good enough place now to not hate you anymore. I just feel nothing. But I'm truly sad for your mother. But her medical expenditures are not my responsibility. You made certain we were no longer family, remember? You should contact Derek in San Francisco. I hear he's killing it at his startup. She gasped. That was private. Nothing was private, Vanessa. That's what you never realized. There are no secrets in a real relationship, but we never had one, right? You had a business arrangement with a walking ATM. I could hear her crying now. Probably actual tears because her schemes weren't working. Eric, please. I'm desperate. I have nowhere else to turn. Everyone else has abandoned me. For a brief period, I felt a tinge of the old protecting instinct. Then I remembered all those evenings when I worked late and she squandered my money. She had belittled me in front of friends on numerous occasions. She devised a strategy to make the most of her available resources. That is what happens when you see people as resources to be exploited, Vanessa. Eventually the resources will run out. I recommend that you start developing something real with what you have left. Her voice changed abruptly from appealing to hostile. After everything I put up with, the boring sex, the long hours, your pathetic need for validation, you owe me. I paid all my debts in full during the divorce, Vanessa. Goodbye. I banned her number and emailed Mark to memorialize the conversation in case she attempted again. 2 days later, Jordan called. Dude, you won't believe this. Vanessa's been calling everyone we know, asking for money or places to stay. She even contacted Brandon, claiming she had information about company improprieties that might interest him. What did Brandon say? He recorded the call and sent it to his attorney. Pretty sure that violates her NDA. She's looking at penalties if you want to pursue it. I thought about it. Part of me wanted to twist the knife and make her suffer financially in the same manner that I had suffered emotionally. However, the truth was that independence from Vanessa was more valuable than any vengeance. Tell Brandon I appreciate the heads up, but she's not worth the effort. I've got a life to live. And I lived a life that had improved enormously since leaving someone who saw me only as a resource to be exploited. Sophia, a pediatric surgeon I met at a charity event, didn't share Vanessa's entitlement or materialistic tendencies. We had planned a hiking excursion in Scotland during my next break from the London office. The irony of Vanessa's circumstance did not escape me. She'd spent years constructing an image of success and fulfillment on social media, portraying our marriage as great when it fit her brand, and painting me as the problem when she spoke with her friends. Now at 32, she was stuck in retail hell, living with her parents and watching me grow without her. My therapist stated that Vanessa's attempt at reconnection was motivated by control rather than money. She couldn't accept the fact that I had escaped her control and was doing well. Success is the finest way to exact revenge. but witnessing her happiness and longing to return was the sweetest payback of all. That night, while Sophia and I were video chatting about our impending plans, I discovered something profound. The prison had never been the wedding itself. The prison had allowed someone to convince me that I was only worth what I could contribute monetarily. By letting us both free, I learned what true freedom felt like. The freedom to be valued for who I was, rather than what I had acquired. The freedom to be with someone who valued cooperation as equal and helpful. The freedom to know my own worth. Vanessa, last I heard, has created a GoFundMe for her mother's medical bills. It had raised $250 in 3 weeks, primarily from distant relatives. The page was a lengthy sob story about being abandoned in her hour of need by those who had promised to love her in sickness and health. Apparently, even in defeat, she couldn't stop attempting to alter history. But that was no longer my problem. I had escaped my prison sentence, and there was no turning back. My brother used my house to scam strangers out of $12,000. My parents sided with him. Now he's begging me for help after getting arrested. For the past 5 years, I, a 29-year-old male, have been working hard in the scorching Arizona sun to install solar panels. The solar sector has been thriving, particularly in Phoenix, where every new neighborhood wants to go green for tax breaks. I started as a basic installer earning $18 per hour, but I worked my way up to crew chief by showing up on time and not making mistakes like half of the guys in this field. Now I earn $75,000 per year overseeing teams of installers on commercial and residential projects. I've also been supporting my family for 5 years. My best friend Dorian from high school has been following this for years. He's an auto technician who runs his own shop, built like a tank with no patience for nonsense. His evaluation on my situation: "Dude, you're like a financial Stockholm Syndrome victim. These people are bleeding you dry, and you keep saying thank you afterward." Dorian is the type of buddy who will tell you precisely what you need to hear, even if you do not want to hear it. He's been successful because he treats people properly and refuses to take garbage from anyone. My cat, Zeppo, was the only one who seemed to realize how messed up things were. This large orange tabby has been with me for 3 years, and judges people more accurately than most humans. This is how the whole mess began. When Dad was laid off in 2019, they were 3 months behind on their mortgage, with foreclosure proceedings already underway. The bank was not playing games. They had 60 days to make up the $4,200 in outstanding payments plus penalties, or they were out. I'd recently been promoted to crew chief, earning $65,000 a year, which felt like hitting the lotto after years of scraping by. Instead of lending them money that they would never pay back, I made what I felt was a wise decision. I purchased their home outright for $180,000, depleted my entire savings account, took out a tiny personal loan, and emptied my 401k early with penalties. Put the deed completely in my name for tax purposes and told them they could repay me progressively over time. The house itself is a fine 3-bedroom, 2-bath ranch from the 1990s. It's in a safe community with decent schools and little crime. Property values have been gradually rising, so it should be worth roughly $220,000 currently. The mortgage they couldn't pay was only $850 per month, which should have been feasible with 2 incomes. However, Marlon and Celeste have always struggled with money. Over the next 4 years they never returned a single penny to me. Not one. I kept detailed records of every expense: property taxes, $3,200 per year, homeowner's insurance, $1,800 per year, and every major repair: new roof in 2023 after hail damage, $12,000, HVAC replacement when the old unit died during a heat wave, $8,500, plumbing issues from tree roots, $2,400, garage door replacement, $1,600, exterior paint job, $3,800, all out of my own pocket while they pretended to be doing me a favor by living there. The financial hardship was severe. I was practically supporting 3 persons with my pay while also saving for my own future. I had to postpone purchasing my own home, couldn't afford to upgrade my truck, and my savings account remained near nil for years. Meanwhile, they were living mortgage-free in a house that would have cost $1,200 a month to rent elsewhere. Celeste and Marlon, my parents, are both 52 years old and seem to live in a world of their own. Marlon claims his back is too injured to work after being laid off from a warehouse job, but he still spends 12 hours per day restoring his 1985 Camaro in my garage. Celeste works about 15 hours a week at a beauty boutique named Sheer Perfection. And yes, it is as tacky as it sounds. She spends more time chatting about customers than cutting hair, and she returns home grumbling about her demanding job. My 24-year-old brother, Blaze, is professionally worthless. This youngster has been to Arizona State University, dropped out after one semester. Phoenix Community College, dropped out twice. Universal Technical Institute, graduated but never used his automotive certification, and perhaps 30 different jobs. He's worked at GameStop, Best Buy, 3 different restaurants, a contact center, and many temporary agencies. Never lasted more than 6 months anywhere. He's currently building his brand as a freelance graphic designer, which means he earns around $200 per month producing bad logos for his stoner mates while pretending to be the next Steve Jobs. Blaze is the type who will eat your food, use your Netflix login, borrow your tools, and then gossip about you to anyone who would listen. The worst aspect was how they treated me in front of everyone. Blaze would invite guests over to my house, act as if he ruled the place, and make jokes about me being the moneybags. Marlon would complain about his son's micromanagement of house renovations. Celeste would tell her sisters that I was constantly commenting on their design choices in my home. She'd spend my money on throw pillows and wall paintings, then act as if I was being unreasonable in questioning the spending. Last year, she wanted to remodel the kitchen with a $15,000 renovation, money I didn't have, and was upset when I declined. However, the breaking point occurred on New Year's Eve 2023, and it changed everything. December 31, 2023. I'm standing at the front door of my house, arms full of food and party goods purchased for their New Year's celebration. The temperature is about 20 degrees, which is unusual for Arizona, but we were experiencing a cold spell. Mom opens the door as if I were a door-to-door salesman attempting to sell her solar panels. Her expression gets utterly blank when she sees me, as if she is staring at a stranger. You must have the wrong house. I'm standing there, puzzled as heck. Mom, it's me. What are you talking about? She stares at me with dead eyes. I don't know who you are. Then she starts to close the door. The door. I'm holding hundreds of dollars worth of their party stuff, and she's practically shutting me out, as if I'm some random person who showed up to the wrong address. Are you serious? I bought all the food and drinks for tonight. We don't need your charity, she shouts, slamming the door in my face. I waited in the cold for 10 minutes, listening to them laugh and music playing inside. I could smell the BBQ in the backyard. They were frying steaks. My phone vibrates. Text from Blay. Don't take it personal, bro. Mom said you weren't invited this year. Something about needing boundaries and positive energy only. Maybe find some friends your own age. That's when I heard Marlon's voice through the window, loud and clear. Maybe now he'll learn that throwing money around doesn't make you a family. Kid thinks he owns us just because he pays some bills. Then Blaze's voice became clearer. Honestly, it's pathetic. He's 29 years old and still trying to buy our love. Maybe getting locked out will teach him some self-respect. I heard Celeste giggle and agree. He's been way too involved in our business. The words struck me like a freight train. I literally owned them. I owned the house where they were sitting and making jokes about me. I owned the roof over their heads, the walls around them, and the ground they stood on. I had been paying for their energy, water, property taxes, and insurance. They were celebrating their independence from me by utilizing the resources I provided. Standing in the cold, holding groceries for folks who had just disowned me, I experienced a moment of complete clarity. They were not grateful for the 4 years of free housing. They were upset with me because of that. They would rather be homeless than recognize what I had done for them. I was going to drive home and spend New Year's alone, feeling sorry for myself when I realized Dorian had invited me to his family's party. I called him from the driveway, holding grocery bags like an idiot. They locked me out. Jesus Christ, Cassian. Get over here right now. Dorian's family lives in a quaint neighborhood about 20 minutes from my home. The type of neighborhood where residents converse to their neighbors and children play in the streets. When I arrived in with bags of food and champagne, his mother Carol immediately went into full Italian mama mode. Cassian, what are you doing bringing food? We have plenty. Dorian told me what happened. Those people are completely insane. Carol has been like a second mother to me since high school. She's this tiny Italian woman who manages to feed an army every time folks visit. Her house usually smells like garlic and fresh bread, and she has a way of making everyone feel welcome. The exact reverse of the reaction I'd just received from my own family. Dorian appeared with a drink for me, already opened. So let me understand this correctly. You bought food for their party, showed up at your own house, and they pretended not to know you? Pretty much. Dorian began chuckling, but not in a malicious way. Rather, he couldn't believe how ludicrous the scenario had become. Dude, this is like a really messed up episode of Punk'd, except the joke's been going on for 4 years and nobody told you. His father, Tony, a former construction worker, shook his head as he seasoned steaks. Son, in my day, if someone bought your house to save you from foreclosure, you'd be kissing their feet, not locking them out on New Year's. Tony built buildings for 30 years until his knees gave up. He recognizes the value of property, the cost of maintenance, and the responsibility that comes with ownership. Dorian's sister Maria, a paralegal who handles real estate transactions, was captivated by the legal component. Wait, so you're on the deed, you pay all the expenses, but they have no idea you actually own it. They think I'm just helping with payments to keep it in the family. Maria's eyes glowed with professional curiosity. Oh my God, Cassian, you could evict them tomorrow if you wanted to. They're basically squatters with delusions of ownership. She began teaching legal terms like adverse possession, tenant rights, and eviction procedures. As someone who works with real estate documentation on a regular basis, she realized how legally screwed my family was. They had no documentation, no leasing agreement, and no ownership rights at all. Dorian almost spit out his drink. Please tell me you're considering it. I am. The contrast was stunning. I was sitting in a warm house with people who truly cared about me, while my biological family was celebrating my absence in a home I owned. As midnight approached, Dorian raised his glass, the same champagne I had purchased for my family's gathering. To Cassian, who's about to learn the difference between family and people who happen to share his DNA. When the ball dropped and everyone started rejoicing, Dorian grabbed me away. Dude, you know what you need to do, right? What's that? They want to play the "This Is Our House" game? Show them the deed and watch their world collapse. Something clicked in my brain right then. In Casino, Sam Rothstein finds he was duped by trustworthy individuals. It was time to remind them who had all the cards. January 1st, 2024. I'm sitting in my apartment, filled with coffee and wrath, researching tenant rights and eviction procedures on my laptop. My apartment is nothing fancy. A one-bedroom unit that I've been renting for $900 per month while covering all of the expenditures for a house I can't live in. Zeppo was perched on my desk, watching me research legal matters with apparent acceptance for the first time in months. This cat had been assessing my family situation for years, and he suddenly appeared to feel that I was finally ready to take action. What do you think, Zeppo? Time to teach them a lesson? Zeppo stretched, knocked my pen from the desk, and gave me a slow blink. In cat language that translates to, "It's about damn time, you idiot." Dorian came over about midday with breakfast sandwiches from our favorite deli. So, did you sleep on it like a rational adult, or are we going full nuclear like I suggested? Full nuclear. These people need to learn who actually owns what. I'd spent the morning researching Arizona's landlord-tenant legislation. It turns out that when you own property and people live there without a contract, they are referred to as tenants at will, and they can be removed with 30 days notice for any reason, or no reason at all. No lease equals no protection. Then I discovered Anastasia via internet reviews and recommendations from other landlords. This woman has a reputation for being extremely brutal in eviction situations. Her success rate is over 98%, and she's received testimonials from landlords who've been dealing with horrible renters for years. During our consultation, she smirked like a predator as I explained the circumstances. Her workplace was all dark wood and law texts designed to intimidate. Anastasia was just about 5 feet 4 inches tall, yet she exuded a presence that made you understand why renters were scared of her. So, you own the house. They've been living there for 4 years without paying rent, and they have no idea you're the owner. That's correct. She smiled. This will be fun. How quickly do you want them out? Dorian leaned forward, as quickly as legally could. These people locked him out on New Year's Eve. Anastasia took notes and asked tough questions regarding the documentation, which I had plenty of, while I detailed the entire situation. The neighbor complaints, Blaze's social media posts, the frequent financial demands, and the complete lack of gratitude. I've been doing this for 15 years and have never encountered a case this clear-cut. You have all of the documents, they have no legal basis, and their actions have been horrible. We are going to destroy them. 2 days later, I had my eviction papers ready. A notice to quit and demand for possession of premises in large, strong letters that would make anyone's stomach drop. The main terms were simple, yet devastating. Current occupants Celeste Morrison, Marlon Morrison, and Blaze Morrison must leave within 30 days, or face formal eviction and sheriff-assisted removal. Alternatively, they might stay as tenants, paying $1,000 each month, with the first month due within 10 days. Anastasia recommended the rent option to make me appear reasonable in court. We both knew they couldn't afford $1,000 a month, and they'd been unable to pay their first $850 mortgage, so offering the option would make me appear nice to a judge, while knowing they'd surely fail. The rent option serves multiple purposes, Anastasia noted. It makes you appear fair and reasonable. If they accept it but don't pay, you can get them out even faster. If they decline, you'll look like the nice man who attempted to work with them. When I returned home with the papers, Zeppo took one glance at the legal documents, sat up straight, and slowly blinked at me, as if to say, "Finally, you're not a pushover." Dorian grinned as he read the eviction notice. "This is beautiful." On January 3rd, I traveled to my residence with the papers and a process server that Anastasia had organized. Dorian insisted on attending the show. I wouldn't miss it for anything. "This is better than any film." Marlon answered the door in his bathrobe, looking hungover and puzzled, and his expression changed from annoyed to bemused when he spotted me with some official-looking guy in a suit. "Cassian, what are you doing here? And who is this guy?" The process server moved forward with expert efficiency. "Richard Morrison, you're being served with legal notice regarding this property." He handed Marlon the paperwork and a receipt to sign. "Service is completed. Good luck." Dorian was standing behind me, trying not to laugh as Marlon's face turned totally white after reading the first few paragraphs. The color drained from his face as he realized these weren't phony documents or a prank. "What the hell is this, Cassian? What's happening?" "Read it carefully, Marlon." Celeste hurried to the door, seized the papers from Marlon's quivering hands and read them aloud. "This can't be real. We own this home." Blaze arrived behind them, displaying his customary aggressiveness rather than attempting to comprehend the issue. "This is ridiculous, Cassian. You can't just conjure up false legal documents. Check the county records, Celeste. My name has been on the deed for 4 years. You've been staying in my house without paying rent while treating me like garbage." That's when Blaze completely lost it, just as I had predicted. "You are such a lying piece of expletive. There is no way you can own this house. You are only trying to scare us because you are upset about New Year's." "Blaze, the county's records are public. You may look them up online right now using your phone." "Screw it. This is our home. We are not going anywhere. You want us gone, so come and make us leave." Dorian stepped forward, entire 6 feet 2 inches. "Kid, threatening the actual property owner isn't the smartest legal strategy." Instead of taking the warning seriously or attempting to grasp their legal predicament, they chose to dispute it. Blaze convinced Marlon and Celeste that I was lying, that the documents were forgeries, and that they could hire a lawyer to prosecute me for attempting to take their home. The delusion was incredible to witness. The family drama erupted within hours. My phone began to fill up with calls from family who had heard Celeste's severely altered version of events. Most people took her side without asking for information or attempting to understand the actual legal issue. Aunt Carol called, weeping about how I was abandoning family members on the streets. Cousin Jenny exchanged a slew of heated emails about family loyalty and blood being thicker than water. Uncle Jim sent a lengthy voicemail expressing his disappointment at me and how this was not how he expected me to handle family. Celeste said that I was attempting to steal their house using forged legal documents, that I was envious of their secure home life, and that I was suffering from a mental breakdown that was causing me to be vindictive. But then Uncle Sam called. Marlon's older brother Samuel is 58 years old and has worked as a master plumber for 35 years. This guy started Morrison Plumbing from scratch, working out of his garage until he could afford a proper shop. He raised 4 children after his wife died of cancer when they were young, sent them all to college, and has no patience for laziness or excuses. Samuel and Marlon have been bickering for decades because Samuel believes Marlon is a useless mooch who has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. Every family meeting concludes with Samuel calling Marlon out for being unemployed, broke, or making excuses for his most recent failure. "Cassian, it's Samuel. I just got off the phone with Carol, who's having some kind of breakdown about you evicting Marlon and Celeste. Want to tell me what's really going on here?" I described everything. Samuel listened without interrupting, which was unusual for him. A long pause. "So you're telling me you've been Marlon's landlord for 4 years and he doesn't even know it?" "That's right." Samuel began chuckling. Really laughing. Jesus Christ, Cassian. That lazy piece of, has been complaining about being controlled by his own son, who's been letting him live rent-free. This is the funniest thing I've heard all year. So you don't think I'm being too harsh? Too harsh? Kid, you should have kicked them out years ago. Marlon's been a deadbeat his entire adult life, and Celeste enables everything. Blaze has always been a smart-ass punk. Samuel's support felt amazing after hours of angry calls from other family who believed Celeste's victim story. Cassian, let me tell you something. I've been trying to get Marlon to act like a responsible adult for 20 years. You buying his house and letting him live there for free was the best thing that could have happened to him. And he threw it away because he's too stupid and entitled to appreciate it. Samuel told me stories about Marlon's failures throughout the years. He'd quit his jobs, tried to start enterprises with other people's money, and was constantly borrowing and never repaying. He'd been watching Marlon fail in life for decades, making excuses and blaming everyone else. 3 days later, Anastasia called to provide an update. Cassian, they hired a lawyer, and they're contesting the eviction. They're claiming adverse possession and alleging fraud. Are you serious? Dead serious. Their lawyer is Martin Goldberg. He's what we call a bottom feeder. He'll take any case if the money's right. He's filing a motion claiming they've been living there openly for 15 years and should have ownership rights. The court hearing on January 25th was planned for 10 a.m. I arrived in my nicest suit, accompanied by Anastasia and a folder with all of the necessary documentation, property deeds, tax records, purchase agreements, maintenance invoices, bank statements, to prove that I was the rightful owner. They showed up with Martin. Blaze was dressed in his lone dress shirt and acted as if he was about to reveal some major conspiracy. Judge Martinez appeared angry from the outset. She had plainly encountered this type of situation before, crazy renters who believed they could take property through legal means. Mr. Goldberg, your clients are claiming adverse possession of property they don't own? Your Honor, my clients have been residing in this property for 15 years and have made substantial improvements. Do they have documentation of these improvements? Goldberg shuffled his papers anxiously. Well, Your Honor, they have receipts for some materials. Mr. Morrison, do you have the property deed? Anastasia stepped up with clean professionalism. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Cassian Morrison has been the sole owner since 2019, when he purchased the property to prevent foreclosure. And the defendants knew about this purchase? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Morrison purchased the property to help his family avoid foreclosure but retained sole ownership. Anastasia presented our evidence methodically. The purchase paperwork showed that I paid $180,000 in cash. Deed transfer shows my name as sole owner. 4 years of property tax payments under my name, insurance policies under my name, maintenance receipts totaling more than $30,000 for repairs and enhancements. Everything is documented. Everything is lawful. When it came Goldberg's time, he had almost nothing. There was no documentation or evidence, only accusations that my family deserved the house since they had lived there for longer. He attempted to argue that I had cheated them, but he had no evidence of fraud. The judge was harsh in her dismissal. Mr. Goldberg, adverse possession requires specific legal criteria that your clients clearly don't meet. They don't have continuous possession, they don't have hostile possession, and they don't have open and notorious possession. Mr. Morrison is the legal owner, has been paying all expenses, and wants possession of his property. Your motion is denied. Defendants have 30 days to vacate. Blaze jumped up, like an idiot. This is BS. You can't just steal our house. Bailiff, remove that man if he speaks again without permission. As we walked out, Blaze was yelling in the hallway about corrupt judges and family treachery, and courtroom guards threatened to arrest him for disturbing the peace. That evening Uncle Samuel called, his voice filled with satisfaction. Cassian, I heard about the court hearing from Carol. She's all worked up about Marlon and Celeste losing, but I told her exactly what I think about the situation. What did you tell her? I told her that Marlon's been a lazy mooch his entire life, that you saved their asses from foreclosure and let them live rent-free for 4 years, and that they brought this on themselves by treating you like garbage. I also told her that anyone taking Marlon's side in this is an idiot. After being destroyed in court, they had no choice but to confront reality. Their lawyer, Goldberg, effectively advised them they didn't have a case and that they'd try to negotiate with me rather than face eviction and homelessness. The defeat in court had been complete and public. There was no uncertainty regarding who owned the house, and their legal rights were clear. They were squatters legally, and everyone knew it. Celeste called on February 1st, her voice quivering with urgency. Cassian, honey, we've been looking everywhere. Everything decent is $1,200 or more, and we need the first month, last month, and security deposit. We don't have that kind of money. I put the call on speaker so Dorian could hear. He came over to assist me sort some paperwork and immediately started grinning. Zeppo was sitting on the couch between us, and I think he was listening intently. That sounds like a personal problem, Celeste. Please, can we rent from you? We'll pay you fairly. We just need a chance to prove we can be good tenants. The irony was stunning. After 4 years of living rent-free, locking me out on New Year's Eve and attempting to steal my house in court, she was suddenly pleading to be my tenant. Dorian was making exaggerated jerking-off motions behind me, hoping to make me laugh. Zeppo glanced back and forth between us, as if he was enjoying the show. $1,000 a month. First month due February 10th. Month-to-month lease, which means I can terminate with 30 days notice if you screw up even once. $1,000, Cassian? That's so much money. Couldn't we start at maybe $700 and work up to it? Celeste, comparable houses in your neighborhood rent for $1,200 to $1,400. I'm giving you a discount. Take it or leave it. Marlon answered the phone with his typical entitlement. Son, we appreciate this. The court thing got out of hand, but we're family. We can make this work. This isn't family anymore, Marlon. This is business. You're my tenants now. Act like it. Blaze tried to negotiate, as one would expect. Bro, what if we did like $800? I mean, we just spent money on that lawyer and court fees. You spent your money on a lawyer to try to steal my house. That's not my problem. It's $1,000. Or you're out in 3 weeks. Dorian was shaking his head in disbelief as I hung up. Cassian, I'll bet you $100 they won't make the first payment. Zeppo stretched and knocked a pen off the sofa table, which I took as his agreement with Dorian's assessment. Uncle Samuel contacted after learning about the leasing arrangement through the family rumor network. Cassian, I heard you're giving them another chance with the rent option. You're more generous than I would be. Think they'll actually pay? Samuel laughed, a sound that contained no humor. Kid, Marlon hasn't held a steady job in 4 years. Celeste works part-time by choice, and Blaze makes maybe $200 a month playing with his computer. What do you think? They signed a month-to-month rental agreement on February 8th at Anastasia's office. The entire process seemed awkward and tense. Blaze was a real ass at the signing, making sarcastic remarks about every clause and behaving as if I was ridiculous. So if we're late on rent, can you just kick us out? That seems harsh for the family. You're tenants. And yes, if you don't pay rent, you get evicted. That's how renting works. Whatever, bro. This whole situation is screwed up and you know it. Marlon signed the lease, grumbling about the monthly payment. Celeste kept inquiring about utilities and maintenance tasks. They were mentally evaluating whether they could genuinely afford the payments the entire time. Anastasia acted professionally while plainly enjoying the occasion. Mr. Morrison, I'll keep the eviction paperwork ready. Based on my experience, you'll probably need it within 30 days. February 10th came and went. There is no rental payment, exactly what Samuel and Dorian predicted. Celeste contacted on February 12th, with usual explanations. Cassian, honey, we're having a little cash flow issue. Marlon's disability application is still pending, and Blaze's client hasn't paid him yet. Can we get it to you by the 15th? Dorian was there when I called, eating pizza and watching the show. Zeppo was splayed across my lap, purring as if fascinated by the scenario playing over the phone speaker. Cash flow issue, Dorian said mockingly. That's fancy talk for we spent our rent money on a lawyer to steal your house. Cassian, we're trying our best here. Can't you work with us? You agreed to pay $1,000 by February 10th. It's now February 12th. You're already in default. February 15th, still no payment. This time Marlon called with his usual entitled attitude. Cassian, we need to talk about this rent situation. $1,000 is unrealistic given our current circumstances. Dorian nearly choked on his drink, laughing. Current circumstances? You mean being broke because you tried to steal his house? Marlon, you signed a lease agreeing to pay $1,000 monthly. If you can't afford it, you need to move out. Come on, Cassian, be reasonable. We're family. We can work something out. We're not family. You made that clear. You're tenants who aren't paying rent. After 20 days of excuses and broken promises, Anastasia filed the second eviction. Cassian, this is even easier than the first one. They signed a lease, they're in default, and they have no legal standing whatsoever. The March 1st court session was nasty. The judge was clearly upset to see the same defendants again, especially because they had wasted the court's time with their false adverse possession claim. Mr. Morrison, back again with the same family? Yes, Your Honor. They signed a rental lease, then failed to pay the first month's rent. Blaze couldn't keep his mouth shut, which was ideal for our situation. Your Honor, this is retaliation. He's mad that we tried to fight for our rights. The judge appeared disgusted. Son, you attempted to take his house and failed. Now you're not paying the rent you pledged to pay. This is not retaliation. These are the consequences. The plaintiff has received a judgment. Defendants have 7 days to evacuate or face sheriff-assisted removal. 7 days instead of 30. The judge was clearly fed up with their BS and wanted them to leave quickly, but the real drama began following the eviction. Blaze's desperation escalated into outright harassment, and his carefully planned lies began to crumble spectacularly. 2 weeks after they were forced out, I was in my apartment when this large guy showed up at my door, looking quite angry. He's built like a bouncer and covered in tattoos. Not someone you want angry at you. You Cassian Morrison? Yeah, who's asking? Name's Marcus. I'm looking for your piece of, one's, brother, Blaze. He owes me money and I heard he might be staying with you. Blaze doesn't live with me. We're not exactly on speaking terms. Marcus was perplexed and increasingly irritated. That's weird, man. When Blaze borrowed $5,000 from me last month, he said he lived in this nice house with his family and had steady design work. Showed me pictures of the house and everything. My blood ran cold. He borrowed $5,000 from you? Yeah. Said he needed it for high-end design equipment and software licenses for his business. Showed me his portfolio. Talked about all these big corporate clients he was landing. Said he'd pay me back in 30 days. No problem. Blaze had been using my house as security for loans, claiming he lived there with his prosperous family and ran a booming design business. Marcus had been shown images of my property, specifically my garage and driveway. He'd been claiming credit for my accomplishment in order to defraud people. Kid seemed legit, Marcus continued. Professional portfolio, nice family home, talked a good game about his business growth. But now I find out he's homeless and his design business is BS. What happens if he doesn't pay you back? Marcus cracked his knuckles with a clear determination. Well, I'm not the type to just write off $5,000. I've got his signed promissory note, copies of his ID, his social security number, everything. If he doesn't pay up, I'm taking him to court and filing criminal charges for fraud. After Marcus departed, Dorian laughed his ass off. Dude, your brother borrowed money by pretending he still lived in your house and had a successful business. That's next-level scamming. 2 days later, Blaze called me from an unknown number, sounding terrified and desperate. Cassian, I need your help. There's this guy Marcus looking for me, and he's serious about getting his money back. Yeah, he came by my place. You borrowed $5,000 by lying about living in my house. Look, I was desperate, okay? I needed money for equipment, and I thought I could pay him back once I got some big clients. Blaze, you've made like $200 total in the past 6 months. What made you think you could pay back $5,000? I don't know. I thought something would work out, but now he's threatening to sue me and file criminal charges. That's fraud, Blaze. You used false information to get money you knew you couldn't pay back. Can you help me out, just this once? I'll pay you back, I swear. You borrowed money by claiming you lived in my house and had a successful business. That's your problem, not mine. I called Uncle Samuel and gave him the update. Samuel was quiet for a time before bursting into genuine laughter. That little bow. He's been telling people he's a great entrepreneur while living rent-free and earning $200 a month? This is perfect. Blaze just committed fraud. Real fraud, with criminal implications. This isn't a family drama anymore, this is an actual crime. That boy is about to see what genuine consequences look like. 2 months later, Blaze was arrested. It seems that Marcus was not his only victim. Blaze had borrowed money from at least 3 different people. The total was more than $12,000 in bogus loans, all secured by using my home as proof of his stability and success. He had been conducting a methodical deception, photographing my property and presenting it as proof of his financial success and family support. Blaze ultimately pleaded guilty to 7 counts of fraud and theft by deception. He received 2 years of probation, restitution orders for all of the money he had taken, and a criminal record that would follow him forever. Blaze used family property to commit his deception, so the judge was especially punitive. Meanwhile, Marlon was jailed for trespassing after breaking into his brother's house and being kicked out. He'd been staying with Uncle Paul until they became weary of his attitude and kicked him out. Rather than finding suitable housing, he attempted to break into Paul's home to reclaim his stuff but was apprehended by neighbors. Celeste ended up in a women's shelter after severing ties with every relative who attempted to assist her. It turns out that repeatedly talking about your ungrateful son and begging for money gets old quickly among family members. Dorian moved into my house as the ideal tenant, paying $1,200 per month and taking greater care of the property than my family ever did. He sought permission before making any improvements, paid his rent on time every month, and increased the property's worth through maintenance and additions. The nicest thing was that Uncle Samuel became the extended family's voice of reason. He confronts everyone who attempts to defend Marlon or Celeste, armed with evidence and years of seeing Marlon fail in life. "Cassian's the only one in this family with any sense," Samuel remarked to Aunt Carol during the previous family meeting. "Marlon's a deadbeat, Celeste's an enabler, Blaze is a criminal, and Cassian's the only one who worked hard and made something of himself. Sarah and I are now engaged, and we're arranging a small wedding with Dorian as my best man." "You know what the best part is?" Samuel asked during our engagement party. "You didn't just get revenge on Marlon. You showed everyone what real success looks like. You own property. You've got a good job. You're marrying a great woman, and you're surrounded by people who actually give a damn about you. They had ample opportunities to treat me with basic respect while living in my home for free. Instead, they opted for entitlement, lies, and court warfare. Now they're dispersed around the state, facing criminal charges and dealing with the consequences of their own acts. While I am prospering. Some bridges should be burnt." "No one cares it's your birthday," my sister texted. So I froze the $3,500 monthly account and watched them beg the landlord for mercy. I'm Zephyr, 28, and I've never made a big deal about my birthday. Not since I was a child, at least. Perhaps it's because I learned early on that no one else in my family genuinely cared. They'd forget or simply say, "Happy birthday" in passing, sometimes not even that. But this year was different, not because I had any expectations, but because I had finally resolved to stop pretending their conduct was normal. I had spent the previous few years quietly holding everything together, paying bills, fixing gaps, and maintaining a roof over everyone's heads. I did not complain or ask for anything in return. I just did it because they were family, and you're meant to do that, right? My mom had a difficult few years after my father departed. I understand that. And my younger sister, Celine, who is 23 years old and still acts as if she owes the world everything, has a habit of trying things out and then quitting the next month. She was still living with Mom in the townhouse I had purchased for. Neither of them worked hard. Mom occasionally worked remotely, and Celine took on graphic design commissions. But every month, I pay the bills, buy groceries, and even use streaming services. I have a joint account with them into which I transferred funds so they wouldn't have to ask. It simplified things for them. It made things difficult for me, but I persevered. Until last week. My birthday was on Thursday. I wasn't expecting balloons or anything, but it would have been great to receive a text, a call, or even a goofy GIF in the family group chat. Instead, I awoke to silence. I went through alerts while sipping my coffee and noticed that the group chat was still active, but not for me. Celine had posted a photo of herself in a downtown cafe with the remark, "Self-care day with my fave person, me." A handful of pals reacted. I ignored it. Around midday I checked again, still nothing, not a single happy birthday. I attempted to ignore the fact that I had been receiving work calls all day. Around 4 p.m., Celine said this in the chat. "Stop acting like anyone cares if it's your birthday." And my mother gave it a thumbs up. I stared at it for a full minute, believing they were joking. But there was no setup or inside joke, just that. No "just kidding," and no follow-up. Just radio silence. I didn't respond. I did not get angry. I didn't even feel surprised. Just numb and somehow tranquil. My fingers tapped idly on the ceramic mug in my hand, and I realized something. I had made things far too easy for them. They didn't simply take me for granted. They honestly believed they deserved whatever I offered them. And they clearly did not regard me not as a family member, but even as an individual. I had been regarded like a utility, like an ATM, with no opinions, no boundaries, and certainly no birthday. I stood up, grabbed my coat, and drove directly to the bank. It was silent inside. Yara, the branch manager, knew me because I had helped her son secure an internship the previous year. She always recalled that. I explained my request. Freeze the card, remove my name from the shared account, and flag all future transactions for approval. She nodded, didn't ask too many questions, and simply guided me through it, one calm step at a time. I left the bank an hour later, carrying a folder of papers and a peculiar sense of calm in my chest. Not necessarily relief, but rather clarity. It was as if I had finally quit attempting to win a game I had never agreed to. Back home, I didn't text them, warn them, or hint at anything. I ordered sushi, put on a movie I had been intending to see, and laid back on my couch in silence. At 11:42 p.m., Celine sent another message to the group chat. "Elmo, why is the card declining?" Mom said, "Mine too. Is the app down?" Then Celine said, "I just tried at Kroger and it's not working, like at all." Nonetheless, I said nothing. I closed the app and went to bed. The next morning began like any other until it didn't. My phone had 10 missed calls from my mother. Celine left 5 voicemails. The texts piled up like spam. "Mike, what is going on? Did you change something? Call me back. Are we locked out of the account? Why is the landlord here?" I blinked and scrolled slowly. The landlord apparently showed up at their home that morning to inquire about the rent because the autopay had bounced. I'd also canceled that. The same goes for the energy bill, water, and internet. I hadn't told them yet, but I was in the process of moving the lease to my new name. I didn't need them living in my house anymore. I even spoke with an attorney about how to lawfully evict a family member if they refused to go. It was not about vengeance. It was about setting limits, finding serenity, and finally saying enough. But I hadn't written back yet, not that day. Instead, I went to work, answered emails, made small conversation with co-workers, who did remember my birthday, bless their souls, and left calls from Celine and my mother on voicemail. By the evening, they were texting stuff like, "Are you okay? Please just let us know what's going on." But I wasn't in a hurry to explain for once. They were the ones who remained in the dark. For once, they were scrambling. That weekend I received a text message from my cousin Sarah, the only family member who has ever made an effort to connect with me. She claimed Celine had posted something passive-aggressive on Instagram. Crazy how people change when you rely on them, and Mom had responded with a sad face emoji. Sarah inquired whether everything was fine. I assured her I was fine and that I had finally drawn a line. I didn't expect her to say, "Good, honestly, they've been awful to you for years, you don't deserve that." Maybe it shouldn't have mattered so much, but it did. However, that was not the end of it. Monday morning began with a knock on my flat door. It wasn't the expected delivery. It was from Celine. Hood up, eyes swollen, and arms crossed. "Can we talk?" she inquired. And for a moment, I considered inviting her in. But then I remembered the text, the thumbs up, the groceries I'd paid for, the bills I'd covered, and the years of being treated as if I weren't there until they needed something. So I stepped out and closed the door behind me. She moved uncomfortably. "You froze everything?" I nodded. "Yeah." "Why?" I did not respond right away. I just looked at her and really looked at her and saw the same entitlement, the same arrogance, but shattered at the edges. She huffed. "Look, if this is about that dumb text," and that is where I cut her off. "Don't," I responded quietly and firmly. "Don't call it dumb. Don't pretend it was a joke, you meant it." Celine rolled her eyes, yet there was a hint of uncertainty behind them. "Come on, Mike, it was just a thing, a comment. I say stuff like that all the time." "And that's the problem," I said. "You say stuff like that all the time. You act like nothing matters. Like no one else feels anything. You and Mom both. You've treated me like I'm a ghost in this family unless you need something, money, groceries, rent, whatever. But the second I want something, even just basic decency, you make me feel like a burden." She scoffed. "You're not a burden." "No?" I inquired, my tone increasing. "Then what am I? Because I sure wasn't a brother. Not when you and Mom joked about me in the group chat. Not when you used the card to buy your little self-care days. Or when Mom charged her prescriptions to my account without even asking. Not when I paid your credit card debt last year just so you wouldn't tank your score." Her expression twisted. "I didn't ask you to do that." I laughed bitterly. "That's your go-to, huh? I didn't ask. Like silence is a defense. Like ignoring my birthday was okay because you didn't ask me to care about yours either. It doesn't work like that." She crossed her arms tighter and glanced at the floor. "Okay, so what now? You just cut us off?" I gazed at her and, for the first time, I felt no remorse. "I'm not cutting you off," I said. "I'm giving you back the life you wanted so badly without me in it. You didn't want a brother. You wanted a sponsor. Her eyes widened, but I did not pause. I tried for years to be enough, to be useful, to be helpful, to be wanted. But all I ever got back was sarcasm, silence, and an endless list of obligations. I don't want an apology. I don't want a hug. I want space. So you're evicting us? She demanded. You're seriously just throwing us out? Number. The lease was always in my name. I'm just not renewing it with you as a guest. You've got 30 days. I'll even pay for the moving truck if you don't make a scene. She blinked, surprised. You're serious? Dead serious. There was a prolonged pause. Then she attempted another angle. Mom's not well. You know that. She's stressed. She says things she doesn't mean. I breathed sharply. You want to talk about stress? Try being the guy who has to listen to his own mother call him emotionally unavailable because he stopped giving out blank checks. I'm not Mom, Celine mumbled. No, I agree. You're not. But you're not far off. She winced as though I had hit her. I'm sorry, she replied finally. And to her credit, I believe she meant it. I really am. I didn't think it mattered. I didn't think you cared. That hurt more than anything else. Of course I cared. That's why I stuck around this long. I turned the knob behind me. I'm not asking you to change, I clarified. I'm just not going to stick around waiting for it anymore. She stood motionless, lips slightly parted, no words coming. I didn't expect her to beg or cry. Celine isn't constructed that way. She was skilled at shrugging things off and pretending the world owed her nothing until it did. She then panicked. As I returned inside, I halted. By the way, I continued without turning around. I also canceled the family phone plan. You might want to look into that. I then closed the door. For the next hour, I stood in the kitchen, leaning against the counter and breathing. My hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from adrenaline. I was finally free. The silence in the room felt different now, less empty and more earned. But the fallout hadn't ended yet. That evening I received a call from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail, but the transcript appeared on my screen. Zephyr, it's Mom. I don't know what's going on, but this is cruel. I've been there for you, always. You don't do this to your family. You don't just walk away. Please call me. We can talk about this. I did not return the call. A few hours later, I received another message, this time via email. It was from my mother's lawyer. I didn't open the email immediately. I looked at the subject line. Urgent. Property ownership dispute. Action requested. And left it in my inbox for a few hours. Perhaps I was allowing myself time to consider. Perhaps I was expecting to feel anger, fear, remorse. But none of those arrived. Just a cold, calm resolution that informed me I was done playing the part they had written for me. Finally, I opened the message. The substance of the email was official, with courteous legalese that hardly disguised the desperation underlying it. The lawyer, Callum Vire, stated that my mother was questioning the legitimacy of recent changes to the property title and that she believed the townhouse should be deemed a family asset rather than an individual property. He requested a meeting with a friendly resolution. I nearly laughed. Friendly. I did not answer promptly. Instead, I dug out the folder that Yara at the bank had helped me organize account statements, the original property deed, the lease agreements, and the ownership transfer to my LLC. Everything was signed, notarized, and time-stamped. I even had an email chain from 2 years ago, when Mom signed the lease paperwork and agreed to be a tenant. She dismissed it at the time, laughing, "Just paperwork stuff for your taxes, right?" I agreed. I never expected to have to use it. Now I'm pleased I did. Still, I did not want this to get unpleasant. Despite everything, a quiet voice said, "Don't burn it down, just walk away." But I was beginning to realize that walking away appeared to them as treachery. To them, love only mattered if it cost me something. 2 days later, I sent a brief email back to the attorney. Dear Mr. Reeves, thank you for reaching out. The property in question is legitimately held by LLC name, and full documentation is available on request. Please take note that the leasing agreement made on date is still in effect. Clause 9. A states that the property owner reserves the right not to renew the lease when it expires. There has been no breach of contract. I respectfully decline the meeting at this time. Sincerely, Zephyr Carter. Within 20 minutes I received a response stating that they will review the documents and advise the customer accordingly. They didn't expect me to push back. Later that night, I noticed another post by Celine, this time on her Instagram story. The screen was dark with white writing. Crazy how family can ice you out like a stranger over one comment. We never stood a chance. I didn't respond. The following morning my doorbell rang. I looked through the peephole and saw my mother. She appeared older and smaller than I remembered, and she was wearing a raincoat despite the fact that the skies were clear. When I answered the door, she didn't say anything but looked me up and down, as if she was looking for something in my face, something familiar, perhaps, something gentle. "I raised you better than this," she finally stated. "Did you?" I inquired. She blinked, evidently surprised that I had met her that way. Her tone changed, less accusing, more pained. "Zephyr, we were a family. We are a family. Families say things they don't mean. Families fight, but they don't just cut each other off over birthday texts." I leaned against the door frame. "This isn't about one text, Mom. It's about every time I was only good enough when I was useful. It's about years of you pretending like I didn't matter unless I was paying for something. Do you even know where I work, what should I do, what I'm passionate about?" She didn't respond. I continued. "Celine gets a new phone. I will cover it. You need a dentist appointment. I book it and pay the bill. Emergency car repairs. Did you ever once say thank you? Did either of you ask how I was doing?" Her expression clenched. "You never asked us for help, Zephyr. You made it seem like you had it all figured out." "No," I replied. "I made it look easy because you made it impossible to ask. Every time I was honest, you made me feel guilty, or selfish, or like I was trying to start a fight. I've been quiet for years, hoping things would get better. But nothing changed. And I finally realized they won't." She looked away. "I know things were hard after Dad left," I told him. "But that doesn't justify turning me into your safety net. You didn't raise me to be better. You raised me to be useful. There's a difference." She was quiet for a long time before finally saying, "So that's it? You're done with us?" I paused. "No," I replied. "I'm done letting you treat me like I owe you for existing. You can still be in my life if you respect my boundaries. If you stop using me. If you start treating me like a person and not a paycheck." She began to speak, but I interrupted her. "And if you want to stay in that townhouse, sign a new lease. Pay rent. No games, no guilt trips, just responsibility. Like the rest of us." Her expression changed with amazement, rage, and possibly embarrassment. But she didn't yell or cry. She simply nodded once, firmly, like if she was swallowing something bitter. She then turned to stroll down the corridor. I did not call after her. Later that night, Celine texted me. "So what now? You just want us to pretend everything's fine and pay like strangers?" I glanced at the message, considering how to answer. But before I could type anything, my phone buzzed with another notification. This one was not from Celine or Mom. The townhouse's property manager sent a formal alert that the thermostat had been adjusted to 92 degrees. Another message arrived. The kitchen faucet had been left running. Then came a third. Someone had turned off the security camera on the back door. I rose up, heart pumping and jaw tightening. They weren't going to leave quietly, and I had no idea how far they were prepared to go. I did not sleep that night. The notifications from the property manager app kept coming on, lights flickering on and off at weird hours, someone accidentally setting off the smoke alarm, and the garage door left open for hours. They were attempting to rattle me, or perhaps just send a message. It was petty, passive-aggressive sabotage. But I had expected this. Celine and my mother disliked being told no, especially by me. Especially not when it meant facing penalties. At 2:14 a.m. the security company called me. One of the water sensors in the basement had been activated. I asked them to turn off the water pipe remotely and sent someone to investigate. The technician arrived an hour later and confirmed it. The utility sink had been left running and clogged, causing it to overflow intentionally. I sat there, staring at the ceiling of my flat, watching the fan whirl in slow, pointless circles. This wasn't just revenge, it was a tantrum. A foolish, desperate attempt to push my hand, make me feel guilty, and bring me back into their orbit. Because if they couldn't keep me under control through obligation, they'd attempt anarchy. By the morning, I had a plan. I drove up to the townhouse unannounced. I parked 2 blocks away and traveled the remainder of the distance on foot. The area was calm. The house looked the same from the outside except for a pile of rubbish bags placed by the garage door, as if they'd made a point of dumping everything outside rather than using the bins. Typical. I stepped inside after using my copy to unlock the front door. The heat struck me quickly. They had left the thermostat set to 92 degrees, as indicated by the notice. The air felt like soup. I moved through the house silently. The refrigerator was open and empty. The shelves were plastered with something sticky. A lone container of old milk lay on the top rack, posing a hazard. The TV in the living room was set to full volume and displayed a static screen. No one is home. I headed upstairs. Celine's room was devoid of most personal stuff, with the exception of a few old garments thrown on the floor. Mom's room remained mostly unchanged, the closet half empty, drawers pushed out, and a bedside lamp knocked over. Someone had scribbled in red lipstick on the bathroom mirror. I hope it was worth it. I stood there staring at the sentence, feeling nothing. There is no anger or regret. Just an odd, peaceful detachment, like if I were reading a message written by a stranger in a story I was no longer a part of. I spent the next hour recording everything. I photographed the water damage in the basement, the trash, the refrigerator, the mirror, the thermostat settings, and the deactivated security camera mount. I cataloged everything. I submitted it to my lawyer with a brief message. The damage appears to be deliberate. Proceed with the legal eviction and refund claims. By midday, they had been officially served. The paperwork was delivered to Mom's temporary address, which I had obtained from a previous medical issue she had requested my assistance with, as well as Celine's P.O. box, which she used for freelance work. The documents allowed them 7 days to respond. If they didn't, the case would go straight to court. If they did, they'd have a very difficult time explaining all of the documents and tampering to the judge. That night, I received a text from Celine. "Wow, you really want to humiliate us in court. This is so petty." I did not respond. A few hours later, Mom also sent one. "You didn't have to go this far. You wanted this. You wanted to punish us. Well, I hope you're happy." And you know what? I was. But not for the reasons they expected. I was not thrilled that they were struggling. I was not bragging about the harm. I did not feel victorious. I felt free. The week passed quickly. I delegated the problem to my lawyer and kept out of it. He kept me updated every few days. Celine tried to launch a countersuit, but it was dismissed. Mom sought to claim mental anguish, but the judge requested evidence, which she did not have. The matter was resolved quickly and quietly, most likely because they recognized I wasn't bluffing and didn't want me to drag every screenshot, voicemail, and payment record into court. By the end of the month, they were gone. The townhouse was now officially back in my name. I hired a cleaning crew, changed the locks, and had the space professionally fixed. The water damage wasn't as severe as I had feared, but the cleanup price was still high, just around $5,000. Still, I saw it as a compromise for peace. I never heard from either of them. No apologies, no messages, and no half-hearted attempts to reconcile. Just silence. And I was fine with it. It has been 6 months now. The house is rented to a young couple who truly express gratitude when I fix something. They painted the property themselves, placed plants on the balcony, and paid their rent on time. I check in with them every few weeks, and every time I step through the front door, it feels like a ghost has been exorcised. A common contact informed me that Celine had moved in with some acquaintances. Mom lives with a distant cousin in another state. Apparently, they are both telling others that I lost it and kicked them out due to a misunderstanding, that I was never particularly stable. Fine. Allow them to express what they want. I'm not attempting to change their interpretation of the story. I'm simply finished living in it. Last month, I celebrated my birthday quietly, simply, and peacefully. I took the day off from work, treated myself to a wonderful meal, went along the lake, and shut off my phone. No expectations, no guilt. It's just space. And for the first time in years, I wasn't waiting for someone to recognize me. I recalled myself. That was more than enough. My parents stole $30,000 from me, laughed about it, and called it family duty. So I cut them off. Now they're homeless, begging for mercy. My birthday was next week. I had intended to take a few days off work and maybe even go somewhere warm for once. I hadn't had a proper vacation in years, but now my entire savings cushion has disappeared overnight. I quickly called the bank to dispute the charges, hoping it was some kind of complex hoax, possibly by a hacker. However, as the lady on the other phone graciously noted, the charges were authorized by me, at least based on the signatures and PIN verification. Except, I hadn't purchased anything. I walked to the living room of my little apartment, my heart racing with wrath and confusion. And then it struck me. My parents were the only two people who had access to my information. I picked up my phone and phoned. My father responded after 2 rings, his tone oddly relaxed. "Hey son, is everything okay?" I clenched my jaw. "My credit card is maxed out, Dad. Nearly $30,000. Do you know anything about that?" There was a pause. A weighty, oppressive pause. "Well," he finally responded, his tone turning defensive. "The family needs it more. You will be all right. Are you performing well enough? You make decent money." I could feel my blood boiling. "You used my credit card?" "It's not like that," he said, his voice rising. "You constantly act as if your money is exclusively yours. We are family. Sometimes compromises must be made." Before I could reply, I heard my mother's voice in the background. She chuckled as if it were all a huge joke. "To be honest, you don't need a big birthday trip. We had better intentions for the money. This year, you can celebrate alone." For a brief moment, the entire globe appeared to tilt sideways. My breathing came in quick, shallow bursts. I worked 2 jobs throughout college, saved rigorously, skipped nights out, vacations, new clothes, and now this. I swallowed the knot in my throat and pushed my voice to be calm. "Then don't ever call me again." I ended the phone call before my father could make another entitled excuse. That night, while the city lights blinked through my window, I sat at my laptop, accessing every account they never expected me to use. The joint mortgage I had co-signed was terminated. The truck loan I co-guaranteed for my father was terminated. My mother's personal line of credit, which was attached to my name, was canceled. I did everything in silence. No fighting. No explanations. Only chilly, calculated clicks. It was not about vengeance. It was now time to draw the line I had been meaning to draw for years. They wanted to see what life would be like without me. They were about to find out, not out of cruelty, but because allowing them had nearly destroyed me. You're probably wondering how I got here, how a grown man with a steady job ended up being milked dry by his own family. It did not happen overnight. That is the sick part. They were patient, strategic. My parents saw it as a win when I secured my first real job, an entry-level financial position, right out of college. "We sacrificed everything for you," my father would continuously remind me. "You owe us. Without us, you wouldn't have that degree." My mother would say, "All we ask for is a little aid. You know, family helps family." At first there were little issues. A couple hundred people have come to help pay the house taxes. There were a few thousand there to fund my sister's sudden dental surgery. Dad's ancient truck had broken down. Could I co-sign on a new one? Mom's credit card was temporarily maxed out. I assured myself everything was good. Temporary. After all, they were responsible for my upbringing. This is what good boys do, right? However, what was intended to be transitory became permanent. My father eventually expected me to meet their mortgage deficits. My mother stopped pretending to pay me back. My younger sister Sorrel, the golden child, quit her work completely to find herself and pursue creative passions, while I silently picked up her student loan payments to keep her credit from deteriorating. My mother once said, "You make 6 figures," and waved her hand as if it was nothing. We're not asking for much. 6 figures, yeah. However, after taxes, rent, and their constant emergencies, my bank account looked like it belonged to a fast food cashier. I watched my pals buy houses, invest, and travel. I stayed in my tight apartment, eating takeaway and believing I was creating a future while depleting myself for theirs. Then it got worse. My father lost his job 2 years ago after being caught embezzling money from his firm, which I only found out after I had already loaned him approximately $40,000 to help him get through a difficult time. "It's just temporary, son," he promised, his voice heavy with phony humility. "Once I'm back on my feet, I'll pay you back in full." He never got back up. Instead, he and my mother continued to bleed me dry. My credit cards gradually became their emergency fund. They began using my identity on loan applications without telling me, forging signatures, sweet-talking bank managers, whispering, "Our son will cover it if anything goes wrong." And Sorrel. She delivered an outstanding performance. With deceptive smiles and empty promises, the helpless princess charged my accounts for new iPhones, luxury spa getaways, and yoga teacher training programs. "I will pay you back once my influencer career takes off. Please be patient, okay?" Every time I tried to set boundaries, they responded with their standard weapons of guilt and shame. "Do you want your father to lose his house? How can you be so selfish when your sister's mental health relies on this retreat? After everything we've done for you, you've evolved. Money has turned you frigid. The breaking point occurred last month. I eventually said no when my mother asked me to cover a $15,000 business loan from Sorrel's boyfriend, a deadbeat who claimed to be an entrepreneur but couldn't keep a job for more than 3 months. My father burst. "You're ruining this family," he yelled across the dinner table. "What kind of son are you?" My mother began crying on cue. Sorrel dashed upstairs, slamming the doors like a wounded teenager. "She's 26. I sat stone-faced. Not one word. Not anymore. Because that night, after everyone went to bed, I checked my credit card and discovered the $30,000 bill sitting there, ready to devour me whole. They had not even asked. They simply helped themselves. I knew the blast was coming. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly or in such an awful way. My phone began to vibrate constantly the morning after I canceled everything. 27 missed calls, 15 voicemail messages, and hundreds of texts. Some pleading, some yelling, and some scorching wrath. By noon they had waited for me. When I pulled into the parking lot after work, my dad and Sorrel were standing like wolves beside the entrance to my building. My father's face was already crimson with rage. My mother's cheeks were covered in crocodile tears. Sorrel had her arms crossed and exuded absolute entitlement. I hardly had time to latch my car door before my father charged in, finger jabbing the air like a weapon. "What did you do?" he demanded. "Sit flying. You destroyed us, you selfish fool." I did not flinch. "Not this time. I protected myself," I responded coldly. "Something none of you ever bothered to do for me." "The bank called this morning," he said. "The mortgage is frozen. The truck's been repossessed. Your mother's credit cards are locked. What gives you the right?" "The right?" I scoffed. "You stole from me. Forged my name on loans. Maxed out my credit cards. I spent years covering for your mistakes. Now you can deal with the consequences." "We're family," my mother said. "How can you do this to your own parents?" Her voice cracked like glass, but her eyes remained icy and manipulative, the same eyes that had guilt-tripped me throughout my existence. "Family doesn't steal," I snapped. "Family doesn't lie. Family doesn't use me like an ATM machine." Sorrel eventually spoke up, her voice full of disdain. "Oh please," she scoffed. "You're being so dramatic. You make good money. You weren't even using most of that credit. We just needed a little help." $30,000 isn't a little help," I yelled, my voice booming off the skyscraper. "You drained my savings. You destroyed my credit. You took my future and handed it to yourselves like I owed you my entire life." I was not angry. I was fatigued. I finally stated it aloud. Sorrel rolled her eyes, as if she were a petulant teenager who had been denied a toy. "God, you act like you're some saint. You wouldn't even have that job if Dad hadn't pushed you. We gave you everything." "No," I growled. "You took everything and I let you. But not anymore." My father moved closer, his face inches from mine and his voice falling to a low, menacing growl. "You think you're better than us now? You think you're too good for your family? You're nothing without us. You'll regret this." "No," I said quietly. "The only thing I regret is not cutting you off sooner." His face distorted, with veins protruding at the temples. "You owe us. We gave you life, and you spend it like it was your bank account," I shot back. "I worked 2 jobs through college while Sorrel took spa trips. I lived in a shoebox while you bought Dad his 3rd truck. Every time I got ahead you found new ways to pull me back down." "Enough." My mother's voice became harsh and hysterical. "We're your parents. You're supposed to take care of us." "I'm not your retirement plan," I replied, my voice as hard as steel. "I'm not your bailout. I'm not your slave." The neighbors began to gather, heads peeking out of windows, doors slightly ajar, interested faces watching the family crisis unfold in plain daylight. The final act of manipulation followed, as if on cue. My mother collapsed to her knees on the concrete, sobbing aloud for maximum effect. "Please," she cried. "If you walk away we'll lose everything, the house, Dad's health, Sorrel will be homeless." "Then maybe Sorrel should get a job," I stated honestly. "Maybe Dad should stop living beyond his means. And maybe you should finally take responsibility for the mess you created." "You heartless monster," Sorrel exclaimed. "We are your family. We need you." I shook my head, looking at them intently for the first time. "No, you don't need me. You need my money. You need my credit. You need someone to clean up after your endless failures. But you never needed me. You never even saw me as a person, only as a wallet." My father pushed forward, his voice trembling beneath the strain of his rage. We made you. No, I replied softly. You broke me. But I finally put myself back together without you. And then I dealt the ultimate blow. Don't ever call me again. Don't knock on my door. Don't text me. Don't pretend we're family. Because as far as I'm concerned, you never were. The hush following those comments was deafening. For a while, all three of them just stood there, blinking as if I had spoken in a foreign language they didn't understand. Then I turned, walked by them, and into my building, leaving them humiliated, impotent, and finally cut off in the parking lot. That night, for the first time in years, I did not have any nightmares. I was free. I assumed the storm had peaked that day in the parking lot. I was mistaken. That was only the beginning. When I cut them off financially, their entire house of cards fell very immediately. The mortgage firm halted my parents' loan within 4 days after my name was removed from the documentation. Their months-long failure to make payments resulted in outright default. By the end of the week, they had gotten an official foreclosure notification. My childhood house, which they had weaponized for years as a symbol of family sacrifice, was up for auction in less than 60 days. I didn't even need to lift a finger. The system took care of it for me. My father's beloved vehicle, the $70,000 enormous beast he couldn't live without, vanished at dawn one morning. The tow vehicle arrived silently. The repo man hardly looked him in the eye as my father stormed barefoot on the driveway in his tattered bathrobe. You can't take my truck, my father yelled, as if his outburst would erase the debt. However, there was nothing left to save him. By week 2, my mother's phone calls had turned from wrath to hysteria. We're going to lose everything, she sobbed on voicemail when I stopped responding to her desperate calls. Your father's blood pressure is through the roof. Your sister has nowhere to go. What kind of son lets this happen? I erased every mail without listening beyond the first sentence. Then Sorrel showed up. I knew she would. She looked different, smaller and paler, with fancy bags under her eyes that matched the false designer pocketbook dangling uselessly off her arm. The air of arrogance had vanished. Now there was just desperation. Please, she cried, standing at my front door, mascara streaked down her cheeks like smeared battle paint. You can't just abandon us. You know how bad it's gotten. I didn't say anything. You know, I was just following Mom and Dad, she cried. I didn't mean for things to go this far. But I'm your sister. Please, just for a little while. I stared at her for several long seconds. For the first time in my life, I felt nothing. There is no pity, guilt, or sense of obligation. I'm done, Sorrel, I stated firmly. Go home if you still have one. You can't be serious, she said softly, her voice breaking. You're my brother. No, I replied, my voice as hard as iron. I was your bank, and I'm closed. Security removed her 15 minutes later. She tried again. Texts. DM's voice messages are filled with sobbing, swearing, and bargaining. She even sent distant relatives after me to beg on her behalf. Just help them get back on their feet. They're still your family. You're being cruel. Cruel. Cruel was taking every penny from my accounts while smirking on my face. Cruel forged my signature behind my back. Cruel was smiling as I skipped birthdays, vacations, and romances to correct their numerous faults. Let them face the consequences. By the end of the month, their beautiful world had vanished. They relocated to a small 2-bedroom apartment across town, far from the idyllic utopia they had ruled over everyone. The eviction was public. The neighbors whispered. The pals disappeared. My father lost what remained of his fragile ego. The man who used to yell instructions like a king was now struggling to make ends meet with part-time handyman work. His blood pressure spiked. His health deteriorated rapidly without the meds he could no longer afford. Mom tried to keep up appearances for a while, putting old images on Facebook and pretending everything was normal. Even the phony smiles cracked rapidly. The debt collectors didn't stop calling. Sorrel's ambitions to become an influencer were entirely dashed. Without my money to support her carefully managed lifestyle, her audience vanished. She jumped from couch to couch, relying on fleeting friendships that dissolved the moment she couldn't afford breakfast or split rent. One day she tried to contact me through an old friend. She's in bad shape, man, my pal admitted, plainly uncomfortable. She's practically homeless. Maybe you should No, I interrupted. I've done enough. Because that's something they've never understood. They assumed I was weak because I kept giving. But what's the truth? I had the strength to finally stop, and once I did, they crumbled from the weight of their own entitlement. Meanwhile, my life officially began. I purchased my own home, a modest but gorgeous condo, fully paid, completely mine. The peace behind those walls was incomparable. For the first time in almost a decade, I wasn't concerned about anyone else's survival. I traveled for the first time. Actual travel, not canceled plans or family emergencies. Iceland, Italy, Japan. I stood beneath the northern lights, breathing in fresh air that no longer smelled of shame. Therapy became my anchor. I exposed years of emotional manipulation, guilt shaming, and financial enslavement. My therapist once said something that stuck with me. You never had parents. You had leeches dressed as parents. And it was true. One message finally broke the stillness. A message from Sorrel's ex-boyfriend. Dude, I know everything now. They never deserved you. I'm sorry it took me so long to see it. I smiled when reading that, not because of vindication but out of serenity. Because for the first time in my life, I was not the antagonist. I was free. It's interesting how stillness used to scare me. For years, quiet indicated the storm was approaching. Another call, another crisis, another financial trap cloaked in remorse and family responsibilities. Now, silence feels liberating. The weight that has been sitting on my chest for years is gone. No more calls, no more screams, no more begging, no more manipulation. Just peace. I sit on my balcony every night now. I have my own place. I have my own money, my personal selections. The skyline lights in front of me, serving as a continual reminder that I survived. I no longer feel angry. That burned out a long time ago. What remains is clarity. For years, I was indoctrinated to believe that my worth was determined by how much I could sacrifice for others. That loyalty meant bleeding for individuals who didn't care about my well-being. They named it family. But it never was love. It was business. A one-way transaction, in which I paid and they accepted. The most dangerous falsehood did not involve fake documents. It was not the stolen money. It was a falsehood they told me since I was a child. Good boys always look after their families. Good sons do not become hostages. Good boys do not become financial accounts. Good sons do not lose themselves to people who are only interested in consuming. They felt that cutting me off would destroy me. Instead, chopping them off rescued me. The final mail I ever received from my mother is still unopened in my inbox. We didn't raise you to be so chilly. And maybe she's correct. Because they did not raise me at all. I raised myself. And for years, I carried it without complaint, believing that was what love looked like. They established their kingdom on my back. When I finally stepped up, their reign crumbled. Now I can sleep without debt collectors hunting me. Without last-minute emergencies depleting my funds. Without false birthday meals that resembled tax audits rather than family celebrations. I wake up, drink my coffee, and feel completely relaxed. And you know what? I am not bitter. I am not angry. I am free. If you ask me today about my regrets, I'll tell you the same thing every time. Not because I wanted to injure them. But I had to pick myself once. I regret not walking away sooner. Because the moment I selected myself, I started to live. My family believed my sister's lie, disowned me and let me rot. Now they want me to save them from homelessness, so I let them lose everything. Before I get into the meat of this episode, you should understand where I'm coming from. I, a 28-year-old male, grew up in what I thought was a stable family, upper-middle-class area in Chicago's suburbs. My parents appeared to have it together, at least on the surface. Dad worked as a financial advisor at a respected firm downtown, earning a solid living for our family. Mom worked part-time as a realtor, but she was more concerned with maintaining the family image, which entailed participating in every community group available and ensuring that our family looked great on Christmas cards. I was their biological son, the golden lad who did everything correctly. Straight A's without much work, naturally athletic and courteous to adults. I wasn't ideal by any means, and as a teenager, I got into a lot of problems, such as sneaking beers with friends and throwing the occasional loud party. But nothing significant. Nothing that would jeopardize the family reputation my mother fought so hard to uphold. When I was 10, they adopted Lily, a 3F at the time, because Mom had always wanted a daughter. I recall the day they brought her home, a tiny little thing with large brown eyes who had everyone wrapped around her finger in minutes. And I'll admit it, I was a bit of a jerk to her at first. Suddenly, I was no longer the center of attention. Everything revolved around Lily's first day in preschool, her dance recital, and her adorable new costume. Looking back, it was typical sibling envy, but at the moment, I felt supplanted. As we grew up, I thought we had a good sibling relationship. Nothing extraordinary, just average. We fought occasionally, but I was always looking out for her. When she was in second grade, a child began yanking her hair and pushed her on the playground. I was in ninth grade at the time, and I remember walking her to elementary school one day and having a pretty clear chat with the little punk. Nobody messed with her after that. I even taught her basic self-defense techniques, such as how to throw a proper punch if absolutely necessary. I was her older brother, you know. By my senior year of college, I was crushing it. Captain of our Division II baseball club, with promising possibilities for minor league baseball. Had a 3.85 GPA in business administration and a minor in finance. I had a strong set of pals, the type of guys who would help you move or pick you up at 3 a.m. Suppose your car broke down. I spent a lot of time in the gym, and I had been lifting seriously since high school. By college, I was in the best form of my life, bench pressing 315 for repetitions, squatting 405, and deadlifting 495. Everyone strives for that V-taper, which features broad shoulders, a small waist, and noticeable abs all year. I'm not trying to sound pompous here, simply painting a picture of where I was in life. I dated a couple girls seriously throughout the years, but nothing lasted. To be honest, I was mostly thinking about my future. Dad had connections at many Chicago area investment businesses, and following graduation, I was scheduled to begin a management training program at one of the largest. My plan was simple. Graduate high school, maybe play baseball for a few more years if I had the opportunity, and then pursue a career in finance. Eventually, meet the proper girl, marry, have children, and live the American dream. That was the plan anyway. By then, Lily was 15 years old and a sophomore in high school. She developed into this artistic theater kid who was usually in a school play and overly overreacted to everything. But that's what teens are like. She has her own friends and life. When I came home from college on breaks, we'd get together for supper and catch up on usual sister stuff. Or so I thought. Looking back, there were signals I overlooked, such as her jealousy when mom and dad bragged about my baseball accomplishments, her tiny remarks about how easy I had it, and her tendency to make up intricate stories about things that happened at school that couldn't possibly be genuine. But hindsight is 20/20, right? It was a Tuesday in October during my senior year. I just concluded a terrible session in which coach worked us into the ground after we lost a weekend series to our main rivals. My legs felt like jelly, and my shoulder was sore from too many bullpen sessions, but in a nice way. Like you pushed your body to its limits, and it replied. I took a shower, dressed into pants and a hoodie, and checked my phone on the way out to my truck, which was the F-150 my parents had helped me buy for my 20th birthday. Holy 37 missed calls, 54 texts. Messages from family members and friends included phrases like, "You sick, how could you," and "You're dead." My heart began beating quickly. My first assumption was that somebody had died, either grandma or grandpa. I dialed Dad immediately. "What the hell is going on?" I inquired. When he responded, his voice was icy frigid, which I had never heard before. "Get your ass home now, don't you dare go anywhere else." Then he hung up. I stopped in the parking lot, staring at my phone, trying to figure out what was going on. I called Mom and she answered. I called my best friend from high school, who still lived near my parents, and he didn't answer either. It was as if everyone had just decided I was radioactive. I drove the 20 minutes home in a haze, my stomach in knots the entire time. NPR was on the radio, but I couldn't hear a word they were saying. When I pulled into the driveway, I saw my Uncle Mike's vehicle and several other cars. Uncle Mike, my father's younger brother and a construction contractor with a temper, had never warmed up to me. Before I could get out, Uncle Mike raced at me from the front porch, wrenched open my truck door, grabbed my shirt and pushed me against the side of the truck. "I'm going to kill you," he yelled, inches from my face. His spit touched my face, and I could smell alcohol on his breath. His eyes were wild, unlike anything I had ever seen before. I could have easily broken free. Mike was 50 and out of shape, and I was a 22-year-old athlete in my prime, but I was too stunned to respond. Dad and my other uncle Steve pushed him away from me. "Inside, now," Dad said, without looking me in the eyes. I stepped up the front stairs and entered the living room. It was packed. Mom was sitting on the couch, her eyes red and swollen from sobbing. Both sets of grandparents were present, looking dismal. Aunts, uncles, and even close family friends. and Lily, my sister, was curled up against Grandma, sobbing into her shoulder. When I walked in, the place went completely silent. Everyone stared at me with dread and disdain, which made my blood run cold. "What the hell is going on?" I shouted, scanning the room for any clues as to what was happening. Mom looked up, her face twisted with fury and loathing, which I had never seen before. "How could you? Your own sister." "What are you talking about?" I asked, seeking around for an explanation. Dad moved forward, his normally cool attitude as a financial consultant gone. He seemed to want to tear me apart with his bare hands. "Lily told us everything, about how you've been coming into her room at night, for years." The accusation struck me like a freight train. I could not breathe. The room began spinning. "What? That's insane. I never touched her." Lily was sobbing harder now. "You said no one would believe me. You said you'd hurt me if I told you. You said it was our secret." "That's..." I screamed, my amazement giving way to rage. "I've never said that. I've never done anything to her. What the hell is going on?" Uncle Mike lunged at me again, but was stopped by Dad and Uncle Steve. "My buddy's a cop. You're going to prison, you piece of sauerkraut. They're going to love you there." I attempted to explain myself and show them how ludicrous this was, but it was like talking to a stone wall. Nobody was listening. Lily started remembering more facts and making up stuff that never happened. She claimed I first touched her when she was 10 and I was home from high school for Christmas vacation. They claimed it had happened countless times since then. I said I would hurt her, Mom and Dad, if she told anyone. She lied about everything she said, but they were all nodding, comforting her, and glaring at me. It felt weird, like I'd slipped into an alternate reality where everything was reversed. Then Dad snapped. He had always been controlled and never violent. But something broke in him. He stepped straight up to me and delivered a right hook that would make heavyweight boxers proud. Caught me square in the jaw, and I fell, tasting blood where my teeth had sliced into my cheek. "Get your things and get out. You're no son of mine," he shouted, standing over me and flexing his hand. Mom had already packed some of my clothes into trash bags. They were near the door. Dad grabbed my wallet and took out all of the cards with his name on it, including credit cards and health insurance. "Dad, please. This isn't true," I begged as blood dripped from my broken lip. "You've known me my whole life. You know I would never do something like this." He grabbed my shirt, hauled me to the door, and flung me down the front steps. I landed hard on my shoulder and felt something crack, which turned out to be a slight separation. The packages of clothing followed. Then my baseball gear. "If you ever come near this family again, I'll kill you myself," he said, slamming the door. I sat on the lawn, blood on my face, shoulder hurting, and neighbors peeking through windows at the ruckus. My entire existence had just collapsed in less than an hour. That night I sat in my truck in the baseball field parking lot, trying to understand what had occurred. Couldn't sleep. I kept repeating the scenario, trying to figure out how Lily could do this, and how my parents could trust her without questioning it. By morning my jaw was swollen and purple, and my shoulder hurt so much that I could hardly move my arm. I called a teammate, Ryan, and he let me crash on his couch for a week. His roommates were not happy about it, but they tolerated me. I tried calling, texting and emailing everyone in my family, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, and folks I'd known all my life. No responses, except for one message from Dad. "Contact us again and I'll file a restraining order. You are no longer alive for us." Ryan tried to help. "Dude, you need to go to the police. File a report about your dad hitting you. Get ahead of this thing." But I could not. Something inside of me refused to realize that this was actually happening. I kept expecting my folks would come to their senses and see how absurd it was. And honestly, I was terrified. What if Lily did not back down? What if they believed her instead of me? How would I prove in the negative that I did not do something? 2 weeks later, I received an email from the university. My tuition payment for the semester was late. My parents had canceled the midterm. I went to the financial assistance office and tried to secure an emergency loan. But without a co-signer and with little credit history, I was screwed. I had to lower the majority of my classes to part-time status so that I could work full-time to afford even that. Coach was understanding at first and allowed me to stay on the team. But I missed so many practices due to my new job as security at a bar that I seldom played. My grades plummeted. Went from dean's list to barely passing. Friends began avoiding me because stories were flying. Someone in the family told someone, who then told someone else. You know how it goes. Nobody branded me a predator in front of me, but I noticed how people looked at me. How discussions paused when I entered rooms, and how girls would move away if I sat next to them in class. 4 months later, my truck broke down. The engine block has cracked. There are thousands to repair. Could not afford it. I lost my delivery work, which I had picked up on top of the bar security gig. I was evicted from the rundown apartment I shared with 2 other guys because I couldn't afford to pay the rent. I started sleeping in the baseball team's equipment shed after coach gave me the code. Taking a shower in the locker room. I'm eating 1 meal per day at the cafeteria with the last of my meal plan. Coach spotted me there one night in February. It was below zero outdoors, and I was dressed in 3 hoodies and a sleeping bag, using my duffel bag as a cushion. Instead of getting angry, he sat down next to me on the floor. "Son, what the hell happened to you?" he inquired, his tone genuine and concerned. I told him everything: the accusation, my parents' reaction, being cut off, I'm losing my truck, the apartment. He was the first person to actually hear the entire story. When I finished, he did not accuse me of lying. He did not say he believed me either. Just nodded and sat in silence for a minute. "You can stay here until the end of the semester. After that, I'll help you figure something out." The following day, he brought me a space heater and a good air mattress. He started inviting me to dinner at his house once a week. His wife would always pack leftovers for me to take home. It was not much, but it was something. Someone cares. I finished the year with a 2.1 GPA and just avoided academic probation. But I was finished with baseball. The fire was out. Coach set me up with a summer job at a wilderness program for troubled kids in Colorado. It's ironic, right? However, it paid cash, gave shelter in a staff cabin, and kept me nourished. That fall, I did not return to school. Stayed in the wilderness program and became a full-time guide. Spent days hiking mountains and teaching survival skills to wealthy children whose parents had no idea what else to do with them. I rebuilt myself physically. Carrying 50-pound loads up mountains, chopping wood and erecting shelters were all physically taxing tasks. Gained 15 pounds of pure muscle in 6 months. At night, I'd get blackout drunk with the other guides. On days off, I experimented with anything I could get my hands on, including cannabis, LSD, mushrooms, and coke. Wasn't cautious. Didn't care. I was attempting to numb myself to the knowledge that my former life had vanished forever. After a guide died in a climbing mishap that I could have avoided if I hadn't been nursing a hangover, the program director approached me. "Jake, you're one of our best guides. When you're on, the kids respect you. You know you're Salman in the field. But you're a liability when you're like this. I can't have you responsible for kids' lives when you're self-destructing." I got fired the next day. I spent the next year living in my new beater car, a 1998 Honda Civic that I purchased for $1,200 cash. I worked whatever jobs I could find, including bar bouncer, event security, day labor, and construction. Any position where I could exploit my size and no one asked too many questions about my past. I avoided women entirely. I avoided families. I would literally walk out of a restaurant if a child sat too close to my table. The worry of being implicated again was crippling. I had nightmares about being in prison and other inmates finding out what I was there for. I'd wake up in a cold sweat with my heart thumping so hard that I believed I was having a heart attack. One night, I worked security at a college pub in Fort Collins. I recognized a man from my old university who had played football while I was there. He recognized me too. He began informing his friends about who I was and what I was accused of doing. By the end, they were all looking at me and making comments loud enough for me to hear. "Predator. Sick. Someone should teach him a lesson." I tried to ignore it. I did my job. At 2 a.m., I escorted the remaining guests out and was walking to my car when I jumped into the parking lot. 3 guys from earlier, they had been waiting. They called me a pedophile and a predator. They said they'd make sure I couldn't hurt anyone else. I fought back. Landed some solid punches. Definitely broke one of the guys' noses. But it was 3-on-1, and they had the element of surprise. I ended up with 3 broken ribs, a cracked eye socket, a dislocated shoulder, and a concussion. The guy with the fractured nose must have freaked out since they rushed away when a car pulled into the parking lot. The driver contacted an ambulance. I spent 2 nights in the hospital and was released with nowhere to go, no health insurance, and a $17,000 medical bill that I couldn't pay. The medications they offered me scarcely relieved the ache. I couldn't work because of my injuries. I slept in my car in Walmart parking lots, taking sponge baths in gas station facilities when I could lift my arms. I decided I was finished. Just finished. It was raining during the middle of the night. I traveled to an old bridge outside of town that was high enough for leaping. Parked my Civic, strolled to the center, and climbed over the railing. My ribs screamed in pain with each movement. I'm not sure how long I stood there for. Rain soaked me as I stared down at the black lake. I had my phone in my hand. No texts or phone calls for 3 years. My family maintains complete quiet. Nobody was coming to save me. Nobody cared if I lived or died. Bit cold for a swim, don't you think? The voice scared me so badly that I nearly slipped. I gripped the railing with my good arm, anguish coursing through my fractured ribs. Turned to see an elderly man in his 70s standing there in a raincoat, holding a fishing rod. Go away, I murmured, my voice trembling. Can't do that, son, he said calmly, as if we were having a regular talk on a beautiful day. See, if I go away and you jump, that makes me responsible in a way. It's not your problem, it became my problem when I saw you. That's how life works. He moved closer, not menacing, but steady. My name's Frank. Retired Marine Corps. Seen plenty of men at their breaking point. You want to tell me what's got you standing on the wrong side of this railing? You wouldn't understand. Try me. I'm not sure why, but I told him everything about the charge, getting thrown out, and the previous 3 years. Maybe because I assumed I'd die soon anyway. Perhaps because he was a stranger who didn't immediately treat me like a monster. Maybe because something in his eyes reminded me of my grandfather, the only person in my family who would have believed me if he hadn't been suffering from dementia. When I finished, he simply nodded, just like my previous coach did. Then he said something that I will never forget. Son, you've been carrying this alone long enough. Put down the weight for one night. Come have a hot meal, dry clothes, and we'll talk about it with clear heads tomorrow. Why would you help someone like me? You don't know if I'm telling the truth. Frank's eyes were acute, even in low light. Been reading men's faces for 50 years, in combat and in peace. You're either telling the truth, or you're the best damn liar I've ever met. Either way, death is permanent. Food isn't. I could have ignored him. Could have jumped anyway. Sometimes I wonder why I didn't. But something about his conviction, his calm in the face of my storm, compelled me to climb back over that rail. Frank's home was small, yet tidy. Everything was done with military precision. Books were neatly positioned on shelves, and shoes were parallel to the entrance. He offered me dry clothes belonging to his son, who had died in Afghanistan 10 years prior. He made me take a hot shower while he cooked. That night, I fell asleep on Frank's couch. Actually, I slept for the first time in what seemed like years. The next morning, he prepared me breakfast, eggs, bacon, and coffee so strong it might rouse the dead. He then offered me a job. He claimed to own a small security agency that provided executive protection, event security, and other specialized services to rich clientele. We needed a young, robust guy who could follow orders and keep his lips shut. Why would you trust me with something like that? I requested an explanation. You just met me. I was about to kill myself. Frank looked me dead in the eyes. Because a man pushed to the edge, who chooses to step back, has something worth living for even if he doesn't know it yet. And because if you screw me over, I know exactly how to find you. For the next 6 months I resided in Frank's guest room while working for his company. He was a hard ass at 5 a.m., workouts, tight regulations, and no alcohol on work nights. Made me go to the doctor for my injuries. He paid the bills himself, stating I'd repay him once I got back on my feet. But he was fair. They paid me generously. They taught me about finance, investing, how to dress and interact with clients, and how to be professional again. He also insisted that I see a therapist, an old Vietnam vet pal of his who specializes in PTSD. I resisted at first, but Frank would not take no for an answer. You got your bell rung, son, not just physically. Need to get your head straight if you're going to work for me. The therapy was helpful. Slowly. Taught me that what happened was not my fault, that I didn't deserve it, and that I wasn't irreparably damaged. After 6 months, I had saved enough money to buy my own house. A tiny apartment. Nothing fancy, just mine. Clean and safe. I began taking business management programs at my community college, as well as some specific security certificates. Frank began to resemble the father I had lost. He never pressured me to contact my family. Never advised that I attempt to clear my name. He simply said, "Some battles aren't worth fighting. Focus on the war building a life they can't take away from you." After a year of working for Frank, he assigned me to oversee security for his niece's art gallery opening. He said it was a favor for his sister, but I now realize he was playing matchmaking. Sophie was not what I expected. Frank had described her as smart as a whip and doesn't take scam arts from anyone, which was correct, but not complete. She was attractive in an unusual way, tall and athletic with bright green eyes that appeared to see right through you. Dark hair was cut in an asymmetrical way that elegantly framed her features. Not conventionally attractive in a magazine cover style, but stunning in the sense that she commands attention simply by being present. We didn't hit it off right away. She assumed I was merely a muscle-bound security guard with no intelligence. I assumed she was a stuck-up art snob. During the event, I overheard her explaining an abstract painting to a possible customer, then rolling her eyes when they left without buying. "Not everyone gets it," I responded, not intending to initiate a conversation. She looked me over and down, taking in my security suit. "And you do?" "Not really. But I'm not pretending to either." She nearly smiled. Almost. Honesty. Refreshing. Throughout the night, I noticed her observing me. Not in a, make sure the security guy isn't stealing anything manner, but with interest. I was doing my job, scanning the room, checking the doors, and keeping an eye on the more expensive items. Professional, alert, but inconspicuous. She approached me at the end of the night, just as I was finishing up and the last people were leaving. "So, Uncle Frank says you're more than just the muscle." "Your uncle talks too much," I responded. She laughed. It was a genuine nice laugh, not the phony social chuckle I had heard all evening. "Actually, he barely talks at all, which is why when he does, people listen. He says you're going to school." "Business management, yeah. Plus some specialized security certifications." "Interesting combination. Tell me about it." We spoke till 2 a.m., almost everything except my past. She was intelligent, humorous, and challenging in all the right ways. I have traveled a lot. Had strong beliefs on art, politics, and music, but also listened to my point of view. When I eventually explained that I needed to leave because I had an early training session with a new customer, she handed me her card. "I have a security issue at my condo. Locks need upgrading. Maybe you could give me a consultation." It was a clear justification, yet I accepted it. That consultation evolved into dinner, then movie nights, and then weekends together. Sophie was unlike anyone I had ever dated. Fiercely independent, dedicated to her profession, but vulnerable at quiet moments. She had been injured, but not in the same manner that I had been, because pain recognizes pain. For months I avoided discussing my family. When she asked, I made up some hazy stories. They claimed my parents had died in a vehicle accident. That I was an only child. Sophie sensed I was hiding something, but she didn't press. But Frank insisted that I come clean. "That girl is falling for you," he said one day at work as we were organizing security for an impending event. "And you're falling for her. She deserves the truth before it goes any further." He was correct. So, one evening over supper at my flat, I told her everything. The entire terrible story. I expected her to depart. To look at me differently. To suspect that Lily hadn't been lying. Instead, she held my hand across the table and said, "Thank you for trusting me. I believe you." Except for Frank. No one else had said these 3 words to me. I broke down at the dinner table, sobbing like a child. She simply hugged me and allowed me to express myself completely. 2 years after we met, I proposed. Did it right down on one knee, in the same area where we had our first actual date, ring in hand, heart racing. Frank led her down the aisle because her own father had died years before. We purchased a little home in a quiet neighborhood. Started creating a real life. I finished my degree and became a partner in Frank's firm. We moved from local security to regional and ultimately national contracts, built a reputation for professionalism and confidentiality. Sophie's artistic career took off. Her work first appeared in big galleries, fetching high prices. We talked about starting a family. I was finally happy. Finally at ease. Nightmares were less frequent. I could be near youngsters without panicking. I even reunited with a couple old college pals who contacted out after hearing pieces of the true story from common acquaintances. My past life felt distant, like if it had happened to someone else. I still think about my family. I wondered if they had ever doubted Lily's account. If they ever regretted what they did. But I had accepted that chapter as closed. I had a new family now, individuals who picked and supported me. That was sufficient. Or so I thought. It was a random Tuesday in March. I was in my office studying security protocols for an upcoming client event with a billionaire tech CEO who was visiting for a conference and needed discreet security. My assistant buzzed me on the intercom. "Sir, you have a call on line 1. Woman wouldn't give her name but says it's a family emergency." My first thought was Sophie, or Frank. "Put her through." I took up the receiver. "Hello, this is Jake," is definitely not my true name. Silence. Then a sob. "Jake, it's Mom." My body became frigid. I hadn't heard her voice in 7 years. I wanted to hang up. I wanted to shout. Instead, I just said, "What do you want?" "Please don't hang up," she begged. "We need to talk to you. It's important." "We haven't spoken in 7 years. Nothing could be that important." My voice sounded icy. Lily confessed. She lied about everything. She made it all up. The world came to a stop. 7 years of suffering. I'm talking about starting over. About dreams, panic attacks, and therapy. All due to a falsehood. I knew it was a lie, but hearing her acknowledge it. "Jake, are you there?" I hung up. I walked out of the office. I told my assistant to cancel my meetings and drove to Frank's house. After I told him, he simply nodded and said, "What do you want to do?" "I don't know." "Yes, you do. You just don't know if it's the right thing." He was correct. Part of me wished to ignore them. Keep them out of my life permanently. Another segment required answers. I needed to hear the truth spoken directly to my face. Sophie felt the same way when I told her that night. "You need closure," she explained. "But whatever you decide, I'm with you. And Jake, this doesn't change anything between us. I'm still here, no matter what." For 2 weeks I ignored the calls and texts that began to come in from Mom, Dad, and even relatives who had cut me off years before. I talked it out with my therapist. Yes, I've got one. Not embarrassed to confess it. Finally, I knew I had to confront them, only on my terms. I texted my mother, a public place. Coffee shop on Main Street. Sunday. 2 p.m. "It's just you, Dad, and Lily. I'll have folks with me. Only one chance." Sunday came. Frank insisted on coming as backup. Sophie was by my side, holding my hand so tightly that it almost ached. We arrived early. I took a table in the corner so that I could see all of the entrances and exits, an old security habit that never goes away. My stomach was knotted. Part of me still expected them not to appear, or that this was some sophisticated ruse. Sophie continued to check on me, her eyes filled with anxiety. "We can leave any time, okay? Just say the word." They came precisely at 2 o'clock. Mom seemed older than I remembered. Hair is grayer than brown now, and the face is creased with worry. Dad had lost so much weight that he appeared emaciated. His costly clothes were replaced with khakis and a worn-out button-down. Lily, now 22, appeared very different from the teenager I recalled. Her face was slimmer. Her eyes were downcast. She lacked her usual theatrical flair. When Mom spotted me, her eyes welled up with tears, and she ran forward, arms wide for a hug. I took a step back, placing Sophie somewhat between us. "Sit." No one spoke for what seemed like minutes. Eventually, Dad cleared his throat. "Son, I'm not your son," I interrupted him. "You made that very clear 7 years ago. Now talk. Why am I here?" Mom began crying. Dad seemed broken. Lily was still staring at the floor. 3 months ago, Dad said, his voice tight. Lily called a family meeting. She said that she had lied about everything. I looked at Lily. "Look at me." Slowly, she raised her eyes, which were crimson from crying. "Why?" My voice didn't sound like mine. She drew a hesitant breath. "I was jealous. You were a perfect son. Everyone adored you as a star athlete and astute thinker. Mom and Dad gave you everything. I wanted them to love me more and pay attention to me. So you accused me of something that could have landed me in prison? Destroyed my whole life?" The anger that I thought I had dealt with years ago returned. "I didn't think it would go that far," she muttered. "I figured they'd simply be furious with you and possibly ground you. But then everyone began asking questions, and I couldn't take it back. And then it just kept going. Everyone was extremely sweet to me, giving me things and making me feel special. I wasn't sure how to stop it." "And you too?" I looked at my parents. "You kicked me out without even listening to me. Without proof." Dad attempted to explain. We believed we were protecting her. She was our little girl. And I was your son. I slapped my hand on the table, and the entire coffee shop became silent. The people at neighboring tables tried not to hear, but they were all ears. I wasn't even home for the 4th of July weekend, she claimed. I was at a baseball tournament in Denver, and there were pictures all over social media. Did you even check? Mom placed her palm over her mouth. Dad became pale. You know what happened after you threw me out? My truck broke down. I lost my apartment. I slept in the baseball equipment shed. I almost died from exposure, from being beaten up by people who heard rumors. I stood on a bridge, ready to jump, because the family who was supposed to love me believed the worst without a single question. I took out my phone. I showed them images of myself with a black eye and a split lip from the bar brawl, me appearing gaunt during my homeless period, and my hospital documents from the beating. I was your son. My voice broke. Sophie squeezed my hand. Frank put his hand on my shoulder to ground me. We're very sorry, Mom wept. We made a terrible mistake. We want to make it right. Make it right? I chuckled, but it wasn't funny. How exactly do you plan to do that? Give me back 7 years of my life? Erase the nightmares? Undo the trauma of being homeless, of being beaten, of standing on that bridge ready to die? Mom was sobbing non-stop now. Dad appeared to have aged 10 years within the last 5 minutes. We want you to come home, Dad continued, his voice barely audible. We want our family back together. That is not going to happen. I already have a family. I looked at Sophie and Frank. People who actually stood by me. Lily eventually spoke up. There's something else you should know. She explained how, following her confession, everything changed. My parents had cut her off financially, sold the automobile they had purchased for her 16th birthday, a BMW, while I was sleeping in my truck. She had to drop out of her pricey private university and work in retail while attending night classes at a community college. Dad's business had deteriorated as a result of some bad investments, and they were forced to downsize from their large house to an apartment. Mom's social standing in the town was damaged when word spread about Lily's deception. We need your help, Jake, Mom acknowledged, finally appearing embarrassed. Your father's business is struggling. We're going to lose the condo. Lily can't afford to continue school. We've had to sell almost everything. So there it was. They did not want forgiveness. They wanted money. I began laughing. I couldn't help it. Let me get this straight. You destroy my life, disown me, leave me homeless. And now that I've managed to build a successful life despite you, you want me to bail you out? We're family, Dad murmured softly. We're not. I stood up. You made your choice 7 years ago. Now you can live with it. Please, Lily implored, tears running down her cheeks. I know I don't deserve forgiveness, but Mom and Dad shouldn't suffer for my mistake. You're right. They should suffer for their mistake. I looked at my parents. I forgive Lily. She was a child who made a terrible choice. But you two were adults who should have protected both your children. Instead, you threw one away without a second thought. I placed money on the table for our coffee. As we were leaving, Mom grabbed my arm. Please don't leave it like this. What can we do? What do you want from us? I gazed at her for a long time. I want you to remember how it feels to have everything taken away. To feel helpless. To have no one believe in you. Maybe then you'll understand what you did to me. Sophie, Frank, and I walked out. As we approached the automobile, Frank squeezed my shoulder. Proud of you, son. That happened 2 years ago. I learned via mutual acquaintances that my parents lost their condominium. Dad currently works in a big box shop. Mom cleans homes. Lily dropped out of school entirely and relocated to another state. Sometimes I consider reaching out. Sophie says that would be the final step in my healing forgiveness, not for their benefit, but for my own. Frank says it's my decision, and he'll support me anyway. For the time being, my primary focus is on my own family. Sophie is pregnant with our first child. We are expanding the security firm to 3 more states. Create something real that cannot be taken away. Edit 2. To answer some popular questions, yes, I contemplated filing charges against Lily for false claims, but the statute of limitations in my state has expired. No, I don't feel horrible about not supporting my parents financially. They made the bed. And, yeah, Sophie is doing well with her pregnancy, thanks for asking. Edit number 3. Many of you think I should aid Lily because she was only a child when this happened. Maybe you are right. But she was 15, not 5 years old enough to understand what she was doing. She let me suffer for 7 years before coming clean. That being said, I might contact her someday, simply not ready yet. Edit 4. For those wondering if I'll let my parents meet their grandchild, I honestly don't know. Will they be in the delivery room? Absolutely not. Will they ever babysit? Hell no. But maybe supervised visits eventually, when I'm confident they won't poison my child against me with further falsehoods, and only if they have significant therapy and accept full responsibility. Edit 5. Some are calling this report a hoax. Whatever, believe in everything you want. Why would I make something up? I came here to process and perhaps help others who have been wrongly accused, not for internet points. Edit 6. Thank you to everyone who shared their comparable experiences in the comments. It helps knowing that I'm not alone in this. And to the person who asked why I don't hate all women anymore. I'm not an incel who believes that one person's acts define the entire gender. In case you didn't realize, my wife is a woman. I paid $14,000 in family bills. On my birthday, they said, "No gifts, help your sister instead." So I cut the power, Wi-Fi, replied, "We're done." I turned 31 on a Tuesday. It wasn't a huge milestone, but it felt significant. I'd spent the previous 4 years assisting my parents with their bills, covering unexpected expenses, lending money to my sister Rachel when her ex failed to pay, and basically acting as the family's silent ATM. I did not complain. I assumed we were all simply getting by, and I happened to be doing slightly better. I think they appreciated it. I assumed it meant something. I invited them over. Nothing fancy. I barbecued, cleaned the place, and prepared the table as if it were Thanksgiving. I even created a playlist. I'm not sure what I expected. Perhaps some warmth, a card, or any indication that they knew it was my day for once. They arrived half an hour late. No presents, not even a bottle of wine. Rachel was already on edge since her child was behaving up. She put her stuff on my couch without saying anything. Mom gave me a short hug without looking at me. Dad went directly to the refrigerator to see what beer I had. They pretended to be stopping by someone else's house, as if it was not my birthday at all. I served them steak, nice wine that I had purchased myself, and even had the chocolate cake chilling in the kitchen. Nobody commended anything. Rachel was scrolling through her phone halfway through the meal, while her child splattered food all over my table. I attempted to keep the discussion light, but I kept getting one-word answers and exhausted groans. Mom turned to me as they were departing, as if she was realizing something she had forgotten. "There won't be any presents this year," replied the woman, "but your sister needs help with gifts for her child." Dad joined in, as if everything was settled. "You owe it to your family." I just stood there. No one had said happy birthday, not even once. It wasn't the lack of presents that bothered me, it was how they expressed it. Like I should have known. Like it made perfect sense to forego my birthday so Rachel's child could have something extra. Like I was an afterthought. I told them it was all right, smiled, said I understood, and let them leave thinking they were still in charge of the screenplay. After they went, I sat in silence for a bit. I kept expecting the weight in my chest to turn into despair, but it didn't. It transformed into clarity. I opened my laptop and signed into every account I had ever made for them. Their electricity and gas were disconnected. They canceled their Netflix, Wi-Fi, and streaming subscriptions, which they never paid for but always used. Rachel no longer has the extra card I provided her for emergencies. Then I went downstairs to turn off the thermostat. It was going to be freezing tonight. Good. Let them feel it. I initiated our family conversation with my parents, Rachel and myself. No emojis and no drama. Only one line. "I'm taking back everything I gave you, and I'm leaving." With it all. I immediately turned off my phone and sat in the dark for an extended period of time. It felt peaceful, but not empty, like the calm before a storm. And that is exactly what happened next. When I awoke the next morning, I knew exactly what I was going to see. My phone buzzed as if it had something vital to tell me, but I let it vibrate until the battery died. When I finally plugged it in and turned it on, there were over 70 unread messages across our family group chat and direct texts. Rachel had initiated it, of course. The texts came in waves, first demanding to know what was going on, then accusing me of being dramatic and emotionally unstable, and ultimately attempting to pull me back in with passive-aggressive guilt. "You're blowing everything up over nothing. Grow up. This family has done so much for you. You think you're the only one struggling? My mother then delivered a lecture that appeared to be typed with shaky fingers. It was all about how families make sacrifices for one another, and she couldn't believe I was turning on them like way. She expressed disappointment. That word has always been their favorite. Never sorry. Only disappointed. It felt as if my entire function was to gently carry the weight they had given me. My father didn't bother with paragraphs, just sent "grow up." There's no period, just these two words. That was his understanding of emotional involvement. Rachel was the only one who continued messaging after I had not responded. She began asking about the thermostat. They said it was 63 degrees in their residence, and the child was cold. They asked when I planned to turn it back on. She used her son as a barrier, as if I was harming him, rather than removing myself from the disaster they continued to pretend was normal. Around 9:30 p.m., there was a knock on my door. I did not look through the peephole. I knew it was Rachel. No call, no text. Only she stood there, as if nothing had occurred. She didn't even wait for the invitation, just walked right past me and into the kitchen. She opened a cabinet, poured herself a glass of water, and leaned against the counter, as if she still lived there. "You're seriously cutting everyone off because you didn't get a birthday present?" said the woman. I did not respond right away. I kept the stillness just long enough to make it uncomfortable. She didn't stop. "Everyone's helping me except you. Even Mom and Dad have been trying. But you act like I chose this." That's when I politely asked her where she was currently working, which firm she was with. She did not look me in the eyes. Said something cryptic about working freelance contracts, part-time work, and remote cases. I waited. She finally sighed and spoke. She wasn't working anymore. Hasn't been in about a year. Got laid off. Never informed our parents. She'd been lying about it, stating she was still making six figures while blowing every penny of her funds. Her credit cards were maxed out. She stated that she intended to sort it out eventually, but in the meanwhile, everyone else's money was required to fill in the gaps. That's when it all became clear. The parties, the clothes, and the extravagant gifts for her children that she never paid for herself. It was not about survival. It was all about appearance. She was drowning, but too proud to admit it and too lazy to swim. She expressed exhaustion, overwhelm, and difficulty doing things alone. I said I believed her. I said I'd help, but not by giving her money. I stated I'd phone social services in the morning because someone needed to intervene before things got worse. I was afraid she would have a breakdown. Instead, she burst. Someone called me a snake. Said I was punishing her for being a single mother. They accused me of turning on my own family over something trivial. She stormed out and slammed the door behind her. I did not chase her. I didn't feel sorry. For the first time, I felt a sense of tranquility. I placed the call at 8:43 a.m. the next morning, not because I was upset or attempting to provoke a scene. There was no wrath left in me, only the absolute certainty that something had to be done. I calmly told the woman on the other end of the telephone that my sister had lost her legal career over a year ago, that she had lied to the entire family about it, and that she was stealing money from everyone while partying and uploading filtered images as if her life was perfect. I told how her son was used as a shield, only referenced when she needed money, and never seen or discussed otherwise. I told them I wasn't sure if he was in immediate danger, but I was certain he wasn't receiving the care he needed from someone who was silently spiraling behind a facade. The woman did not sound horrified, but rather professional. She accepted my statement and promised to follow up if required. I assumed that was the end of it. It was not. 3 days later, they arrived at Rachel's door. I just discovered out because she burst in the family group chat, like a volcano keeping it in. She said that someone had contacted child services on her, and that it was clearly me. And how could I attempt to take her child away? How dare I ruin her life? How dare I act like I was superior to everyone? Then came the true venom. She wrote that I was envious. That I had always envied her success, her life, her child, and her apparent independence. I read it all silently. Everyone else in the group chat became quiet. Mom didn't say anything. Dad did not even log in. Then she began threatening legal action. Said she was going to file harassment charges and possibly sue me for defamation, as if she had the money or standing to do so. I did not respond. Instead, I contacted my mother privately. I just wrote, "She's not a lawyer. Ask her." That was all. I'm not sure what happened after that, but according to what I heard later, my mom contacted Rachel the same night. And whatever Rachel told her didn't go down well. Because the next day, my mom messaged me unexpectedly. "We didn't know. This is a lot. I don't know what to say. That was the closest thing to an apology I had ever received from her. But that didn't solve anything. It only reaffirmed what I already suspected. They were all too willing to look the other way as long as someone else bore the consequences. Rachel did not lose custody, but she was subjected to a number of conditions, including parenting seminars, financial monitoring, and proof of stability. The caseworker even informed her that they would be returning for unannounced visits. Suddenly, the money flow halted. No more gifts. There will be no more rapid deposits from mom and dad. The well had dried up. And it hit her quickly. She began attempting to repair her internet image by posting lengthy paragraphs on how difficult parenthood is, and how people closest to her had tested and betrayed her. I disregarded it, but other individuals did not. A handful of cousins I hadn't spoken to in years messaged me privately. They'd also loaned her money, believing she was still a practicing lawyer. One of them asked me directly if it was true she had been unemployed all year. I did not lie. I just answered, "She's been hiding more than that." A week later, an old family friend who always supported Rachel in everything invited me over for supper. She did not even mention Rachel. She simply stated that she had been meaning to catch up, as if something had quietly shifted and she was ready to speak it out loud. That surprised me the most. I had not asked anyone to choose sides. I'd spent my entire life being the quiet one, the dependable one, the man who never made waves. And then, when I finally did, a few individuals began to gravitate toward me, not out of devotion, but because they were weary of pretending. Then Dad contacted me. He said he did not want us to be enemies. He claimed he missed when we were all close. He claimed the family was falling apart and blamed me for not consulting them first before going public. I told him the truth. You were only close to the version of me that let everyone else walk over him. That version is gone. He left me to read, which I was happy with. I began sleeping better not because everything was fixed. It was not. My family was dispersed, and my relationships had deteriorated beyond repair. But there was a sense of calm in the honesty, even if it came with consequences. No more pretending. No more silent resentment. Then came the letter. It arrived in my mailbox one Friday afternoon. There's no return address, just my name and oddly neat handwriting. Inside, there was one folded sheet of paper. It was from an attorney. Rachel had petitioned for the temporary transfer of my guardianship of her child. It didn't make sense at first. I was not the child's father. I had no custody rights. I was not even named as an emergency contact in any papers. But there it was, in black and white. Rachel had filed for temporary guardianship of her child, alleging emotional instability caused by familial persecution and the need for distance. Rachel had filed for temporary guardianship of her child, alleging emotional instability caused by family persecution and the need for space to rehabilitate. It was her ruse, a setup she didn't expect me to see through. Because I was classified as a temporary guardian, she could say I accepted to care for her son. When I declined to take him, she could turn it into a story about me abandoning a child, which she could present to others, our parents, her friends, and possibly even the caseworker to continue playing the victim. I did not panic. I did not even call her. Instead, I consulted my own lawyer. Yes, I had one, not because I intended to pursue a custody battle, but because I had discovered the hard way that anything involving Rachel required witnesses and papers. My lawyer filed a formal denial along with a notice that no contact for guardianship had ever been established or agreed upon. We provided screenshots, timelines, and even previous writings that demonstrated her manipulation. It was completed within 24 hours. Rachel returned to the group chat on Monday, enraged. She claimed I had embarrassed her, that I had made her appear insane, and that she was attempting to offer me a chance to be involved, to put things right. That was when I realized Mother had lied not just to our parents, but also to herself. She still believed this was all about me being bitter. She could not accept that I no longer wanted to be a part of the act. A few hours later, I received a call from a woman named Carmen. She described herself as my sister's former co-worker, claimed to have obtained my phone number from a common acquaintance, and stated that she felt compelled to contact me. I braced myself for another lecture, but she informed me that Rachel was not only sacked from her law firm, but also reported for faking a signature on an internal document. It wasn't a high-profile case, so it never made headlines, but the firm allowed her to quit discreetly to avoid publicity. Rachel, according to Carmen, had been sliding since she began partying, overspending, seeing individuals with questionable backgrounds, losing her apartment, and then lying about moving in with a friend when she was actually sleeping in her car some nights. I thanked her not because I needed the soil but because it completed the remaining missing pieces. Rachel wasn't simply entitled. She was drowning and clinging to anyone who floated nearby, even if it meant dragging them down with her. I did not respond to her outburst in the group chat. I didn't respond to our parents' feeble follow-ups begging me to attempt to forgive. I'd already forgiven them. That's why I wasn't returning. It began with a birthday party, but not mine. My cousin Naomi's child was turning 4, and the entire extended family was invited, including Rachel. I wasn't intending on going at first, but Naomi contacted me personally. She said she understood if I didn't want a show there, but it would mean a lot to her, and she wanted me to know Rachel was also coming. I didn't answer immediately. I sat with it for a while. Then I decided to go, not to make a statement, not to prove anything, but simply to be in a location where I wasn't the villain. I imagined I'd just be a quiet presence in the corner, eat some cake and then depart. When I walked in, I sensed something was off. People weren't looking at me the same way they used to. There were no awkward nods or forced smiles. There was a great deal of silent recognition. A couple individuals approached me, hugged me, and asked how I was. Nobody mentioned Rachel. She returned 30 minutes later, loud as ever, as if nothing had changed. Wearing a fancy jacket I knew she couldn't afford, her child was hooked to a tablet with headphones on. She strolled around the room as if she owned it, greeting everyone by name and laughing way too loudly. She noticed me across the room and her smile stopped for a moment. It appeared that she might come over, but she did not. She simply remained there, examining the room as if she were calculating something. Then she created a scene. It started little. She was conversing with Naomi near the food table when she abruptly raised her voice about someone who believes they are superior to their own family. She didn't say my name since she didn't have to. Everyone became quiet. Then she turned to me and told me directly, "Why are you even here? Are you trying to steal another kid or just looking for more attention?" Nobody laughed. Nobody backed her up. Naomi took immediate action. She stated that she did not want any drama during her children's party. I told Rachel that if she had anything to say, she could say it outside. Rachel scoffed, claiming that everyone was phony, and grabbed her child by the arm. But before she could go, her kid pulled away from her and stated, loudly and clearly, that he wanted to stay in front of everyone. Rachel froze. She tried to fake a smile and said she was joking. Unfortunately, it was too late. The silence in the room had changed, becoming heavier and more genuine. Her child did not want to leave with her, and everyone noticed. She hauled him out nevertheless, but not before slamming the door so hard it knocked a decoration off the wall. People began whispering. A few of my cousins came over and apologized for her, for how they used to treat me, and for not noticing things sooner. I didn't need their apologies, yet they offered them anyhow. Later that week, Naomi phoned me. Rachel allegedly called her crying and begged for money. She claimed she was being targeted and isolated. Naomi did not send a cent. She told her to get help. The word got around after that. Some of the folks who used to send Rachel money stopped answering her phone calls. Others simply blocked her. She began posting cryptic statements online about betrayal, phony smiles, and keeping your circle limited, as usual. But the mask was removed. People have now seen what was behind it. And once you've seen it, you can't go back. It had been nearly 5 months since everything fell apart. Rachel never recovered in the way she expected. At first, she attempted to salvage the story. I shared a well-constructed personal post on Facebook, full of vague references to betrayal, personal progress, and removing poison. A few individuals offered her the usual compassion. Most people didn't enjoy the post. I watched from a distance as the likes and comments dwindled to a trickle. She eventually got quiet there too. Our parents haven't apologized once. They made intermittent attempts to contact me. A voicemail here, a forwarded meme there, as if giving me a picture of a cat in a hat would be enough to cover over 31 years of imbalance. My father tried to keep everything casual, as if nothing significant had occurred. My mother inquired as to whether I had noticed the recent increase in the price of gasoline. These people relied on me to keep their lights on. I did not respond to any of it. It was no longer out of spite. It was recently finished. The period of my life, the character I played, was ended. I stopped waiting for them to comprehend. I stopped thinking they'd recognize the distinction between love and obligation. In the midst of all that silence, something weird began to happen. I became more acquainted with folks I had previously just met briefly. Cousins I hadn't seen in years invited me to their homes simply to hang out. A couple of family friends who used to treat me like furniture in the background have suddenly asked for my opinion and inquired about my life. Not out of pity, but out of curiosity. Genuine interest. It confused me at first, but it felt nice. I began taking modest trips, just out-of-town weekend getaways. I stopped looking at my phone every few minutes. I stopped flinching as soon as I got the mail notice. The further I went away from the dysfunction, the more I realized how peaceful the world might be when no one demanded anything from you. I also met someone unexpectedly. We drank coffee one day, and I didn't feel like I needed to wear armor. She didn't ask about my family or cry. Instead, she asked what had made me laugh lately. For the first time in a long time, I didn't feel the need to prove I wasn't broken. Then, last week, Rachel contacted me again. A new address with the same tone. She explained that she was working on herself and wanted to start a new chapter. However, approximately halfway through the message, it turned. She wrote about how I had abandoned her when she needed it the most, that I was freezing, that I should have handled the situation as a brother, not a stranger. She concluded, "One day you'll regret cutting everyone off. Family is forever." I looked at those words for a long time. She still didn't understand it. Neither of them did. I never cut anybody off. I stopped bleeding for those who didn't realize I was hurting. There is a distinction. I closed and archived the email. The same night, I opened the chat with my folks and scrolled all the way back. Thousands of messages. Years of casual disregard, passive criticism, and repeated comparisons to Rachel. I read one where my mother wrote, "Jess is our star." Another time, my father told me to be more like your sister. I'm not sure what I expected, but all I felt was remoteness. I exited the chat and erased the thread. That's how it concludes, not with a bang, a tearful reunion, or a huge speech. Just me sitting alone in my flat, realizing that the silence was not loneliness. That was a relief. And in that solitude, I created something better. Not vengeance, not justice. Freedom. An update. Last week, as I was leaving a bookshop, I noticed a child sitting on the curb outside, legs crossed, playing with an old toy dinosaur. I recognized him before he looked up. It was Rachel's son. He appeared smaller and thinner than I remembered. Despite the wind, I did not wear a jacket. He was alone. I glanced around for her or anybody. Nothing. After a brief period, I crouched down and inquired as to where his mother was. He shrugged, explaining that she had gone inside the loud establishment and urged him to wait. Later I realized he was referring to the bar across the street. I wasn't sure what to do at first. He didn't appear afraid, but rather as if this was nothing out of the ordinary. I contacted the non-emergency hotline and informed them that a child was left unaccompanied outside a bar. I did not say who he was. A cop car arrived around 10 minutes later. I watched from my car. 2 cops spoke to him softly. Rachel eventually emerged, stumbling slightly and irritated, in the middle of her apology. They did not arrest her, but they did not ignore it either. The next day, I received an email from CPS. They wanted to speak with me not because I was in trouble, but because the youngster had mentioned me as the uncle who made the good food. That stayed with me. I'm meeting with them next week. I'm not sure what they will ask. I'm not sure if I want to be involved again. But maybe the child doesn't need me to fix anything. Maybe all he needs is one person who doesn't leave. Found out sister was getting $3,000 a month from parents while I collapsed from working 3 jobs. Now I'm thriving, and she bags sale racks in Paris. I'm Kale. I'm 19 years old and have recently started studying medicine in New York City. I'm originally from Texas. My parents live in Dallas, where my father is a surgeon at a university hospital and my mother takes care of our home. After graduating from high school, I moved to New York 4 months ago to live on my own. I worked hard and was accepted to medical school in July, inspired by my father. But I haven't been able to enjoy the traditional college experience. I wanted to make friends, join clubs and have fun. But money was limited. My parents pay my tuition, but I am responsible for all of my other bills. Aside from classes, I've worked as a tutor, event worker, and bartender. Even with these jobs, it has been difficult to cover rent and living expenses each month. I frequently transfer jobs to accommodate my schedule and work primarily on weekends. It's been challenging, both psychologically and physically. I am sleepy in class, and when I get home late, I struggle to find the motivation to study. I'm scared I'll have to redo the year because I'm slipping behind in my academics. If things continue like this, I won't be able to concentrate on my studies, which are supposed to be my first priority. I was anxious and desperate, so I called my mother and asked for some financial assistance, even if it was only a little. My father is rarely home due to his busy profession, therefore my mother handles the cash. Even though my father earns a fair living, my mother stated that they did not have any extra money and that paying for my tuition was already difficult, so they were unable to send me any further money. With that response, I felt stuck. Most of my acquaintances who live alone have financial assistance from their parents, and I envy them. But I resolved to continue working hard at my career. Growing up, there were always differences between myself and my sister Isolde. She is currently 21 years old and studies fashion design at a prominent school in Paris. While I was always required to work hard and earn my achievements, Isolde seemed to have everything easier. Mom always referred to her as my golden sister, the one who had a particular touch and was destined for greatness. Don't get me wrong, I like my sister, but the disparity in how we were treated was difficult to overlook. When we were younger, between the ages of 10 and 12, I had all A's on my report card. Mom took a look at it and said, "That's what we expect from you, Kale." The same day, Isolde brought home largely B's with a couple of C's, and Mom threw her a modest celebration, praising her artistic mind and stating academics weren't her thing. Dad appeared uneasy with the disparity, but he never said anything about it. I hadn't studied enough for my midterm examinations, so I had to retake them. I completed the retests in August, and then began my summer break. During the long break, I intend to work as many jobs as possible in order to earn the most money feasible. After the summer break, I intend to devote more time to my studies, thus I will cut the number of job shifts. This implies I need to save even more money, so I will reduce my living expenditures. I plan to save money on meals by consuming instant noodles, bread, and discounted pre-made meals. To save money on transportation, I ride my bike wherever I go. I grew up in a wealthy home, so I had never had to worry about money before. I never anticipated to live in such poverty after migrating. Despite the fact that I was quite busy, I managed to communicate with a college friend via text message. I occasionally checked my sister's Instagram. Her account was filled with photos of trendy Paris cafes, fashion shows, and weekend trips to Monaco and Milan. Each photo appeared to highlight a fresh designer clothing or accessory. I tried not to be bitter, but it was difficult to see her living so lavishly while I was saving pennies for ramen noodles. One post in particular stung. It featured Isolde at a rooftop party overlooking the Eiffel Tower, wearing what she described as a new Dior dress. The caption said, "Mom always knows exactly what I need. What a blessed, wow, fashion life, what on Paris." I stared at the message for a long time, wondering how my parents could afford to send her fancy items when they said they didn't have any money. Seeing their cheerful images made me sad, as I realized how varied life can be for students at the same university. My friends frequently invited me out, but I had to reject since I lacked the funds and time. "I'll drive, let's go somewhere cheap," one of my classmates texted me. "Nah, I'm working every day, plus I'm heading back home for the holiday season, so I won't be around," I told him. "Are you sure you're okay? You always seem tired at school, and I think you're working too much." My friend expressed concern. "I've got the physical stamina, and I need to earn my living expenses. Let's meet up once school starts again," I told him. With that, I went to the bar where I work, but then something happened. I collapsed throughout my shift. It was a busy Friday with many customers and orders, and I felt dizzy while carrying drinks. The room spun, and the tray of beverages I was carrying felt impossibly heavy. The last thing I remember doing was reaching for the edge of the bar to steady myself. I don't remember much after that. When I awoke, I was in a hospital. The doctor informed me that I collapsed due to tiredness and starvation. I received intravenous fluids and was able to go home the following day. I quickly contacted my supervisor at the bar to apologize. My supervisor informed me that once I fainted, he called my name, but I was too out of it to answer, so he immediately phoned an ambulance. He'd also contacted my folks. "You've been taking a lot of shifts, and I relied too much on that. Sorry about that. I want you to rest easy for the rest of the month," says my manager. That meant a reduction in my income. Riding the metro home from the hospital, I considered if I should take on more tutoring jobs. I felt lost. I was scheduled to work at the bar the next day, but I now got the day off. I chose to stay in bed and recuperate. Checking my phone, I discovered a message from a friend that I had missed while unconscious. I replied and explained why I had not responded before. After learning about my condition, my friend agreed to visit. He went grocery shopping and prepared pasta for me. While enjoying the dinner he had kindly made, we discussed the costs of living alone. My friend was startled when I revealed that I didn't receive any financial support from home. "That's why you've been working so hard? Your dad's a doctor. You should be getting some help." I asked Mom, and she said they're barely managing with just my tuition. Really? But you're not an only child, right? You have a sister in Paris. How is she able to afford to study abroad if money is so tight? I paused, thinking about this for the first time. I don't know. Mom always handled Isolde's expenses separately, said she had a special arrangement for her. No way, that doesn't make sense. I hate to say this, but maybe there's something going on that you don't know about, my buddy said. I started thinking about it. My father is a doctor and used to drive a nice car. Our house is in an elite neighborhood, and I've always attended private schools. So why would Mom suddenly declare they don't have any money for me? Yet Isolde appears to be living like a princess in Paris. Something did not add up. I remembered a conversation my parents had years ago. Dad had questioned Mom about why my summer camp was canceled, but Isolde was assigned to an expensive art program in Europe. Mom had mentioned investing in Isolde's future, as well as the fact that I was more practical and would want to stay at home. Dad appeared frustrated, but eventually gave in, as he always did when it came to Mom's decisions about us kids. I grew worried. I quickly texted my mother. "Are you both okay?" She responded after a while. "We're fine." But I couldn't relax that night. Curiosity got the best of me. I called Isolde personally, which I rarely did because we were not very close. "Kale? What's wrong? You never call," she said, clearly astonished. "Just checking in. How's Paris treating you?" "Amazing, as always. Mom just sent me the cutest Chanel bag for my birthday next month. She's always so thoughtful with her gifts." My stomach sank. "Oh, that's nice. Hey, I was wondering how you are managing financially over there. Paris must be expensive." "Oh, I don't worry about that stuff. Mom transfers me about $3,000 a month for expenses, plus extra whenever I need something special. You know how she is with me." I felt as if I had been punched. $3,000 every month, when I was told there wasn't a single dollar left over for me. I hurriedly ended the call, citing a need to study. I assumed they were merely claiming they didn't have any money to keep me from worrying, or to teach me something about independence. Since I was going home for the holidays, I decided to discuss this with my parents in person. After thanking my friend, he said, "I'll be waiting for some souvenirs." I was grateful to have such a friend. The holiday season arrived, and I booked the cheapest flight back home I could find. I could only stay for one night and one day due to my work. But I was looking forward to it. When I arrived, my folks met me at the door. My father looked astonished when he saw me. "You've lost a lot of weight, really," he said. I hadn't realized it, but I appeared to have changed significantly. My mother was also taken aback and became silent. My mother had cooked chicken wings, salad, and soup for lunch. For the first time in a long time, the three of us gathered to lunch together. As soon as we sat down, my father looked concerned and asked, "You look thinner. Are you eating properly?" I told him the truth. "Not really. It's been a while since I had such a luxurious meal." "What do you usually eat?" my father said. "Instant noodles, bread, and sometimes discounted pre-packed meals." "What about the cafeteria food?" he inquired. "The cafeteria is too expensive for me." "Is it that expensive?" he asked. "It's around $5, I said. My father seemed surprised when he heard that. "Is the money I've been sending enough for you?" I was confused and responded, "I haven't been getting any money." My father was surprised. "What do you mean? So you haven't received any money for the past 4 months?" "I haven't received any. Have you really been sending money?" "I had asked your mom to transfer $2,000 every month into your account." "Really?" I was astonished. "Mom told me that your finances were tight and that she couldn't afford to send any money." Dad seemed perplexed. "We have enough money. What's happening?" Dad quickly asked. "Mom Paisley, have you been sending money to Kale like you're supposed to?" Mom looked down and said nothing. I began to worry. Maybe Dad got sick and couldn't work, so that's why I wasn't getting any money. "No, I've been working as usual," Dad replied. "That's good to hear," I answered, feeling slightly better. "But then why didn't I get any money?" I was so confused. "And how is Isolde affording to live in Paris if money is so tight?" "What do you mean? What about Isolde?" Dad was even more perplexed now. "What's going on?" Dad inquired again. Mom remained silent and refused to look at us. "Please don't be quiet. Could you explain?" Dad begged again. Finally, Mom said softly, "I haven't sent any money to Kale. What? You haven't sent any money to Kale? She admitted it. My father and I were both astonished. What? Why not? Dad inquired, astonished. There are just too many things we need to pay for, Mom said. Isn't our home loan already paid off? Dad insisted. Mom realized she couldn't hide it any longer and confessed, I've been keeping the money for Isolde. I was shocked. What do you mean for Isolde? She needs it more than you do, Mom explained quietly. She's studying fashion in Paris. It's expensive. She needs to look the part. Make connections. I asked for some money, even a little, but you said you couldn't afford it, while you were sending Isolde $3,000 a month. Mom's head snapped up. How do you know how much I sent her? There was a call from Kale's work recently saying you collapsed from overwork, he said. And I noticed today how much weight you've lost. What? Kale collapsed? What happened? It appeared like my father had never heard of this before. I responded, yeah, but it wasn't serious. Huh, why didn't you tell me? Dad asked Mom, his voice rising. I'm sorry. I was scared you'd find out I wasn't sending the money, my mother said. Wait, let me understand this, Dad responded, his voice tense with wrath. You've been withholding Kale's allowance, letting him struggle to the point of collapse while secretly sending extra money to Isolde? For what shopping sprees in Paris? It's not like that, Mom objected. Isolde has potential. She needs to maintain a certain image. You don't understand the fashion world. And Kale doesn't have potential? Dad asked incredulously. He's studying medicine. He's following in my footsteps. That's exactly it, Mom replied. He's exactly like you. He'll be fine. He doesn't need help. Isolde is special. She's delicate. She needs support. I couldn't believe what I heard. I had suspected partiality all my life, but hearing it expressed so harshly was like a stab to my heart. How much have you been giving her? Dad said, his voice dangerously low. Mom hesitated. $3,000 a month for living expenses. And maybe a little extra sometimes. How much extra? Dad asked. I don't know. Maybe another $2,000 or $3,000 some months. For networking events, proper clothes, accessories. Dad's face had turned pale. So you've been diverting $5,000 or $6,000 a month to Isolde, while Kale has been starving himself and working to the point of collapse. When you put it that way, it sounds bad, Mom replied defensively. But Isolde is building her career. She needs these things. And what has she been buying with all this money? Said my dad. Just things she needs, Mom said blankly. Like the Chanel bag you just bought her for her birthday next month, I said softly. Mom glanced at me with surprise. How did you? I called her. She told me everything. How you always make sure she has what she needs. How you send her extra whenever she wants something special. This is unbelievable, Dad remarked, shaking his head. Kale had to work until he collapsed because he didn't have any money, while his sister is parading around Paris with designer bags. Isolde has always been special, Mom remarked, raising her chin defensively. She needs more support. No, Dad replied forcefully. What she needs is a reality check, and so do you. He turned to face me. Kale, I'm so sorry. I had no idea this was happening. I thought you were receiving your allowance all along. It's okay, Dad. No, it's not okay, he interjected. None of this is okay. He turned back to face Mom. Paisley, from now on, I'll handle all the finances. I'll send money directly to Kale's account, and we're going to have a serious talk about Isolde's expenses. You can't do that, Mom insisted. Isolde needs. What Isolde needs is to learn the value of money, Dad interrupted her. She's 21 years old, living like a celebrity on our dime, while her brother nearly works himself to death. It stops now. The remainder of lunch was strained and somewhat silent. I picked at my dinner, suddenly not hungry after being famished moments before. Mom patted her eyes with her handkerchief occasionally, playing the victim, while Dad sat rigid with rage, his jaw clenched so tightly that I could see a muscle twitching in his face. I went back to my room, overwhelmed by everything that had happened. I could hear my parents bickering downstairs, their voices occasionally rising before settling into tense murmurs. I laid on my bed, staring at the ceiling of my childhood room, reflecting on all the years of subtle favoritism. Isolde received a car for her 16th birthday, whereas I was told I could save up for one. Her artwork was framed and widely exhibited throughout the house, whereas my academic achievements were considered as routine and ordinary. That summer, I wanted to go to a science camp but was informed it was too expensive, only to discover later that Isolde had been sent to a month-long art program in Italy that same summer. Everything made obvious now. The pattern had always been present, but I had never realized how deep it ran. The financial discrepancy was only the most recent and dramatic manifestation of Mom's lifelong preference. Later that evening, Dad knocked at my door. "Can I come in?" I nodded, and he sat firmly on the edge of my bed. "I want you to know how sorry I am," he told me. "I had no idea your mother was doing this. I thought you were getting your allowance, and I thought Isolde was on a much more modest budget." "It's not your fault, Dad." "It is, though. I should have been more involved in the finances. I trusted your mother to handle things fairly, and I was too busy with work to pay attention." He sighed heavily. "I've already called Isolde. She was upset when I told her there would be changes." "What kind of changes?" I inquired. "Her allowance is being reduced to $1,000 a month, the same amount you'll be getting from now on. Anything beyond that, she'll need to earn herself." "She's not going to like that," I murmured, reflecting on my sister's lifestyle. "No, she's not. But it's long overdue," he said hesitantly. "There's something else you should know. Your mother, she hasn't just been favoring Isolde with money. She's been putting money aside for her future too, money that was supposed to be split between both of you." "What do you mean?" "We have a family trust that's supposed to be divided equally between you and your sister when you both turn 25. Your mother has been diverting funds from it to set up a separate account in Isolde's name." I felt nauseous. "How much?" "About $300,000 so far." I couldn't even understand the number. It was more money than I had imagined. "I've frozen that account and initiated the process to return those funds to the family trust," my dad said. "It will take some legal work, but it's the right thing to do." He ran his fingers through his graying hair and appeared older than I'd ever seen him. "I keep thinking about how you collapsed at work. How you've been struggling all this time while I thought you were fine, while your mother let me believe you were fine." "I didn't want to worry you," I explained. "That's not your job, son. My job is to worry about you. To take care of you." His voice cracked slightly. "And I failed at that." "You didn't know, Dad." "I should have known. I should have asked more questions, been more involved." He straightened his shoulders. "But that changes now. From now on, I'm going to be much more present in your life and Isolde's. And I'm going to make sure things are fair between you two." That night Isolde called me furious. "What did you say to Dad?" she questioned without explanation. "The truth," I answered simply. "That I've been working multiple jobs and still can barely afford to eat, while you've been getting thousands of dollars a month." "That's different," she exclaimed. "I need that money. Do you have any idea how expensive it is to live in Paris? To dress appropriately for fashion school? Do you have any idea what it's like to collapse from exhaustion because you're working so many jobs you don't have time to eat or sleep properly?" There was a pause. "Is that really what happened?" "Yes, Isolde. That's really what happened. While you were buying Chanel bags, I was working 60-hour weeks on top of medical school and living on ramen noodles." Another prolonged delay. "I didn't know." "Would it have mattered if you did?" She did not respond to that. Instead, she said, "What am I supposed to do now? Dad says I'm only getting $1,000 a month from now on. I can't live on that." "Welcome to the real world," I remarked, without showing pity. "Get a job, like I did." "A job? I'm studying fashion design. I don't have time for a job. And I'm in medical school. Somehow I manage." She hung up on me. The next morning, tensions in the house reached an all-time high. Mom scarcely spoke and moved around the kitchen like a ghost. Dad kept attempting to engage me in conversation, as if making up for missed time. "Your mother and I have been talking," he said finally. "We need to make some changes." "What kind of changes?" I inquired, peering at Mom, who was staring intently into her coffee cup. "For one thing, I'm taking control of the family finances," Dad stated firmly. "And I'm going to be much more involved in both your lives from now on." Mom looked up. "I still think you're being too harsh on Isolde. What she needs," my dad said, "is to learn the same lessons Kale has had to learn the hard way. Independence, responsibility, the value of hard work." "She's different," Mom insisted. "She's more sensitive." "No," Dad replied forcefully. "She's not different. She's just been treated differently by you." Mom went silent again. "There's something else we need to discuss," Dad said, returning my gaze. Your mother and we're having problems. My heart fell. What kind of problems? This situation with the money. It brought to light some deeper issues. Your mother's favoritism toward Isolde has been going on for years, and I've allowed it. I didn't realize how extreme it had become. What are you saying? I inquired, even though I already knew. We're going to try counseling, Dad explained. But I want to be honest with you. I'm not sure our marriage can recover from this. The trust is broken. Mom looked up, her eyes becoming angry. You're blaming me for all of this? For wanting to give our daughter the best chance at success? I'm blaming you for lying to me, for stealing from our son, and for potentially emptying our retirement accounts to fund our daughter's shopping addiction, Dad said evenly. Yes. I traveled back to New York the next day, my brain reeling from what had happened. Dad had placed $5,000 back into my account to pay for the allowance I should have received, and he promised to make regular monthly contributions from now on. Focus on your studies, he advised me at the airport. That's what's important now. When I returned to my flat, I went grocery shopping right away. Real groceries include fresh vegetables, meat, and fruits. I had not been able to purchase these foods in months. I made myself a good meal and sat down to eat it, savoring every bite. It was so simple, but it felt luxurious. With the financial strain relieved, I was able to reduce my work hours. I retained the teaching job since I enjoyed it. But I cut my bar shifts to only weekends and quit event staffing altogether. Suddenly, I had time to study, sleep, and care for myself. My grades started to improve almost immediately. Over the next few months, I observed from a distance as my family dynamics changed radically. Dad left the house and moved into a nearby apartment. Faced with a dramatically decreased budget, Isolde vowed to drop out of fashion school and return back home in protest. Despite having neither parent's finances, she unexpectedly rose to the challenge. She got a part-time work at a tiny store in Paris and began living within her means. It's actually not that bad, she acknowledged to me during one of our now regular phone talks. My boss is teaching me a lot about the business side of fashion, and I kind of like earning my own money. Mom suffered the hardest with the adjustments. She ignored Dad's financial constraints and continued to send Isolde extra money in secret. When Dad discovered this, it was the last straw. He has filed for divorce. The proceedings were messy. Mom disputed the divorce and attempted to claim half of Dad's assets and future income, but when Dad's lawyer provided evidence of her financial malfeasance, including diverting family funds, emptying joint accounts to send money to Isolde, and continuously lying about it, the judge was unimpressed. The final settlement overwhelmingly benefited Dad. During this time, I focused on regaining my health and academic standing. With good nourishment and relaxation, I regained the weight I had lost and felt my energy returning. My teachers noticed an increase in my work, and I was able to join the Pre-Med Student Association, which I had previously overlooked due to my busy schedule. Isolde and I started talking more regularly. Our chats were difficult at first, as we both struggled to manage our new relationship without Mom's favoritism causing a hole between us. But gradually, we discovered common ground. She told me about her position at the boutique, the customers she had met, and her designs. I informed her about my coursework, my growing group of friends, and my future goals. I never realized how much Mom's favoritism affected you, she told me during one of our calls. I guess I just accepted it as normal. It felt good to be the special one. And I accepted being the overlooked one, I told him. It's what we knew. I'm sorry, Kale, I should have seen it. We were both kids, Liv. It wasn't our responsibility to see it. 1 year later, I am doing well in medical school. With the financial pressure gone, I've been able to reduce my job hours and concentrate on my academics. My grades have improved, and I've joined a few clubs, making new acquaintances. Dad has settled into his new life as a bachelor and appears happier than I have seen him in years. He comes to see me in New York every few months, and we've become closer than ever before. During his last visit, we talked for hours about his medical career, my studies, and our mutual love of science. When I was growing up, there never seemed to be enough time for conversations. I always knew you had the makings of a great doctor, I was told. But I'm even more proud of the person you're becoming. Isolde has undergone arguably the most unexpected shift. After first resenting the financial constraints, she has embraced her independence. She's still in fashion school, but she also works at the boutique, which has served as a good apprenticeship. She is currently designing her own little line, learning how to produce lovely things on a budget. We communicate frequently, and for the first time, I feel as if I have a genuine relationship with my sister. My professor said my new designs show maturity and practicality that was missing before, she proudly told me during one of our video sessions. He says constraints can be a designer's best friend. They force you to be creative in ways unlimited resources never would. Who knew budget limitations could be a good thing? It made me giggle. Certainly not the old me, she said. But I think I like the new me better. Mom has had the most difficult adjustment. The divorce left her with less than she planned, and she has had to relocate from our family home to a small condominium. She's still trying to accept her new reality, and accuses Dad and me of turning Isolde against her. She started working part-time at a local department store, her first job in more than 20 years, and while she continually complains about it, I believe the structure and social interaction are beneficial to her. Her relationship with both of us is tense. She occasionally calls me, but our discussions are brief and perfunctory. She's still attempting to maintain the previous relationship with Isolde, proposing to send her money she doesn't have and recommending Isolde return home so Mom can care for her. Isolde has learned to keep her limits in a gentle yet firm manner. During one of our video chats last week, Isolde showed me some of her most recent designs, which were lovely minimalist items that appeared costly but were made of low-cost materials. I never would have learned to do this if I still had unlimited funds, she told me. Constraints breed creativity, I guess. You're really good at this, I told her, sincerely impressed. She smiled. Thanks. And you're going to be a great doctor someday. She paused. I'm sorry about before about not seeing what was happening to you. It wasn't your fault, I replied. We were both caught in Mom's weird dynamics. Still, I should have noticed. She paused. Are you going home for Christmas? To Dad's? Yes. You? Yes. And I thought maybe we could visit Mom together. She's having a hard time. I pondered it. Despite everything, she remained our mother. Okay, I agreed. We'll go together. In the 2 years since that fatal holiday dinner where the truth was revealed, our family has been entirely remade. The changes haven't been easy, but I believe they were necessary. Dad is happier and more involved as a parent. Isolde has discovered her inner strength and inventiveness. I've found my footing in medical school and am excelling intellectually and socially. Mom is still adjusting. Perhaps she always will be. However, our family's connections are now built on honesty rather than manipulation and favoritism. Family relationships can be complicated, and healing takes time. But, as I've discovered, honesty, no matter how painful, is the first step towards something healthier. The truth about my mother's favoritism almost destroyed our family. But in its wake, we're creating something new based on respect, justice, and genuine love, rather than manipulation and preferential treatment. It isn't perfect, and never will be. But it is real. And for the first time in my life, I feel like I'm being recognized for who I am, not just as the less favored child, but as Kyle. I'm a medical student, a son, a brother, a person deserving of support and affection, just as I am. 3 years later. I never anticipated things to alter so dramatically. I am currently in my 4th year of medical school, near the top of my class, and preparing for residency interviews. Dad has been my support throughout, calling weekly to check in and flying to New York for each major milestone. Last month, Isolde astonished everyone by launching her own independent fashion line in Paris. What startled me the most was seeing Dad sitting in the first row of the presentation, grinning with pride. After years of being Mom's project, she and Dad have established their own relationship. Her basic, functional, yet exquisite designs have caught the attention of various stores. She is making it on her own terms, without the support of her family. As for Mom, the trip has not been easy. The divorce humbled her in ways neither of us imagined. Something changed last year, when her department store elevated her to assistant manager. She called me one night, sobbing. I'm proud of you, Kale, she said, words I'd waited my entire life to hear from her. I was wrong. So wrong. Our relationship is still complicated, but we're working on it. She is currently in treatment, trying to figure out why she had such strong feelings for Isolde. Apparently, it derives from her youth as the overlooked sibling. She is finally learning to see both of her children clearly. The most unexpected event occurred 6 months ago, when Dad met Marin, a pediatric nurse at his hospital. It's been wonderful to see him fall in love again at the age of 52. When he called to say he was proposing, I was overjoyed for him. This will be our first Christmas together as a family, with Dad and Marin, Isolde traveling in from Paris, Mom, yes, she is invited, and myself. It will not be ideal. Family never is. But it will be honest. Sometimes I think of the collapse that started it all. How something so horrible helped to heal our family's deep scars. I would never wish that experience on anyone, but I don't regret where it took us. Sometimes you have to fully disassemble something before you can reconstruct it. My cousin was forced to marry at 15. I spoke up, 6 girls rebelled, so I stopped his wedding with 7 words. Now half our family is in court. You know, my family had a code regarding women and quiet. After the age of 16, a woman's voice was deemed poisonous. The somber ceremony occurred at midnight. Your father holds you down while your mother sews a crimson thread across your lips, not literally, but you wore it around your wrist as a reminder. If you break the rule even once, you'll be locked in the washing room without food. Break it twice, and they will pull a tooth. Nobody has broken it 3 times. Women's quiet was like currency. The man with the quietest residence received the most praise in society. At family occasions, my uncles would compete like children displaying baseball cards. Anita hasn't made a sound since January, Uncle Aaron boasted, widening his fingers. In response, Uncle Karan would lean back, smirking. That's nothing. Tara's been here for 2 years. When the doctor asked her a question during her checkup, she just pointed to me to answer it. It sounds insane to say it out loud, but for so long, this was the way things were. I was the loudest person I know. I couldn't get through a conversation without laughing at something the other person said, even if it wasn't supposed to be humorous. I like singing lyrics aloud and making funny noises with my friends. So I knew if I didn't find a solution quickly, my life would be finished. But I wanted the problem to go away on its own, and it eventually did. I was in 7th grade when Mr. Taylor informed us that we needed to take a foreign language. My ears perked up because ASL American Sign Language counted. You know, I and my family spent the entire time in the United States because it wasn't until you were 16 and swore the vow of silence that you were deported back to your country, and there, you were compelled to settle down and raise children. So 3 times a week, I sat in Mrs. Taylor's classroom, learning to speak with my hands. Adrenaline rushed through my veins. If she texted my parents about my language choice, they'd find out what I was doing and my life would be over. I had no idea what I was going to do with the lessons, because no one around me spoke the language. Then came Diwali supper. All of our relatives flew in from the motherland to lunch at our home. It was meant to be the happiest period of the year. But throughout the meal, I observed Tara seated alone at the end of the table. She couldn't explain why she was crying. She was 17 years old and had been silent for a year. When no one was watching, I handed her a drink of water and a note directing her to meet me by the garden shed. Bring your sister. I informed everyone that I observed her sari was wrinkled, and that I would teach her how to fold it correctly. It all started in the shed. Every family gathering, as the men watched cricket and the silent ladies served meals, I and the younger girls would crowd together, eager to avert our fate. I taught them letters first, and then words. Then we had entire discussions pouring through our fingers. We got creative by practicing location signing while washing dishes with our hands in soapy water. We created our own secret gestures. A flick of the wrist signified, he's coming, while a thumb brush meant, save this conversation for later. By the time I was 15, we had a full network of 12 girls aged 9 to 15, all fluent in a language that our fathers and brothers couldn't understand. The older woman observed but did not say anything. Others began learning by observing us. Everything came crashing down at my cousin Angel's wedding. She was 15, and she married a 65-year-old man who had chosen her because of her early, well-trained silence. We were halfway through the ceremony when I noticed her 11-year-old sister staring directly at me. When I looked down at her hands, she added, "He hits her." She showed me her injuries. I observed Ria standing there in her crimson bridal sari, unable to oppose to her own marriage. Something within me cracked. As he began his final vow, I stood up and spoke. However, this time it wasn't in sign language. It was said aloud. She doesn't want this marriage. He's been hurting her. My mother's face became ghostly white. There were gasps all around me. The room exploded, 200 people staring as I broke the cardinal rule. My father grabbed my arm, yelling about shame and the repercussions, but he stopped in his tracks when 6 more girls rose up, some speaking for the first time in years. "We know about the beatings," one cried. "This is effing illegal," another person exclaimed. That was when I heard sirens outside. Through the window, I noticed 2 police cars and a CPS van. They had received a call regarding a marriage in progress. I never did find out who. When the cops arrived, they began to question everyone. They withdrew Raya from the others and led her to a secluded spot. The groom attempted to sneak out the back door, but a police stopped him. My father continued to squeeze my arm harder, creating marks that would bruise later. The other fathers were yelling at their daughters for speaking up, their faces crimson with wrath. Rhea was taken to another room by CPS workers. I could see through the doorway as they looked at her arms. She was crying and nodding, finally able to speak the truth. One of the employees was taking photographs of the bruises. The cops began jotting down names and asking for IDs, their presence making the air feel charged with tension. My uncle Aaron rushed through the crowd, grabbing his daughter by her hair. She yelled, and a police officer quickly intervened, separating them. That made things worse. They were now keeping a closer eye on the entire group. The men were unable to chastise their daughters with the authorities present, and their irritation was evident. The lead officer announced that the wedding would be canceled. He mentioned examining complaints of abuse and underage marriage. The groom fled during the ruckus, realizing that the police were preoccupied with the escalating pandemonium of families arguing and officials attempting to preserve order. No one tried to stop him this time. My father hauled me to the car, his hold never loosened. He wasn't saying anything, but I could sense his rage emanating from him in waves. My mother followed behind us, clutching her rosary beads so hard that her knuckles turned white. She had not glanced at me since I spoke out. The other families were also departing, pulling their daughters with them. The parking lot was chaotic, with slamming doors and revving engines. My father's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. He claimed that I had wrecked our family's reputation and that we would never be able to show our faces again. He claimed the other men would never respect him again. My mother simply continued praying beneath her breath, the Sanskrit syllables barely audible. I glanced out the window, trying not to cry as the city lights blurred by. At home, he led me straight to my room. He grabbed my phone and laptop and shoved them into his pockets. He said I'd stay there until he decided what to do with me. The door locked from the outside with a final click. I heard him storm downstairs and begin making calls, his voice echoing throughout the floorboards. I could hear him talking with my uncles through the air vent. He was cautioning them about the police asking questions. He told them to keep their daughters out of school for a few days, until everything settled down. He mentioned holding an emergency family gathering at grandfather's place. I attempted to fall asleep but kept thinking about Rhea. I worried where they took her and if she was safe now. I was hoping she was safe. I thought about the other girls who had spoken up. Their fathers were undoubtedly doing the same thing. Mine was keeping them hidden like deadly secrets. Around midnight, I heard a gentle knock. My Aunt Anita sneaked inside with a plate of rice and dal, which was still warm. She was one of the silent women, but she gently caressed my face. She pointed at the food, then to her heart. I understood. She was proud of me, even if she could never express it. She brought out her phone and showed me the messages. My cousins were texting each other in a group chat that I had no idea existed. They thanked me for speaking up, but they were also terrified. Some of them were already locked inside their rooms. Their fathers were upset and threatened to send them home early. My aunt left as gently as she arrived. I ate the food and attempted to think rationally. I knew it was just the beginning. The men would gather and devise a plan. They always did when their authority was questioned. They'd find a way to regain control. The next morning, at dawn, my father unlocked my door. He instructed me to dress in my best Saritha blue gown with gold embroidery. We were heading to my grandfather's place. All the males would be there for advice. I knew it was horrible. Grandfather started our family's quiet tradition 3 generations ago. The drive took 2 hours on twisty country roads. My father didn't talk the entire time. My mother also came, but she sat in the back, still clutching those prayer beads. I witnessed the city transform into the countryside, with buildings giving way to farms and trees. My grandfather lived in a large house, alone and imposing. When we arrived, I counted 20 automobiles in the driveway. All of my uncles were there. Some cousins I hadn't seen in years had drove all night to attend. Only men though. They had gathered in the main room, seated in a circle on cushions. My grandfather sat in his chair like a king, holding court. They made me stand in the center of the circle. My grandfather wanted me to explain myself. I told him about Rhea's bruises while keeping my voice steady. I claimed the marriage was wrong, and she was only a child. He laughed, saying I was too young to grasp our traditions and had been influenced by American views. The interrogation lasted for hours. They wondered who had taught me to be so disrespectful. They needed the names of all the girls who knew sign language. I kept stating I just talked about Rhea, and nothing else. My uncle Karan came up and accused me of lying, claiming that I had poisoned the minds of all their daughters. His face was flushed with rage, veins bursting at his temples as he paced back and forth like a confined animal. The room felt suffocating. My grandfather sat at the head of the large wooden table, his fingers folded in front of him. The other man, my father, my uncles, and other male cousins old enough to have a say in family matters formed a semicircle around me. The overhead light created harsh shadows on their faces, making them appear like strangers rather than relatives. Then they began bringing in my cousins one by one. The first was Tara's younger sister, Lena, who was only 12 years old. She was shaking like a leaf, her petite form submerged in an enormous salwar kameez. Her normally bright eyes widened with horror. My grandfather inquired if she knew sign language. She gazed at me, then down at the floor, her lips twitching. Her father whacked the back of her head and demanded an answer. The sound echoed throughout the room. She nodded yes, tears flowing down her cheeks, and I wanted to hug her and tell her everything would be fine. But I couldn't move from my seat. They brought up another 8 girls. Some professed to learning ASL right away, speaking barely above whispers. Others tried to deny it, but their fathers threatened them with penalties I couldn't contemplate. Zoya, 14, held out the longest, maintaining she knew nothing, until her father grabbed her wrist so forcefully that she yelled out. Nina was the youngest, at 9 years old. She wasn't even sure why she was in danger. She just kept crying for her mother, who wasn't allowed in the room, her small voice calling out, "Mama," over and over until her father told her to stop. My grandfather announced that this was an infection that needed to be eradicated. His voice bore the weight of absolute authority, the kind that had dominated our family for generations. He stated that all girls who learned sign language would instantly participate in the silent ceremony. It didn't matter if some were several years away from reaching the age of 16. His words were, "Desperate times called for desperate measures." The other guys nodded in accord, some eagerly, others with what appeared to be reluctance that they were afraid to express. They split us into various rooms. I was led to the basement, a cold concrete area with a single little window near the ceiling that provided just enough light to tell me that the outside world still existed. The walls were unpainted cinder blocks that appeared to absorb any warmth. There was a flimsy mattress on the floor that smelled like mildew, and a bucket in the corner that I didn't want to think about. My grandfather told me I'd be there until I learnt proper respect. The door was sturdy wood with a heavy latch that clicked shut when he departed. The first night was the worst. The concrete floor radiated cold through the thin mattress. I could hear the house settling above me, creaking and moaning as it processed what had transpired. Every sound made me jump. Footsteps, muffled conversations, doors opening and closing. I covered myself in the one rough blanket they had left and tried not to worry about spiders or mice, or how long they intended to keep me here. For 3 days they kept me down there. Someone would bring rice and water twice daily. The rice was invariably chilly, with a few pieces of dal mixed in and served on a steel plate that clanked against the pavement when set down. Nobody spoke to me. I could hear footsteps above, indistinct sounds that could have been arguing or simply conversing. It was impossible to tell from the floorboards. Sometimes I heard crying, which could have been my younger cousins. The sound caused my chest to tighten with remorse and wrath. I did push-ups and jumping jacks to keep warm and sane. I counted them obsessively. 20 push-ups, 50 jumping jacks, then started again. I read poems that I had memorized for school, sung songs under my breath, and rehearsed ASL signs against the wall where no one could see. The small rectangle of sunshine that moved across the floor from the window served as a time marker for me. When it left each nightfall, the darkness felt complete. On the 4th morning, I heard a car drive up. The engine sound was different from what I was used to hearing in family cars. Then I heard voices I did not recognize. A woman asked for me by name, her tone professional and forceful. My grandfather's voice was as sweet as honey, telling me I had the flu and needed to relax. The woman insisted upon seeing me. She stated she was my school counselor. Mrs. Taylor came looking for me. My heart soared with both hope and anxiety. I overheard arguing. My grandfather's voice grew somewhat louder, losing some of its controlled smoothness. Mrs. Taylor's remained consistent, utilizing terms such as required reporter and welfare check. Then there were rapid, agitated footsteps coming down the basement stairs. My grandfather unlocked the door and shouted at me to dress properly. The unexpected light from the stairwell caused me to squint. He tossed a clean sari at me and instructed me to change fast. He stated if I tried anything, my cousins would bear the consequences. His eyes were as frigid as winter stones. I changed with shaky hands, attempting to smooth my matted hair with my fingertips. The clean clothes felt weird after days of wearing the same outfit. My grandfather stood outside the door, tapping his foot anxiously. When I came out, he grabbed my arm hard enough to leave scratches and marched me up the stairs. They brought me upstairs. Mrs. Taylor was standing in the living room, arms crossed, her normally warm face set in rigid lines. She examined my unkempt hair, pale face, and black circles under my eyes. She inquired if I was all right. I nodded and explained that I had been sick but was getting better, the lie tasting harsh on my mouth. My grandfather stood directly behind me, his hand resting on my shoulder, fingers digging in just enough to remind me of his presence. Mrs. Taylor questioned why I hadn't been answering my phone. My granddad calmly said that I had been resting without electronics doctor's orders due to a nasty migraine. She didn't seem convinced, and her eyes narrowed slightly as she watched us both. She asked to speak with me alone. My grandfather claimed it was not suitable in our society for unmarried girls to meet alone with outsiders. She stared at him for a long time, and I could see her digesting the information and filing it away. Then she stared at me straight. She inquired if I remembered what we had learnt in ASL class last week. My heart hammered so loudly that I was convinced everyone heard it. I knew it was my chance. While my grandfather couldn't see, I signed help as plainly as I could, moving my fingers in the familiar pattern we had practiced. Her expression remained unchanged, but I did detect a little widening of her eyes before she regained control of her face. She stated she hoped I would return to class soon and left. My grandfather backhanded me as her car vanished down the driveway. The power of it pushed my head to the side, and I tasted blood where my teeth had cut my cheek. He had seen my reflection in the window. He called me a dumb girl and said I had only made things worse for everyone. He tossed me back into the basement, shoving me so hard that I tripped down the stairs. I overheard him making more phone calls, his tone hurried and aggressive. That night, I was unable to sleep. My face throbbed where he had struck me, and I kept repeating Mrs. Taylor's visit. Did she understand? Will she come back? Or had I merely made things worse, as my grandfather suggested? I placed my back against the chilly wall, trying not to cry. The next day, Mrs. Taylor returned. This time she brought a middle-aged social worker named Claire, who had compassionate eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. They stated that they were conducting a welfare check, which was typical procedure when a student missed many days. My grandfather had no choice but to allow them in, despite his tight smile. He promptly summoned some of the aunts to make the house appear normal. Within minutes, they began cooking and cleaning as if it were any other day, filling the air with the aroma of spices and the sound of everyday life. They washed me up again, my aunt aggressively stroking my hair and pinching my cheeks to add color. They dressed me in a brilliant blue salwar kameez and taught me what to say. My aunt whispered that if I didn't participate, they'd already chosen husbands for all of us. She showed me images on her phone of men in their 30s and 40s, some married, and all from conventional families back home. They would send us back within a week. I sat in the living room, attempting to appear normal as my insides churned with fear and wrath. The social worker questioned me about school and home. I delivered the scripted responses while my grandfather watched from his chair, his presence like a weight in the room. But I had buried my ASL notebook in my lap, beneath a pillow. When I moved positions to answer a question about one of my favorite subjects, I let it fall. The sheets were spread across the floor, revealing months of sign language practice notes for teaching my cousins, as well as drawings of hands making words. Claire went down to pick it up and discovered pages covered in sign language practice. She slowly gathered each page, taking her time to study everything. She returned it to me with a little nod that my grandfather could not see. She snapped shots of the house, claiming it was routine protocol, and her camera clicked regularly. She photographed door locks and window bars, which my grandfather claimed were for security. She said that they'd return for follow-up appointments. My grandfather's jaw tightened, but he smiled and said they were always welcome, and there was nothing to hide. After they went, everything progressed quickly. My grandfather called an emergency family meeting. He claimed the ceremony would take place that night, and they couldn't wait any longer. He summoned all the families to come quickly. He warned the outside world was attempting to undermine our customs, and we needed to act immediately. The guys began preparing the main chamber, shifting furniture and arranging ceremonial things with experienced skill. They dragged us gals out of our various hiding places. We saw rough, dirty hair, crumpled clothes, and sunken, tired eyes. Some girls sought to cover their bruises. They made us bathe and wear white saris. They explained that white represented purity. White as ghosts. White like to surrender. The fabric felt heavy on my skin. In the preparation area, they organized us according to age. I was the oldest, so I'd go first. I looked at the others. Lena was still trembling, Zoya was indignant but terrified, and little Nina was bewildered and longed for her mother. As the sun sank, the room filled with relatives, sending long shadows across the windows. The men sat in the inner circle on pillows, their expressions gloomy with the weight of tradition. The hushed ladies stood like sentinels against the walls, red threads visible on their wrists and gaze downcast. Silver plates sat on a low table, along with scarlet thread and scissors. The ceremonial artifacts shone in the lamplight, tools of a culture that had stolen voices for millennia. Seeing them made my stomach turn. My grandfather began chanting in Sanskrit, his voice deep and rhythmic. The other men joined in, their voices forming a hypnotic rhythm that made the air tremble. They burned incense, which made the air heavy and difficult to breathe, sandalwood, and something else that made my head swim. The smoke curled up to the ceiling, like grasping fingers. My father approached with a red thread, his hands trembling slightly but his expression was stone. He refused to meet my gaze. I gazed at my cousins. Some were crying quietly, tears running down their cheeks. Others looked straight ahead, already rehearsing their silence. The youngest one was sucking her thumb, a habit she had broken years before. I wondered where Raya was now. I imagined all the women lining the walls, decades of silence sandwiched between them like flowers in a book. I imagined Mrs. Taylor and Claire, somewhere out there in a world where women's voices were valued. I made a decision. When my father reached out for me, I signed to the other girls. We had practiced this in whispers and motions when the elders were not watching. We scattered in all directions. The males didn't expect it. We had devised escape routes, memorized which windows opened and which doors led where. Some girls fled for the doors, while others went for the windows. The place burst into turmoil. White saris glittered like birds in flight. I dashed for the kitchen, where I knew there was a rear entrance. My uncle Arun caught my cousin near the stairs, wrapping his hand on her dupatta. She turned away, leaving the scarf in his hands. 2 girls made it out before being apprehended. I could hear shouting and crying throughout the yard. My sari twisted over my legs and slowed me down. I hiked it up, no longer concerned about decorum. I burst into the kitchen. The women were there, making food as they typically did for celebrations. Pots bubbled on the stove and the aroma of dal and rice permeated the air. They looked up, shocked. I implored them to assist us, words falling out of my mouth. Most people glanced away, schooled by years of terror, and their hands continued to operate instinctively. But my Aunt Anita stepped forward. She had always been different, quieter in her defiance. She blocked the doorway as my father appeared, panting heavily from the chase. He told her to move. She shook her head, a simple action that appeared to shake the very foundations of our existence. Another aunt joined her, then another. Slowly, the silent ladies built a barrier between us and the males. For the first time in decades, they had to choose sides. My father attempted to push through, but they linked arms, their red threads forming a chain that bound them together. That was when my grandmother appeared. She no longer attended ceremonies, preferring to spend time in her chamber with her memories and images from a life before silence. But she stood there, 90 years old and angry. Her white hair hung flowing over her shoulders rather than in the typical bun. She still wore her crimson thread from the time she was silenced at 16. The fabric had faded over the years but never broken. She reached up and yanked it off her wrist with her arthritis-ravaged fingers. She talked for the first time in 40 years. Her voice was hoarse but clear, like a door opening with rusted hinges. She instructed her sons to cease. She claimed she had seen this habit damage too many lives and too many bright girls fade. She claimed she remained mute when her daughters were silenced, but she would not let her grandchildren suffer the same fate. Her comments flooded the room, like water crashing through a dam. The room became utterly still. Even the pots on the stove appeared to calm their bubbling. My grandfather looked at his mother as if she were a stranger. She moved through the swarm of guys, which parted before her like a wave. Her steps were slow and steady. She used the scissors from the ceremonial plate to cut each red thread into bits. The sound of cutting seemed unbearably loud. She then turned to face the women lined the walls. She told them they could talk. She said that their silence had given the men an unfair advantage for too long. She claimed she had spent 40 years regretting her silence, with words festering in her throat. One by one, the women began removing their threads. Some cried as they did it, releasing decades of buried emotion. Others laughed, the sound rusty yet sweet. My mother removed hers and spoke my name for the first time in years. The sound made me cry. The males weren't sure what to do. They were suddenly outnumbered, and their vaunted moral authority was collapsing. Some relatives attempted to seize their wives, but the women stood united. If her husband persisted, my aunt threatened to depart with their daughters. She had already packed her things, she explained, and had been planning for years. Other ladies issued identical threats. The movement we started with sign language had grown into something more. My granddad told everyone to halt. His voice had lost its strength and sounded almost forlorn. He explained that customs existed for a reason, and that they had kept our civilization strong. But his mother laughed at him, making a sound like bells clanging. She questioned why stealing women's voices was justified. She inquired whether he had ever considered what his wife would have said all those years if she could speak. She questioned if he was aware of his girl's favorite colors, dreams, and concerns. His silence was enough response. The ceremony collapsed like a house of cards. Families began arguing, releasing years of animosity. Some men attempted to maintain control, but their wives were finished listening. My father appeared perplexed as my mother informed him just what she thought of his weakness. She claimed he had hidden behind tradition rather than thinking for himself. She stated she had once loved him but wasn't sure if she still did. She would have to relearn who she was with a voice. Over the next few weeks, everything changed. The family, which had appeared to be so solid and forever, displayed flaws. Some families break up totally. Die-hard traditionalists severed relations with individuals who violated the silence norms. My cousins were shifted between relatives as their parents determined where they stood. The girls' network remained strong, as they texted constantly, sharing resources and offering support. We set up a hidden Facebook group where we could chat freely. Mrs. Taylor assisted several girls in reporting abuse to the authorities. She connected us with counselors and lawyers who understood cultural backgrounds, but refused to use culture as a justification for abuse. Some lawsuits proceeded, while others did not, but the threat prompted some men to reevaluate their acts. The community couldn't hide any longer. The story was taken up by local news outlets. Reporters called and asked for interviews. My parents rarely talked to me at first. The house felt different, as if the walls were learning to accept new sounds. Then my mother started making my favorite things, including aloo paratha with extra butter and mango kulfi, which she used to prepare when I was younger. She inquired about school in her underused voice, tripping over syllables. She told me stories of her own childhood before the hush, about how she wanted to be a teacher and how much she enjoyed singing. My father waited a while, but he ultimately asked to see what I had learned in ASL. His fingers were awkward when I taught him to sign "I'm sorry." Some cousins went to live with relatives who had already abandoned traditional practices. Others remained with parents who were gradually changing. A few were taken back to the motherland, but they now had phones and could communicate. We continued to teach one other ASL, not only just in case, but also because it had become our hidden language of defiance and liberation. My grandmother unexpectedly stepped forward as our champion. She went to families and told about her decades of forced quiet. She informed the men how much they had missed hearing their wives' thoughts. She told them about the poems she had written in her thoughts, the jokes she wanted to tell, and the advice she wished to provide. She informed the women they were stronger than they realized. Some listened, some did not, but she continued to speak, making up for 40 years of silence. At the following family reunion, everything felt different. It was Diwali, our largest event. Half of the typical attendees did not arrive, but those who did brought their voices. Women conversed and laughed, their voices blending with the explosions outside. Some people still chose to wear their threads, but it was no longer a requirement. The guys felt smaller in some ways, as if they were no longer the only ones who could talk. They needed to make room for different voices. Ria was there beside her sister. She lived with progressive cousins and attended school. She still had nightmares, but she was recovering. In defiance of custom, she cut her hair short and dressed in jeans rather than traditional clothing. She praised me for speaking up. I assured her that we all did it together. Nothing would have changed until the other girls had also stood up. We became each other's voices when we didn't have our own. We continued to teach sign language, but it had become just another form of communication. Some mothers learned it to communicate with daughters who were still discovering their voices after years of quiet. We made signs for feelings that had been buried for too long, for the specific frustration of unanswered words, the delight of earned voice, and the terror that persisted. The language that began in revolt evolved into one of healing. My father apologized months later. We were sitting in the garden, where he taught me how to ride a bike and where we had planted tomatoes when I was 7. He claimed he had followed traditions without thinking because it was what his father did. He added that seeing my mother regain her voice showed him what he had been missing. He stated he was proud of me for being more courageous than he had ever been. He still struggled with the changes, but he tried. Not everybody changed. Some families dug in further, relocating away from towns that still practiced traditional methods. They branded us perverted and claimed we had lost our culture. We lost some females, who were married off before they could protest. We could not save everyone. The weight of that failure rested heavily on my shoulders. But we had broken the generations-long hush. Finally, voices began to emerge through the cracks. The months after Diwali were strange. Some families pretended nothing had changed, while others entirely broke up. My cousin Lena's father attempted to arrange a marriage for her, despite the fact that she was just 13. He found a 35-year-old guy from his hometown who operated a convenience shop. He believed that if he acted quickly enough, he could marry her before anyone could stop him. However, Lena had learnt more than simply sign language from us. She used her phone to videotape her father discussing the wedding plans. She sent the recording to our group chat, and we realized we needed to act quickly. I called Mrs. Taylor, who alerted the authorities. Lena was living with my family in 2 days while her father dealt with a visit from Child Protective Services. My house became a midway house for cousins fleeing troubled situations. My parents weren't delighted at first, but my mother kept emphasizing how she wished someone had assisted her at that age. We had 3 females staying with us at one time. My father transformed the basement from a storage area to a bedroom in the same basement where I had been locked up at grandfather's house. This one featured brilliant paint and windows, but no locks on the doors. Uncle Arun stepped up at our house one night, asking that we return his daughter. He was pounded and enraged, hammering on the door so hard that the windows rattled. For the first time in his life, my father confronted him. He instructed Arun to leave or he would call the cops. They engaged in a shoving contest on the front lawn. The neighbors turned out to watch. Someone did contact the police, and Arun spent the night in jail. Things quickly got out of hand. The traditional families began organizing. They held meetings in my grandfather's house to discuss ways to restore power. Someone leaked their plans to us. They planned to yank all of the girls out of school and send them back immediately. They had even purchased airline tickets for some of them. We have to go quickly. Mrs. Taylor referred us to a custody lawyer. Some of the girls were able to apply for protective orders. Others were forced to go into hiding with relatives who supported them. It was like a bizarre underground railroad for adolescent females attempting to avoid forced marriage. The neighborhood was absolutely split down the middle. At the grocery store, families would literally switch aisles to avoid each other. People refused to pray together, so the temple held 2 separate services. Some of my uncles attempted to establish their own temple with the old regulations in place, but they were unable to raise the necessary funds. My grandfather tried one final power move. He convened a gathering of all male elders from neighboring states. They were about to vote on whether to officially expel the families who had broken the quiet custom. He believed that if enough towns banded together, they could bring everyone back in line. But my granny had her own intentions. She'd spent months talking to ladies from other communities. She organized a counter meeting on the same day. Women who had been silent for decades traveled from hundreds of kilometers away. They crowded a community facility that we had hired, leaving their red threads at home. The men's meeting had about 30 people. More than 200 people attended the women's meeting. My grandmother stood up to tell her story again, but this time she mentioned names. She mentioned which senior had struck his wife for humming while cooking. She talked of a girl who committed suicide rather than be silenced. She had dates and information that exposed the men's claims of tradition for what they truly were: power and abuse. Some women from other communities returned home and removed their threads the same day. Their husbands contacted my grandfather upset, claiming that his family had infected theirs with disobedience. The network of support expanded beyond our immediate family. We began receiving messages from girls in different states, asking how to learn sign language and how to resist. My father lost his job because his boss was a traditional uncle. However, my mother obtained a job for the first time in 20 years. She worked at a daycare facility, finally able to teach like she had always wanted. Her voice grew stronger every day. She sung while cooking, perhaps poorly, but joyously. The next difficulty arose when Uncle Karan attempted to kidnap his daughter at school. He walked up with 2 more males and attempted to force her into a van. But the school was ready. We had warned them about possible attempts. They quickly locked down and alerted the cops. He was apprehended in the parking lot while his daughter observed from a classroom window. That's when things became pretty ugly. The traditional families began to threaten everyone who aided us. Our tires were cut. Someone threw a brick through the window. My father installed security cameras and my mother learnt to use pepper spray. We traveled in groups and checked in frequently. But we were not backing down. The females who had been pushed into marriage began to seek aid. Some were able to obtain a divorce or an annulment. Others were stuck, but at least they could communicate with us and know they weren't alone. We raised funds to help some of them start afresh. My cousin Zoya became our spokesman. She was 16 and fierce. She started a YouTube channel to tell about our experiences. The films became viral throughout our town and beyond. She received death threats, as well as messages from girls all across the world who shared similar customs. The breaking point occurred on my cousin Sana's 16th birthday. Her parents were orthodox yet wavering. They had planned a tiny ritual, not complete silence, but symbolic thread-wearing. Sana played along until the moment arrived. Then she stepped up and delivered a speech she had practiced for weeks. She discussed wanting to be a doctor and having dreams that required a voice. She mentioned liking her parents but not their traditions. She took the thread they had just tied and handed it back. Her mother began to cry and then removed her own thread. Her father stood there, stunned, as his wife said his name for the first time in 20 years. That became a pattern. Girls would pretend to go along until the vital moment, at which point they would refuse. Some families accepted it, while others burst. But each denial made the subsequent one easier. The custom involved dying one birthday at a time. My grandfather's health started deteriorating. I believe the loss of control damaged something in him. He suffered a heart attack and spent several weeks in the hospital. My grandmother sat by his bed and spoke to him continuously, making up for the years of silence. I'm not sure if he heard her, but she needed to talk. When he got out, he seemed smaller. He stopped organizing meetings and tried to manage everyone. He spent his days sitting in his yard, observing how the world changed without him. Sometimes I felt terrible for him. But then I remembered the basement and my cousin's fearful expression. The following Diwali, we had two celebrations, one for traditional families and one for the rest of us. Ours was noisier, filled with female voices and laughter. We could hear another celebration across town, modest and somber. Some families sent individuals to both, attempting to maintain their footing in both worlds. Raya was accepted to college. She was studying pre-law and wanted to help other females in our predicament. She still had physical and mental scars, but she was establishing a life. Her younger sister resided with her, protected from the marriage that their father had arranged. My parents renewed their vows for their anniversary. Instead of being silent, my mother stepped up and made her own commitments. She swore not to stay silent again and to teach their daughters to use their voices. My father vowed to listen and heed her words. It was not flawless, but it was honest. The sign language sessions continued, but now they were purely for entertainment and communication. We educated both parents and siblings, resulting in a fully inclusive language. Some of the elderly women struggled with arthritis, causing the symptoms, yet they persisted. They had waited too long to converse openly. Mrs. Taylor received a state award for her intervention. She brought all of the girls to the ceremony. We signed thank you in unison, like a sea of hands moving together. She cried and said that we had taught her more than she had taught us. Some family left, unwilling to accept the changes. They discovered communities that still followed traditional practices, where their girls' voices would be stolen at the age of 16. We couldn't save those girls, but we could be prepared if they ever reached out for assistance. My grandmother passed away that April. At her funeral, hundreds of women expressed how she had influenced them. They told each other about their first words after being silent, and how she had given them courage. Even guys spoke forward, confessing their mistakes. My grandfather sat in the front row, looking lost without her voice to brighten his days. By the time I graduated from high school, our community's quiet custom had mostly died out. Some families staged symbolic rituals using temporary threads for a day or a week. Others abandoned it completely. Some stuck to the old customs, but they became increasingly isolated. I got into college on a scholarship and intend to pursue social work. I wanted to help other girls who were being held back by harmful traditions. My parents were proud, albeit my father occasionally seemed astonished when I expressed my opinion at supper. The network we created evolved into a formal organization. We received nonprofit status and money to assist girls fleeing forced marriages and abuse. We provided workshops on sign language and self-advocacy. Some of the ladies who had been silent the longest became our staunchest supporters. Instead of being silent, I counted voices during my last family reunion before college. 23 women speaking, laughing, debating, and singing. My youngest cousin did a dance to a tune she wrote herself. My aunts discussed politics while cooking. My mother shared embarrassing stories about my childhood. Most of the males had made adjustments. They assisted with cooking and cleaning, which were previously considered beneath them. They listened as their wives and daughters spoke. Some still appeared uneasy, but they were trying. Change was slow, but it was occurring. When words fail, I still use sign language. The language that saved us has become a part of us. We teach it to all new girls in the family just in case. But now it's a choice, not an absolute requirement. Our voices are free, and they will never be suppressed again. Looking at my red thread bracelet one last time before departing for college, I cut it off and discarded it. I didn't need the reminder anymore. Neither of us did. We had found our voices, and nothing could take them away.